Charlie.
It's back. Back again.
Hey, Charlie's back. Tell a friend. Charlie's back. Charlie's back. All right. But Aiden Ross, we played a clip where he's like, yeah, it's flat for sure. And again, he might be just totally trolling. But the fact that he's willing to throw it out there and doesn't give a fuck about it, losing followers or sponsorships and stuff, I can respect that. I respect the hell out of that.
What's he doing now?
Well, Aiden Ross he's talked about Flat Earth in 2 clips that I've recently come across. Are you familiar with Vivek Ramaswamy?
Can't say.
The guy who's running for president?
Yeah, he ran for president.
Which
he's
country?
actually from
Which country?
Hey, that's funny, actually. That's funny.
I never heard of the name. Maybe I'm... Yeah.
That's funny as hell. Yeah, you ran for the president of the United States. Well, I mean, I get it. Like, Vivek Ramaswamy. Like, what are we doing here?
What kind of name is that?
Yeah. Oh, man.
I thought you were pulling my pants, man. What the hell?
No, that's his real name. Well, okay, this is the clip. It's 20 seconds. Aiden Ross asks Vivek, do you think the Earth is flat? Vivek is like, no, bro. Pictures from space. And Aiden's like, yeah, you're probably right. So, but Vivek actually is from my hometown and ran for president. He seems like a decent guy. Let's take a listen here.
Good about that, as good as we've had in modern history, and I hope he continues that for the next couple of years.
Definitely. Do you think the Earth is flat?
No.
Okay. I don't think so either. By the way,
I don't. I think what I think is most compelling proof.
What?
Photographs of Earth taken from outer space.
But those are not.
He's like, but those are not. And I think Myron cut the clip there, but shout out to Aiden, bro. That's a bold move. I'm sure you guys have faced this or some sort of negative repercussions from speaking out about Flat Earth. And the fact that these guys with such a large following, they're willing to just throw it out there. I respect that a lot. You got those clips, Neil? Because I had some clips a while back where Tate and his brother were joking around with Luke, their cousin. And they're like, Earth is flat. And Luke's like, no, like, it's round. And like, are you a globetard? Globetard. That's where that sound, we have like a soundboard. And there's a clip of Tate going, globetard, on there. It's so fucking funny. But to anyone that's not, like, for Charlie, for example, and there's also Taco that's joined as well. Welcome, Taco.
Hey.
How are you, sir? Is this your first time here, or you've been here before?
No, I've been here a few times. I have a friend that wants to do a formal debate with a flat earther. Do any of you think you're capable of defending the flat earth position?
I can.
Who's
that's
that?
That's not a flat earther. That's not a flat earther, bro.
I know, but I still like to debate Glovers.
Well, that'd be great. I actually would love to hear if you have a good understanding of the topic. Actually, that's a good way to learn what the flat earth position is by trying to argue it, because then you'll be able
to... I have a friend who wants to do a formal debate and wants me to schedule a formal debate with a flat earther, and so I'm trying to find a flat earther for that.
Yeah, we can definitely help you with that for sure.
I reached out to Nathan Thompson, but he said he was scared, so I don't know.
Yeah, right. No one's worried about Nathan Thompson, to be honest.
Who?
Exactly. We're not too concerned with that one.
Oakley, I mean, the English guy.
Oakley or Thompson, you said?
Oakley. I said Thompson, but I meant Oakley.
You said Oakley was scared?
Yep.
That's cat, bro.
Okay.
Against who?
Big Tech.
Who?
Big Tech.
Yeah, he's a guy on Kick with like 8,000 subs.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Do you have his channel name? Maybe you can post.
Kick.com/Big Tech.
So where did Nathan say no?
Kick.com, yes.
Where did Nathan say no?
DMs.
Was he like asking for money, or like, what's the problem?
I don't know. He just seems scared.
I highly doubt that.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you can go over to Flat Earth Debate server and ask him there. Usually is on there. Bro,
Daz, you're hot micing.
Sorry.
Shit, just get QE in here.
bro, it's gonna end within a minute.
Shut the fuck up.
What the hell up?
Shut your dumbass mouth. You need to get clean the earwax at your fucking ears.
What's the format? Like any
Formal debate.
in any particular setup, like with the
I was doing
topics
30-minute cross
in hand?
exams. I was doing introduction, 30-minute cross exams, audience questions, and then conclusions. But I think I'm going to change that to introductions and then 4 7-minute cross exams, basically just going back and forth into like a 30-minute open discussion, and then conclusions, and then audience questions for a little bit better conversation.
Okay.
Those debates are boring. Because all it does is give a Glober the chance to yap and not have anything addressed. But if they want to smoke like that, we can certainly serve it up. That's not a problem.
Okay, so who's going to do the debate?
Bro, we need like... I mean, we gotta get the logistics and stuff ready. I'm sure anyone could do it. It's just there's a couple people I can think of I wouldn't mind throwing in there. I think Jedi would be good for that, or India would be good. QE, maybe not QE, but for certain reasons. But either way, we can definitely set that up. There's no problem.
Okay, yeah, just have him reach out to me in DMs. I don't expect to hear back, but it'd be nice if I could, because he wants to debate a flat earther.
Shots fired. That's cool though. I like the little smoke. Pumpkin.
But, what's this guy's like background? Like he usually debates people on different topics. That's
He's
it.
a master
Yeah,
debater.
flat earth, religion, all that.
Okay.
Okay.
He just wants to debate, basically. He's not interested in the
Yeah,
truth.
but he wants to. He flat earth is one of his favorite topics
Oh. How come I haven't heard about him when it comes to
because
flat
he's
Earth?
on Kick.
Only kick?
Yeah,
Oh.
Why don't you get QE?
Nah, it's gonna last. QE.
But you guys love to present him to debate people in this room.
Well, how do you know
You
that?
guys love
No, he comes
Or
by
you-
himself, does his thing. Nobody's inviting him.
like, hey, can you?
No,
please
what are you
come in
talking
here?
about? But he gets other mods here to like mute people that he's debating with for, doesn't he?
I mean, the guys
It's
put
not
him.
debating, though.
Doesn't he also always get like his friends to mute his opponents so they can
Alright,
call him
bro.
like glue
Alright,
sniffing?
Oh,
Bro,
yeah, that's
Who's-
QE. Like I said, it's not gonna
Yeah,
last.
so why
with
do you guys
this
allow
big
it?
tech.
where's your QE at? Oh, you don't
QE is
have
on
one?
a
Yeah,
different
I'd be
format.
jealous. I would be jealous too.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody loves QE, man.
Dude, even the Glovers love QE, bro. Come on, dude. Stop the cap, bro. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Present him, have him do this debate.
if you have two of them, I could get Grace and Hawk as well.
Yeah, no, we got.
Wit's
we
also
got-
a good one.
No.
If you could
That's
actually get in touch with them,
Jesus.
I've emailed everybody. Nobody responds. They're all terrified.
I don't-
Maybe they don't know who the fuck you are, bro. Maybe that's what that is. Maybe people's time is valuable. And like, let me have a 4-hour debate. Like, sorry, dude.
I mean, if your position was true, defending your position would be valuable.
It is valuable. That's why we do it every day here.
Exactly.
So
yeah, we don't like we don't do debates just debate in this VC. That's not what we're doing here. That's not a shtick. But you know, some people love to do that when they come in here.
yeah,
from the
we
stuff,
cook
so.
in here. We cook. But
There's some people out there that loves debating. You can probably find some from the Flat Earth side or something. Have you checked the Flat Earth debates ever? You can check over there.
I
Or
would
Nathan
not
Oakley
ever enter
spends-
that cesspool.
I mean, you got plenty of Flat Earthers there as well.
Yeah, but they're all special.
Oh, well, who isn't special nowadays?
Aw, it's so cute.
Sounds like you're scared, bro. Sounds like you're scared of going in.
Ooh,
It's-
get him, guys. Get him.
Man, this is like the biggest Discord server I've ever seen.
You're damn right. Wait,
She got instant muted.
Wait, who muted?
What happened?
I mean, W
Who had a beef with her
misogyny.
before?
I love the misogyny, bro. Just someone woman started
Misogyny?
talking and they immediately muted
Somebody
her.
doesn't like her. What happened?
That's funny, bro. W.
What have you done, Pumpkin? What's your history?
That's some great misogyny right there.
She just said this is the biggest. Well, hold on.
Yeah, she-
Continue,
this is the
Pumpkin.
biggest server.
What else you want to say?
Oh,
I
yeah,
wasn't the one who did that though, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, no clue. I don't know why my.
Well, obviously someone doesn't like you, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, I run a Quran alone flat Earth server.
You run what? I didn't hear.
I run a Quran alone flat Earth server. I've been around the flat Earth servers.
A Quran? What the hell is a
She
Quran?
belongs to the servers.
Quran.
Oh, Quran. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Okay, a Quran flat Earth server. You
She
mean an
belongs to
Islamic
the
one?
VCs.
Why Quranic?
No, well, I do mean Islamic, but not Islamic. Okay, so I don't believe in the Hadith, which are kind of
Okay.
Bless
You
you.
split those. Okay, yeah, cool.
Bless you.
Have you been in the what's it called? There's another flat Earth server with well, it's not Quran specifically, like in your case, but it's Muslims there. What's the name?
No,
hold on.
Sunnis hate us. There's no point in hanging out with them.
How come?
Because we don't follow the Hadith. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think some of them follow the Hadith as well. They're from the flat Earth side on that server. They use the Quran verses to back up, some of the things from biblical side, I guess. When they talk about religion. But yeah. Anywho. So, how big is your server?
Oh my.
It's got about 650 people.
And they all, how do you say, Quranics?
They're not all Quranists.
Quranists, sorry.
But majority definitely.
Okay.
We really started our server because, about half of all Quran alone Muslims are flat earthers, and no matter where you went online, the non-flat earthers, the globers, would just shut down the flat earthers. So we had to make a server.
It would shut down the actual server?
No, they would kick out the flat earthers.
Oh, you mean like that? Okay, yeah.
Haters.
Oh yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, so we
Very
needed
cool.
to make our own server.
How long you been into the Quran there, madam?
I think it's been 6 years now. Yeah,
Where are you from?
Texas.
So how the hell did that happen?
I went looking for the right book, actually. So it took me a couple years to find the right book. I still don't know any Muslims in real life.
Oh wow. All right, Andrew Tate.
Oh no. People who follow him, I call tater tots.
Uh-huh.
Were you in a different religion before you step into the Quran?
Well, I grew up Christian, and then I left Christianity around
Catholic?
age 19. No, thankfully not. No, I grew up a very little known denomination called Primitive Baptist. They're like 4 points
Primitive
Calvinist.
Calvinist.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, they're basically Calvinists almost. They don't like to admit it, but it's true. But then eventually, my siblings started turning away from Christianity, and they were like, "Oh, did you know that the flood never happened?" Which, of course, it did happen, but I just believed them, and I was like, "Oh man, I don't even know what's going on." And so I became agnostic, and I just asked what reality is, and over the next couple years, God showed me what reality is, and He revealed to me that there is no reality without God. It's just impossible. There has to be witnessed. Every moment has to be sustained unto eternity. There's no there's no existing without God. So I became monotheist without any scripture. And eventually it occurred to me that if God had guided me to the truth, He must have guided others to the truth. Therefore, He must have left a guidance throughout time to guide all of the people who He chose to guide. Right? So I started looking for the book, and I read the Bible, or I didn't read the whole thing, but I realized that was not, there were problems with it. And so I kept looking, and I didn't read the Quran right away because it has such a bad name. The stigma is so bad. And so it took a couple years of just like finding scriptures, reading all the scriptures I could across the world that I could find, until one day my husband was like, "Hey, you do know I have a Quran that like we have a Quran in the house, right?" I was like, "What?" And I read it, and like chapter 2, verse 2, this is a book about which there is no doubt, a book for those conscious of God. And like I had found it, so that was how I ended up with it without any Muslims near me.
All right, cool.
Damn, all right.
Yeah.
We got people jumping in. What's up, people?
Creation.
This Avo.
So should I expect a DM with a debate opponent, or how is that going to work?
Bro, give us some time, bro. Damn.
I was just asking how that's going to work.
Debate opponent. You first got to get untriggered by memes before you're even able to ask that question.
Oh, you know what? Crit might be a good one.
Yeah, we should, give us some lead time.
Not sure he would be a good one.
Out of the panel immediately? Like, damn, just chill.
Yeah, Carly.
Damn, just chill.
Yeah, it's impossible to debate someone who's going to get... Like, normally people use a block button for someone who's harassing or bothering someone. If someone's purpose is to block simply because of memes, that person probably needs to disconnect from the internet for a while.
From the internet?
Yeah, especially if they're an atheist who, if you ask Richard Dawkins, they invented the meme. It's like, holy shit, really, dude? So the same thing that you think atheism brought to humanity is the same thing that sends you off the cuckoo's nest. Holy shit.
I mean, if you're on the internet and you get triggered for being blocked for sending a message every single day with annoying ass memes, literally every single morning for like 2 months, and then you get blocked and you get triggered by that, you should probably get off the internet.
That's not what happened.
Yeah, ditto. If you're triggered by that, that's amazing. That's really amazing.
But it's not spam, bro. He'll ask, is it cool if I post this here? It's not spam. I mean, it gets posted in my server, but he didn't just do that.
It gets posted in my DMs every single day.
Oh, really? Are you triggered by that?
No, I just hit block and I don't have to receive them anymore.
Oh, so you're triggered. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. He got really worked up, too, because his proof that the Earth is not a flat was to invoke the Catholic Church in NASA's claims of space Jesus.
What?
And I'm like, huh. Well, how does that work with atheism?
Crit, who's this guy that's upset?
Yeah, he's really worked up.
Who is he?
Exactly. Not at all, actually.
Well, the last time he was here, he would just start randomly asking people questions, and then if they didn't answer, then he would turn them down as his proof that he wanted them to answer, was to turn them down to 0 so they couldn't.
Total
he couldn't hear the
mischaracterization.
answer. And then eventually he started doing it to moderators, and moderators like, dude, like, you can't just randomly turn people down. You can turn them down to like 1 or 2%, so you can still hear them talk. That way you're not over talking. He's like, nah, fuck you. I'm a server mod. I'll do what I want when I want.
Never said that. That's a mischaracterization.
They're like, well, okay, well, not in this channel. You won't. Not here.
One of the mods actually did that? That's pathetic.
Yeah, and then people are like,
Total
what do we
mischaracterization.
do? What do we do now? They're like, well, let's just kick him out. And then he said, no, I'm not going to leave. Fuck you all. They were like, huh.
Total mischaracterization.
So that's what I'm saying. Remember to always use your own atheist logic to discuss flat Earth.
Or just lie about people, right? That seems to work when you're talking to people that share your belief system.
A simple lack of belief in state-sponsored religious claims of model or models. That's it. Easy. Use your own logic to explain your own ideas.
Or just lie about people, like, that seems to work for you.
Yeah, or you can wonder why. Why would they lie? There you got your answer. Space Jesus. In space. Or Big Bang, because God did it.
Oh, God got it.
Or Newton. They said, how do you know there's a God? Newton said, because this model's so full of glory and splendor, it could only have been created by a supernatural being. The supernatural being that he knows, the only one that powerful, is the Heavenly Father of the Bible. And this cannot be denied. And then sit there and invoke, oh, I know all about Newtonian mechanics, and yeah, so that's atheism. I'm like, well, maybe you should go talk to Newton. He would probably set you straight. Or just lie about it. Just lie and pretend like you know something you don't know. You get these dudes come in. These guys come in here. I want to debate flat earther. You're like, well, what is that? What's a flat earther? I don't know. I don't know what a flat earther is. You don't? Well, a flat earther is someone who lacks belief in model or models presented by state sponsors of religion. Probably the same thing you would call an atheist. So use that. So go debate, go find yourself somebody who then just slaps, a science sticker onto a supernatural claim and go have fun with it. And then when you don't like memes brought to you by Richard Dawkins, then block them. And when after you've run other people to talk to you, then you could ask why. I wonder why no one wants to talk to you. Because you're an insufferable twat. Duh. Somehow all of humanity's in on it, even all the astronauts. They all found the space Jesus, but you? And they're somehow in on it? They're trying to trick you with that? So you can tell he gave up. That means he just turns you down. Running scared.
Charlie.
Someone's triggered.
What's up, my man?
You got any proof for the globe?
Nothing you would accept, my friend.
So you don't have proof of the globe?
If that's how you like to interpret what I said, sure.
Well, yeah, if you had proof, I'd accept it, but since I can't accept it, you don't have proof.
I don't believe that you have the capabilities to make that argument or that conclusion conclusively.
Why?
Remember, there's a lack of belief. That's all it takes. Just put a belief sticker on it. Just
So
slap a belief sticker. That's all you got to do. It's atheist logic at its finest. It's orc. It's really the orc mythos from World of Warcraft.
This guy is triggered.
Or Warhammer. You just slap a belief sticker, like whatever you think. You just paint it red, and suddenly it flies faster.
This guy is like a master gaslighter.
Yeah, he's super triggered, dude.
Holy shit, someone's triggered online. Oh no, what do? You just talk about it. Okay, yeah, talk about it.
Anyway, my response to that is: Do you believe that there are people that can say that something isn't true when it actually is true?
I wouldn't base factual reality on belief.
That's an awesome observation. Can you answer my question though?
That was
I
the
didn't
answer.
observe anything.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'll rephrase. Are there people?
No, just go away.
Why?
Triggered.
Why, whenever you ask them for proof of the globe, they'll do anything. They'll try so hard as long as they can avoid talking about measuring the surface, dude.
See,
as long as they can do that.
This is their level of science. When they try to determine cause and effect inside their own worldview, they can't even determine the cause of themselves. He would prove the globe, but he can't because you're the reason why. Inside his own worldview, he's an NPC. He's just waiting for player one, you, to do the right button combination, and then he'll be able to do something on his own. It's complete other programming, and it's some way to get inside that worldview. You really got to crack that window and be like, pop the hood. What is going on in here? What would cause someone's mind to be so fractured that they can't do something, and they know why that is?
Crit, look at this guy, Charlie. I remember this guy. Every time he gets muted, he deafens himself. And he does. I don't get why he even stays in the channel if he's going to do that.
Well, it's even funnier that he'll go listen on YouTube. It's hilarious.
No, you're
shit.
joking, right? He doesn't actually do that.
I'm dead serious. Yeah, he'll go listen on YouTube.
Why?
Yeah, he says, if I get muted, I deafen. And he just go listen on YouTube anyway.
I don't get that.
Yeah, he thinks he's cloaked, and then one time he fucked up and he started commenting about stuff they were talking about while he was deafened. And he's like, oh, you got me. I was listening on YouTube.
Seems like a very sour individual.
Yeah, and guess what? And tomorrow, the exact same result. Nothing new under the sun. From day one, he heard about flat Earth, triggered, went into a spiral, and no change, nothing new. It doesn't. That's why the science and space news is so powerful. It says here's something that the globalists could think about, other than flat Earth. At least for one day, like each day, send them some science and space news. Can they make any comment on it at all? Respond at all? Well, no, they can't. Well, why not? Because it was sent by a flat earther. You're like, huh. What if you go read the news on your own? Well, they won't do that either. Well, why not? Because there's flat earthers on the internet. Huh. So you can't do anything because somebody's wrong on the internet, and you just can't get past that. And they're like, yeah. So what if flat earthers were just gone? Would that be okay? And they're like, yeah, that's the goal. The goal would be to get rid of all the flat earthers. And they love being here because flat earthers are peak entertainment value. And
That's
like,
a good point.
Which one is it? Is it you don't want them, because it's dangerous, harmful misinformation, or it's actually peak entertainment value. I love it. I want it. Give me more of it. More. Hyper, consumerism. They need all the entertainment. And you're like, well, sure, let's switch it up. Let's bring in some entertainment value in the globe side and see what happens. Do you still like it? Do you like entertainment value when it's framed as sort of like Starman, Captain of Tomorrow, Stargate, Star Future, Starship, Enterprise, Starman, and they're like, well, now they don't like it because it's not scientifically accurate. You're like, well, well, what would you like? Is there something you would like that's scientifically accurate? And they're like, well, no, they don't like that either. So your whole goal is just find people online that you think are dumb and just kind of laugh at them? And they're like, yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I do too. Welcome to Flat Earth. I look for the purposely overly triggered people who have no idea what they're talking about. They disagree completely. I disagree with Flat Earth. Oh, sure, what is it? What do you disagree with? They don't know. Dumb as shit. Imagine completely disagreeing with something and you can't even articulate what it is. What is it? No clue. It's entertainment. So you disagree with entertainment. No, you like it. You like the entertainment. Huh. But you want it blocked from the internet. Yeah. Which one, dude? Your worldview is so contradictory, so broken, so fractured, that the only thing you have left now is try to find people that you think are lesser than you and then punch down at them so you've got some idea that you're better than other people and you want them to know it. You're getting laughed at. That's it. You're just getting laughed at and mocked. And even better, you could go to any of these space agencies that you think in so high regard, and they'll laugh at you too. They won't even let you in the gate. Go fill an application. Give it a shot. Write down all your social media victories over all these people you think are dumb. Tell them you've got all the infinite improbability fuel to power their hyperpulse generator and push them ever further into outer space and human consciousness. And they'll look at you like, dude, is this guy for real? Like, who ordered the clown show? Like, who did this? Who's playing the gag?
I just can't believe this guy Charlie said if he had proof, I wouldn't accept it or believe it.
Yeah, it's an easy golden parachute. Always blame you for his own failings. It's always your fault. But if you just say, hey, I believe now, I believe in your space mythos, then suddenly now it works. He's like, okay, because he knows whatever he tells you, he just say, oh, I believe it. Just slap a belief sticker on it. You're good.
Yeah, and if he can't get you to conform to his belief, then we're in the wrong. He can't concede, but we have to.
Here's what Amish posted a good one about outer space and the message of the cosmos being fully inclusive model. This is where they break their worldview. They should be able to explain disagreement on their model. They can't. So they offer this cosmic, ever-expanding model of creation. They pick a even more minority group than flat earthers, the atheists, then say you're not welcome here, and you're also welcome because you're funny to laugh at. Got these people talking about how homophobic and bigoted NASA is and trying to tell them, why you guys like that? Why is there no LGBTQ astronauts? Why are there no atheist astronauts? Why are they all Christian conservatives? I mean, shouldn't this be open, like an open platform, all about science, logic, and reason? Why are they all right-wing Christian conservatives? Like, well, this is America, dumbass. What do you think?
This is why you don't watch biased nonsense in America.
Yeah, what did you expect from like a top-down federal agency without any civilian oversight or accountability? It was going to be inclusive? You know, like, that's what you think America's about? Really? Really? That's what you thought?
Hello, Newt.
Don't do it. Why did Charlie? What happened to Charlie?
He cracked. He started blaming other people for his own fault.
Classic.
By the way, do you guys have anything to say about the astronauts that were stuck in space? They come back. One looks like she aged about 50 years, bro. Have anything to say about that?
Why? Why do I care?
It invalidates a lot of what you say.
I can say it must be hard being stuck. It must be hard being stuck in a studio for 10 months.
Yeah, and this causes atrophy and bone loss. Really?
No,
cute.
it hard counters. They say you age slower.
No, you don't. That's not how space works. You're full.
Yeah, you age slower in space.
That's not how space works.
Yeah, that is. That's exactly how that works. They told
no, it
you
isn't.
like
There's less gravity, and that has issues with your bones.
How would you know how space works?
Because I actually believe in the science. You don't.
You believe, we know you believe in it, just like a religion. Yeah,
and I
we
was
know
taught
you
it when I got a master's degree, so I know it as well. See, haha.
Right? Yeah. How did you test it? How did you test it?
You have to publish papers to get a grad degree.
So publishing papers is testing.
Yeah, when you
things?
actually use the scientific method and you have to demonstrate actual proficiency to publish a paper, you actually learn to respect it. When you don't,
okay. What's the scientific hypothesis for space?
I'm not answering childish questions. You don't.
Yeah, you don't fucking know.
You don't believe in empiricism, so you don't get to ask me questions, fool. Yeah.
Okay, we're going.
Yeah, we'll be asking the questions soon.
Yeah. You go away.
We'll be asking the questions.
Look at this. How easy this is. According to Einstein's theory, you technically age slower at higher altitudes. This is what shows that their worldview is so badly broken, so contradictory. They're like, hey, this woman went to space for 9 months. You're like, oh, that must have been like an awesome spa treatment. No, she aged like 17 years. You're like, what?
Yeah, we've been dealing with triggered globers for, like, myself, almost 8 years. So that guy can shut the fuck up. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Just another glober religious zealot. Like, you're absolutely right. And it's really kind of depressing. Not that I'm depressed about it, but what Crit's saying is absolutely true. I mean, when you listen to it, it sounds unbelievable, right, Crit? But the way you lay it out, I mean, it's absolutely correct with the way they act. It's astonishing in human behavior that this is a thing that these globers have. It's incredible.
I wrote papers about the science, but I'm not here to answer questions.
Exactly.
He was setting himself up on a tee there. Oh, we use the scientific method to determine things. Oh, yeah? You want to go into that? No, I'm not answering questions.
Yeah, he's an expert because he won't answer questions. That's how you know he's an expert.
Exactly.
He's got no level of articulation. Like in their worldview, it's like quite opposite. Like the more articulation and the more knowledge you have, the more education, the less likely you're able to answer questions.
Yeah, Myron said that recently.
So it's always an inverse. You always look at them and you know how stupid they are because everything they say is the exact opposite from reality.
Yep. And I don't know why we would expect anything different than people who believe in the exact opposite of what reality actually shows. Empirically, like it's obvious, measurable, testable, we can resolve these problems with what the surface is, but they can't prove not one single claim that they make is not provable.
But Sonny, I have a degree.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so, I published papers, so that's my test of reality is published papers. Really? What's the what's the independent variable? You changed your mind? Yeah, we should put a skit together with all their claims of independent variables. That would be just the best comedy for flat Earth ever. Well, we let time go by. Well, you changed your mind, right, Numpty? Yeah, keep chat skanking. That's your test of reality. Chat skanking. That's what you're left with.
Yeah, look at that. Blocked and responding. Look at look at you guys. Just pay attention. It's always contradictory. Their worldview is such hot garbage. He knows he wants to respond to you because he blocked you, and then responds, and then blocks, and then responds, and then blocks. It's always a downward spiraling freak out over their own actions. It has nothing to do with you. He'll sit there and blame you. I blocked you, CB, because X, Y, and Z. And you know I blocked you because I respond anyway. And it's all your fault. You're like, dude, okay, you can't even guess your own cause of what you did. And you think I'm going to use your hot garbage?
There's
Old
some
boy
guy
can't even
pinging
follow
me.
his own block.
Hey, Crit, there's some guy, he made a channel called Crit Proved the Globe. His name is Crit's Worst Nightmare, and he pinged me.
He pinged everyone.
Do you know who this guy is?
Yeah,
he's a pretender clown.
I'm
That's
gonna
who
go
he
there
is.
and talk to this guy. I'll be right back. I'm gonna make
Hi,
fun of him.
Pumpkin, Madame.
Yeah, look at that. Another freak out. I mean, this is what I'm saying. I just feel like I farm freakouts all day long. Like, just log in and just farm freakouts.
Yep.
And I'm not even saying anything controversial. It's like, holy shit, dude. So so something I said triggered you so badly that you rename your account Crit's Worst Nightmare and then make a new channel called Crit Prove the Globe.
Yeah, both at the same time. Interesting.
The destination, bro. They're obsessed weirdos.
We need to
And
get
desperate.
a triggered Glober trophy for Crit.
And then just start randomly pinging people and tell them to join. And when they tell you no, blame someone for that. Blame everyone else for why they said no. You think just the word no. Is it hard to understand the word no? It should be easy. Like, no is no in like 80 languages. Or something. I don't know, maybe not 80. A lot. There's a lot of languages. The word no is just no. And still they'll brain fart it. Like, really? Like, if you're going to brain fart the word no, just no. Like, how is any level of communication possible with you? I mean, someone help me out. What do you do with that level of stupid? Someone tells you no, and they don't understand. They're like, really, no clue. Like, did you approve the globe? No, I didn't. Huh. Well, you did. No, I didn't. I actually didn't do that.
We have RHO and Groucho Marx.
You left.
Groucho's still here.
Yeah, that's Rich Evans. Yeah, we all know Rich Evans.
Damn.
Groucho.
He said, "This is sad." Don't be sad, Groucho. It'll be okay. So, Groucho, what would you say is your biggest? What do you find the most confusing? You don't understand. What can we help you with, buddy?
Yo, there's something like wrong with that guy, dude.
Did he respond? Did he even open his mic?
No, he was
Oh, okay.
saying he's talking, but his mic wasn't even going off. But when I told him to talk, he just starts talking about you right away, saying Crit still has to be permanently muted. This guy's fucking messed, bro.
He just instantly started talking about me. Like he says,
Right away.
I hacked his microphone, and he can't get to work now.
What? What the hell?
Yeah, look at Crit has permanently muted me. He seriously claims this, that somehow I'm able to hack his account or his device, his mobile device. And I stopped his microphone from working. And he's reported. By the way, he has reported me to the FBI for that.
What?
I guess, yeah.
I think he's just a super troll, bro.
Yeah, it must be. Dude's a weirdo. So, did you actually talk to him on mic?
No, he's never been on mic. I mean, he was hard banned, by Heretic for like 6 months. I kept telling him, like, I'll unban you if you open your mic. And he's like, yep, I'll do it. And I'm like, that means you won't type in text, right? He's like, yep, I won't type in text. I'll join and I'll talk. And then he'd just be like, he just wouldn't talk. He just kept typing in text. I'm like, okay, how about this, right? Do you understand that talking on mic means you're not typing? He's like, yep, totally understand that. Get it, understand. I'm like, okay, so you're going to get unbanned, but you have to talk, like vocally. Open your mic and talk. And if you start typing, I'm going to assume some kind of mental distress. Like this is like, hey, blink 3 times if you're not okay. Like where people are like, a hostage situation or something like that. Like, like where that one like gal like orders a pizza, but she calls like 911. And she's like, are you like order extra cheese if you're not safe? And she's like, yes, I'd like extra cheese.
Did this guy
So I'm like,
dedicate
type
his Discord
again.
life to this?
Yeah, I'm like, take me again and tell me that your microphone's not working if you're in a hostage situation. And he did it. See, I don't know what to do with this guy. I have no idea who he is or how to find him. I don't know what possible authorities to call, but sure as shit. I mean, I guess he's in dire need, but I mean, like, if he's able to connect to this call every day, day in, day out, I'm sure he should be able to reach authorities somehow. They'll get you the help you need, dude.
Crit, I'm looking at this guy's profile. It says, so his name is dedicated to you, and his profile says broke Indio, broke Jedi, broke Crit, broke Jenna. I think
Yeah,
he's
he's-
dedicating his life to trying to like get a trigger out of you guys.
Well, he's really homophobic. So when I made a joke about, not really a joke, but like an idea of Brokeback Mountain, that people who really like each other will find a way to be together. So he did that. He started talking about that he broke people as part of Brokeback Mountain. And I'm like, dude, that's not funny. You know, making fun of, you know, like a movie about people really trying to be together despite society wanting to be apart. That doesn't mean that you're supposed to start mocking that stuff. You should be like respectful. And he just doesn't care. This guy is just like beyond, you know, he's just like, he thinks he can be insulting and vulgar, just like, well, it's the way NASA taught him, you know, like he looks at NASA and sees that they're a very bigoted, homophobic group of people. He's like, that's how you be a scientist. I'm like, no, dude, that's not. They're not good role models. Don't be like that.
Dude, this guy's still pinging me. He's really annoying.
Pretty soon he might start, you know, telling you all the stuff, you know, like spill the beans about all the things he's going through, and you know, he'll start telling you he's contacted the authorities. You just know that he's looking for help. I think that God sent him our way, especially, you know, me or other people.
Well, we have to help him.
To help him, yeah. It's like he knows he needs help, and society has turned their back on him. So he's looking for people who are going to be, you know, going to stick around. Like, I'm not going to go anywhere. This is where I hang out. This is my channel. So I'm going to be here, and then he's going to keep coming around every time he needs help. Because he knows this is where he can find it.
Dude, I think he's listening on the YouTube because he's actually saying that you're lying about him right now in the channel that he's in.
Well, I've been asking him to explain why he's talking about Brokeback Mountain shit. I mean, like, it's easy to... You can see on this profile. He broke people. I mean, like, come on, dude, really? That's what he thinks? Like he's not cloaked? Like, he's got... Did he forget that he set his status for this stuff? Jenna made a whole channel for him to come and join and talk to her. He's like, here's a chance to talk to a girl about a topic you said you want to talk about, and all he did was just keep making homophobic slurs.
Hey, Crit, get this, dude. This is what he just said. Crit's lying. I'm not homophobic, and Crit won't unban me because I proved the globe and want to help him. That's a direct quote from him.
Yeah, remember, that was my theory, too. Like, if you're in some kind of distress, ping me again. Like,
Yeah, I think it's time for me to block him, dude.
it's generally what happens to him overall. I mean, you'll hear, like, people always say, like, who is this guy? And I go, I mean, it's just a weirdo online. If he's starting to creep you out, block him. I mean, you can just talk to, like, a lot of the women in channel. I mean, like, they're constantly having to block him. He's like stalker vibes.
Which one is this? I know there's more than one, but which one specifically are you talking about?
Yo, Crit. I just said I'm suing Crit. I'm recording every word and I'm sending this to the FBI.
Good.
Oh, damn.
You're
talking about Starlife?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, he's been spiraling all damn day. He's nonstop, dude. Spiral, continuous. I don't know how he has the energy for it. What was that, Sporadic?
Didn't he try to dox people too?
What an ass.
Yeah, that's how he ended up getting banned the first time.
What was he trying to dox people in the Discord call?
No, I can't remember the exact details, but it had something about, like, where's your position? He'll take a photo from his satellite or something like that, and ask people, you know, where their house is. What the hell are you doing, dude?
he tried to pull the "you should be able to see China if the Earth were flat" bullshit when talking to Necros, and I'm like, dude, you can put a straight tube on the ground, you can't see the fucking end of it. How are you supposed to see China, dumbass? That dude's crazy, man. He's not in his right mind, and he's very much obsessed with you, Crit.
Yeah.
He's trying to talk to Aethergress now.
Yeah, just because you talked on camera, on mic, now he's like, come pay attention to my... Is it funny though? Like he thinks like somehow I've disabled his microphone. He's unable to like say, "Oh, did you test another device? Did you try other channels? Did you make a new account?" I mean, like you try to see like how far gone, like how far away.
Don't tell him about the microchips that we installed in his brain. Whatever you do, don't mention that.
It's like he thinks his dentist is in on it. His dentist like installed like or whatever. Like who knows? Like
sedated him and installed chips in his teeth. The machines in my head, man, they're crazy. It's Crit. I know. He's inside all of them.
See what they do is they construct this sort of like ultimate villain, like flat earthers. They're horrible. They're wrong. They're everything wrong with the world. And then the contradiction, they also are a bunch of kook minorities that doesn't matter. No one's paying attention to them. And then they add some sort of super villain complex to it. Like it's some sort of cult, like hive mind. And we all disagree with each other. Okay, so dude, you've just presented back-to-back complete illogical fantasies, all based on some rampant conspiracy theory that you think doesn't matter anyway. And you've been like this for years now. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Bro's on that weirdo time.
They're like, what useful? Like, how useful is a flat Earth model? Like, what can you do with this? I'm like, with this model, you sign in every day to Discord and completely shit your pants and set your hair on fire. That's what you do with it. Just spaz the fuck out.
We know how much of a cult they are by how little of a cult they resemble.
This is nice. We don't have flat earthers that do stuff like this, do we? Like make sock accounts and troll and stuff. Like, are there flat earthers that do that?
I don't know of anyone.
I can't think of anybody that does that. I don't do that.
What did
Why, like
Nathan Thompson? Did he do that for a little while, and then people told him to cut the shit?
What was he doing?
Like he was like making accounts to be globalists, to like say things and then argue against them, and he would like come in there and say, I don't know for sure, but I guess I heard that's all like Facebook stuff. I heard people were talking about.
Sure. Well, I'm talking about like the Crit's worst nightmare type stuff. Like,
yeah. I think that's complete derangement syndrome right there. That's
yeah, but I don't see flat earthers do that, or at least I haven't seen.
Yeah,
a flat earther do weird shit like that.
Crit derangement syndrome.
Yo, why are people obsessed with you, man?
I don't know. Hey, man, I've been saying quotes pretty well. He's like one of my favorite flat earthers. Whoa. Jesus.
Dude, who's doing that?
Anita. Aethergress, you get it? Thank you.
Yeah, I was just about to go look at the live stream to see who's doing that stupid shit.
Copy ID. And Ethergris, you got it?
Oh,
I didn't catch the ID. I'm not at my desktop, so I'm not as quick as I normally am.
Don't worry, I got it, boys.
I snapped the screenshot just in case, but I didn't catch the ID. But you got it. No worries.
Nice try, 304. Nice try. 304s can't get past me, bro. Sorry. I'm cooking all the 304s, dude. God damn. That was weird, though. That's what. Hold on.
That's funny.
It's slow.
That's the reprobate shit that they do, though.
That shit always makes me laugh, though, nonetheless. I'm pretty easy to impress.
That's the level of intellect you get from.
True, that's very true. Not gonna debate that.
Dude, what do they expect us to clutch our pearls or something? Like, Jesus. Nobody cares. It's just a minor inconvenience.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no problem at all. Barely an inconvenience.
They kind of know that,
like
though, right?
ban, like it's like some people are like, "Oh, I like to ban and kick people and mute people," and then they join to give you a reason. It's like, "Oh, all you guys do is ban, mute, and kick people." Well, all you kind of do is just join and make a bunch of weird screeching sounds on mic. So,
Yeah. Well, it's so weird, too, because when they come in here and act in a way that any server would mute you, any place would cut that shit off. And then they go, well, you muted me. I win. It's like, what? Dude, you acted a fool. We muted your dumbass. Then you were like claiming victory. The hell are you talking about? God damn.
I'm bleeding, making me the victor.
Yeah, man, that's crazy, dude. Like, they'll come in here and start doing the screeching thing like Crit talks about, and then they get muted and they're like, see, I win. Like, no, dude, you acted in a way that anyone would mute your dumbass for this. Hey, she is cute as well. The screeching. It's crazy how common that is, dude. Even that last girl came in here and she did that shit. Wild, bro.
Wait, Will has a new experiment. What's this?
What is it?
You guys seen the side chat? I left
Take a
some
look.
crazies.
I don't feed trolls, nor do I feed chat skanks. They can starve.
Well, dude, I should address Right the Hand in the chat, guys, because he's comparing. He's saying that gravity is the same logic. Our argument about container, he's saying is the same logic that Globers use for gravity, and it's not. It's just not. You cannot demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Every example involves a container, like physical.
And we are live.
So,
hey,
facts, bro.
imitation is the most sincerest form of flattery that mediocrity can pay to greatness.
It is. There we go, bro. Facts.
The only people I've seen who get imitated with troll names is Nathan Oakley and you, Craig. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, I get Nathan Oakley because he kind of fights fire with fire. Like, he comes right at the globalists and starts yelling right back at them. I mean, when do I do that? When am I, like, vulgar and insulting? I just, like, say my ideas, in contrast.
That is true.
What,
that is true. Yeah. I don't know why.
It'd be like, what exactly did Crit say that was wrong? And they're like, let me spaz out real quick. Oh, well, that's not going to prove what I said was wrong. That's just going to demonstrate what I was talking about was correct. I said, watch this dude trigger over something as simple as saying the word flat as an adjective.
Was he in here and did he say something? I don't know, I came late. I just came in. But he's posting
All
something.
right then.
Wait, he says Squid harasses me every day.
You reading?
He banned you from his voice channel, dude. What the fuck? Oh my god. Dude. So crazy. But I'm gonna ask him how does Chris harass you every day?
See if you can get some. I mean, you can't get blood from a turnip. Maybe he'll respond in some kind of detail with some sort of testable concept that you'll be like, okay, sure. Let's see what's he talking about.
Oh my god, dude. I mean, he has some points noted. Honestly, they sound reasonable, but then it's just I don't know why he's talking about you though. Oh, he messaged. Oh, you messaged him. That's why. Oh fuck. Dude.
Yeah, but you could tell him I messaged you too. So is that am I harassing you?
I mean, you can mute people. You don't have to like you can block people. I don't think that's harassment at all. What the fuck? You know, you threaten his globe model. Maybe that's why he's afraid of you.
The last couple of days, he's been sending me this thing about questions that flat earthers can't answer. I'm like,
he's posted that right now on his channel.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, so did you answer them? And he's like, well, no, he doesn't have to. Like, well, why don't you have to?
What?
If you said, if you can't answer it by definition, your own definition, that makes you a flat earther. And he's like, yes and no. There's a contradiction again. So you say, here's 50 or 60 questions that if you can't answer them, it makes you a flat earther. You can't answer any of them. And you're not a flat earther by your own logic. And he's like, yeah. So how are other people a flat earther for doing the same thing you do?
Yeah, he's got like sunsets, sunrise, moonrise, sunset times. Honestly, sunset times I find a little more credible than some of these.
Why
other ones.
they have a range. I don't know if you ever look at that. The sunset has a range, plus or minus.
Or do they? I did not know that. Okay.
Oh yeah, they don't tell you exactly. They'll say this is nautical sunset, this is astronomical sunset, this is twilight. There's like a bunch, there's all these different types of sunsets.
Sure.
So they basically get, hours. Like they get.
I'll do one of each or something.
So they get it right every time.
Be wrong. Sometime in the next 24 hours,
like at Ultras, they have like a.
Like the force account.
Is that CB? Are you hot micing?
Yeah, they have one. I think that's like. Oh, sorry. Let me mute up. Sorry.
It's proof. Oh my god, dude. Dude, honestly, I hope this guy's trolling, because if he's serious, it's actually kind of sad, man. He's just...
He's pathetic.
Okay, he's trolling, right? Dude, honestly, if he was actually serious, I would actually feel bad for him. Like, sounds kind of deranged.
Whatever. I'm talking to him now. I was talking about somebody else before. I guess never mind. I digress.
Yeah, sorry, I think I'm derailing the conversation anyway.
No, it was just multiple people were spoken of. That's all.
Yeah.
I wasn't reading the side chat, so I didn't know who you were like specifying because the other guy was talking before, and then I guess never
No,
mind.
he's not here. He's not in this chat anyway, so okay.
Why the hell? That's the thing isn't there a rule? Like, if you're not in the VC, you can just F off. You're not allowed in the side chat.
Well, he's not even typing in the side chat. He's I mean, forget it. It's not a big deal.
I'm just saying. That's kind of across the board thing.
Torres, hello. I've never seen you here.
What's up?
Welcome.
How's the Flat Earth community doing today?
Seems fine as always.
Unlike the globe.
Oh, you've interacted with Flat Earthers before. Okay. I see you're in a bunch of servers. It's kind of hard to find people who are like new to Flat Earth. You click on their profile and it's like, 3 mutual servers and you're like, fuck.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with you guys.
Nice. So what's stopping you from being a Flat Earther?
To be honest, dude, I checked the stream first before even jumping in here. I wanted to see what the vibes were like. So I know about your YouTube stream.
Nice.
The vibes?
The vibes were right.
Vibes.
The vibes, dude. Yeah, what do you think I said?
No, I'm just... Cool.
Is he glitching out for anyone else?
Yeah, he sounds like he is.
Absolutely.
Put some helium in that saddle and CB.
Yeah, I don't find there's much
Dude, it's always
to be gained from arguing with you guys because we're coming from like too different a place.
So the horizon being horizontal is different. That's weird.
It's more like you guys don't believe in gravity, like stuff like that, So it's like, how can I even?
Oh, that's silly.
How can I even begin?
Beliefs are silly, and gravity is the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. Unless you're talking about Einstein, in which case it's math. So is weight or math a force?
What are you talking about? Just like what? I said gravity once.
I'm asking you: is weight a force or is math a force? Because gravity only means one or the other. You realize that, right?
Say that again.
It doesn't mean anything outside of that.
You're talking
gravity
so
only means one of these two things. Either weight.
Yes, look.
Ask him. What is gravity, bro? You don't even know what that is.
I know what gravity is.
So... Oh yeah, go ahead. Tell us.
It's the invisible force that pulls objects together.
There you go. And that's you're cooked. You have no clue what you're talking about. So how can we deny? How can we deny something that you put forward and you don't even know what it is?
Damn, you're doing like the supervillain laugh on me, dude. It's okay. Like you can.
That's fucking funny, bro. That's fucking.
I don't mind.
Funny, dude.
You don't believe in gravity.
You guys denied thing that I make up, and I don't know what it is. Hold on, sir.
Actually, I don't have to believe in a word. The word gravity exists. Not a belief thing. It's about what you think that gravity is. So you tell us what you think it is. You already did, and I'm telling you that Einstein says that it's math. Newton says it's weight. Do you disagree with Einstein or Newton? That's your problem, not mine.
Okay. I don't know what. Okay. Sorry.
This is the thing you're supposed to believe in that we're supposed to believe in that you're saying we deny, and you don't know what it is.
What did you say that disproved it just then, talking about Einstein and Newton? Like what?
Because the four-dimensional manifold of space-time is a mathematical framework. So the entire thing's pure math. And in the same way that you can use a language like English to speak and tell a story, you can use math to tell a story, whether it's true or false. And we're telling you that the mathematical story that you were told is false.
Do you think you can use math to tell a fictional mathematical story like that?
No, that's what you think.
Yes, 100.
Yeah, that's a. See,
Yes.
I think maths is actually the language of the universe, and everything can be broken down into mathematic principles.
Mathematically, like Superman, if he did this mathematically, this is how he could do this thing. You can calculate all kinds of things with mathematics. That doesn't proof things into reality. All right.
No, math describes the universe. It's a tool to describe what we see.
That's fine.
And the math exists for the Death Star destroying Alderaan.
Yeah, I mean, I love Star Wars too, dude.
The point is the math exists for these things.
Do you think the math actually exists for kyber crystals, a thing that doesn't exist to blow up the planet?
It's fiction.
Yes.
Yes, in the fictional world. Yeah.
Because math is not a. You can't pick up a 5, dude. I don't know why are you laughing. You can do the math for all kinds of things.
So, hold on, you're telling me someone's actually
You don't pick up a 5 in reality.
Someone's done the Death Star.
Are you saying math is reality?
Never underestimate the power of nerdy, geeky people, dude. Trust me, don't underestimate their shit. And yes, they have.
What did it come down to?
Wait, is he actually saying?
What would you actually need to like fire one Death Star laser, like energy-wise? What did they like figure it out to?
I actually bet Neil deGrasse Tyson did the mathematics for this one. I need to get back to my computer and I'll share some cool shit. I'll be home soon.
2 suns or something? It takes like maybe 2 suns to blow up another planet with a laser.
Yeah, but the point is you got fantasy mathematics and it clearly exists, but it's used to tell a story that's not true.
I mean, that's not math. That's like fiction. That is like actual fiction. There's no math involved in that.
Yeah, kind of like a fictitious force, right?
No, not really.
What do you think? What do you think math is? Like some sort of physical thing? Like
I just said, maths describes reality. It's the language we use to describe the universe.
okay, well, it also describes things that are not necessarily real. Like fictional settings, like Goku's King Kai's planet is 33 times smaller than Earth. Like,
why not just mention
there's
minus numbers? That would
mathematics of fictional settings and things like
mention
this.
abstract, non-existent numbers like minus numbers. Why are you saying that like Goku is based on real maths? Like, what are you actually talking about? What does that mean?
You're missing the point. You're saying that math only calculates things in reality. No,
Well, no, I've
you
just said
calculate
that.
all kinds of things that are not reality using math.
The existence of the number zero disproves that, right? Because 0 doesn't exist it's like a paradoxical number. So I never said maths like has to exist within reality. There are abstract numbers and equations you can do based on minus numbers.
Math is conceptual. Like it's a concept. You can't pick up a 5 in reality.
You can't mathematically prove Goku. I don't know what you're talking about.
No one's trying to prove Goku.
Why are you talking about Goku then? Like, what does that have to do with math?
Because you're missing the point. You're saying math describes reality, but it can also describe things that are fictional, like Superman and all kinds of things. You can calculate how fast Superman would need to fly around the globe to defeat gravity or whatever.
Tool. Why are you guys acting so fucking stupid? It's just a tool.
Well,
and
this
it
guy's
depends on
in
how
here
you
saying
use
that
that
math
tool
is
that it
like
can be
reality.
interpreted. It's just a tool.
Yeah, we know that. We know that.
Stop talking about like comic books. You're like,
Yeah, but you're acting like you don't. You're acting like
This
5-year-olds.
guy's missing the point. It's not about comic books in particular, but you're saying math is not reality. Okay, and it doesn't
Math is
only
a
describe
tool.
reality.
It can be used to describe reality.
Reality. Like, how many times do I have to say this, dude? You're like actually fighting people now. You're fighting ghosts.
Dude.
Math's not a force.
Math's, yeah, okay, dude. Never said it was. just chiming in.
I think you're confused. Let's move on.
Deadpan, math is not a force. Sorry, CB.
You're good. He still doesn't know what gravity is, so there's that.
I told you what I think it is. I don't know what you think it is.
What you think it is. So we're supposed to believe in the thing that you think.
I'm
you
not
just made up.
believing it, dude. I'm just kind of interested to hear what you think. Like, agree to disagree. I really don't mind.
You said like we come from two different places. You guys don't even believe in gravity. And we asked you, well, what is gravity? And you're like, well, I don't know.
Me trying to reach you on like a real argument. It's like you actually believe in like magic. So like, why would I even engage it with like trying to?
No, we're just trying to address the things you said. So now you're going on to some other thing that we believe in magic. Where? Hello.
Okay, well, maybe you yourself don't believe in magic. I know a lot of flower do. So you're right.
No, just be like you. Oh, dude, you know, the kids have this saying, "Stand on business." When you say something, you should be able to.
I mean, dude, I've heard some wild.
On it. So, what the hell are you talking about? What magic are you referring to?
That will reveal God to everyone. That's one of the reasons. Most of you guys will just say, "I don't know." When it comes to like presenting a real model of the Earth, it's this sort of like, I actually just don't know. We're more just than actual people with working models of our own. So it doesn't pull me towards.
So one more time, what magic are you talking about?
Well, if you don't believe in gravity, what fills in the blanks for you there?
Oh well, now we have to go back to. Well, there's nothing. You don't need to fill in the blanks, dude.
I mean, you guys can't.
Hold on.
Okay.
Like, let me just. There's a couple things we can address here. Number one, you don't know what gravity is. So when you say, well, you guys don't believe in gravity, you basically don't believe in it either because you don't know what to believe in. You're making it up what you think it is.
I know.
So we can't deny something you created in your own head. So that's first of all.
Dude, I know.
Second of all, no, you don't, because we asked you and you got it wrong.
What did I say that was wrong?
You said it's it's some sort of force that pulls things together.
I said it's an invisible force that pulls objects.
Okay, an invisible force that pulls objects.
Yeah.
That's not even the mainstream.
Go on, then.
Fucking
Explain what I'm wrong. Explain what I'm wrong.
rhetoric. We'll get to that in a second. But in terms of needing to replace a shitty idea that you created, there's no need for that. You have some underlying ideas that are not necessary at all. Number one, your like baseline for reality is you think you should be floating right now. That's fucking retarded. That's crazy. And then number two, you think that something should. Hold on. You think something is preventing you from this floating or flying ability that you never had. So you don't need to replace those ideas. You just need to take those shit ideas away, and you're left with. You're just at rest on the ground. There's no need for you to be prevented from floating because you can't float. That's not. This isn't Goku, bro. This isn't Dragon Ball Z, dude. Newsflash.
What are you talking about?
You asked what dude. You're fucking retarded. You're slow. You said, well, what do you have to replace the idea of gravity? I just showed you you don't need to replace shitty ideas like thinking you can float or something preventing you from an ability like floating that you never had. That's what we're talking about. Can't pay attention. I'm not speaking Chinese here.
Gravity doesn't exist. To me, that's like you're basically living in a magical world where gravity doesn't.
That's not what I said, actually. If you could address what I said, in specificity.
Like what? I don't know. I don't watch Dragon Ball Z. Like, what do I say to that?
I said some things prior to that are more.
I mean, dude, I asked you. What did I get wrong about?
Address that.
Like, love to hear.
So you're just not going to address. You're not going to address it then.
What did I miss? Like, I tried to respond to everything.
I got one.
One more time. 2 ideas. You have 2 ideas that you don't need and don't need replacing. What are those 2 ideas?
Dude, you're explaining what I misheard. So, like,
all right, one more time. The 2 ideas are: 1, you think you should float or fly, whatever you want to call that.
Is this like fictional? Like, neither one of us actually thinks this.
Hold on, no, you do think this. You do think this. Hold on.
You should float.
You do think this.
I don't think.
Watch this. I can show you. If I could turn gravity off for a moment, what would happen?
If you could turn gravity off?
Yeah, if I just snap my fingers for a second and I turn gravity off, what would happen to you?
I don't even know. Like, the sun would implode.
No. To you.
To me,
Yeah. Would you maybe start floating?
I don't know. I mean, time would stop. Like time would actually. It's
No,
a
I'm
fun.
asking you. Well, look, stay focused. Stay focused. We're talking about gravity and what it does to you. So,
Yeah,
if
but
I turn
gravity.
gravity off for a moment,
You know,
would
gravity
you
and time
float?
are physically
Hold on.
linked.
Would you float? Let's just ask you
No,
yes or no questions since
no,
you can
you
answer
wouldn't. You
questions.
would not float because
So, if
time would.
there's no gravity, you would not float.
No, because time would fully stop for like from your
No, not
perspective.
asking you about time. Not asking about time. So,
You
you
don't
said gravity
understand,
pulls things. You said
bro.
gravity pulls
You
things
don't
together.
understand.
So, with the two things being pulled together, is that you and the Earth, perhaps?
You think time and gravity are separate?
Hold on.
No,
You
you
said
have to
gravity
answer.
pulls things. Hold on. You said gravity pulls things together. So,
Are time and gravity separate?
hold on. Are you and the Earth being pulled together?
What right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, if we turn gravity
But
off, would that
time and
stop
gravity.
happening? Hold on. Let's just stay focused.
All right. The
If
answer
I can
no.
snap my fingers and turn off gravity,
Are not
would you and the
separate.
Earth be, dude?
No.
Would you and the Earth be pulled together
No.
still?
You're approaching this with like comic book logic, right? I'm
Not
trying.
really. We're just addressing exactly what you said. So
You're
let's
actually
just stay
using like
focused here.
invincible logic right now, bro. Like you don't understand what would happen if gravity stopped existing. It would
Brother,
be
we're just
whoa, I'm
addressing
floating.
we're addressing exactly what you said here. So stay focused, all right? You said gravity pulls things together. And then you said, okay, well, me and the Earth, we're being pulled together by gravity. So
Yeah.
without gravity,
You're not hearing me.
hold
You're
on.
trying. You just want
Without
to have.
gravity, hold on.
You just really want to have this like little
Without
gotcha.
gravity, would you be pulled together, you and the Earth?
Without gravity, there would be no time. Like everything would
Okay,
stop.
okay, thank you. Cool. We'll give you that. There's no time. Now, would you and the Earth be pulled together
No,
still
because that
without
would
gravity?
time.
No. Okay. So you wouldn't be pulled together with the Earth without gravity. So then what would you call that? If you're currently being pulled down to the Earth and you're
Where's this
attached to it,
leave me down, dude.
I'm just gonna pop you on mute if you can't answer basic questions.
Okay, go ahead.
I've asked you the same question over and over and over. You are not answering.
I mean, look, dude. I'll just say yes. Like yes, I'd float away, like in a film. Like if gravity turned off, I'd be like, whoa, and I'd float away. Can I just answer the question with that?
I mean, that's what you have to think. So I don't know why you're tap dancing around that.
Well, bro, yeah, that's totally what I think. Yeah, we just float away like a balloon. All right, now continue.
Okay, so you do think that then?
Yeah, sure, bro. Yeah.
Well, we know that's what you think. The fact that you tried to deny it earlier is hilarious. So
I want to see where you actually go. I don't want us to get stuck in a quagmire.
Well, I said earlier you have two ideas. You're like, no, I don't think that. I'm showing you how you do. I don't know why you're denying your own worldview right now. That is insane. But that's fine. That's fine. So that's your first idea that you think you would float or fly. Why are you talking in the middle of my sentence? That's crazy.
You're right.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I interrupted you, bro. It's
You do it a lot.
Vibe check, Doris.
You do it like a lot, but it's fine, bro.
Dude,
so that's your first idea. All right. Just get it out, dude. Just get it out, bro.
I just don't see how that was like a gotcha. Like,
well, that was only the first of the two ideas.
Okay.
So we're only halfway there.
Hit me with the second, bro.
You think you can hang on for one more?
I can handle it. Yeah, I think I can.
Yeah, dude, there's no way anything's going to sink in if you just keep yapping the entire time, vibe check guy.
Sure, I'll go on mute. You explain.
Well, just listen instead of waiting to talk.
All right. Well, just for the chat, for the audience, he's like, you have to have an idea to replace gravity. Now we're looking at the idea of gravity and why you don't need to replace those ideas because they're horrible. Why would you float? There's no reason to think that I should be floating right now. This is a baseline idea that people have who believe in gravity. It's completely unnecessary, completely retarded. The only time you've ever seen someone quote unquote float is on TV. Astronauts on YouTube or whatever. You've only seen that on a screen. So that's one. And then two, they think that there's something preventing this floating from happening. You don't have floating or flying abilities. You weren't born with those. So you don't need some other magical force or invisible force to prevent you from this floating or flying ability that you never had. There's just two ideas you don't need. You just take them away, you're good. You don't have to replace that. Why would you replace the idea that you should be floating? That's just a retarded belief. There's no need to replace that. All right. There you go. But then again, when people come in here like, you guys just deny gravity. What is gravity? It's just a force, and like, you don't know what it is. So we're not denying something that you just made up.
If you want to get deeper, it is true that gravity is a lot deeper than just a force that pulls objects together.
Yeah, we know. We know what gravity is. Thank you.
Familiar with time dilation.
We know what it is. That's why we asked you if you know.
I know, dude, I'm responding to you now. Are you familiar with time dilation?
Time dilation.
Yeah.
And this has to do with you floating how?
Just answer the question.
Well,
do
you
know?
He's going to tell us that a clock goes backwards when we go through a black hole.
Well, we just talked to you about how you don't float or fly. Do you have anything to say about
he's yet to even realize that even though there's math out there explaining how Superman can leap and bound to make it appear as if it's flying,
Superman,
it's because the gravity on Krypton is 7 times that of Earth.
No, you're talking about Hulk. That's not
Yeah, there you go. Whoever said that Superman's not real gets a sticker. Yeah, but the math works out though for Superman.
You're talking about Hulk.
I'm asking a couple questions. I'm priming you.
I'm talking about any of the vigilante superheroes.
Time dilation. I don't know why we're talking about Superman.
Well, because he thinks that the math checks out for globe and space, and we're explaining to him that sometimes math checks out for things that are fictional. That's why.
The math doesn't check out for Superman. No.
Yes, it does. The gravity on Krypton is 7 times that of Earth.
Krypton isn't real.
Oh, you guys are catching on.
How is there gravity on Krypton if gravity is not real? What are you saying, dude?
That it's all fake.
How are these? I don't understand how these guys keep missing the point. When you can use math to calculate things that are not necessarily reality.
Like what?
Okay, well, that's why we're giving you fucking fictional examples like Superman. You're like, well, why do you keep bringing up Superman? So they're proving a point.
Superman with math.
For some reason, you hear the word Superman, you're like, well, that's not real. Like, no fucking shit. We're trying to make a point here. We're not saying Superman's real or that important in the conversation.
What math was used?
Don't make me dig up those. People have written books about the physics of superheroes.
Really, that's
cool. You're talking about the Hulk. You're not talking about Superman.
For example, the flip side of the coin is somebody says NASA, and you guys are like, "Oh, real."
I'm willing to
like Superman, and you can identify bullshit.
I'm not saying NASA's like 100% telling the truth. They're like a Nazi. They're originally a Nazi organization. Like, come on. I've got
Elon's our hero. Come on, man. Elon's putting us on Mars.
Elon's a clown, dude. I mean, let's be real.
Why would he lie? Anyway, look. Do you guys get the point of why we're bringing up how math can be used in other contexts?
I want to have a deeper conversation about gravity, and I'm just asking you, do you know what time dilation? It's a really simple question.
What does it have to do with the previous discussion that we just had?
Well, how would you know if it has anything to do with it if you don't know what it is?
Are you fucking kidding me? Why not just answer the question? You'll know.
He doesn't know. His ego's too big for him to say he doesn't know.
Just relax. We can speak for ourselves, dude. We can talk to you in just a second.
Hey, go ahead and speak.
We don't need your permission.
We already addressed that. What he's talking about is clocks going backwards, going through a black hole.
No, when he talks about time dilation, so an object going at speed in the space, so the time will dilate, and the length will contract. So the time will just stretch out, and the length of the object will contract, so it will squish down. So the length of the object will be less than normal when it's accelerating in space and everything.
Necros, dude. Fuck yeah.
What he want to show us, he will show us now that he is putting a clock in an object or a wheel that is high speed. And he will show us that the clock didn't measure the time, so the time just stretched out for the clock, but not for the humans that are not moving around. You'll never show that at all. You will just about.
You don't need to explain what I'm not going to do. You might as well just hear out what I have to say instead of strawmanning me.
Yeah, I understand. You will just talk to me about the time stretching away and the length of the object contract. But you will never show anything about that. You just dream about it. You will tell me stories, and you can talk even the
I'm glad you know what I'm going to say. That you're some kind of psychic. That's really cool, dude.
You won't tell me a story. You will show me that the time that just stretch out and the length of.
I mean, are you describing in your mind a fictional concept right now? Do you believe in time dilation?
No, I don't.
No,
no one gives a fuck about time dilation, and you're not addressing what we just talked to you about, anyways. Moving on to something else.
I actually am addressing it, right? Because the reason time
without addressing it at all.
Dude, let me speak, please. I beg.
You've been speaking without addressing what we talked about.
I'm
What's the point of talking to you if you're not going to address anything?
I'm responding to you, bro. Like, come on.
Not really. Okay, well, I'd like you to address that you can't float. Time doesn't have anything to do with that.
Yeah, I can't float. Yeah.
Okay. So why do you think?
But I can't just like a vampire. No.
So then, when you say, "Well, flat earthers would have to believe in magic if gravity wasn't real," what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, there has to be a reason that things aren't just floating away into space.
There it is. Wait, there it is. Chat. Wait, clipcord, clip it out, brother. Clip that shit out, dude.
Clip that.
Wait, did you miss what you just said?
Go on, explain to me how I wrecked myself, dude.
Wait, repeat what you just said, though. Repeat what you just said.
Well, I mean, do you have a reason, or is it just the permanent?
No. I want to hear it one more time.
I mean, why aren't you floating away? That's my question.
Why would we be? That's what I'm trying to get to you. That's my point.
Aristotle, bro. Aristotle. Come on. Why would we be? That's perfect. Like, you really summed that up with.
No. Genuinely.
The way you.
Why would a human being be floating off the ground?
Why would that even happen, bro? Let's just write that in a scientific journal next time.
You should ask yourself this. This is an underlying base axiom that you hold.
Is that your thesis, though?
Why are you, dude? We're just gonna move on to someone else. You're not adding any value here.
I think I just made you look silly. Like, come on.
Really? Really? Well, when I just hold on for the panel, I called this guy out and said, "You think you float?" And you're like, "No, I don't." And then you turn around 5 minutes later and you're like, "So why don't we float though?"
Well, no, I believe in gravity, so I know why we don't float.
No. We're getting to why you think you should be floating right now. Give us one reason.
I don't think we should be floating right now.
No. Dude, stay focused.
Do you think time dilation is holding us down?
You do think that you should be floating right now. You do think that.
Is that so?
You just said it. Wait, do I need to grab my iPad and play it back for you?
He thinks without time dilation, we'd all be floating away.
You said, well,
he won't even say it now.
Bro, you're flip-flopping like crazy right now.
Really, I'm going back and forth on gravity right now.
Yes. Because first you said, "No, I don't think I should float." Then you're like, "Well, actually, I do." And then, "No, well, I don't."
Well, I've never once said I think we should all be floating right now.
Yes, you do think that. You do think that.
I asked you. I said, "Do you know why we're not all just floating away?"
Okay. There it is, right there.
Yeah, but
there it is, right there. That's you thinking we should be floating, but something's stopping us from this happening.
That I'm asking that question with like genuine fear and.
Hold on. This is exactly what I said. Is that you think you should be floating and that something's preventing this from happening. That's exactly what I said. And that's exactly what you're telling us right now.
You don't believe in any of the floating stuff.
Yeah, what do you think?
Why you haven't given us a solid reason why you should be floating?
I'm starting to see where you're like coming from. The kind of mental gymnastics you're coming from here.
No, it's not mental gymnastics. Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, you don't believe in space, right? Either.
Hold on, dude. We just need a reason. We just need we're addressing what you said. Don't try to flip it on me. You're saying we don't believe in gravity, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the reason
now we want to know why you think you should be floating right now. Just give us a reason.
Right, so like centers of gravity, like planets and asteroids, there'll be gravity on them, right? But out in space, there's no gravity, zero gravity. So if we were equivalent to out in space, we would be floating around like spacemen do in space. We'd be floating around.
So you should be behaving.
Can you follow that?
Like things would behave. Yeah, I follow. I'm just addressing it right now. So you just give me a sec. So you think you should be doing things similar to a place that you've never been. You should be doing that versus what's actually happening on the Earth.
I'm sorry, dude. What? Can you just say it like
Right. So space is the place you've never been. You think reality is more like that than the actual Earth where you don't float. You're like, well, I know we're not floating here, but we should be based off of this place that I've never been.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's what I believe.
Fucking retarded.
So you don't believe in space at all?
No.
No. See, this is what I mean when I say it's like you guys, it's basically magic. Like, how am I meant to?
It's not magic. No, outer space is magic. Floating is magic. Gravity is magic. We haven't offered you any magic.
Space not existing.
This motherfucker just say he didn't believe in space. That's
there we go. There we go. See, this is the point.
Yeah, it's you guys who believe in space.
I could quickly reveal how believing in space is retarded. Also,
please quickly reveal it to me, my guy.
We'll get to you in a second.
Believing in space.
Here, it is retarded. It is retarded.
Yeah, I know.
And we can show you. But for multiple reasons, actually. If you actually are...
How is this one of the biggest channels in this whole fucking server? It's just proof that people are dumb. Like, we did re-elect Donald Trump.
Dude, Yappington. We'll get to you in a second. We'll get to you in a second. This is the most popular call in the server. This is the busiest call on the server. So
I know. And
I know. I wonder why.
That we're fucking morons.
Well, not really, because it's you guys who come here. So, and they get dragged around by the short hairs. So let's talk about outer space for a second. What's more ridiculous? A flat Earth in outer space with a bunch of other globes and then one flat Earth, or there's a flat Earth and no outer space. Which of those two options is more ridiculous and silly? Go ahead, Taurus.
I don't know, dude. It's like Harry Potter versus Game of Thrones.
Just pick one. Pick one.
I don't know, dude. They're both fictional. Like, obviously.
Just pick one. Which, if you had to say one is more dumb than the other, more ridiculous sounding,
it would be Earth in space because
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. I agree with you. So, what you have to understand when we say space is not real, you're like, what? No, you should believe in outer space and your flat Earth. Those two ideas don't go together. That's retarded to believe that.
No, I know.
When you go, you don't believe in space? It's like, actually, you disagree with me that it doesn't make sense to believe in outer space and flat Earth. They don't go together.
Yeah, you're right, dude.
So, yeah, I know. So that's number one. But really, the deeper thing is the argument around it.
You live in
outer space does not exist. Sure, can you look up the definition of gas pressure for us? Make sure Yappington can hear it as well. So, nice and loud for the classroom.
Check the chat, bro. In about 10 seconds.
Sounds good.
Because you don't believe in gravity, so you're taking the argument to a really random place.
Yeah, and you agreed to disagree with yourself about gravity.
It's not a random. Hold on, no, it's not a random place. It's not a random place. We're gonna show you why.
Because you already don't believe in gravity, what I'm posting here isn't going to mean anything to you. Because gravity is what creates.
Hold on. We need a definition of gas pressure. Definition of gas pressure.
Atmospheric pressure changes. It warps.
No, dude. Listen. I'm asking for a definition of gas pressure.
And creates a container.
Hello.
He sounds like a Jehovah's Witness after their pitch fails.
Hello. I see you went to flatearth.ws. Taurus.
Already don't agree with gravity.
Taurus. We're trying to have a conversation here. You're just straight yappuccino right now. Can we get a definition for gas pressure? Yes or no?
Not from me, dude.
All right, let us move on to Yappington. Thank you very much. Yappington, can you give us a definition for gas pressure, please?
Gas pressure?
Yeah, let's get a definition going.
No, I'm not a physicist, but I'm pretty sure like pressure and gas have as you compress gas, I think the pressure builds up. I don't know. That's the most I got for you.
All right, no worries.
He's not asking
Yeah,
you.
I'm not. Well, he literally asked me.
But he's not asking you to make up a definition. You can look for a definition even if you are not.
I mean, I could have, but I just pulled,
don't worry. We did the work for you.
Science out of my brain. You know,
it's fine.
Oh, was it close to what I said? Gas pressure. Like
read it out.
It's actually very close to what I said. As you exert force on a pressure or whatever.
Yeah, read it out. No, read it out, bro. You're almost there. You just keep reading.
What does it say? The name given to the force exerted by. Yeah, that's the same
read it
thing.
out. Read it out. It's for the people in the back.
Is this gonna make a point for you or something?
Yeah, definitely, yes.
Is it? Oh, well, I think the Earth was wrong, but I'll read it out for you. Gas pressure is the name given to a force exerted by gas particles colliding with the wall of their container. Like,
there you go. There you go, right there. Okay, so.
Okay. I don't know how that proves anything
just
for you.
Relax. I got you. I appreciate you reading it out.
I mean,
just chill.
I'm not gonna. Well, can I give my thoughts on that?
Why are you talking? I feel like you should just be relaxed.
You made me read that out. I'm not allowed to give my thoughts on it. All right. Well, my thoughts are.
We don't need your thoughts, right?
That's just like a basic thing that you should know if you ever took physics in your life.
You should know it.
You didn't know it when we asked you, so.
Bro, I literally said the same thing about gas pressure. When you exert pressure builds up. Literally said the same thing. But if you didn't want, did you not hear that though?
No, we heard you. You just missed the key part where you need a wall of a container.
Bro, there's no. No,
go ahead. No, wait. Say it. Go ahead. Yeah, say it.
Well, let's go back to this definition. The container. Oh my god. All right.
Yeah. No. Go ahead.
No. This is gonna be. There's no actual container, man. The container is the outside actual. Hold on. The container is.
You got a big problem. You fucked up.
Don't know the definition.
Can I also get where you got this from? The container.
It literally says NASA.
No, actually,
it literally says NASA, bro.
NASA.
Where does it say that?
NASA.
I don't see that. I'm clicking on the thing that says in the side chat.
NASA gas pressure left to gas pressure. It's the logo of NASA.
Where I don't see a NASA logo anywhere.
Oh my god! Gas pressure overview, below overview. What's that logo,
bro? Where? I don't see a NASA logo. I've been clicking on this. I clicked on it like 4 times. I don't see a NASA logo.
Remember when he sent you the picture with the definition? Gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by the gas.
Nobody sent me a picture. I'm looking at the thing in the side chat.
The thing in the side chat where there is the definition of gas.
Oh no. So I'm looking at this. So we can be on the same page.
Remember where you did read the definition of gas pressure?
Yeah, I was reading off this.
What's that?
I literally just linked it in the side chat. What I was reading off of,
bro.
Okay, that thing. Can you see in the top right, in the top left corner? There is the title, gas pressure. Underneath the title, there is overview. Underneath the word overview.
I did not see that. You know what? You're right. I see that little NASA thing there. All right, you're not wrong. Now I see it.
All right, facts. Okay, well, let's move on. Because when we said outer space is not real, you were like, "What? That's fucking
no."
crazy.
Outer space is real, bro.
No, hold on. We're trying to give you the sauce. Just relax. I know hearing that for the first time, you're like, "What? How is flat Earth not? Or how is space not real? That's insane,
bro."
Here's why it's not real.
Give me the sauce, bro. Go ahead. You're taking
the definition. The definition. You need a container for gas pressure.
And you said you meant to know that. So you are meant to know that gas pressure need a container.
No, actually, what I wanted to say earlier is like, do you not understand that like the container?
This is just a basic version.
Oh my God. If I could speak for a second. Do you know that the container is actually built by the pressure on the outside? You know
that is the pressure that needs to be contained. It doesn't contain itself. It doesn't say that gas pressure.
It literally makes the container, my guy.
No, it needs a container. Listen, read the definition again. Read the definition one more time.
I will read it again. Colliding with the wall of the container. Of their container.
Yeah, not with the wall of extra pressure.
It's literally, the pressure is literally the wall of the container.
No.
Do you not understand this though?
Read the definition again.
I mean, I could read it again for you, but I understand it.
Because you said literal level, apparently.
Don't read it for us. Don't read it for us, but just read it for yourself. When you are reading it, try to process the
I know what this means, bro. So the thing is, right? All right. So, like, imagine you have a balloon, right? And then all the things inside the balloon, and you think the balloon is like the container, right?
The balloon is the container. Yes. Now show us. Now we would need you to show us. Basically, some type of balloon type object with the gas on the outside being contained. Can you do that?
I don't think I can because that doesn't exist.
There you go. Shout out to you. Congratulations. You're our new winner. You've done it.
You have not let me finish.
That's why you need a container for gas pressure. That's why
you do not need,
real.
bro. Literally, the outside of the pressure of, you know what? Never mind.
That's retarded. The outside of the pressure, the outside pressure is what needs to be contained. When we asked you, can you show us an example where there's pressure on the outside of something with no container? You're like, no, it can't be done. Yeah, no shit. Welcome to the club, dude. The snacks are in the back.
Yikes.
I mean, I think it might click. Maybe tonight it'll finally click.
No,
like, you know what? You're right. I can't have.
Okay, so you have
a ball.
No, I don't think so, bro.
You have a ball, and let's just go. You have a car? You have a car?
Bro, let me tell you this.
So let's think of your rims.
No.
Let's think of, no. We're gonna show you. We're gonna show you. No, we don't need it. We don't need that.
The actual container, my guy. Like
that's retarded. Who DM'd you that?
No, I came up with that all on my own, my guy.
Nobody here
the container.
Nobody here is your guy.
Is the actual container, my guy.
Stop calling people your guy. Nobody here is your guy, okay? And you're not that.
Well, fuck you guys then. Space is the actual container. That's what actually contains our fucking, atmosphere and shit like that.
Citation, please.
Yappington. When we talk about gas pressure, we talk about the gases colliding with the walls of the container. It's just not container. We describe it explicitly. Walls of container. Are you telling me that the nothing have walls? Which is space. Space is just the nothing.
That is not what I said. First of all, the atmosphere has like several different layers that are also themselves
Stop yapping.
Barriers. Dude, you literally asked me a question. Am I answering it?
No.
Like, what the fuck? I hate when people do this. They're like, let me ask you a question and don't answer it. Stop fucking yapping.
You're not answering it. I want you to answer the
answering your question.
Not a question that you're imagining. No. The question that I asked you is does the nothingness have walls? Because
there are layers to this shit. Have you ever heard of an atmosphere? Like, come on,
bro. That is the thing that needs a container, ding dong. That's what we're pointing out to you. That's what we're talking about.
bro.
When you say, "Have you heard of
And
that?"
I'm trying to tell
That's
you
what
that
we're
there's
telling you. It
several.
needs to be contained, dude.
There
What
are
the fuck?
several layers to this shit, and they were
We
worried
know
about them for
that.
years. Yeah,
We know
and
that.
those
It's
and
called a
those are the
gradient.
stupid balloons that you're looking for, bro.
Dude,
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah. Well, I
Dude,
mean,
listen.
I think we probably just agree to disagree.
You're
on this.
no. There's no
do that.
disagree. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Dude,
Those
you
layers
said
are
you
the
read
balloon.
a definition.
And if you don't understand,
No, they're not.
He's talking to me. You read a definition, walls of the container, and now you're saying air creates walls. How is that possible?
Gravity keeps the gas in the atmosphere, bro. Y'all are retarded.
Yeah, exactly, man.
That's retarded. That's retarded.
Yeah, there are several layers to the atmosphere. Yeah.
That's retarded, Namikaze. We'll get to you in a second. Hold on.
Not retarded at all. It's probably the best thing anybody's ever said.
No, it's retarded.
Since I've been in here.
We can show how it's retarded.
Did you mute him? Yeah.
No, he's not muted. He's not muted. We can get to that in just a second. It's easily to address. But you said the layers are like different balloons. No. The layers are actually the gas inside the balloon. Ding dong.
No shit. And each layer holds the other layer inwards.
Every time you bring up a balloon, you're proving
no.
that you need a container.
My
you
guy.
are proving a point. You can't have the gas inside the balloon without the rubber, the balloon itself. You said, the different layers are like different.
You'll admit there are layers on the atmosphere, right?
Different gas.
Oh, no, he won't. He won't. All right.
No,
Jedi, just look at his name.
No, that's just a story that was told to you.
Okay.
Hold on. We'll get back to you in a second. Jedi, I'd like you to address.
I'll change my name.
If you wanted to.
Just what the fuck is going on?
Well, we got Yappington. He's just yapping, bro. I mean,
bro. Yeah.
We told him. Let's just recap for the room here. We got people joining. We said outer space is not real. They started laughing. What? That's crazy.
And I said it is.
No one could possibly believe that.
Yeah.
So we're going into. We talked about gas pressure, how it needs walls. Then he's like, "Well, just think of the atmosphere like a balloon." We're like, "Well,
that's not what I
balloon
said
is the
at
container." Then you said the outer space is the container, which is false.
That's not what I said.
You did say that as well. We're live. This is recorded. And then the other guy said gravity contains air. We can cook that as well.
Yeah, I agree with
let's
the
go.
other guy.
We can. All right, great. Jedi, you want to step in here? This would be a good time to step in.
Well, he seems very upset about you rehashing everything that he said, mate. I don't know if I want to step in. He seems to just want to ignore everything everybody said to him.
True. But yeah, let's cook Namikaze because they think gravity contains.
Yikes.
Yeah.
People are.
We got 3 people here saying gravity contains.
Gravity containers.
Yeah, so how does gravity not contain the gas?
Well, can you show us? Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
What the fuck?
Show you?
How does gravity?
Have you ever seen clouds? You fucking stupid motherfucker! Like
what the fuck? What the fuck?
But your brain is a cloud, dude.
Have you ever seen clouds? That's the best example yet. 400
really
tons
is,
of
man.
fucking water up in the air, and you're saying gravity's the cause of them sticking to the ground. You're a numpty.
What do you think? Why do you think clouds are falling away, bro?
Yeah, why the clouds are not falling?
Yeah, why they falling to Earth or floating away?
If gravity is attracting that gas, so the clouds are just.
Have you ever heard of rain? That's when gravity attracts clouds. It starts raining, you stupid motherfuckers.
How does the rain get up there? How does the rain get up there?
Wait.
So how does the rain get up there, though?
Is liquid gas for you?
Wait.
Is liquid gas lighter? Yeah.
No. Because you are telling me that the rain is the clouds. Is liquid the same exact thing as gas for you? Because rain is not clouds for me.
That's not what I said.
Cool.
You said
okay, but
wait, hold on, no. Hold on. Let me answer his.
Why don't you tell us how the rain got up there?
Let me tell him. Let me answer his stupid fucking question. He was like, he's like, oh, clouds, rain. Like, bro, I said clouds turn into rain when gravity attracts them. Do you not understand that?
Why? What the fuck are you talking about?
When we
I mean, clouds. Yeah,
Too stupid to be in here.
turn into
Dude,
rain, bro.
you guys are playing around with somebody
Might
that's
be
mentally
might be
handicapped.
really dumb if you don't understand that. Honestly,
Wait. How? Just answer this question. How does the rain get up there?
Evaporation.
yeah, evaporation, bro.
So what direction does gravity make things go in?
Hold on. Evaporation just ruins your claim.
Hold up. Do you not believe in gravity now? Hold on. Is he
No, I'm asking.
doesn't believe in gravity now?
No, I'm just asking. I'm asking.
All right. Do you not believe in evaporation now? What are you saying, my guy?
For you, dumb fuck. Let me put this down for you. When you say that water changes state and turns to gas, and the gas goes up, that destroys your claim that gravity is containing gases. Because gravity is just a vector downwards. Evaporation destroys that claim.
No, it doesn't. Do you understand that gravity has different fucking levels?
You
Oh, different levels.
Yikes.
Okay, what are you, Avicii?
fucking
You think you're Avicii, bro? You got levels?
Just ridiculous.
All right, slow down, young fella. Please don't talk over Jedi because I can't hear him because your voice cuts him off. So if he's having a chat, you listen. When he's finished, you can ask questions. It's really simple, bro.
Just that key word, evaporation. As soon as the water changes from a liquid to a gas and goes up, that destroys it.
How does that destroy gravity?
Is a container for gases, or changing the direction of a gas molecule.
No, how does gas going up destroy gravity?
Which direction? Sorry.
Oh my god.
Repeat it. I can't hear it. It's Muscle Pete talking. Let me hear it.
So which direction is gravity?
Down.
Right, and the gas went up.
Imagine being this fucking dumb, bro.
Awesome. So this points out. So, excuse me. This points out that you don't have a phenomena for gravity making gas go down. Gas goes
Gravity
up, dude.
does pull gas down. The reason why water vapor goes up is because it's less dense in the air around it. It's the same thing with smoke.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Sorry, hold on. All gas is produced at surface and within the surface level of the Earth because of chemical and biological cycles. And as soon as they are produced, they go up.
Yeah?
Yeah, they go up.
Yeah, they go up because of less dense in the air around it. Not all gases are the same density.
All gases disperse into space.
No, they don't.
Been demonstrated here.
You're fucking dumb. That's why we have an atmosphere. If all...
Shut the fuck up, dude. You're just talking shit. So as soon as you mentioned that when gas is produced and it goes up, by gravity claim that it makes it go down, because gases are following the second law of thermodynamics, entropy is increasing and the gases are filling the space.
Not all gases go up.
Sorry, when the gas is produced, where does it go?
They don't always go up. Some stay on the surface. Some gases are less dense in the air around it, which makes them rise. Other gases are more dense, which is why they stay on the surface.
What's the heaviest gas?
I don't know off the top of my fucking head.
That'll be methane. Why can't I smell shit everywhere?
Because it gets dispersed. What's your point?
Because it gets dispersed. Thank you very much. I rest my fucking claim, dickhead.
I thought gravity contains it, though. Why is it not contained by gravity?
It is contained by gravity. That's why.
But you said it just disperses.
You don't have the phenomena.
By gravity. That's why, as you go up in the atmosphere, it's less and less gas.
Yeah, well done.
Wrong sense.
How does the gas get up there?
Because
so what you're saying, Namikaze. So if that's the case, then all the really heavier so-called gases would be at ground level, and that's what we would be breathing. All the light ones would be up very high. That's not what happens.
Yeah,
they
all the heavy gases
evenly.
are at ground level.
Hold on, I haven't finished talking, Sunshine.
Over here. Go ahead.
All of them mix evenly, and there's just less of them at a higher elevation. That's all.
No, that's not true. There are heavy gases
look it up
at
yourself.
ground level.
You dumb fucking. Can you sort your microphone out? Sounds like you shoved it under your armpit.
Also, where is gravity the strongest? Would it be down here on the ground or up there?
What the fuck's gravity?
They don't know, but we're cooking them right now. Is Mike sorted?
This is just crazy, dude. We're cooking right now. Holy. Groucho Marx is in the chat saying the same thing. No, gravity is the container. No, it's not.
Well, he won't come off mute.
He said, y'all love your gas laws until you have to remain consistent with them. Well, who's being inconsistent? If anyone's being inconsistent, it's you guys when you say, well, gravity's the strongest down here on the ground. But somehow the gases escape the strongest part, go up, and then they're contained, or gravity's the weakest. This makes no fucking sense. You're talking about consistency. That's not consistent at all.
Is gravity? Is gravity in the gas laws? Is it in the formula?
It's hiding behind the PV equals nRT somewhere.
Must the guy who made that law? He must do the test in outer space where there is no gravity. Because using the laws of gas, that's just this agreeing that there is no gravity effect on gases. Just using the laws of gas. So if you claim gravity affect gases, you will have to write a new law of gases here on the surface, how they behave and how gravity is attracting them down. Then you can add the other laws of gases that you can talk about them being made or experimented in outer space where there is no gravity, because there is no gravity in gas laws.
Oh shit!
What happened?
I'm down to chat about this if you guys are. I've unmuted.
Yeah, let's do it.
Great.
Why do you feel?
So we have high pressure at ground level, right?
What's the definition of
and
pressure?
then we have at the height of the summit of Everest, we have 1/10 that amount.
What's the definition of pressure?
What? Can you let me finish my point first, and then you can ask all your questions? You're probably better off typing them into Google, though.
No. What's going to happen is you're going to say pressure an amount of times. Why is the pressure down here higher than the pressure up there, which is lower?
So I would say gravity.
When you say that, I'm going to ask you what the definition of pressure is.
Yeah, gas pressing, or the amount of an element, I guess. The amount a substance presses against the surface.
Okay, so when you're talking about gas pressure, that is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
No, on a surface.
Dude, PV equals nRT. What does the V stand for?
I guess you don't want to talk. You just want to quit.
I do.
No. We can address the surface.
I'm more than willing to have this conversation with you where I educate you about your claim. You keep saying pressure. Pressure here, pressure there. So the definition of pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container as expressed in PV equals nRT. Because if you don't have a fixed volume, you have no boundary to press against. Second law will occur, and entropy will increase, and the gas will continue to fill the available space. The reason why you've got pressure here and there is because you've got a container. Are you running away? You want to say pressure a lot, don't you?
Yeah.
Sorry, you done preaching? Or
no, I'm uneducating you. If this is the way the conversation's that's going to go, then you can stick yourself back on mute. You obviously don't want to.
Yeah, because I was trying to have a conversation. You want to have a quiz?
Groucho,
no, you won't.
Let me ask Groucho.
No, why can't I go down? I didn't even get to finish my statement.
You said a surface. Let's address that.
No, that's beside the point. I'm talking about the two different amounts of
when
pressure.
When he tried to correct you,
it's beside the point that I'm trying to make.
No,
when we have the amount of pressure at sea level, and then the amount that's at the summit
pressure
of
container.
Everest.
You missed that, Rich.
Right? and there's no downward bias and no downward force, why is it the case that the gas does not immediately go to the lower pressure area?
Because there is energy within the system. That would be the T in PV equals nRT. Are you stupid?
That's that would be temperature, right?
Yeah.
And the temperature varies greatly.
Yeah,
not exactly adjoined with the pressure.
Awesome.
You ever heard of the thermosphere?
This is why I asked you what the V was.
Yeah, it's volume. I don't. What are you getting at?
So the point to this is, you can make a temperature gradient by just very manipulating the temperature. You can make a temperature gradient by just very manipulating the amount of gas that is reproduced and cycled within the system, which is what we clearly have in this dynamic, inhomogeneous system where the energy is constantly fluctuating and entropy is not always increasing. You understand this, right?
So you just said a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
No, you understand.
It should be striving towards entropy, should it not?
You understand that we live within a varying environment, right? It changes.
Okay.
It gets hotter. It gets
the point.
colder. You're going to need a container for pressure, dude. Even if you talk about a gas pressure gradient.
Yeah, you can keep claiming that. You haven't answered my question.
God's sake.
No,
You haven't asked one, you've just been preaching.
Ooh, got him. Wait, but you said you just need
I've barely been able to speak. That's funny that you're saying I'm preaching.
Hold on a second. Just then I tried to correct you and said you need a container. You said no, just a surface. You want to stand on that? 'Cause I got some questions.
That's
for
what
you.
pressure is.
Okay, so he's gonna stand on it. No problem. So
upon the walls of its container. That's what pressure.
Why are we running from what I was talking about? I still haven't had
we're
an
not
answer.
running. I'm trying to address it. I just said you just need a surface.
You can't just say dynamic system and expect the problem to go away.
Right.
That's not an answer to the question.
The question is, how do you have gas pressure? You keep pointing to delta X.
No, the question was, why is it the case that it's not an immediate, at the speed of sound, change in pressure from the higher pressure at sea level to the lower pressure, say at the summit of Everest?
I am my fucking throat. Because of the energy within the system.
So you're saying there's more energy at the ground level, therefore the pressure's higher?
I'll say it again, because you clearly don't understand.
Try actually explaining it and not just saying a buzzword sentence.
He's run out of crayons, Rich, for fuckheads like you.
You mentioned
you should go eat something else then.
Shut up.
Alex, this is very complicated. I'll try and explain it to you. You mentioned this earlier, what somebody else did when they tried to white knight about why rain clouds are in the fucking sky. When the water evaporated, the gas was produced here at surface level, like all of the other gases that are produced here at surface level. There's more gas pressure where the gases are produced here at surface level. There is also more radiant heat here at surface level than there is way up in the sky where it's fucking colder.
Yeah, and do gases strive to go from higher pressure to lower pressure?
Yeah, because we live within...
How fast do they do that?
Because we already live within a contained gas pressure environment. That's why you've got a gas pressure gradient, because the environment is contained.
No, you can just assume that and claim that, but you haven't answered the question. How fast does gas move from high pressure to low pressure areas?
The guy doesn't now believe in gas pressure gradients now, apparently.
Yeah.
I
never said I don't believe in gas pressure gradients. I don't. There's no explanation for as to why there would be a gas pressure gradient in a container, because based on your explanation of what pressure is, pressure would have to be against a container, which would be the dome, right? And we have a descent.
Do you not believe that like certain gases are like heavier and lighter than other ones, and that there wouldn't be a gradient, and then like also gravity? Like,
Sir,
crazy.
I can create a gradient of gas pressure inside a container. So let's say, and I can throw to you the demonstration. I will first start with that, but just till I share it with you, I want to explain something. If you take a container and you put inside that container, let's say 14 psi of pressure, and you take that container and you create gas pressure gradient with the differentiating the temperature around the container. So you cool the container, the bottom of the container, you put it inside water with some ice to cool it off, and you heat the top of the container with some fire or hair dryer or anything. So you rise the temperature of the top of the container. You will be able to create a density, a pressure gradient inside the container. Are you telling me if I open the lid of the container, gas will not go, it will not go away from the container, so it will not escape the container up, and it will fill the volume if I rise the pressure inside the container? Because you claim that
based on the flat earthers explanation, depending on the amount of energy around, I could stop it from moving instantly.
Oh my god, the guy's never seen wind before. The fuck?
No. Yeah.
But what a nonsense statement.
Yeah,
so Jedi was just saying that you, based on the amount of energy, you wouldn't have it go from high pressure to low pressure, which is just ridiculous, right? When I say that gravity is affecting the molecules of gas, that's why we have a higher pressure at the ground level than we do at high altitude.
Why did you take it out of context? Yeah, you can shut up for a second. Why did you take what Jedi said out of context? He didn't mention anything about... You shut the fuck up. Right, that's going to help you. When Jedi said about there's energy in the system, he never mentioned anything about the amounts of energy, and you're straight away pulling your dick about it. So how about you stop taking shit out of context and start listening to what he's saying? Or you might be red flagged a bit longer.
He won't do.
Jedi were explaining to you how you vary the pressure gradient. What do you use? You claim gravity. He's saying to you that is not in the formula. You use temperature, like in that demonstration in the side chat. So you are telling us if you create a gradient of pressure inside the container more than 14 psi that is around us, if I open the lid of the container, the gas will not disperse and fill the volume around it. That's nonsense because it's not what happens in reality.
No one's saying that.
You said that.
That's a blatant lie. PV equals nRT has nothing to do with a pressure gradient. And the amount that you could show of a gradient within a container would not be. That's what I said. That's what I said.
So what's the V?
When you have a container and you're supposedly making a container that has a gradient, right? You're not doing it to the same degree that we witness on Earth.
Oh, shut up.
The summit of Everest
shut your fucking
has about
mouth.
1/10 the pressure as at sea level.
I understand. Yeah, claim that with gravity, if you put a container of gas, for example, a vacuum chamber, and you fill it with gas, you will see after a couple moments, you will see 14 psi in the bottom of that container and near perfect vacuum in the 99%, the rest of the volume, like you claim on the Earth.
Show
claim that you can. You have to show that. You are the one who is claiming that you can have in a volume of a vacuum, you can have 1% in the bottom, 1% 14 psi, and the rest it will be a gradient going to near perfect vacuum. 99% just near perfect vacuum, and 14 psi in gradient in that one remaining 1% in the bottom. You can't see that. No. You will never be able to see that because gravity doesn't help you to create an atmosphere or a gas pressure gradient.
Why not? Why does gravity not affect or create a gas pressure gradient?
I'll tell you what, just experimentally show it. We'll give you the phenomena of gas pressure. We'll cause it all day long with a fucking container.
Don't save him. Don't save him. Let him back up his claim.
No, I'm going to. Because
you're going to save him? Okay.
No, I'm going to point out to you the actual crux of the issue. You're causing pressure with gravity. Okay, we can cause pressure with a container all day long. Now, experimentally, you cause pressure with gravity. Can you do that?
I'm talking about the gradient. Jedi.
Yeah, causing pressure.
So when we have
causing the pressure, the gravity is causing the pressure change, the gradient. Awesome. Can you experimentally verify this without just pointing at it and declaring it, please? We'll give you the phenomena.
I have to think about the experiment.
Thank you very much. We'll give you the phenomena, the dependent variable is gas pressure. We'll also give you your phenomena of the cause, the independent variable, gravity. Can you define it and then very manipulate it to cause pressure, please?
Okay, you didn't have to repeat that 5 times, eh? Like, I need to think about what exactly the experiment would be.
Yeah, you can stop talking.
That's perfectly fine.
You can stop talking and
the point here being, what? No, dude, I'm not going to listen to you mumble
the
on.
The point here being that you can't display this scientifically.
What?
No.
Can you guys,
exactly.
Can
now
you guys
start listening.
Put on your muzzles for just like a second.
Okay.
Right?
There you go. Your muzzle's been put on you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Didn't understand what Jedi asked you. Experimentation. Think about it in silence and share it in the side chat, like we shared with you the experimentation of gas. Like we did share with you the experimentation of gas pressure gradient with varying the temperature. Vary the gravity and do your own shit and show us that gravity, that gas pressure gradient made by gravity.
Yeah, let's go one at a time. How about let Glitch pick who do you want to talk to?
It doesn't matter. He just wants to chant shit. Jedi gave him a golden opportunity. He gave him gravity. He gave him his fucking gas pressure gradient. All he wants to do is see it scientifically. That's it. Done. When Rich displays that, we'll let him off.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that sounds like a good way of taking it too. Like, if your container's gravity, homie, just say it. Say the weird thing. Just say it.
Yeah. Like that is my position, right? That the gravity is what is stopping the gas from escaping off into space. There's a downward bias of gas, which we can measure based on the amount of gradient we observe on Earth.
Yeah, cool story.
Yeah, which is actually the bending, the warping of the fabric of time and space, creating a well. Just say it. Just say the weird thing.
Or the bunch of invisible, infinitely small tooth fairies. Yeah, anyone can throw his own speculation and assumption, and without defending it or proving it in reality, demonstration. Like you said, you want to think about a demonstration? Go ahead, think in silence. You're not thinking about a demonstration. In your place, I would just mute myself and go think about that shit. When I find it in my head, I will tap it in internet and bring it to the guys that are asking for.
Why is it the case?
How did it take me much more time than like you when we were talking about gas pressure gradient inside the container with varying the temperature? It was just like a gun ready to shoot. I just shooted you with the proof. So go ahead.
No. Why is it the case that when a glober makes a claim, such as the fact that gravity is what causes this gradient, right? I need a scientific demonstration of this fact. When you guys make claims all day and don't require anything like that.
Like what? What you would do is test your claim. Like, there's a gas pressure gradient. That must mean the gas is being held downwards. And then be like, I wonder what would happen if I went below the surface of the Earth. What happens?
Crit. Hey, Crit.
Yeah.
Jedi had a very simple question for Rich.
Yeah, I think he's just going to say gravity, right? Gravity isn't.
No. Rich was talking about how come every time a glober makes a claim, they have to back it scientifically, and every time an FE makes a claim, they're not backed.
Yeah, that's just taken as dogma.
What?
Now, the question? Hey, hold on. The question was, which claim, Rich?
The claim that Necros made earlier, and I told him he had to demonstrate it. And
I can show you.
The gas pressure gradient in a container.
Did you watch it?
I sent a video. I demonstrated that. You want to see gas pressure inside the container? I can show you that. You want to see gas pressure gradient inside the container? I did send that.
To the degree that we witnessed it on Earth, so to 1/10 the amount.
I mean, look, now we're splitting hairs.
Oh my God. Well, it's a very specific claim.
I don't care, Rich.
I know you don't care. You're trying to run from it.
You haven't given us any. Not one.
No, you can't just give an experiment that doesn't show what the experiment's supposed to show.
It
does I can show you an experiment of dropping balls proving gravity. It doesn't show what you're asking.
Just for a gas pressure gradient.
Craig, can I get one at a time, please?
Cool.
I take that.
So we've got experiments that showed the course of gas pressure as expressed in PV equals nRT. Necros has just been kind enough to go and get some of the multitude for you. Now, can you provide one for your claim that gravity causes pressure? Just one.
Yeah, okay. I can show you an experiment of dropping the feather and the bowling ball. That's an experiment. It's showing gravity.
Gas pressure.
And you're not showing gas pressure to the gradient on Earth. So
we're showing you gas pressure, though, aren't we?
Yeah, and I'm showing you a lack of it. I'm showing you a vacuum.
Rich, I don't know why the fuck I'm
and how things falling. So mute up then. If you don't want to be in the conversation, don't be in the conversation.
So I'll get it again. So the thing in contention was gas pressure gradient. Simple as that. Gas pressure gradient. 3 words. That's the thing that we were talking about. There was no numbers, no nothing in. It was the thing in contention. Can you show gas pressure gradient inside the container? Yes, I can. No numbers needed. Can you show gas pressure inside the container? Simple sentence, simple task. Yes, I can. And I did. Can you show gas pressure without
that's not what I was asking for.
Can you show gas pressure gradient without a container with gravity? Go ahead. Even if it is just something cheap like I did show you, that is not exactly comparable to the Earth.
Thank you for admitting it.
Yeah, well, but because the container is not...
now, why don't you go work on getting something that is comparable, okay?
Wait. Because if we want to do that, that will need a container that will just have to be as big as the Earth, somewhere that we will have to put, I don't know where, in your back or something.
Oh,
but
shit.
No, we talk about one single thing: gas pressure gradient. You are not able to create any type of gas pressure gradient. Small, big, half of what I just showed you, something. You can dream about it. You can draw it on a paper, but you can't demonstrate. I can demonstrate that you can have gas pressure gradient. Just single thing to understand, gas pressure gradient. inside the container. That's demonstratable.
How many times do I have to say that it's not to the amount that we witness on Earth?
Okay, can you
which
show the
is the
experiments that you
issue?
have done?
Because, excuse me, I let you speak. Can you please have the common decency to allow me to finish my
show an
statement?
experiment that you've done.
Holy, now we have the peanut gallery chiming in.
Yeah, well,
Can
if
you
you
guys
don't start
please
talking sense,
allow
you're
there
going to
to be
get
a
railed.
one-on-one?
Yeah, we're going to help you out. Now, you are going to start being in the conversation instead of thinking you run it. Because at the moment, there's about 9 mods in here that run it a lot better than what you do, Rich. So pull your fucking head in.
So, can you show me gas pressure?
Oh my goodness. Dude. Why are you just going to ignore what I was just talking about? Why don't you address the fact? Okay, well then I have no reason to speak to you. If I'm asking for this amount of gradient,
No. It wasn't the task.
Wait a
It
sec.
wasn't the task.
Wait a sec. Yeah, okay. Show this amount of gradient using using gravity as the cause. Then go ahead.
Oh, good. Yeah. Can we get to that?
The amount of pressure we witness and gradient that we witness on Earth.
Okay, go ahead and show that using gravity as the independent.
That's what it is. That's what I'm showing. I'm saying that because we have this decrease in pressure with altitude. That's the evidence.
Gravity. Did you vary and manipulate it?
That's the explanation. I'm giving you the explanation.
Oh,
right?
so you don't know.
That as you increase in altitude, right, because gravity decreases with distance, you have less of a pseudo force applied to these gas molecules, right? Holding them down less. So
How do you
that's
know
the
that?
explanation. But I'm giving you the explanation based on observation.
Is that a story or something you verified via experiment?
I haven't done an experiment to verify it.
Has anybody?
Really, is this where this was going? Was this the waste of the last half hour, Rich? Serious? I'm just going to explain it to you, and you're going to have to buy my story. I don't have to.
I didn't say you have to buy my story.
Shut up. You don't have to scientifically verify your story. You just have to explain your story.
I'm giving an explanation. That's what I have.
Is that Rich?
Why should I have to give more than you do?
Sorry, we are giving you everything that we've got because we understand that when we put gas inside a container, by consequent, it's fucking under pressure. You're
okay,
saying,
so
no,
give me the scientific experiment showing the gradient that we have on Earth in a container. Go ahead.
Can't do that, dude.
Oh, well, you failed then.
Can you give an experiment? Can you give any experiment where you cause pressure with gravity? Just one. That's why we understand.
Nor can you. What's the point?
Yeah, what's the point? I'm going to run away from my claim that gravity.
At least I have an explanation.
My explanation, thank you, is causing this. You're not going to
an explanation can't cause anything, silly.
No shit, Sherlock. If you
why'd you say an explanation caused something?
You fucking weaselly little cunt. Seriously, dude. All day long, we can demonstrate gas pressure requiring a container. You understand this, but you want to replace that with an explanation when you beg the question and say the gas isn't expanded into my vacuum. There's a gravity gradient. You can't verify this in an experiment, can you?
Okay, so you just made a claim. You can verify that you require a container in order to have gas pressure. Please give me the scientific experiment that does so.
You're a fucking weasel. I should boot you out for practice.
Yeah, dude, Rich, Glitch, your explanation doesn't hold up.
A law is an experiment?
Your explanation doesn't hold up. I can look at your explanation and see it doesn't match the observation.
Don't save Jedi Crit. Don't let him run from his claim.
Not saving the one. It's
you're going back to this topic after Jedi just made a claim for which he hasn't substantiated it scientifically. And to him, that's the pinnacle of having a position. So please go ahead, Jedi.
Yeah, you'll need to worry about what Jedi said. You need to worry about what you said.
Nice burden of reversal too there, Rich. You're the one that's still got to display your gravity causing this gradient. scientifically.
Yeah, I have to
that
demonstrate
well.
gravity. Drop
Yeah,
a
no,
pen.
you haven't. Drop a pen. So dropping a pen is going to prove a gas pressure gradient.
No, you just said demonstrate gravity.
Gav, yeah, this is you not listening to the entire fucking sentence. You scientifically have to prove gravity causing, see, listen, causing a gas pressure gradient. Did I do it well, Crit?
Yet Jedi doesn't have to prove that gas pressure.
Yeah, we've got to get to that yet.
You don't. Okay,
So-
don't worry about Jedi. Worry about you.
That was a claim that was made prior to mine.
Yeah, no, you made the first claim. Now, Jedi,
No.
half a fucking hour ago, asked you to prove this. He's still waiting, and he doesn't want to get any fucking older.
No, I already said I didn't have an experiment on hand.
So
to prove
you've
that
got
to you.
nothing. So you just
So I have
piss
the
and win.
explanation, and now I'm
No,
asking
we don't want
Jedi.
explanation. We've already got. Stop. You've already established for the crowd. Explanations mean fuck all. You've already stated that.
I don't
quite
understand how
clearly.
that's been
So
demonstrated.
why are you now handing us an explanation when we just want a scientific experiment that's been done or that you're doing? That'd be awesome.
Okay. So where's the scientific experiment for gas pressure requiring a container?
So these are the experiments that go.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome if you did it.
Okay, so these are the experiments that go into PV equals NRT by Messer, Boyle, Gay-Lussac, and Avogadro, where every single time they put gas
pick your
inside
favorite.
Boyle's law.
Pick your favorite. We'll go through it.
Okay, Boyle's law.
Boyle's law is an experiment?
Yeah, would you like me to go and get the citations?
Do the experiment. Run me through the
scuba dive.
experiment.
Oh my
You can
God.
do it with scuba diving. You take a bottle, 2 separate bottles, with 2 different levels of gas pressure, and then what happens at pressure?
No, so this is an example of there being gas pressure inside of a container. This is not an experiment showing that gas pressure necessarily requires a container.
Inside?
So let's go to the point and the claim instead of running from it and actually show that scientifically
Hang on a
gas
minute.
pressure
You don't dictate shit in here.
a
You've still got to
container.
prove yours yet.
Don't run.
So don't be dictating to him. He ain't running nowhere.
Yeah, you're trying to run.
You're the one sitting in here
Don't
yapping,
run.
claiming everyone's running.
Yeah, you're trying to run right now.
Listen, I'm fat and I'm white. I don't do much running.
Hey, if you want to concede like I did that I don't have a scientific experiment for what that claim was.
So what
then
do
can
you
go
want?
ahead
You
and
want
do
us
it.
to prove gas pressure needs a container. Go and
Yeah,
pick
I
up
want
a
you to
fucking
prove your
oxy bottle.
statement.
Pick up an oxy bottle. Gas pressure in a container. Done.
Again,
Open the fucking
gas
valve.
pressure
Stick your face in front of it.
Gas pressure being in a container doesn't
Well,
mean
how do you
that
get the gas in there
This
without
is
a
like
container?
This is like saying
Rich,
pizza requires
come
a
on.
box.
Yeah, shut up. How the fuck, as a welder, when I need to do some oxy cutting, am I going to walk around, pick up my oxy torch and go, oh, there's oxygen floating around. That's at a high enough pressure. Come on, dumbass. You fucking retard.
So again, it would be like saying that pizza requires a box.
So again,
Because I
like you
found-
have something
because
important.
I found pizza
Stop
in a
fucking
box.
preaching. Rich, you're not here to preach. How do I get a high enough pressure without a container to squeeze it all into?
That's a malformed question, because you're saying that you have to.
It's malformed because you're fucking being a weasel.
Put
like
your
normal.
muzzle on
That's why
after you
it's-
ask a question.
Okay. Muzzled on. It's only malformed because you realised you're fucked. You've got nowhere to go. So straight away you'll do the little 2-step. That's a malformed question. I've heard it before. Try another game plan.
I think what's got Glitch worked up today is that Tesla was banned from Canada.
Oh, I couldn't
And
give
now
less of a fuck.
His dream
Like,
of
can we please
owning
keep?
the
Can we stay
Musk-mobile.
on topic here, Crit, please?
The topic's over, dude. Like
The topic's over. No. I'm gonna die on
Yeah,
this hill
run
that you guys
away.
have failed.
You want to stay on
demonstrate
topic as you reflect the burden in your own argument, dude. You want to stay on topic.
When was my argument that gas pressure requires a container? That's your statement, the flat Earth statement, and it has not been shown scientifically to be a
Well, you could do.
necessity.
Well, don't worry about what flat earthers do. Just go around to all the scientific publications, everyone, like NASA.
No.
All of them.
You
tell
all don't
them-
get to.
You tell
You all
them
don't
that
get to do this.
Tell them to change their words
just for thee and not for me.
to your words. Because if you think they're all wrong, simply because a flat earther cited it, you could go in there. You could dive in there and be like, hey, you guys, check this out. I heard a flat earther say gas pressure requires a container. And they'd be like, okay, and? Can you tell them it doesn't? And they'd be like, well, dude, no, gas pressure requires a container. It's defined. It's defined as the states of matter. That's like solids, liquids, and gases. Yeah, gases require a container.
Look,
And
you
then
can't
tell them that. Can you scientifically validate that, and then see what answer you get from them.
You
They could be
can't
well,
have
Boyle's law. You get all the same answers, and then when they tell you, well, you see, check this out, Glitch.
No,
yeah,
Crit,
like if you
please let me
scuba
say
dive,
something.
You're going to say the same mantra over and over again.
No, I'm going to say that you cannot have gas pressure filling the volume of its container, as well as the fact that you would have a gas pressure gradient that we experience on Earth. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. You have to concede on one of those points.
No, that's easy because the gas pressure gradient isn't related to gravity at all. They'll tell you that.
We're not even talking about gravity right now. We're talking
gas
about the
pressure
fact that you
gradient doesn't
cannot
line up.
have, under your position where there is no gravity, right? You don't have gravity. You have gas that has a law that states that it fills the volume of its container, and you have a gradient such as we have on Earth. These two things cannot be reconciled.
Are you saying you can't have a gradient in a container?
That's no. Do you need me to restate
Yes,
it?
you are. You are saying that. You
no,
are
that's
saying
not
that.
what I'm saying. That you guys can try and
Yes, you
strawman
are.
me all you'd like.
No, you're
Yes,
saying it
that's
has
not
to fill the container. No, you don't even realize that you are saying that because you're saying it has to fill the container, and there can't be a gradient in a container.
The
Just say it.
gradient. I'm saying the gradient to the degree that we have on Earth. You wouldn't have a container that has 1/10 the amount of gas in the top.
Why? How do you know that? How do you know that?
And the fact that gas would
How do you
fill
know that?
the entirety
How
of
do
the
you know that?
container.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
I just explained it. If you guys weren't chanting, how do you know that over and
claimed
over?
it. No, you just claimed it's true without. There's no validation there. You're saying, well, if the container is the Earth size, it would definitely fill it up. It can't be a gradient.
What? No.
How do you know
try
that?
listening. Okay, creation.
Okay,
Bear?
can you have a gradient inside of a container? How about
That's
that?
not a very good job listening.
Can you have a gradient inside of a container?
Of course.
Well, then there you go. We're done.
Can you have a gradient to the extent that we have on Earth in a container?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, demonstrate that.
The Earth.
Oh, so you're just begging the question. You're begging the question without
Well,
an
that's the same
actual
thing you've been
demonstration.
doing all fucking show.
You haven't demonstrated.
That's the same thing,
container.
Rich. That's that's going to help. That's the same thing you've been doing the whole show. Begging the question, gas pressure? Earth is outside. Go and have a look. How about you start fucking listening yourself instead of preaching? Because seriously.
Does gas fill its container?
He was talking the whole time then. He's too stupid to even
No, I just asked the question. Just asked the question, wait for a response.
So your question, from what I heard, does gas fill a container?
Wait, did you say container? What do you need a container for? Container?
Yeah. Why the container, Rich?
What do you mean container?
I'll just wait for you guys to be done and answer the question.
But you keep talking about a container.
Yeah, because we're talking about a container now.
You're no
Does
longer
gas
following along
fill a
to
container?
prove in your own words, Groucho.
Why would you do that?
Something to fill? Because you claim that the container is gravity. Is gravity something to fill? Your question is stupid because you are asking if the gas filled the container.
I wonder when someone will be brave enough to answer.
You're kidding,
And that's what it's going to be. It's going to be complete sidesteps. So he's going to ask a stupid question, and we're trying to
Does
get out
gas
of him
fill its
more.
container is a stupid question. Imagine being that stupid.
Okay, Groucho, fuckwit. Let's just break this down. In what context? Please give us some more information.
Sure.
Have you ever
In
carried a
respect
broken
to
tank?
Jesus Christ. Now there's another person jumping in. The context is
tied
to
up you
have
are,
the
Groucho.
container that would be the first. What do you okay, when I'm asked a question, please don't interrupt me while I'm trying to respond.
Yeah, please
I'm
don't
just
cry. We're getting over it in a hurry.
Actually, though, why does everybody keep jumping in? If somebody had a question, just leave it. Let it stand. Don't pile on top of it.
Well, Migo had a question, and then I don't know.
Yeah, that was asked after CB asked me a question, which is after Matrix asked me a question.
Please.
so me first.
Yeah, so don't make me side with this fucking idiot, for the love of God.
You just did.
Well, you're going to have to do a lot of tap dancing.
All right, just go ahead, bro. Hurry up.
Restate your question.
My question? I thought you were answering someone else's question. Whose question are you answering?
You just said I was first. Matrix.
I was joking, dude.
Okay.
But
Your question
you
to
seem like
us,
you had a
Rich.
point.
I know what my
us
question to
does-
you was.
Does gas fill containers? And I wanted a little bit more context with this.
Yeah, so the firmament, which is a container, would gas fill it?
This is what I wanted more context with. Fill as in we have gas pressure?
No.
Or fill as in you're trying to hunt for, it's got a gradient, there's no gas up the top, but there is gas down the bottom at different pressures. This is what I'm trying to get out of you.
No.
Because
In
you're
the
breathing
way
now,
that
aren't
gas-
you? Yes or no?
In the
Are you
way that
breathing
gas
now?
fills the entirety of a container.
Rich, are you breathing now? Yes or no?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because if you're not breathing, you've got a fucking problem.
I'm speaking right now. Do you think I'd be able to speak if I couldn't breathe?
Excellent. So we have pressure. Awesome. Thank you very much. So there is gas in the container.
This is brain rot.
You said fill
And he left.
entirely.
I fucking win!
He laughed. Wow. And fucking incredible, bro.
I fucking dislike that piece of shit. You've got no idea how much I dislike him.
That's really Rich Evans?
Yep.
Yeah. Kurt calls him Glitch Evans. That's funny, dude. That shit had me dying.
Yeah, I've been privately. I've been calling him Glitch for a while. So I thought I would roll out. Yeah,
That's good. That's good. Damn. I think three of us chimed in there. This was like maybe just 3 minutes ago. But he was like, "I am not saying it must fill, dude. You pretty much just said that. Can you have a container? You can't agree that there's a container and a gradient." And then his questions following were like, "Well, so it would fill entirely, right?" No, not necessarily.
RTH, you got something intelligent to add?
Not this friend. He's not even in the call.
Yes,
could
he
give
is.
him the answer if what he was looking for. Yeah, if you had a container the size of the Earth, then you could represent gas pressure gradient like we have on Earth.
But didn't Necros present to him gradient inside a container?
Yes.
Yeah,
what was his issue with that?
There's always gradients inside containers. Always.
What was his issue with that?
He probably didn't even watch it.
Well, he took back his original statement. That's when he started saying, "Well, the gradient that we have here on Earth, it wouldn't be possible." Yeah, the whole thing was he flamed out. Hope you're listening, Ed.
Oh, he probably is. They're obsessed.
Yeah, I don't know. He started arguing with himself right at that moment, and I don't know. It's not often he leaves like that, runs away mid-sentence.
That was a good cooking session, though. I feel like we cooked thoroughly. All right, who's next? Right the hand. The right the hand thinks that the argument around the container is the same as what the Globers say about gravity. He's saying it's the same exact logic, believing in gravity and understanding there's a container. I disagree. He seems to think that we have too much ego involved to admit it. So what do you guys think, chat?
I've never spoken to Right the Hand. I just know him as a chat skank. If he's got the bollocks to unmute himself, then we'll have a conversation.
Damn, Right the Hand. You gonna take that, bro?
I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, so he'd be chat skanking. He's like, well, if I come off mute, then you guys are gonna get mad. Okay.
We'll get mad if you don't come off mute, and we'll sit here and mock you. How about that?
How about that? Oh, sure.
Never once spoken to the guy. I just know him as a chat skank. He makes stupid ass fucking claims and seems to be some kind of idiot. He can change my mind though. He can unmute himself and we can have the conversation about why he thinks these are fucking parallel.
I mean, bro said some profound stuff before, but I don't know what happened because dude just seems like somebody hurt him. He doesn't want to be affiliated with flat earthers anymore.
That was probably Crit.
It was probably Crit, dude.
Yeah, full disclosure, about a year ago, he had a full nuclear meltdown when talking to me.
There it is. There it is.
It was pretty glorious. It was and it was good. It was good. So then we made up a group chat called Righteous Hands Save Space from Triggering.
Oh,
and then he eventually left the group, and then and then blocked me, and then I re-added his second account, and then we tried again with his second account, and he had a thermal meltdown and left the group again.
Good Lord.
And then we're going to add them again, and we're like, okay, well, sure, who else has them on the friends list? And he just started randomly unfriending anybody we had a shared friend with. Like complete scorched earth. Yeah, so he's like, he couldn't take it anymore.
Telling you, I knew it. Somebody had hurt. They always get hurt, and then they get scarred, and then they get...
Yeah, it had to do with this very simple concept about like a worldview. He asked me some questions about like science and knowledge, and I'm like, yeah, people draw their worldview from philosophy, from religion, and from science. They got the physical, the natural, and the spiritual, and the metaphysical, the mind, body, and soul. And they combine all these aspects together to make their full encompassing worldview. And he just couldn't get out of that you could only use science. I go, well, what about metaphysical ideas? What about spiritual connections and things like that? And I drew up like a Venn diagram and highlighted, hey, science asks why, like philosophies, good and evil, like religion, asks like where do we come from and stuff like that, and he just it never, none of it ever sunk in. And I tried to tell him about science being the word science and natural science. You could say the word science means knowledge, natural science being the method of adjudicating the cause and effect through experiment. He never got that either. Like he's like dude, really?
Oh yeah, Crit.
Yeah.
I saw your last news thing, man. That was fucking funny. The Antarctic one.
What was it?
His news clip that he does. I saw that this morning.
Someone read the headline. Read the headline.
See, it's a visual comedy. You gotta see it.
You gotta see it.
Yeah, let me post it. That's why I do. Like sometimes they land and they're really funny, and other times they don't. It's like it's I never get it. I try. But okay.
The reason I had a good laugh of it, I was on FED live when he called up. And it was funny because I'm sitting there just looking through Discord chat, and next thing he shows, McToon comes on there, and I'm looking at the name thinking, oh yeah, someone's taking the piss. And next thing he starts speaking, and it's like, holy shit, it's him. Where's the guns, Nathan? Nathan, you lied. Where's the gun? And he's having a fucking meltdown on air. I'm pissing myself laughing.
Yeah, do you see it? I posted in text chat, CB. Do you see it?
All right. Let's take a look. Fear at isolated Antarctica base as man accused of attacking. Is that a real thing? Or someone?
Yeah,
made
that's a real headline. Yeah.
Wow. What the heck, man? That video of him pacing though on the phone is too funny. Where's the guns?
It's like if you wanted
still having a meltdown in text. I left when I realised just how disingenuous the nature of the conversation was, failing to provide any sort of answer to my question other than saying gas pressure needs a container. Well, let's go back around in circles. Prove gas pressure without a container. That's simple. Anyways, as you work, Crit.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that if you really wanted to test the claim, like if you really thought Nathan told him he can't freely explore Antarctica because of like systems of power and control, why didn't Looney Tune just jump on some sort of like snowmobile and just say deuces and just go where he wanted? And then live stream it. You go like, hey, dude, I passed the red flags. I've been snowmobiling out here in the middle of nowhere, doing my own fucking thing all day long, and no one's even cared. No one's tried to stop me. No one even said anything at all. He waited. He got on the plane, told him exactly where to go, where to stand. He complied the whole time. So they didn't need any guns to get him to do exactly what they told him to do. He did it. He complied. He was supposed to do it when they tell him, hey, don't go over there. And then he walks over there. Says, okay, well, I'm over here. You said I can't go over here. What's the method of control where you're going to tell me I can't do what I want to do now that I'm down here? See, he chickened out. He got chicken, and he knew his goose was cooked. So the best thing he could do was just like start freaking out on Discord. And you're like, well, dude, that you kind of exposed yourself, homie. Because everywhere you went is where they wanted you to go.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I just got back. Hello.
Welcome, sir. How are you?
You go back? You arrived to Earth with the space crew? You're back?
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back to Earth.
Nah, I'm a fighter for... What's up?
You're back. We'll turn around and face us when you speak to us.
Baby got back.
Do the hokey pokey.
Turn myself around. That's what it's all about. All right.
I saw a bumper sticker one time.
You're
that said,
not a flat earther.
It said, "What if the hokey pokey is what it's all about?" Yeah, I doubt if he's a flat earther. If that's what he's saying he is, there's no way he is.
Oh, fuck are you on about? What?
Shouldn't you be ashamed and hiding yourself from society?
He was saying some very
What?
questionable things earlier.
I mean, they were jokes, so...
Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
That's Capro. They weren't jokes.
No, they were.
Is this a joke?
No.
That's that, bro.
I like the name you got. That's pretty funny. That's that Harvard bad boy who like says all kinds of crazy space shit.
Yeah, real professor of Harvard really doesn't matter. Doesn't really mean much when the president's a plagiarist. With the ex-president of Harvard is a plagiarist. I wonder how many more of those there are.
Remember that Harvard professor who said that space poop was an alien probe?
Yeah, I remember the press conference.
Or and he said that he was going to dive. He went to some wreck site where he said an alien spacecraft had crashed, and then brought up little metal spheres that said that they were alien technology.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it gets weird. It gets weird quick.
Yo, Crit.
Yo.
Check your DM. Most recent message.
Don't do it, bro. It's prawn.
Is it going to be a Richard Nixon pick?
No.
Cat person just joined and left, scurried away.
Yeah, here, I'll check in a second. I'm tabbed out doing something.
Lord Xavier's here. Barney the dinosaur.
There. Now you can check either or. Perfect. Rocky, stop barking! Damn, bro.
Dog like that is a bit rough.
Your guys'
well, I got
kind of mountain.
I got something for you. If I told you that there's pinned messages in the text chat, what would you do to find them?
Look for a pin.
Scroll all the way up. I mean, I forget how to do it. I know that there's a shortcut. Hold on.
Well, I mean, like in the text channel, yeah, there's like a pinned little button you can push, and it throws up all the pinned messages. But the VC.
I just realized why I can't see it. It's because I'm not on regular Discord. I'm on browser. Makes sense. But if I scroll all the way up, I should be able to find them.
Yeah, there's like a pin, because that's what that means, right? If you pin something, it keeps it on top.
Yeah, it stays where it was. But for me, I gotta scroll like up for a bit because unfortunately I'm not on my regular application. Oh, here we go. All right, what am I looking for?
No, I just was curious because there was a little bit ago, a couple days ago, there's some globalists who said there's no pinned comments in this channel.
No, there definitely is. That's very false. I'm seeing stuff from like all the way from. See, I'm seeing January all the way to February 2024. Yeah, there's definitely pinned messages. Yeah, I see something from Brenda Debates on December the 14th. Yep, it's all here. Yeah, well, I guess that person doesn't understand what a pin message means on Discord. So there you go. There's stuff.
Or just in general, because like all the guest channels or all the text channels attached to a VC, you can do that in. Using there's a bot that lets you pin the message and keeps it from being deleted. So I was saying like, hey, why? Oh, here, one sec.
I believe that there's like a shortcut that I can do something pretty cool. I just don't remember how to do it. Yeah, so if I go to, let's see, and then 24/7 Flat Earth, and I look it up. I go to pin messages. Ah, fuck. Alright, that doesn't work. Never mind.
I really enjoy listening to your keystrokes and yawns.
Yeah, it's really loud.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that's probably why I muted my mic. I'm being respectable. I apologize. I didn't even know that noise suppression was off.
I was waiting for the ping at the end of it.
Yeah, very good.
Showing your age now.
Yeah, my bad. Accident. Thought that my noise suppression was on, but it was off. So, yeah. You guys actually want to hear what it sounds like up close, though? No, I'm just kidding.
I wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't want to.
Good choice.
I'm not that mischievous.
It sounded close enough the first time, and there were about 8 of us that couldn't stand listening to it anymore.
Pretty damn sure my downstairs neighbors heard it as well.
Well, I made it at the 4th word, and there was about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There was around 20 words, so I cut off on the 3rd. So, respect. Salute. Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
You said you're back. How was what happened the first time you were here? Or the time previous?
I left because I wanted to finish up on some assignments. I had to do some science homework.
Yeah, no. What was the conversation that you had the first time?
Just talking about different functions by different elements, I believe it was, and we were just talking about how flat Earth wasn't a belief, and I basically got bitched because I didn't actually understand that it wasn't actually a theory and that it's actually just the truth. I realized that pretty fast. Talking about things, how change happens over time when it's put into effect, stuff like that. It was pretty fun. I went to do some homework.
How many years ago was that?
Do you see where it shows VIP partners on the server? Here, I can send you a link. You'll be able to go on to our.
think I'm in it now.
You'll be able to go to our main server, and there's all kinds of information, like all alphabetized and organized.
Got you. Yeah, because like
there, if you click on that link, it will send you to the VIP partners text channel on politics, and we got the Discord link right there.
Perfect. I can actually win a bit. And awesome.
Yeah, it'd be kind of nice if you use that because we can. They're keeping track of the metrics of how many people come from politics or not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I joined. I gotta tell you something funny. Hold up.
Just check in right now. I'll give you the VC verified role.
You're gonna find this fucking hilarious. Because this was when. Wait, let me see. Let me just verify something. Oh wow, this was only in January. Maybe I shouldn't actually.
There you go. You're checked in on the server. You should be able to access everything.
Fuck. But. This is gonna be funny.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's where a lot of people end up. I was there.
Yeah, no, all I said was I want proof that the Earth isn't like, round, and then there I was. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. Let's see. Oh wow, there's a lot of information in here. Holy shit! I just found it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's all organized too by topic, so you get to pick one topic at a time and go through it.
Jeez. Holy fuck. Okay. Yeah, I'll start reading for this right now actually. Probably on the bottom where I am. In the additional information, is there anything from those channels that I should wait and read something else, like the cryptos channel or the corner?
No,
Oh,
just
wait,
kind
that's
of
not
go
needed.
through and find what topics do you like the most, and then just pick that, and then start off do small bites instead of diving in and trying to understand the whole topic, all of flat Earth. Just pick one thing at a time and slowly go through it.
Alrighty. I will do so. What do you think inside of this channel is?
Like the globalists will be like, hey, they'll ask you a bunch of questions. They won't take any answers and expect that you've got to explain every possible thing. Perfect, down to the last detail. And then when you can't, be like, okay, well, sure. Now, can you take questions using the same methods and practices? Explain it all. Perfect, down to the last detail. And they won't be able to. And you're like, well, okay, so now you're a flat earther too? And they'll be like, yes and no.
Imagine. I mean, that's a good point because I got boxed in like 20 times. Like, I think it was like 5 weeks ago. I think it might have actually been. Who was it? Oh, yeah, I think it was you, Crit. Somebody boxed me in really fucking hard about a conversation about boats, and then I got like fucked by like 5 people, and then yeah, it was a whole shebang. That day really changed my opinion about Earth. So, I can see what you mean. Oh wow, there's more. Magnetic fields. Okay.
Hey, Crit, you there?
Yeah, man.
What's going on, man?
Not too much.
I've been waiting to smash the globe, but I haven't had a chance to talk to anybody.
If that's what you're after, you can go to Gempanda's server. Smash the globe there.
Yeah. They're full of chimpanzees just waiting to talk to you.
Who's Gem Panda?
He runs Debate Flat Earth and More, which is I don't know what to call it kind of server. It's a server full of anti-flat earthers who who also have furry PFPs.
What's the server?
Please send that.
So it's a furry hangout and an anti-flat Earth headquarters. And a lot of the people that you see us banned in here all the time are those people.
How many people that you guys have banned is that percentage of that group?
Yeah, I think it's pretty low. I mean, a lot of them, they don't come over here because this server requires some extra security. Like you have to verify your phone number and whatnot. They're kind of like hiding behind like layers and layers of socks and, fake email addresses and
because they're creepy people.
Yeah, they're trying to use OPSEC on Discord, which is fucking stupid because it's P2P. Probably fucking retarded.
Yeah, with Discord as a middleman.
Yeah, you can't even pull IPs through it. It's impossible.
No, you can't, but Discord can.
Yeah, Discord can, or you can get into Cloudflare, which takes like a lot of knowledge, and you can like kind of piece together where the logs are inside of a VC, and you can like track a user to the user IP and assume, but you'll never get a direct user to user IP. That's impossible. So even then, it's fucking dumb. Because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to be secure by using random emails so that they can do a whole bunch of troll shit without getting detected from their ISP.
Which makes you wonder, what are they up to? Like, they have names like Happy Hippo, Gary Giraffe.
I don't know what they would be up to. Probably cyber crimes. Maybe a little bit of pedophilia if they're making fucking email accounts. Yeah.
Hey, dude, Discord is known for having a lot of messed up people.
Oh yeah, I know all about it, bro. I've been inside of some crazy fucking communities. Like there was one that was called like Lemon Hangout, and like the owner was just like so fucking odd.
Oh yeah, I wonder what happened to that. That server just disappeared one day, and I didn't really know. I used to like going there because they post a lot of fun. There's like a memes channel, and that's pretty much all I ever went to.
But you actually knew what that server was?
Yeah, yeah. It basically just had.
You're OG then.
Yeah, it was just a picture of a lemon for the server icon. Yeah, yeah.
The owner got doxxed because he sent over 600 dick pics to minors, and then he finally got caught because he would send it and then he would ban them. So, yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea what happened. It's like every once in a while, I mean, like there's a lot of random servers out there that appear and disappear, and you just never really know what happened.
Yeah. Usually these servers disappear because they break TOS and then they get like fully deleted, like by a Discord staff, and then yeah, that's about it. But there's just too much shit that happens on the internet that should be fixed. That's about it. Like they should make it so that there's like these scanners that scan text conversations between users and other users to monitor performance and behaviors so that they can know for sure if somebody is a pedophile without having people left to guess to report them themselves to law enforcement. That should not be the people's jobs. That should be Discord's job. That's all I'm saying. Because I've had to report like probably over 100. Just like within a year? Yeah. I'm actually looking forward towards Call of Duty Black Ops 6, the new zombie map that they're making. It's like the mansion from Buried. It's actually really fucking sick. Finally releasing something good. Yep. Yo, Kurt, check side chat.
I'm kind of busy right now. Just so I tabbed out of Discord. What's going on?
Oh, I said I posted one of Avi Loeb's arguments. Astronomer Avi Loeb says aliens have visited, and it's just not kidding.
Oh yeah, I love that guy. It's hilarious, man.
He's funny as fuck. I actually almost called him earlier when you saw that message when I said I went to smoke some weed and I almost got hit by a car, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, as I was smoking, I was literally just about to call his number while I was smoking and getting fried. I was gonna be like, hey, just smoking some weed. I was just wanting to ask you a few questions. And then this fucking car, as I'm pulling up my phone, almost swipes into me. I'm like, yo! But yeah. I'm gonna give him a call later. Like that. Alright, guys, everybody watch the video inside chat. It's very important. It conveys a good message.
I refuse. Okay, I'll watch it.
Actually, I'm going to refuse because I'm going to work. You'll have yourselves a good day. Peace, guys.
Good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck.
Yarr.
Yes, sir. I just typed out a 5-page fucking Google Doc within. Let's see. Yeah, within like 3 hours. And my fucking hands hurt. I'm never doing that again. Oh, guys, I need a tip. What's the best way not to procrastinate?
Just think about it tomorrow. I'll get back to you.
Alright.
If you're struggling to do something, just go do it for 5 minutes and be done with it. Next thing you know, you'll be working on it for 15 minutes.
Actually, that's a good point. It's a very good point. I'll do that. I'll do that. Yeah, because that was due at 5, and I literally submitted it 2 minutes before the deadline.
You're already procrastinating again.
No, I'm already done the assignment. That was the last assignment I had to do. It's just like, I had a week to do that assignment, and I only finished it today. Like, completely. So, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm very bad with work. Even though I'll probably get like a 90.
Okay. I'll bite. What was the assignment about? What kind of assignment?
Okay. It was a assignment on English about a physicist, right? And it was talking about different types of physics in a, how do I put it? In a landslide. So I had to make a project that basically talks about human ethics and human intelligence. So basically what you do is you map a whole bunch of like countries and races to like a certain IQ point, and you explain if the IQ point is false or if it's measured accurately. And you have to do it in literally the most non-racist way. And I barely even looked over my work, so I'm quite worried. But yeah, that's all it is.
Wow.
Just basically marking IQs.
No wonder it took you so long. I'd be falling asleep day one, like.
I mean, 5 pages, 3 hours. Not bad.
Without
sounds like the way out of that is to start quoting Marx and get into critical race theory and crap, and then you'll get an A+.
Yep. This is my last assignment, and then I can start going into cybersecurity in September. I'm very happy. I'm waiting for this.
Are you aiming for that PhD?
Oh, fuck yeah. I'm trying to at least get through my master's so that I can start working like...
Oh, master's? Oh, respect, bro.
Some sort of corpse. Corpse.
How old is
I meant
you?
to say fucking...
Corpse?
Not corpse. What was I going to say?
Well, the Globe Model is a corpse.
Corporation. I cut myself off. My bad. I'm 20.
To be young again.
All you have to do is come up with something that nobody else has thought about before. That's all you have to do.
Oh, yeah. Here's a good example. You guys know binaries, right? You guys kind of understand that? 0101 stuff?
Yeah.
Talks? Yeah. I think a good theory to start making would be making your computer have the ability to talk to you through your binary. I think it can be possible.
Sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah.
Pretty much. It could be like, what's the most traumatizing thing that you've seen on my computer? Seeing them girls be naked on Pornhub. Did you like it? No, I didn't.
Eventually, you'll get to the stage where you say, computer, go to sleep and never fucking wake up.
Quantum computing, 10 years.
That's not possible, Hal.
It was, but somebody fucking hacked them. It's definitely possible, but they fucked it up. They made it so that they were vulnerable and so that an attacker could get inside of their system. And as soon as you do that, that's instantly telling you... Oh my god. That's telling you straight away that it's going to be easily compromised. So there's not really a point. If that makes sense.
20.
I'm 20.
Are you university?
No. I'm debating on university or college by September. That's the deadline I got.
Well,
I'm
if you
thinking
masters, you gotta go to university.
Yes, I'm gonna be starting off in college. That's like number one understanding. And then once I get that done and I get my, my certification, blah blah blah, and my diploma for college, I'm gonna try to transfer that over to university. And if I can't do that, I'm just gonna go back to school, do a few more years, prove that I have knowledge of cyber, and then boom. I also want to become a software engineer too, but that's a lot of work. Not something I got time for. So.
Yeah, you won't get a job in that field unless you got a portfolio.
Absolutely. The easiest way to start one is by showing proof that you have the knowledge to get the job, right? Which is having certificates, so like Security Plus, Networking Plus, CCNA, OSCP, all the good flags like the The CEH is the best one that you can get. If you can get that cert, anybody will hire you. And it's actually not that bad. Pretty easy to get. I've gotten it. I technically can be hired in the workplace. It's just I kind of want to wait. You know what I mean? Because it's better to show that you have college knowledge rather than just having knowledge online from other shit. So yeah. Is anybody here a engineer and anything?
I dabbled.
How was the dabble?
Double.
Double.
I built the bridge or two.
Yeah. I actually wanted to learn
I built the
about
bridge and got over it.
Sorry, continue. I apologize.
No, I'm just saying I built the bridge and got over it.
Yeah, I feel that. I mean, it'd be tricky. I was like, the first thing that I really wanted to get into was nuclear science and like bomb engineering and like missiles, etc. That's something that I really wanted to do because I have the knowledge for it. But
you just want to watch the world burn?
No.
Nuclear.
I'm not promoting world violence. We're just craft these nanotypes, right? And then you basically make certain like new inventions of missiles. But the reason why I'm not doing that is because A, I have to do over 15 years of school, and B, just no. It would have been fun though. I'm not gonna lie.
It's like a lifetime.
Oh yeah. Just like cybersecurity. You get your cybersecurity as your starter, you become an analyst. You gotta go through just 8 years to get to cybersecurity professional. From college to university, you take a switch. Very difficult.
Do you have to do it through NordVPN?
NordVPN.
NordVPN.
This video is sponsored by NordVPN.
30% off.
But yeah, I'm gonna drop some resources if anybody likes IT real quick. Is my keyboard going through my mic? Can anyone verify that?
The whole lot of things going through your mic, even your voice.
No, there's not. Yeah, even when your dog was barking, no, I couldn't hear it.
Yeah, you seem to have sorted that wee problem
when I'm
out.
Typing that. Okay, well that's good. This hack the box over the wire.
It's only taken me 15 years how to figure out how to use a mic, 15 fucking years.
There's another one.
I still don't think I got it.
Cybersecurity. There's a roadmap here. Alright.
Well, it's the future, isn't it, Cyber?
Is this the proper... No, this is not the proper website. Don't click on that. Whoa. Okay. Never mind. I'm going to get rid of that part. Okay. But yeah, if you guys want to learn cybersecurity, I sent you guys 5 links that are going to teach you. Well, they're not really links, but you'll be able to find it. Just basic stuff.
What am I going to do with that knowledge?
Hierography. Cryptography. Well, it's just going to make you smarter around yourself and have the ability to defend against an attack if you're ever attacked. Which is rare, but...
Turn off your router.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if you actually look into it, when you actually get DDoSed and somebody hacks your router, the inside of your modem actually has a panic feature and it starts to light up like crazy. And the reason is because the coils inside of it are getting fried. And that's why you actually have to unplug it, or else your router gets fried from the attack. That's how it works. It's actually true. It's rare to happen because you need to send like, I don't know, like 20,000 bits, and you need like a full server. But
that's why you always keep a spare modem in your cupboard.
Exactly. I have 3 routers connected to each other just in case if this happens.
Just in case.
Because like, it's not even for like security. It's just so like, if one blows up, I can still have internet at the end of the day. And none of that has happened, and I've been on the internet for like 6 years. I mean, longer, but I only got my PC like fucking 3 years ago. Holy shit. That means I used my Chromebook for 3 years. That's embarrassing.
It is. Especially you must have paid a heavy price for that. That is embarrassing.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking Chromebooks for £800? Go fuck yourself.
No, I had a Chromebook that I had for 3 years. I probably spent around like $400 on it. Very stupid shit investment. Just to have something to use the internet with. Thought that I was going to be able to play Minecraft on it. Realized that was impossible. Got really upset. And then 2 years later, of begging, yeah, I bought a $4,000 PC, and the first fucking 3 months of getting it, I started studying cyber that I've been learning about for like 3-4 years. Pretty cool. Oh, yo, PMAC. Yo, PMAC, are you there? Yo, Toby, you just liked pretty hard. I just realized that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna leak something actually. Here. Halfway through vision testing that basically dives into web development and what else was it? And prototypes. Prototype. With different abilities.
What's up,
Yo, PMAC.
Yo.
I was trying to tell you something funny. You know how your username is Jokeaholic?
Well, it's an afterthought.
Yeah, my dad calls me a popaholic.
So what are you, into Pop-Tarts?
No, like soda. We call it pop here.
Oh, pop. Oh, you're Canadian?
Yeah, I call it popaholic.
I apologize for just for those. I feel sorry for you.
Yeah, now we got fucking Mark Harney, and it's even fucking worse. Like, fuck, man.
Yeah, you just fucking can't win. The governor of the Bank of England for 5 or 6 years, and he was useless too. Like, yeah, they're all fucking connected.
Yeah, we gotta wait a fucking month. and Polyev is getting in, then I'm fucking happy.
What do you
But
call the
until then,
opposition?
I'm fucking mad.
Yeah, the opposition guy's pretty good. I watch him on YouTube. What do you call him?
He's good. I believe his name is something Ford, right? Doug Ford?
Yeah, I don't know. I remember, when they had the interview with the reporter.
He is the guy who is promoting Mark Carney right now, and he's being very fucking annoying. But
that is annoying.
He's with the conservative government.
No,
But
this
he's
guy's
literally
on
going liberal.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, who's the guy you're referring to, though? I can look him up and see.
Well, I'm going to try to find out now. Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah, Polyev.
Yeah.
Yeah, Polyev.
What do you think about him?
I think that he needs to get the fuck in. And I think that this Mark Carney guy needs to get the fuck out. Because he's starting to scare me.
Poilievre's going to make Canada great again.
He actually would. He actually would. And I'll tell you why.
Go ahead.
He's actually getting rid of the carbon tax, right? Completely. And we've been waiting for that for over 5 years. Mark Carney is saying that he's disabling it. But the thing is, even though that we're carbon tax neutral, his whole entire life depends on carbon tax. Meaning in like 3 weeks or... Wait, it's 21 degrees outside? I'm gonna go outside in a bit. Holy fuck.
Is that Celsius or Fahrenheit? It has to be Fahrenheit.
Celsius.
You're joking.
No.
How the fuck is it 21
Canadian
degrees?
Ontario. Fucking beautiful. Holy fuck.
You stole the fucking sun, have you? Have you stolen the fucking sun?
Maybe.
So Poirier.
Yeah, but if I'm being completely honest, bro, this weather's gonna be gone. Then like probably tomorrow. Probably gonna drop all the way down to like 10 again.
Yep. Yeah.
Maybe even 5.
Pride winter, yeah. Oh, carbon tax. Aye. Most of the world is starting to wake up to the bullshittery.
Yes. So he's basically gonna get rid of it, and then he's gonna bring it back and reintroduce it by the time that the election comes. And people, if they vote for him, or if he gets close to being elected, are gonna be stuck with carbon tax for another 4 years. So
yeah,
hopefully
hooray.
that doesn't happen. Because that's going to affect my schooling, taxes, etc. My parents.
What did you think about?
Really.
As a Canadian, I'd like to ask you, what did you think about the whole Canadian protest, the trucker protest, and freezing of bank accounts? And what did you think about that?
Oh yes, I thought that was really fucking gay. It actually happened to me on PayPal.
You got frozen?
Oh yeah. I made a post about Justin Trudeau and how he fucking sucks, and I posted it on TikTok. And my PayPal, I decided to make it for donations of it being inside of my bio. And yeah, my bank account got frozen.
Well, listen, bro, how dare you invoke your right to free speech? That's disgusting.
Yeah, bro, I know, right? It's not like I was being racist, homophobic, sexist, blah, blah, blah. Even though, like, fuck, I would. Not towards the opposed race in front of them, but in general, I would. I'm a very nice person. I don't think I could. I don't think I could go up to a black. No. I am. I don't think I can go up to a black person and just call them a slur. I can't see me. I can't see myself doing that.
I like people. People are people.
Are you also from Canada?
Me, I am next door to you. Hello, Abby. Look out your window, I'm waving at you.
Oh, okay.
No,
right, you have a very thick accent.
Can you guess where I'm from, Abby? Most people would say
I want to say Australia, Austria, or the UK. I'm not sure, though.
Swing and a miss. My God, you are so far away, it's unbelievable.
Maybe you're Irish? Ireland?
Maybe. Maybe.
Is that closer?
So that's very close. You're almost there.
Alright, wait. Let me open up my.
Now you're bang on, bro.
Fuck, I'm bad at this.
Ireland. So anyway, Canada, 51st state. Your thoughts?
Oh my god.
That bad, huh?
Dude, if we become a 51st state with America, we're going to be treated a lot worse than the Americans. So, no. But don't get me wrong. I idolize America. I would rather live in America than fucking Canada. Because, A, we don't have a president system. We have a prime minister system.
Yeah.
And
Like
all these people with their politics and their political inputs aren't from actually good undergraduate schools. So, they need to fuck off. Like, actually. Plus, if you look at Justin Trudeau's background, he only went for university English, and he got in, which is fucking insane. Like, that's unheard of. He was probably grandfathered.
While wearing a blackface? Never mind.
I didn't hear what you said.
While he got in while wearing a blackface. Did you see the last interview he gave there? He was almost yeah, you got that one. While he was
I know what you're talking about. You're funny.
No, I'm not. So he was in tears there. We have the Canadians back. We have your back. On his way out. It's just full of shit,
If
bro.
you look, if you go back to when the BLM protests were happening, right, or like when the Palestine situation was first introduced, or like all this stuff, you realize he was a lot more calm towards the opposed. Like for the black people, he was a lot more calm. For like the Palestinians, like Muslims, he was a lot more calm. He would give out like these, I want to say, information where he would accept them, but like it's said in like a way of like a solemnly sorry, and you can tell like he just does not give a fuck, and that he is just trying to do it for attention. He does that with like every single soft situation around the world. He's stupid.
They all do.
He's gonna get assassinated one day.
Whoa.
No. Wouldn't wish bad on anybody. Just for the record.
Oh, my bad. I take that back.
Yeah, we are live on YouTube.
We love people.
Oh, you
all
are?
Kinds,
oh, shit.
all colors, shapes, and sizes. You're all fucking brilliant, you bastards.
I'm sorry, I love the Liberal Party.
They're so liberal. It's almost liberating. So,
the libertarian government is amazing.
Always accuse the opposition. Liberation. Of doing what they're saying. That, always accuse them of doing what you're actually doing, and then you confuse the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Just basically talk shit, bro, for $150,000 a year. It's fucking lovely. You only have to show up for work about 36 days. The rest you can do holidays.
Best part
backhanders.
Last year, Justin Trudeau was worth like $84 million.
84?
Right? 34.
Fuck,
34.
that's four. That's fucking right? 4 more than me, though.
Yeah, a lot. So he goes from 34 million last year. Now guess how much is that? I think it's like. Let me just fact check this. I believe it's like 86 million. Hold on.
Fact check away, bro. That's how you get your PhD.
I said salary, not an hour.
Oh,
96 million.
Your balls, really? That much?
He almost tripled his whole entire fucking salary
He went from 0 to fucking
in
hero.
a year.
That's backhander, bro. Hey, Ukraine.
Fine, I'm gonna steal his credit card.
Hey, Ukraine, you want 64 million? Here you go. Just make sure I get 60 back.
Oh, pretty fucking much, yeah.
I do it, like. I think a computer's trying to speak here. So is this the point where Crit comes in and goes, right, boys, let's get it back on topic. Flat Earth, you bastards.
No, I think it's okay to go off topic once in a while. But if someone, if we got questions or something, let's get,
I'm only kidding, Crit. I'm only kidding.
I do. No, you're right. I do say that a lot. And,
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, I never noticed.
Yeah.
I actually thought about a good question. What in nature composed goes against the round Earth?
I'm just joking. Sorry. Sorry, say that again.
What in nature goes against round Earth?
I stick with my first answer. Water.
It's actually true.
Wow, how did I guess? I pre-guessed
nothing else to say.
I fucking pre-guessed that. I didn't even think about it. I knew the answer before you asked the fucking question.
Bro's literally sneaking into my consciousness. Yep.
Shut your face. Yeah, you only bastard, you. Somebody needs a fucking pillow.
I actually have Irish in my blood. If you're actually from Ireland, I fuck with you, eh?
That was a terrible. Did you just attempt an Irish accent?
No, I did not. I did not. I promise you, I didn't.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
I did not.
If you heard what I heard, I would fucking deny it too. I did not sleep at that moment.
40 fitting stuff.
I'm not good at accents.
Flat reducer.
I apologize.
Or an LIT.
Who is this person talking to us? Are you sleepy?
Is it us? Aussie.
Yeah.
Aussie.
I slept for an hour last night for talking to me.
No, not you, bro.
One there, I'll just cut off a piece of...
Aussie Timbo. Aussie
or
Timbo.
should I just use an LIT to go up across to pick up that ton dish?
Hey, Miguel.
Is that making Timbo?
Oh, I see. I thought it was just a sleepyhead trying to talk to us.
Yeah, here, I'll mute them so...
Danny is gonna do part 3 shield voice channel at myself in a few minutes.
Where's that?
Danny, shield chat at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh, okay. Oh, I get
shield chat.
So this is like kind of off topic. I have Night Raider as my ringtone. People like that,
Yeah, I'm back. I ate something. What are we talking about?
Well, whatever you want, you start. We'll try to follow.
I bet. You guys can go on your guys' conversation for a bit. I'm gonna go grab something from the store. I'll be right back.
Good luck, be safe, and remember, it's a jungle out there, so take a banana.
Yeah, I almost fucking died earlier. I should probably tell you. Yo, P-Mac.
Yo, bro.
I went on a walk outside, and I lit up. I was trying to smoke some weed, and a car told me to go across like the street, right, on the crosswalk, and he turned left, and he almost sideswiped me, and he was going like slamming the gas, and I was like, bro, what the fuck? So yeah.
How good? How good was that weed that the car was talking to you?
Oh, the weed was pretty fucking good. I was smoking on some Moon Rocks. Have you heard of that strain?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
It's called Moon Rocks. Have you heard of that strain?
No.
The most expensive strain that you can actually get.
Oh,
$90 a gram.
Oh, I thought you said stream.
No.
$90?
Oh, Moon Rocks. $90 per gram.
You're hardcore. You're hardcore, bro. How the fuck are you gonna get your masters? You're fucking smoking weed. No, sorry.
Actually, this is gonna be a funny conversation. Smoking weed actually.
Of course it is. You're talking to me. Go ahead.
Yeah, smoking weed makes me smart. It elevates me. It makes me focus. It makes me fucking crazy.
I hear you.
Only when I get paranoia.
No, see, once you get paranoid, stop. You're on the wrong strain.
Yeah. I shouldn't be doing sativa. If anything, I should be doing indica. Would be better. You make a good point.
You're on that blow your head off fucking strain. That's what you're on, right? $90 a pop. Holy fuck, bro.
Well, it's like 40%. Not only that, right?
Oh, there's more? Fuck.
Oh yeah.
Oh no. Oh fucking no.
I have a thing called a vape pen. It's for weed specifically, and it's a 99% THC.
THC, tetrahydro fucking chloride. Yeah. 99, your balls.
Oh, I'm not joking.
That's strong.
Yeah.
Bro, you need to
I'll
calm
send it to you right now.
You need to fucking calm down.
99% THC.
Calm fucking down. Get off that fucking shit.
Yeah, look at this. Take a look at this.
You're not going to go very far fucking smoking weed, yeah? Especially.
Oh, I know. I'm quitting soon. I only do it to wake up. Honestly, not really waking me up. It's just making me feel kind of fucking dumb. But yeah.
No, you just said you were.
Check side chat. Check side chat real quick. It's fucked.
No, I refuse. Fuck you.
Okay, fine.
All right, I will. Oh, there's a guy at my work too. He has this little what do you call it? It's like a wee sweetie packet. He opens it up, and it's like a wee green goo inside. It's like a sweet, but it's like 50% TLC, and he fucking swallows that, and then he stumbles.
Exactly what that is.
You do, yeah.
Your body's getting fucked up, but yeah, I wanted you to specifically. I can't say that.
Specifically or specifically? Which fucking one is it?
Specifically.
Okay, I know that one.
Alright. But yeah, if you look inside chat, there's these disposable cannabis vape pens, and they use 400 mAh batteries, and they're 99% pure THC distillate.
That would blow the fucking head off you. Wouldn't it?
Oh, it does.
Like one pull. Hello, how you doing? Why is the sky purple?
Well, I mean, for me, I can probably take a few blinker hits and be okay. But after that, yeah, I'm fucked.
How much does that cost?
$40.
Oh,
it's a very fun thing to get somebody.
$90 for the vape pen?
No. That's $40. If you're
$40, that's cheap as fucking chips.
Yeah, but if we're talking about the Moon Rocks, the 90 per gram,
which is what you just had.
Is that gonna come up? Second.
Hang on. Do you know why they call it moon rocks?
I actually do not.
You do, actually. Because when you smoke it, you're on the fucking moon, bro.
Ah. Alright, so here's the website. You're gonna fucking freak out. Yeah,
No,
so
Matt.
we got... Oh, the price actually dropped a bit. It used to be 90.
That does, Shaggy.
It's still really fucking expensive.
I wonder if Shaggy 420 actually smokes weed. Do you think? You watching the site yet? Been smoking most of my life.
Oh no! I mean, he does have a kid. He does have a kid in his profile picture. He's probably a retired weed smoker.
I believe you, Shaggy. Wasn't me.
And he said never.
I kind of figured out the global eye from an early stage.
For me, I wanted to tell you guys something though. For me, I don't like smoking weed. It hurts my throat.
Okay.
And it makes me like feel like I got a lump in my throat. Stuff like that. I only got through high school.
Well, thank you for
and shit like that.
No, I'm so glad you shared that with me. That's going to make a big difference in my life tomorrow.
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't mean to seem facetious.
My bad.
So, no, but you enjoy it. Avi, you're a cool guy, man. I like you, man.
Yeah, I'm just I'm trying to get off of it.
So, somebody Canadian with a bit of Irish blood in them. Possibly a wee bit of Jewish too.
Yeah.
With a name like fucking Avi.
No, that's not my name.
That's not my name. That's not my name. Okay, there's a song. All right, I know. That's not my name. What's your?
Nah, I'll show you who
I'm only trying to dox you, bro.
Example.
Let me guess.
Oh, my name's Maddox.
Maddox?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool, man. I've never heard that before. You know what, Avi? You're the first Maddox I ever met.
I feel happy about that. Avi Loeb is a very funny guy.
I don't trust anybody named Avi. So, what do you guys think about like the like the elevator? You go up and see the sun set twice, or with a drone. What do you think of those videos?
Oh, that perplexed me, bro.
So you think the higher you go, the further you see? Huh,
Well,
that's interesting.
Well, I'm confused. Why would you see that on a flat Earth?
Well, why wouldn't you?
Well, because you see, I'm confused. Further you see, that
You're confused.
doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, I get that. You're confused.
So you see the sunset, right? You see, like a half sun, right? When it's at the horizon, but when you go up, right, you don't see the half sun anymore. You see the full sun. I don't think that jives with going up higher, seeing further.
Well, think. Yeah. Instead of don't think, try thinking instead of not thinking.
I just don't know why you would see that on flat Earth then.
Well, you don't
Can you
know.
explain to me? Well, can you explain it?
Yeah, I just said that the higher you go, the further you see.
Yeah, but why would you see more of the sun? You would just
why?
see.
Instead again. Okay.
Is that like what happens when you?
Okay, the higher you go, the further you see, or the less further you see.
I guess further.
Okay, there you go. Now think about that.
Like
instead of not now think. Okay, now the step 2 is to think about it instead of not thinking.
I just did. Yeah. So like, is that like what you observe when you're like on the street? Do you like see more lampposts when you go up?
Yeah, that'd be the same answer as before. The higher you go, the further you see. And then think about
Yeah, I'm just not seeing it. I am. I don't see it.
Yeah, you don't see it now. Okay. So back to step 1.
I mean, you can just say think about it, but I don't get it.
I can't like.
I guess you're the smart. I guess you're the smart person here. I guess I'll just go with that.
Yeah, I guess you just gotta go with that then. Yeah, just come up with your own answer and deny your own answer. That worked too.
Yeah. So like, obviously, you're
ask a question. Don't think. Don't know. Be confused. Then make up your own answer and deny that one too.
Yeah, I'm just not tracking what you're saying.
Yeah, you just not even yourself. You're not tracking with yourself as saying either.
Oh, I mean, okay, you can say that.
Add
Like,
more
you're gonna say you
context
can-
if you're already deeply confused with your own answer. We'd have to
Look,
parse
I mean,
out.
look, you can say
You'd have
you
to
can say I'm
parse out your
confused.
answer.
Right,
You have to
you can say
parse
I'm
out your. Yeah, you have to parse out your
Is this
answer
just going to be a
first.
Spurgfest or what?
It's going to be like once you got an idea that you think everyone in here is a LARPer based on some sort of subjective idea that you won't take questions on or explain.
Why'd you say
The only thing we can
What are
do
you talking
then is figure out how you'll deny your own answer.
What are you talking about LARPing, and why are you just talking now?
Yeah, you just said that.
All right, I'll think of it. I'll try to ask somebody else. I can give an explanation.
Yeah, can we start again? Bing bong. Elevator.
I mean, the
Yeah,
apprehension.
you want to try it? You want to talk to? You want to
No,
talk to EMAC?
no thanks, no.
No. Okay. Hard pass.
Listen, even I don't want to talk to myself.
Myself. Like your voice.
Myself. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm here all week.
I haven't seen somebody put 69 in their username in a while.
I know. It's from a long time ago, man.
Yeah, it brings me back.
Yeah, back to the good old days.
Brings me all the way back when I was listening to fucking Kiki. Do you love me? Are you riding? Do you never ever leave from
this is
beside
from-
me?
What year was that?
Fucking 20 fucking 17? 18, 19? Wow.
Probably 2014 is when I started using this. My girlfriend at the time asked her what I should make my screen name, and she said immediately, Cool Guy Jeff 69.
I mean, the first time I ever heard it, I was in like grade 3, so that was corrupting as fuck. I didn't realize what it meant, but I was getting flashbacks from the guy who asked me if I knew what 69 meant. He got fucking jumped. Fucking funny. Stupid fucking book buddy shit, though. That should have never been a thing. I'm not gonna lie.
What was your name again, Avi? Sorry.
Maddox.
Maddox. Sounds like a bull.
That was Jason.
Wait.
Your first name is Maddox. Your second name is shit. Sorry, God.
Maddox. That's the only thing I'm giving out.
That's it. I can't talk to you.
I mean, wait, let me check my OBSEC. Maybe I can give you my first and last name.
No, you have spare ridders anyway, so you're grand. Like, you're grand.
Oh yeah, I can, but I won't.
Good. Don't. Maddox. That's a cool name, man. My grandson's name is Rio. Try dox that. Yeah, he's Rio. That's brilliant. I said the daughter. Where did you come up with that
That's
name?
not happening. I don't dox people. I'm against it. But what I will tell you is it's very easy.
It is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, why would you even, like?
There's not a point to.
I mean, it's bad enough you're fucking born and you're a fucking human being, you're an asshole. Why would you want to be more of an asshole?
Okay, let's put it this way, right? If I ever see somebody who's in bad faith towards people that are like young, inappropriately, then I do something about it. But if we're just talking about like regular things, regular stuff, no, there's no point. There never will be a point.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't care what goes on, but if it involves kids, yeah, I will fucking I'll ruin
Jimmy
their,
Salvati's ass. Yeah, I know.
I'll ruin their lives.
Absolutely, 100%.
That's the right thing to do. Anyway.
Where'd you go in the fucking store to get something? Probably another fucking vape for
Holy fuck, I forgot. I need to do that right now. Thank you.
You're welcome, Maddox. Doc. Maddox, 20, Canada.
Yeah, so let's try again. So, like, Why is it that the sun becomes occluded during the
Oh, here we
sunset?
go.
It doesn't just shrink since it's getting further away on your view.
Why doesn't
Like
it
if you,
just what?
so if the sun is moving,
Oh dear.
Why did you mute him? He was decent. He didn't even insult you.
Can I have a 6-page explanation as to why you just muted that guy? I would like it in writing. Signed by a judge. Signed, hang on, 2 judges. Cool guy, I'm gonna take a stab here at your talking shit.
Can I ask a question, guys, about
No,
this?
you can't. Shut your face. Go ahead.
So, I mean,
Yeah, dude, fire away. You got a question. The main thing is though, when you get an answer, we're going to see. It's gonna be an IQ test.
Don't spaz out.
You know
am I going
what to do
get a
with
chance
the
to
answer.
ask it? All right,
Go.
so,
Happens, okay?
firstly, I know there's a lot of aggressive people here, and that might take offense to the question.
Have you started your question? Sorry.
Yeah. So my question is.
Yeah. Have you started?
That's a
I am
full
starting it
stop.
now.
No, wait, no, no. Hold on. No, hold on. We got full stop here. There's a lot of aggressive people who would take offense to your question.
That's
so
wrong.
What we're going to do here is we're gonna hold you to that worldview until you don't like it anymore. I predict that you actually
let me just ask the question. Let me just ask the
no, we're not going to do that. Okay, what we're going to do is that when you make a claim, something like that, I like to hold people to their own worldview so they can realize the contradiction. Then when they realize the contradiction, they can fix the contradiction. So now that they've got a contradiction on the table that they don't like, some subjective bullshit, they just add it in without any reason for it at all. They can just subjectively wave the magic wand this way instead of that way and fix it. So as soon as you're ready to be like, hey, this is a pretty big channel. They must talk about the topic all day long and no one's taking offense to it because offense is taken, not given. Then you could be like, now you've got a functional worldview where you can ask your own question that you want to ask.
Are you finished, Chris?
Yeah, that's it.
Thank God. Go ahead, ask your question. Ah, fuck, this is gonna be. Is this going to be long-winded? Because I ain't got time, bro. I'm only here for one night, fuck's sake. What's his name? Oh, he left. He didn't he? No, he didn't know. Zero G's. Zero G's. Right, go ahead, bro. Good luck.
Right, they muted me, so I can ask a question. My question is, since flat earthers believe that Earth is a sphere, Earth is flat.
No, try again. Not a belief. Okay, so run this back through. No one here is talking about a belief.
Get it right, bro.
Try again.
To the ball or is it flat? But
somehow you think you're going to be like, oh, your question is going to be insulting, and since this is that and that is this, then
this is going to send me. This is going to send me back to Star Trek.
Your worldview is simply a hot mess, and that is something that you would need to fix before you're prepared to have this conversation.
So he hasn't even started the question yet. Well, he kind of started it.
Yeah, it'd be like coming in here, like when those guys come in here. Well, since flat earthers are all Christian, and you're like, what? Where did that come from? Since flat earthers are all American, you're like, what? Or they come in here. Well, since all flat earthers dropped out of high school in out of school in the 4th grade, you're like, what?
I reject your generalization.
Like what?
It was fucking 3rd grade, bro.
No one here is talking about a belief system. No one here is talking about a conspiracy. If you want to talk about beliefs and conspiracies, there's literally a conspiracy channel, and there's a bunch of belief channels.
Believe it or not, we talk more sense here than fucking most conspiracy channels. Believe that or not. Okay, so Zero, is he still here? Can't see his icon. He tried. He's like, fuck this, man. I can't even start my question. Why the fuck would I even try? Like, he left, huh? I think he left this time. That's disappointing. You know, if you're committed to something, you should at least give it like 4 goes, maybe 5. You know, to give up on the 3rd goal it's pathetic. Like. So, does anybody else want to ask a question? The floor, as they say, is yours. Because why is Timbo muted? That's a good
He was
question.
hot micing.
Ah, okay. I thought so. Also, he's Australian, so you just mute him anyway. Fucking Australian. That wasn't a
I
joke, by the way.
noticed you guys are talking about the surface of the Earth. I'd like to talk about the sky. Anyone here want to talk about the sky?
Somebody asked me tonight, right? And this is a genuine question. What do you call that dog in Scooby-Doo?
No way. Did they really?
They did. I swear to God. I pissed myself. I said Scooby-Doo. She's, anyway. Can you imagine that for a question? Hey, I can't remember the name of that dog in Scooby-Doo. What do you call it? Yeah, Scooby-Doo. Huh?
Scooby-Doo.
Where are you?
Yeah, Scooby-Doo taught you that the worst monsters are always humans.
Yeah, you just take away the mask. Fucking politician behind it. Or a globe earther. No, that was admirable, Kurt. I mean, he tried. Didn't try really hard, like, but... Okay, I'll just stop you there. What was it he said? Oh, aggressive? We're aggressive. Can you hear the aggression in my voice? I'm very aggressive. Fuck. So all flat earthers are, and you're like, right, I'll just stop you there. We're not. So go ahead. There we go, quiet. Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, it's like, hey guys, let me make this really hasty generalization about everyone in this chat, and then ask you some really malformed question, and then when you don't answer, I'll say that you can't answer, and then say you didn't
because you're
answer.
malformed. Yeah. Aye. Circular logic. Circular reasoning, sorry. Aye, can you imagine that, like, coming up with something like Scooby-Doo, like? So the guy that came up with, no, there was two guys came up with Ninja Turtle hero thingies, whatever they're called again. Leonardo and, I used to know their names. Two boys sitting on a couch one night, and they went, "Aye, you know what would be really funny? If we called, you know how slow turtles are? And we called them fucking ninjas. Like ninjas are really fast. Aye, that's fucking, I like the sound of that." And they made it up on a sofa, right? Aspiring cartoonists. Next month, millionaires. It's kind of admirable. Same thing with YouTube. Two guys were like, can you imagine we put a, let me do this, and people can put their videos online, YouTube. They're sold to Google for like fucking 3.2 billion or something. You can't fact check that, I don't care. But yeah, two guys in the office. Fuck, if we could get people to upload videos, that'd be a great fucking thing. And then Google went, hello, would you like 3.2 billion for your idea? Sure. Teenage Mutant Hero fucking Turtle bastards. Millionaires. And about a year after they invented that on a fucking sofa, eating fucking shitty takeaway pizza.
Yep, and somebody did the math and came up with the heliocentric system and sold it to the world.
What a guy. It's like the world is starting to see through the bullshit. It doesn't even take an effort anymore. It's just like a natural, logical thought, like, maybe what they're telling us not real. Oh, you think? Hey, how about I'm the government and take most of your fucking money, how's that? And everything else you buy, I take more of that money. And when you save it, I take more of that too. I see when you die, I take some of that too. You're just a fucking big greedy bastard, aren't you? Would you kindly fuck off? So I can live my life. No, we're the government. We're here. What is it Ronald Reagan said? 7 worst words. I'm the government and I'm here to help you. I hate them bastards. I actually don't understand how people are living with this. Loaf of bread, VAT. Wait a minute. I'm buying a loaf of bread for £1 and the government's taking 20. Yes. Cigarettes, same thing. Alcohol, same thing. Everything. Petrol, same thing. Gas, as you call it. They just take, and there's still fucking potholes in the road, like. Fucking, it amazes me. Like, the world we're born into, sure, they tell us that everything's revolving around this, that, and the other. It doesn't make sense. Not any way, shape, or form. Anyway, so, to finish really quick. There was a thought forming there, but I think it's gone now. Why? Daylight robbery. Where did that term come from? They put taxes on windows. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? You bought a house, you worked your whole life to buy a house. You put a couple of windows in it, the government go, oh, you have 4 windows, that means you owe us 10% of your earnings for them 4 windows. Daylight robbery. Pipes. You smoke a pipe, a tobacco pipe. They tax that. A chimney. They tax chimneys. What the fuck? It's so fucking ludicrous. I can't understand how people are accepting this shit. Anyway, that's my rant over. Good luck.
I have a question for you guys. Or anybody. Is anyone present?
What's your question?
Is a $150 Visa card spoiling a girl? Like, is that too much for a birthday present?
That would embarrass my wife.
Too much, right? Is that too much or too little? What do you think?
Why don't you buy her a nice gift?
Yeah. I'll do that instead.
Yeah,
I'll buy her some earrings and bust my bank account.
Just give her money. Put some thought.
Why not? Plus, she deserves it after the last week. Yo, Crit. I don't know if you're here right now, but I ended up calling Avi Loeb and I asked him about his alien theory, and he instantly blocked me. So, GG's.
Earth is globe.
Evidenced by
Measurements, observations.
they all seem to be flat. Try again.
Yeah, it may appear to be motionless, stationary, but upon further measurements, it's measured to not be.
Who took those measurements and what were they?
There seems to be a 15 degree per hour rotation eastwardly.
So you have movement? What kind of movement are you measuring?
That would be angular velocity, angular momentum, or rotational motion.
Did you get an angular from? What angle are you talking about?
angular velocity, so radians per second. You could do it like that, radians per minute.
Okay, so what's moving in relationship to what? What are you measuring?
Well, the Earth is moving in a relationship. The most easy relationship would be to the stars, which you could consider that an inertial reference frame.
So you have proof that the Earth is moving, and you claim that by doing what?
Measuring the rotational.
Exactly what measuring?
You're measuring the acceleration.
You're measuring the acceleration. The acceleration of what?
Of Earth.
With what? How? What are you measuring?
You're measuring the acceleration. Rotational motion is acceleration. That's what you're measuring. So, if Earth is rotating, then it is an acceleration.
Don't talk over top of me. How do you know the Earth is moving? With respect to what are you measuring this with?
I thought I already answered that. With respect to the stars, which could be considered the inertial reference frame.
You're claiming that the Earth is moving because the stars do something.
No.
So how do you know
you're measuring the rotation with respect to the inertial reference frame, which would be the stars.
So you're measuring the stars.
No, you're measuring Earth's rotational movement. So the way you can measure movement is called a reference frame. So if you're on a reference frame, the only way to measure that motion or observe that motion is by comparing that to another reference frame. So in linear motion, like if me and you are both in a car.
Please don't talk over top of me. What reference frames are you referring to here? What are the reference frames?
Okay, so the reference frames I'm referring to would be, so the non-inertial reference frame, that's an accelerated frame. And then the inertial frame, that's a frame in which you're not accelerating. So you would either be at rest or in uniform rectilinear motion. So those are the two reference frames, because inertial forces will always be shown in a non-inertial reference frame.
When are we on Earth?
So we would be the non-inertial frame.
You have proof of it now. How did you measure it? With respect to what?
You want me to answer that question again? I already answered it.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous question because you just tell me the stars with reference to the stars. So exactly, again, what are you measuring? Are you measuring the stars deviate by 15 degrees per hour? Is that what you're measuring?
I guess you just don't understand. I can move on to somebody else.
Fine.
Yeah, you can move on to somebody else. So answer the previous person's question.
I already answered all his questions. That's why I said I guess I could just move on to somebody else.
So you don't have an answer to what reference are you measuring the Earth motion with? He said, is that the stars' apparent motion of 15 degrees per hour? Is that what you're measuring it against?
No, I already answered that.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, so I said the inertial reference frame, and for a visualization of that, you could just use the stars as the inertial reference frame, stationary.
Oh, okay.
Outside of the Earth. That's what I'm trying to say, but it didn't seem like he understood that or thought I was measuring.
Yeah, he understands it better than you do, I can guarantee it.
It didn't sound like he did, so.
No, I would say you're the one that doesn't understand what you're saying. So what did you actually physically measure the Earth in motion not by looking at something else, by looking at the Earth.
Yeah. Comparing reference frames. That's how you do it, because we're stuck on Earth, so we're in Earth's reference frame. So you got to compare that to a different reference frame. That's the only point I was trying to explain to him.
And all you said was by looking at the star's apparent motion. You didn't say how you exactly directly measured the motion of the surface of Earth to be rotating. You said by looking up at the sky.
No, he was asking me in relation to what, and I said the inertial frame, and you could use the stars for that if you want.
So
and
you're using the stars. That's what he was trying to point out.
The stars. I'm just saying that's the inertial frame.
He was trying to point that out, that you're using the stars, not the Earth itself.
No, you're measuring the Earth.
No, you're not.
I'm measuring the stars? How am I doing that? I never once
That's what you said. It's your claim. You said you're measuring how the stars are in motion.
No, I didn't. I never said that.
Yes, you did. You said, what's the other reference frame? You said the star's motion.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so tell us then, once again, how did you directly measure, that's a key point, directly measure the Earth, in other words, the surface of Earth in motion? How did you measure the surface of Earth, not by looking at the sky, but the surface of Earth in motion?
So, if you were to measure the acceleration of Earth from Earth's reference frame, from the non-inertial frame, you would see the accelerometer or pendulum, you would see it swing and it would precess. If you were outside of Earth's reference frame, in the stars, say, somewhere outside of the Earth system, then you would see the pendulum just go back and forth. You wouldn't see it precess. That's why I'm saying the comparison of reference frames.
Okay, and when have you ever personally been outside of Earth's reference frame?
Nobody. That's the whole point. You can't get outside.
Okay, thanks for your concession. Then you're not measuring the surface of Earth in motion. Very good.
Thanks, Sonny. That took a while to get there.
Yep, no problem. Mushbrain always tries to come in with these bullshit excuses for why they can't measure the Earth in motion. When you're looking up at the sky, and obviously the sky is in motion, we can prove this.
Well, now you're just claiming that accelerometers don't work. I mean, there is a way to measure acceleration. If something is accelerating, you can measure it.
So that means you would be able to measure the surface of Earth accelerating because it's supposedly a circular motion. That is an acceleration.
And you can.
No, you can't. How did accelerometers do that then?
By the period of oscillation. That's how all accelerometers work. They use oscillating motion.
Okay, so what technology are you using?
A pendulum.
A pendulum is not a fucking measurement of rotation, bro.
Yeah, a pendulum is an accelerometer.
No, it isn't. You're full of shit. You're starting with this pendulum nonsense again. So, is the Earth in motion underneath the pendulum?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the pendulum cable connected to?
To the pivot.
To the pivot, which is connected to?
The Earth.
The ceiling, right? Step by step. And the ceiling is connected to the walls. And the walls are connected to the foundation of the building. And the building is attached to the ground. So it's attached to the same thing. You're saying it's measuring motion under it.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
No, it is. So you have to understand how the pivot works. You have to understand how.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So the pendulum is moving. So the pendulum, so the Earth is moving underneath the pendulum. So that means every other thing that is removed from the surface of Earth, the Earth would move underneath as well, like bumblebees, hummingbirds, drones, helicopters, insects.
Absolutely not. See what you're
Why not?
picturing.
Why not?
What you're picturing, I'm trying to explain to you. So what you're picturing is the Earth moving under the pendulum as if the pendulum is not taking that angular momentum with it. So the pendulum, the pivot, the whole thing, it's rotating with the Earth, right? Just like the plane, just like
Not
it's
right.
still rotating.
You're presupposing the thing you're trying to prove. You're saying the Earth is moving underneath the pendulum. No, that's the thing you're trying to prove, not presuppose.
If it was true, Ken, if it was true that the Earth was moving underneath the pendulum, you could go up in a helicopter and just wait till the next town came by, and then you could go back down. That would be the same thing with the Earth moving underneath the pendulum. So if you're going to backtrack on this, you can just bugger off on out of here, because you can't have it both ways.
Not having it both ways.
Okay. Then if it's rotating underneath the pendulum, it will rotate underneath the helicopter. You can wait for the next town to show up.
No, that's not how it works, because the pendulum, it's rotating with the Earth. It's not like the Earth is moving and the pendulum's not. The pendulum still has that angular momentum. What's detached is the plane of the swing. The plane of the swing has no torque, has no force to make it. It stays within the plane of the swing. That's the whole point of a pendulum.
Settle down there. Are you telling me that the helicopter is attached to the Earth? That's why it doesn't happen? Or is it because it's not attached to the Earth? Why does the Earth not rotate underneath it?
I'm trying to tell you. So it's the same thing as if you were on any kind of rotating platform like a merry-go-round and you threw up a ball. That ball is not going to suddenly drop the angular momentum that's with it. It's going to go straight up and straight down right where you dropped it, just like a helicopter.
So the helicopter's attached to the ground and is going with the ground.
The momentum is conserved. It's called the second law of motion. The first law of motion, it's conserved.
Mushkin, you're having this both ways. You want it to move underneath the pendulum, but it's not moving underneath the helicopter. So,
well, no, because you're construing the pendulum with the pendulum swing. It's not moving underneath the pendulum. It's not like the pendulum's on little gliding wheels and the Earth is moving under it while the pendulum is stationary. That's the plane of the swing.
Side that it's not going to move for certain things. If it's moving under a pendulum, it's moving under a helicopter.
It's not. That's why they built the pendulum, because of the plane of its swing.
You make no sense.
It's just. Globe. The whole idea of the globe is nothing but a concept that comes from measuring flat Earth elevation angles to the celestial bodies. The celestial sphere above your head like a protractor, where you measure angles to the celestial bodies. We've mapped the Earth. The known lands, the known waterways are mapped into the celestial spheres above your head. That's the globe that you believe in. You don't have it underneath your feet. It's above your head in the stars.
Hey, particle board, shut off your camera. I'll boot you up. You got 10 seconds. Hey, go ahead.
Just nonsense from Mushkin here. Holy crap. Accelerometer, the pendulum, where the Earth spins underneath that, but not under a helicopter. It's kind of a neat world that we live in. Hey, Mushkin.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying... So you have this picture in your head with the Earth like spinning underneath the pendulum, and the pendulum isn't moving. That's not what's happening. The pendulum is still moving. It's still going, just like the helicopter. It still has that angular momentum. The swing of the bob is what is not affected by the rotation.
So it's not affected by the spin. So the pendulum just does that because why ever it does that, and has nothing to. spin.
It,
Like
do- it does.
both ways. You want it both ways.
No.
It's just retarded.
It does that because of inertia. Inertial forces are shown in non-inertial frames. It's just revealing the non-inertial frame of reference.
He just said the bob isn't affected by the rotation. So you can't make up your mind.
I think we should be done with them because this is just silliness now. He wants it both ways.
Mm-hmm. He does this day after day. This is multiple days he's done the same bullshit.
Well, how about we put him on a timeout?
I concur. Good idea. Just like to come in here and waste time with plumb bobs being accelerometers. What a fool.
Hey, Sonny.
Yo.
Put it like this, bro. As long as they can avoid talking about the absence of curvature, dude, that's all they want.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to talk to you about the absence of curvature. No. Let's talk about the vacuum and gravity and gas pressure and refraction.
Yeah, let's talk about the rotation of the supposed globe. And no, we won't look at the Earth. We'll look up at the sky.
You know
we'll look
what's
up at
funny?
a pendulum.
That Foucault's pendulum uses a magnetic drive, like a magnet to drive the swinging. And I saw a video of one not using a magnet, and the pendulum did not move at all.
You know, it's amazing when you talk to some of these people and they bring up the pendulum and they say, well, you got to watch it for a few hours and then you'll notice that that it's knocking down the dominoes or whatever it is that their story is. Now, the point is how the hell does a pendulum swing for hours all on its own? You know, that's a pretty phenomenal pendulum if it can swing literally for hours nonstop and continue to do so. Nonsense.
They don't swing on their own. Most of them are hooked up to like some kind of mechanism to make them continue to keep going.
Yeah, magnet at the bottom. That's how Foucault's works.
Can't swing indefinitely. It's going to run out of momentum.
Yeah, they're literally hooked up to like gears or
hours and hours on
some
end.
kind of engine.
I got a nice video for the side chat coming that DJ sent me maybe a month ago. Exactly on Foucault's pendulum, showing no rotation. I'm gonna post it right now. Hey Mushkin, I know you're here. Take a look at your Foucault's pendulum in the chat.
Foucault pendulums in museums often incorporate a motor to keep the bob swinging continuously, as air resistance would otherwise dampen the oscillation over time. This motor-driven mechanism typically involves an electromagnetic system that provides a small, precise impulse to the pendulum at each swing to maintain its motion.
Yeah, the one I just posted, it's a video of Foucault's pendulum with no magnetic drive, and you get 0 rotation on it. And I think he did that he doesn't show like 4 hours of video, but he did a time lapse over 4 or 8 hours, and there's no rotation.
So why don't they just put the whole mechanism in a vacuum chamber, and that way they don't have to have that motor. This thing will swing forever, won't it?
Because then it would be proven wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Air resistance, ridiculous. You know, you can take away that variable.
Yeah, just make the object heavier, you get less air resistance.
I'd love to go back to when I was 10 years old, you know, when they're telling us about this pendulum.
Look what Mushkane said. If it's driven, it's not a Foucault pendulum. The guy Foucault who made the experiment used a magnet to drive it.
Yep.
This guy, dude. He doesn't even know his own model.
It doesn't make sense anyway, you know, in theory, because you're on a globe. Unless you're at the South Pole or the North Pole, according to their model, then how's this thing even rotating underneath? Like, you're on the edge of a ball, which is spinning around. How's it meant to rotate, you know? It's just stupid beyond comprehension.
Has this guy ever been asked to address the topic of curvature before?
I'm sure I'm sure he has, but the problem with that is you probably can't get past his pendulum fallacy.
Yeah, he'll be back with it again tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yep. I bet if you asked him what his proof of curvature is, he would say the precession of the pendulum is proof of curvature.
Yeah, Mushkane, can you tell me where you have proof of curvature, if there's any?
I unleashed you, Mushkin. You've been asked a question.
Oh, I'm unmuted now. What was the question?
Where's your proof of curvature?
I don't have any.
So how do you live on a ball? Crickets, bro. That was the easiest win ever, dude.
For sure.
Well, I don't know as far as you go in this panel because you were just outright lying like 2 minutes ago. So you need to like either do some research or correct that.
Says he with no proof of curvature. Great.
Well, at least I'm not lying about it. I might be wrong, but I'm definitely not lying.
It sounds like an insinuation. Are you insinuating that we're lying about the curvature?
No, I'm not insinuating that. What I'm saying is a fact that I don't know what his name is. Looks like a Russian name. I don't know what his name is, but he outright lied. He said that Foucault used a magnet drive on his pendulum, which he did not. So that's a bold lie.
So Mush King, why can't Foucault's pendulum be repeated without the use of an electric drive or a magnet?
Why can't it? So you have some proof that it can't?
That video in Australia. If they're making them now with magnets and electric drives, why would they do that if it worked perfectly fine for Foucault?
Why aren't they generating some kind of power? Because you've almost got a perpetual motion. If you can put one little swing on a pendulum and have it swing back and forth for hours and hours on end, nonstop, that's almost perpetual motion. That's got to be the closest thing that we got to it right now. We should be harnessing that energy.
Yeah, the resolving energy from when it goes up to comes down increases as you lengthen the string and increase the mass of the bob. So if you have a really long line and a really massive bob, you can get one to go for hours. I mean, this is how clocks were made. Pendulums are so regular. They have such a regular oscillation that clocks, for like the last 300 years, were made from them.
To keep the pendulum swinging. They didn't swing just by themselves.
No, they don't just swing by themselves.
Well, you're saying what the pendulum does, it just swings back and forth for hours and hours and hours on end.
Yeah, and I said the resolving energy, and you give that by releasing it. So you have to bring it up, give it potential kinetic energy. It goes down to the equilibrium, passes that, and then comes back down to equilibrium, goes back up, and continues on that.
So you're saying Foucault had to lift the pendulum up and then release it, right?
Exactly, yes.
Why?
because of inertia.
Why?
That's the key, inertia.
That's not an answer. That's not a fucking answer. Why did he have to do that in the first place?
That's why, because inertia. To reveal the non-inertial frame, you must have inertial.
If the ground is supposedly moving underneath the pendulum, then you wouldn't need to start the pendulum. It would just start swinging by itself.
No, there's another problem here, I think, which gets people confused, is because of fictitious forces. They think, oh, well, these forces aren't even real, they're fictitious. It's just a bad name. They call them pseudo forces. They're a better name is inertial forces, because when you're in a frame of reference and you see something that's behaving oddly or something like that, like such as something going in a straight line or should be going in a straight line, but it seems to be curved, it's because of your reference frame. That's why. It's because you're in a
So why can't you show us the Earth is moving directly?
Sorry, Sonny.
Danny?
The pendulum is not a measurement of anything directly.
Well, the pendulum is a direct measure of acceleration. I can prove that.
No, it isn't.
There's plenty of citations for that.
No, acceleration within itself in its own framework.
Okay. It's like when you're driving in a car or you're riding in a car, somebody takes a turn, you feel like you're being pushed perpendicular, like outward from whatever the center point of whatever radius that you're making that curve in. You experience a force going away from that center, but that's not actually a force. That's why they call it a centrifugal force, is a fictitious force. It's not real, because what's really causing that is the inertial force, because you're in a non-inertial frame. You're accelerating because you're turning a corner. And the force that's acting on you is the inertial force, because if somebody was outside of that car and watching it turn, and then somehow you just got released from the car, you wouldn't go out straight from that radial point. You'd go straight in a straight line. I would see you fly out in a straight line, and that brings the point home that it's an inertial force.
So you're saying we have an inertial force on Earth?
So if there's a flying body getting ejected out of a vehicle, you're claiming that the Earth is not moving underneath the flying body, so it doesn't actually take a curved path from where it lands, from where it started. It takes a straight line. So
I was just explaining inertial forces, and people are getting confused about fictitious forces and what they are.
The inertial force that you're feeling in a car, you actually feel it. We don't feel it. We can't measure it on Earth. There's a big difference there.
What do you mean you can't measure it? You can measure it.
You can measure the inertial force created by a spinning Earth.
Wait, we were just talking about a car. Now you're bringing it back to the Earth. Well, with regards to the Earth, what you would be measuring is the acceleration.
But what does the car have to do with anything then? We're trying to determine if the Earth is rotating, right? And you're saying
Like I just said before that, I was just explaining fictitious forces because I've heard people on here before, like it seemed like they were confused about fictitious forces and what they are. There's just inertial forces. It's because of reference frames. It's not like it's something that's made up by science or it's not a real thing. They just call it a fictitious force because from our view, from our frame of reference, it seems as though that force is acting this way, but it's really not. It's because our frame of reference.
Okay, so from our frame of reference, there is no inertial force caused by Earth rotating.
Yeah, the rotation of Earth is below, that acceleration is below our vestibular senses. If that's what you're getting at.
No, more than just our senses, I'm getting at it can't be measured, period, because it's not moving.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point. So if the Earth was stationary, then there would be no acceleration.
Yeah, the Earth is stationary, and our vestibular system would pick up on any angular change in vector and acceleration, which a circular rotation is. Constant acceleration, constant vector change, exactly what our vestibular system would pick up.
Yeah, our vestibular senses have limitations to them. I mean, those are...
Yeah. What are those limitations?
I've seen the actual numbers be put in the
Yeah, you fucking don't know what you're talking about. If you tilt your head 1 degree, if you tilt your head a half a degree to the right, you fucking know it.
Yeah, you know how fast that is compared to what the Earth is moving?
I don't care how fast it is. It doesn't matter. Now you're going to try to explain to us how Earth's rotation is only 15 degrees per hour. That how small of a nth of a degree that is, but you're ignoring the fact that on the surface that equates to 1,038 miles per hour. You can't ignore the facts. And no one's measuring. No one's measuring.
We're talking about acceleration now. You're talking about speed.
Yeah, acceleration is a circular motion. Is acceleration.
Yes, and that circular motion, and as a consequence, the angular the acceleration is very small.
And you would feel it.
No, it's below what our vestibular senses can feel.
Bullshit. Prove it.
I mean, that's not even contested in here. Matthew Learns posted.
Yeah, prove it. Prove it.
This thing.
Prove it.
The other day.
Stop talking and prove it.
I keep looking at this Foucault pendulum. How can it detect rotation if it's all connected to a building attached to the floor?
It's because of the pivot. So where the line comes down from, it's near frictionless. So you can imagine like a very well-maintained bearing ball. I'm trying to explain to you. So you can imagine like a very smooth bearing ball inside of a half clutch with like a viscous oil, and that ball will rotate freely no matter what the frame of reference it's in. So say it's on a platform and spinning like crazy, you know, the legs, the pivot, everything's connected to that spinning platform. But if you take a bob and you throw it back, you'll be able to see that plane of swing is unaffected by that rotational motion, even though it's attached. It's attached to everything solidly. But the pivot is what gives it that free motion.
Okay.
There's a good video on YouTube. This guy, he goes on a merry-go-round pendulum, and he's not talking about the Earth or anything. He's just showing the mechanism that allows the pendulum to keep its plane of swing even though it's on a platform that's rotating.
Yeah, so then that would mean that the amount that your pendulum would rotate, the amount of degree rotation you would get from this observation would be varying dependent on how close you are to the equator or the rotation axis.
Yeah, it's a sliding scale from the poles to the equator, and it's like a linear line. Somebody made a regression line out of it or whatever, but it gets the precession, the period of precession gets longer and longer as you go out, and then it doesn't precess at all at the equator, and then starts back up. So you could call like a pole pendulum different than an equilateral pendulum, and then you could have a latitudinal pendulum, one that's like in between the poles or the equator. So that all affects it. Now, it won't affect most pendulums, but if we're talking about a Foucault pendulum, one that is designed to be so sensitive that it can pick up on the rotation of the Earth, and all those things play a factor.
What rotation of Earth? You don't have a rotation of Earth. You would need to use the actual initial measurement of rotation of Earth to set your pendulum. In order for it to tell anything, you would have to have an initial thing that you used as a calibration.
Yeah, and for this experiment to work in the way that we just described, it would require the Earth to be a ball, so you'd have to have measurements of the curve to begin with.
Yeah, if the Earth was rotating, there'd be no argument. We'd fucking know about it. As soon as you go against that rotation, there'll be a difference. There ain't none.
I got some things I could cite or show you that describe how a pendulum is. I know some people have a problem with that. If anybody wants, like, is actually interested and wants to know. And there's one other thing I'd like to address. So the Earth is rotating beneath the. Why is it not rotating beneath the helicopter? This is a confusion of the point because the
mic cut out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, what were you saying?
I'll come back in. So what I was saying was, when people say, so the Earth is rotating beneath the pendulum, so why is it not rotating beneath the helicopter? But that's not technically what's really what's happening is, so if you're in a helicopter and it moves off the ground, whatever speed the ground was moving at, if you're in North America, probably like 900 miles an hour, the helicopter, once it leaves the Earth, it's not like that momentum just gets lost. It still has it. And it's the same with the pendulum. The pendulum never left the reference frame. It's still there. So I think that gives people, they're like, wait, that doesn't make sense. Because it's not that the Earth is moving below the pendulum. It's that the plane of swing of the pendulum has no forces on it to keep it going. So the bob, the pendulum, everything about the pendulum is still moving with the Earth. But the plane of the swing doesn't change direction. And so that's what we see.
Yeah, you're full of shit. The helicopter rising up off the surface would have to change its freaking momentum in the direction of the spin increasingly as it got higher. Can you show how this is actually done?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I got Mushkane, I gotta ask you something.
When
Why
it's
do you guys
hovering,
do this? Sonny just said something, dude, and then somebody else wants to pile on. Like, let the guy respond.
sorry.
Say that again, Sonny.
So at increasing elevation or altitude of the helicopter, it would have to be increasing its speed in the direction of the spin. How is the helicopter doing this? Can you show that? Technically, can you show it by the equipment? Like the helicopter is changing its motion somehow to
What
change
do you mean
its
the helicopter
speed?
has to change? Why does it change?
A larger diameter is an increase in speed. So the higher up something goes, it would have to increase its speed. So first we're going to go with helicopters. You're going to show me how that the helicopter is doing that, and then we'll move on from there.
I need to show you why a helicopter increases in speed as it rises in elevation.
It would have to be. In order to stay in the same location, if the ground was spinning, for it to stay in the same location, it would have to increase its speed at every the higher the elevation or altitude.
Okay, the problem I have there is that you're basically giving away the momentum. So what I'm saying is that momentum's conserved. When
You're full of shit. You can't show that it physically, it would have to be changing its speed. And then when it got lower, it would have to decrease its speed.
Not if the momentum. The angular momentum is conserved. That's why. That's my answer to you.
Show it. Prove it.
Okay, there's lots of proof for conservation of angular momentum.
No, I want to see it. I want to see it with the actual helicopter.
Sorry, I don't have one of those handy.
Yeah, I fucking don't know. You don't know what you're talking about. Now, let's move on to hummingbirds. As a hummingbird gets higher off the surface, it would have to change its speed in the direction of the spin. How is the hummingbird doing this?
No, conservation of angular momentum.
Oh, okay. So then when the hummingbird gets after it's 100 feet in the air, then it comes down to 20 feet. How is it decreasing its speed in order to remain in the same position over the earth? Does your
the answer to that is obvious.
does your
It's
conservation
wind.
of energy include increases and decreases of speed? No, it doesn't. How about a drone? Now tell me, a drone is up in the air 400 feet. As it's rising from the ground, it would have to increase its speed in the direction of the spin at every altitude. Going higher, it would have to increase its speed. Going lower, it would have to decrease its speed in order to stay in the same position over Earth. How is the drone doing that?
So if you're on a rotating reference frame and a drone
Shut the fuck
goes
up.
from
Shut the fuck up. Mute him again. He's a dumb fuck. You're a dumb fuck.
Why are you so cranky, Sonny? What
You're
happened,
an idiot. You're an idiot. You're aggravating with the same
You
bullshit.
asked him a question and he said, shut up. I don't
With
understand.
no fucking proof. And you're a white knight, then you're a dumb fuck too.
Yeah, and you're crying. You are crying.
No, you don't have proof of your globe. You're the one crying. That's why you're in here.
Yeah.
You need someone to cry about because you don't have proof of this globe. So you have to keep crying.
Yeah. No, we don't have proof.
Yeah. Do you got
Hummingbirds
evidence
can't
of the
calculate
helicopter
the
increasing
speed
speed? Do you have
of-
do you have proof of the helicopter increasing speed as it gets higher?
Reservoir Dog, this is on you now. You're going to answer the question. Sonny's question. How does the helicopter speed up when it goes up in altitude?
No, I'm going to run away.
You're going to run away.
No, I'm going to run away. Yeah, I'm going to run away. Sorry.
Yeah, because you can't answer it, right?
I help you run away.
You don't have to run away. You're fucking muted.
I had a question for Mushkane. You don't have to unmute him, but I'm just curious if it was the angular momentum that causes the precession in the pendulum. And if so, why isn't that conserved yet? The angular momentum for the helicopter is conserved.
No, I was explaining earlier. So both of them are conserving their momentum. So that's something that I had to do a little research because I had the same question that you just asked. Like, how is the pendulum conserving its angular momentum yet it's showing the Earth rotating beneath it? Like, I didn't understand that, but it is. So what it's doing, it's not that the Earth is rotating beneath the pendulum. The pendulum is connected to the ground, which people in here will shout out like, how is it not connected? It's not that. It's the inertial reference frame of the plane of swing. It doesn't deviate from that plane of swing. So that's what's showing the acceleration. Not that it's actually detached from the reference frame. It's the inertia. It's like the purest form of an inertial reference frame. So the bob, the pendulum, everything still has that momentum. So if the ground speed, wherever latitude you're at, say is 900 miles an hour, as the helicopter lifts off the ground, that momentum is conserved. As you release the plumb bob, that momentum is conserved. It's not like it stopped going that speed. What happens is the plane of that swing isn't affected by any of those forces. It's in the inertial frame. So there's no sideways torque on it. There's no torque getting it out of its plane of swing. It's going to keep that plane of swing because of the mechanism of the pivot from the line. So that's the other thing you got to understand how the pivot works.
Well, I see proof of movement of the Earth before I'm going to start coming up with reasons. Otherwise, you're just begging the question.
Yeah, we got an example in the text chat at 32 minutes after the hour of your conservation of energy. Perfect example.
Where is that? I'm looking for it.
Yeah, that would be the retard with the helmet attached to the jungle gym. That would be you.
That's highly offensive.
Yeah, that's you. Highly offensive? Then don't act like a retard.
all these people just sitting here in silence, huh?
All that action's inside chat.
What's up? What you want, bitch? Bring it.
What? Inside chat? You're all sitting in here typing to each other in silence?
I don't understand it either.
All right, bring your argument then.
I don't know, man. I just thought it looked like there were people. This many people. There'd be people talking.
Okay, well,
you're all
say something.
You're all
then.
sitting in
You're
here
not saying
quietly
shit.
typing to each other.
Yeah, you're not saying shit. It would be better if it was quiet.
We're here now. You're talking. Let's hear what you got to say. How's it?
All right.
There we go.
Hey, boys.
What's up?
It's me, the NSA CGI artist. Ask me anything.
Is space for real?
I don't know. I guess I'll throw it out to get the conversation going. What do you guys think about that guy who went to Antarctica, huh?
Fucking sick.
Which time, dude? Apparently they found the center of it.
What guy?
The guy, the rich person took the flat Earth guy to Antarctica to do some experiments.
I don't watch social media.
Did he look over the edge?
No, they were tracking the sun to show that the sun wouldn't go below the horizon at the South Pole.
Could you say the
if I'm not
source?
mistaken.
I don't watch fake news.
The source is I spun it up in a CGI model.
Hold on, wait. Let's see what I can find here.
And even if, who cares? Why does that matter?
Exactly. Who cares?
Yeah, who cares about anything, dude?
They flew there in a plane over flat stationary Earth, and they landed and they saw the sun. Great. You can do that in a lot of places.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't a 24-hour sun?
There's one of those in the north too. I actually get to experience where I live here. I get to see 24-hour sun for approximately 3 days, where it only goes to 12. Doesn't quite go dark because I live in the north, not super north, but north enough that I actually get to experience the phenomena. So if it can happen in the north, why can't it happen in the south on a flat plane?
Will Duffy was the name of the guy. There you go.
But he's an idiot. He also said that it's perfectly okay to lie. He made a big sermon about that, about how it's normal to lie and it's a good thing to lie. Now he's some kind of a preacher dude too. Anyway, it doesn't prove anything. They saw the sun. Wow, big deal.
If I'm not mistaken, the argument that was being put forward was that the 24-hour sun is only possible in the system of a globe or whatever the fuck type of shit we have.
I would have to prove that. I can prove that they flew there on a flat, level plane, in a plane, to get to Antarctica. They didn't go around a globe. They didn't land upside down.
What?
So
What do you mean land upside down?
Well, if they were on a globe and they flew to the bottom of the Earth, they would be upside down from where they were. If they started in the north, they're going to be upside down.
If what? That would imply
It's not an ifs, dude.
Gravity. That would imply that gravity is moving in a singular direction from a singular perspective of the planet, not equally towards the center from every direction, right?
You just stepped into a freaking mess here. What's gravity?
Well, the thing so if you're on that globe, right, from what you just said of them being upside down,
globe?
that would imply
The globe hasn't been ascertained yet. So
I'm
answer
not.
the question. He asked you a question about gravity. You mentioned gravity, so answer about
Yes,
gravity.
I know because I'm let me respond to him. Jesus Christ. So you said that if they flew from their plane, they'd end up back upside down on the globe because they'd be going from north to south. That doesn't make any sense because that whatever system that might be would imply that there's a right side up.
Yeah, for sure.
And there's no system. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm talking with the globe, but we have flight data that shows that planes fly flat and level over thousands of miles. They do not dip their nose down. We got the pitch data that shows the attitude of the plane when it flies. And it doesn't show that. So planes are flying flat and level. So they flew to Antarctica flat and level. They get there, they see the sun for 24 hours. Big deal. You can fly to the north and you can also see the sun for 24 hours. Big deal. It can happen on a flat plane. It happens on a flat plane. It is a flat plane. You don't have a globe.
Alrighty, I guess.
Well, let's deal with what the globe is. The globe is a concept, okay? It's not a physical thing. It's not tangible. It's a concept that comes from measuring the known land and known waterways that we know about here on Earth, and we map them into the celestial spheres above our head. There's two different sets of stars, one in the north, one in the south. So you got two hemispheres, two half circles above your head. And that's where we've mapped all the land and all the waterways into the stars above your head. And that is your globe. Your globe is not a real thing. It's just a concept. It's used for navigation. It's what we use it for navigating. It's all our maps are based on it. Longitude, latitude lines are in the stars, not on the Earth. And that's all that I have to say about that. It's just a concept. Enjoy flat Earth.
All right.
And you said it would be ridiculous, like, as far as planes landing upside down. No, it's not ridiculous. According to the globe, they have reciprocating zenith angles. That means from one location, let's say in North America, the change in angle of the zenith from North America to Antarctic, that means that would almost be upside down. So yeah, if reciprocating zenith angles are correct, then the plane would actually be landing upside down.
Okay.
And the gyros would show this, which they don't. And I posted the pitch data in the chat. At 2 minutes after the hour, you'll see pitch data. If you look at that pitch data, it shows the pitch. See that flat line of the pitch?
Mm-hmm.
Where?
2 minutes after the hour in the side chat.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, you see the pitch data.
Right.
It shows the plane go up, and it shows it level off, then it flies in level flight the whole way across.
Sure.
There's no change in pitch. You would have to negotiate curvature if the Earth was curved. If a plane's flying in level flight and the Earth is curving beneath it, you would end up out in space.
Alright, define curvature.
Drop over distance.
Alright, and can you see this distance?
No, that's our point. Nobody can see the curve.
Exactly. Exactly.
So what curve?
So why is one saying that he can?
Huh?
So do you see now that you don't have a globe?
No. Not from the thing you said.
What a cat, dude. He's just.
If you're going to have a globe, you need curvature, right? You got to have curvature. There isn't curvature there. And then you go back to what were the actual measurements of the Earth, and it comes from mapping our ground. It comes from mapping the known land, mapping the waterways into the celestial bodies in the sky. That's your globe, like a protractor above your head, like a semicircle. There's one for the northern set of stars. There's one for the southern set of stars. Some idiot put them together like a ball and called it a globe, when they're actually two spherical protractors on one level plane.
Oh, you're smart.
I'm doing my
realize
best to
what you
listen
did?
to you,
bad
but it's
dude.
really hard not to imagine Jordan Peterson sitting on the other side of the computer.
He's Jordan Peterson, bro. He's debunking the sphere cucks, dude. And they're CGI artists.
I mean, everything that he said was right, but I just found the name funny.
There's a bit of intermission here. I think I'm going to jump in a lot because I think it's fun to watch you guys be serious about this conversation. So I'll try to be as least of a sore thumb, but I am definitely a bad actor.
Okay. I mean, I find it cool that
hey
you do
man,
CGI
I
artwork.
came into the channel and everyone was muted typing to each other. I'm just trying to get a conversation going.
I like your name, by the way.
I was
This is you guy?
I was just about to.
Come on, Boomer.
What?
What evidence of curvature? Where is it?
Dude, my theory is the Earth's a square, dude. Checkmate.
So you don't got shit.
Yeah, I generally don't care.
Let's see the room title before you came in here.
If it's flat or it's an ellipsoid.
Yeah, I don't care. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here trying to listen to conversation.
Neither or have curvature. So that way it works.
What if, like, the Earth is a octagon, dude?
It's not. It's
I
measured
do not see
flat.
it being
Yeah, they measured flat to map it, and that's how they mapped it. They mapped it into the stars above your head. Okay, that's where that's where lines of longitude and latitude come from. They're in the stars. Okay, latitude comes from measuring Polaris. For every 1 degree declination of Polaris with your sextant, you've moved 60 nautical miles. Okay, so over the course of 180 degrees, looking in front of you and looking behind you, that's 180 degrees. 180 degrees times 60 is 10,800 nautical miles of flat plane. Isn't that amazing? The Earth only has a radius of 1,959 miles, and we've got a 10,800 nautical mile flat plane to deal with.
It is actually quite
honestly
convincing.
The person who gave the information that kind of caused the Earth to be a globe, his name was Eratosthenes, and he kind of fucked it up.
You've kind of effed up his name.
He measured flat Earth elevation angles to the sun, put a stick in the ground, and measured a shadow. Measured a shadow. I can measure shadows in my kitchen. Is my kitchen a globe? Just asking, because I got shadows in here.
That's obviously a fucking
I
straw.
see shadows right now.
Yeah, so shadows have nothing to do with curvature. All he did was actually plot the possible motion of the sun over a flat plane. That's all he did. He used elevation angles to measure these things, and you can only get an angle from 2 straight lines. One of those being the baseline, which is the ground that you're standing on, that you're trying to measure. So we are going to measure the ground, and you're going to find out you measured it flat. So happy.
All right, I'm not going to engage with that.
Bro, I'm making a video game, and I want all my planets to be flat.
Planets. See, there's a problem. You got a problem with outer space. Now you're going to say that the second law of thermodynamics is not a thing. We got air pressure here on Earth. If there was a vacuum of space, the air here on Earth would fuck off into the vacuum. That's just exactly what would happen. You can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum and not have the high pressure move to the low pressure. That is the second law of thermodynamics. That's going to happen. It doesn't happen. Therefore, we don't have a vacuum of space. Outer space is fake. All you see in the sky
Take it back.
All you see are lights in the sky. You don't see anything else. We've never been to any of those things there. We've flown things up high in the sky, but that's it. There's nobody going to the moon. Nobody going to Mars. That kind of crap is not happening. Mars is
The guys who just landed that thing on the moon faked the whole thing.
know that. You should look
Well, satellites are real, but they're not in space though.
What's wrong with satellites are up in the sky. We can have stuff up in the sky. If you're going to claim that satellites are orbiting the Earth, that's another problem. Because then I'm going to say, where the hell did you get the radius of the Earth in order to put a satellite up to orbit?
Well, X-37B, they just came back.
Yeah,
from high orbit.
Just nice stories.
Well, I mean, saying,
the picture is pretty cool. Obviously, we have no way of
you can see
of confirming
satellites
that it's
from
real.
naked eyes, but that's not the point, right? These things disappear and then come back over a period of time, right?
Yeah. So what? So
it
what?
happens, but that doesn't entirely. Wait, I'm not done, bro. Stop being so angry. I'm a flat earther.
The X-37B took a picture of the
I'm
planet.
just trying to make a point.
Things that fly for years. Okay, they've got planes up there for years and fly around. That's a satellite. They're unmanned. Nobody's in them. That's a satellite. We have things that move over top of us in the sky, and yes, they would be satellites. Now, it's the problem with you claiming that they orbit the Earth around the Earth as a globe.
I never claimed that. Actually, you claimed that yourself, and now you're trying to make it a delusion and say that I did it.
So all we
even though I wasn't even claiming that I actually believed that the Earth was round, which is funny. I'm actually a flat earther.
So you only see the
I'm just saying satellites exist, and I even said to you that they aren't actually in space. So I don't really get your argument.
No problem. I'm just making sure that everybody's clear on it, because I know that they're going to jump on all of this kind of stuff because they got to get in there with their satellites. And as a flat earther, you're right. And we can have satellites on flat Earth. There's just things up in the sky and they move around. So big deal.
Exactly.
You know, but as far as if you're going to come in here, so I'm not saying you, I'm saying the other people that are claiming, oh, no, they orbit the Earth. Well, first off, you're going to need to get a radius of the Earth. So I'd like to know where you can come from in the very first instance.
I disagree with that.
Why do you disagree with that?
Because the Earth's radius can't be measured, that there's no such thing of curvature.
Whoa, hold on.
I know where you're coming from there. I'm just saying from the globe side, if they're going to be putting stuff into orbit, they need that number. They need the radius.
Do they?
Where they got it from. Yeah, if you're going to orbit the Earth, you need to know how big it is before you can orbit it. Do you not agree?
You could just no, I don't agree. Actually, you could just keep sending stuff up until one of them works. It's kind of like how the Russians did, trying to get Sputnik up. You know,
centric model is based on our.
That doesn't. The heliocentric model is irrelevant to the point here. You don't need to know the radius of the Earth to be able to start sending satellites up. So that's a fallacious argument.
He went there, dude. That little bastard.
He's not wrong. He's actually not wrong.
That little bastard.
Instead of immediately changing the goalpost here and going to something else, respond to what I said.
I was trying to, and you talked over top of me, so I kind of put you on timeout here for a bit. Look, if you're going to orbit the Earth, you need to know how big it is. First off, you need to understand that everything about your heliocentric model is based on what the radius of Earth is. It is required because everything is back engineered to 3959 miles for the radius of Earth. And if you don't have that, nothing works. Orbits don't work for any of the crap that you're playing around with in your space monkey ball. So you need to have that. And if you don't have the radius, you don't have anything outer space. Nothing's going to orbit the Earth. They apparently are doing this, so they must have that information. And the information ain't real, is the problem. They don't have a radius for Earth. None of that stuff exists. It's just a story, and everybody is eating it up like everything space is great. Well, have fun in space where you can't go because of the second law of thermodynamics.
Boys, I have a confession. I don't know what thermodynamics is.
I'm just kind of lost at this point. I just heard two things that make sense in a different way. Crazy. That's cool.
What are you confused about?
Oh, it's not related to Discord. I'm following this well. I'm just looking up something towards satellites. Like how the Starlink satellite apparently quote unquote orbits the Earth, and every single 90 minutes it travels the speed at 17,000 miles per hour, going over every single land vertex to come back at a point 90 minutes later in the same area of range. Meaning, you could get a telescope or anything that you can view, right? Point it up at the satellite of where the area is and the velocity, and you can track it. So every single time it comes over 90 minutes, you can see it again.
Yeah, so you would go in like a protractor above your head from this horizon, straight above you, 90 degrees, to straight behind you at 0 degrees. So 180 to 0 or 0 to 180, however you want to put your protractor in there, but it's 90 degrees when it's above you. So that's all you see. You only see the movement of a light above your head that makes a 180 degree move. That's all you see. You do not see a satellite go around the Earth. You see it pass over your head.
Yes, but that's another thing that I want to go into. I mean, I don't.
17,000
of it?
miles per hour. You just gotta think of that. 17,000 miles per hour. Just think of that, brother. You can't see that.
Yeah, you can see that. Why wouldn't you?
You can see it because actually, think of it as like something that's a little bit slower than a shooting star. That 17,000 miles per hour is going to go a lot slower.
Per hour is based upon a certain distance away from the Earth. Now, which is a ridiculous distance because of the second law of thermodynamics. Now, if by any chance that the satellites were actually closer to Earth and not at these ridiculous distances away, they would actually be moving slower, and you would actually be able to probably spot them and see them move across the sky like we do now.
That's true. I wanted to add that if you actually watch one of NASA's live streams, and I know, oh my god, he said the word.
Whoa. I'm a NASA CGI artist. I fucking created every single one of those clips, dude. El Bozo.
Actually?
Yeah, ask me anything.
Alright. Prove it?
Sorry, dude. I'm no proof here.
That's okay. Anyway, moving on. If you watch a NASA live stream, and if you understand kind of like what the Earth looks like on the round ball, because we have to use that, unfortunately, because it's being projected as if the Earth is round. But even then, when it goes over it, it looks flat. So, anyway, what's interesting is if you watch these videos and you see it go over a certain piece of land, and you're at the land that it crosses over, like for an example, the Starlink satellite, you can see it. I've seen it before, but the thing is, I personally believe that the CGI that they're using is to kind of replicate the Earth as a different structure to confuse people, basically. I mean,
confuse them in what way?
Oh, to make it so that people don't know what the actual size of the Earth is. Have them confused and left on a land slope when people say it's CGI. Then they get confused. They're like, oh, so it's fake. What I'm seeing is fake.
But what's the incentive
there you go.
for that?
The incentive is nobody actually knows if the Earth is round. But many people do know that the Earth is more likely flat.
Okay, so
because it's specific science,
and people are going to do this for free
scientifically.
That's it. They're just going to do it for free for that reason.
Oh
What's
yeah,
the incentive?
24/7 fucking live videos.
Why would I do that for someone? What's the incentive for me to work for you to do that? No,
just to prove my point.
Avi, listen. That's
CGI.
Sure, let's say it's CGI. I'm trying to ask you, what's the incentive motive behind this? Beyond that,
control
people don't really know. In what
and
way?
Not allow them to know the truth.
Except, what's the difference between the average schmuck knowing the truth or not in this case? Why go to all the trouble?
It's Because it's better to know like what you live on.
Huh? How?
Cool.
How does that change my life in any way?
Well, I mean, it allows you to not be deceived by NASA.
Okay,
which is
I've
one
been
of the
deceived by
biggest
NASA.
actual.
I still that doesn't change being deceived or
deviations of life.
Okay, the knowledge
Mm-hmm.
of being deceived or not is irrelevant to my life. So why would they go to the effort?
The reason they would go to the effort is because
they do it every day.
Believe that the Earth is flat and we're in a contained system that's made just for us, then you're more likely to believe in a higher power like God. But if you believe that we're in the never-ending blackness of space and there's nothing like special, then you're more likely to just cede your power to the governing bodies.
Okay, so you're saying the incentive here is to maintain control for the government to maintain psychological, in some aspects, control over its general populace in the form of making them try to move away from religion.
Yeah, because religion has been the control of people for centuries, but now, so you can see that.
That is actually a better aspect because what he's saying is true. So if we compare the Bible, which basically talks about a firmament, okay, we can all agree with that.
I can't. I won't because that's very poor trade. It's a very
well, inside of the Bible, it depicts it. Regardless, the Quran also says that the Earth is flat and round.
Hey, what's been said could apply to whether the Earth is flat or a ball.
That's what the Quran says. It says that it's both.
Well, yeah, you live on the inside of it, probably, right? But no, I'm just saying, like, these lies that are being told doesn't necessitate that they are intentionally and motivated into trying to deceive the world about the shape of the Earth. Like, you're talking about, right, NASA, right? Space imagery and that space industry, right? All that shit. That came along after everyone was already convinced the Earth was a ball. It wasn't like they needed to like convert everyone. Like they already just thought that. It was just like, yeah. So the lie isn't necessarily about the shape of the Earth. It's about being able to go to space. That's what the lie's about.
Yes, but why would they lie about it? Like, why can't they just come forwards and be like, hey, we're actually able to use a camera now. We're going to show you what the Earth actually looks like from down below without using CGI.
Because they're not doing what they're saying they're doing. They're not doing what they're saying they're doing.
So what are they doing?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Therefore,
not what they're saying they're doing, because the Earth's not a ball.
They're not being honest.
What's the incentive motive here for them to go through all this trouble? To
create an industry that they can funnel money into that doesn't exist.
Okay, finally, someone giving a logical
an immediate thing that none of you could go and check that out and see if that money's actually going into what they're saying it is.
Not a responsibility to answer that stupid question. Nobody knows. Government? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Well, obviously, I'm not going to be able to persuade you with pictures from the X-37B, orbiting the planet, right? So the only thing we can talk about is abstract ideas here. So I'm trying to.
We can talk about measuring the Earth.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah,
I've gone down that road with you guys enough.
For a fact that what they're showing you is bullshit.
Did you ever bother to check to see if it was curving? I did. It's not. The Earth is not curving. I checked. Did you ever bother to check?
Every time we go down this road, I end up getting muted. So I'm not going to talk about curvature.
Maybe you don't know how to check.
Talk about it. This is funny. So I went on an airplane around 2 years ago, and I was at around 50,000 feet, something like that. And I took out my GoPro and my very good camera, and I checked for curvature, and I took maybe 200 pictures. There wasn't one curved thing inside of the sky that I saw within those 200 photos. With or without a fisheye. Therefore, meaning the Earth is fucking flat.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not a very good way to figure that out. That's actually kind of silly. I'm going to post in the live stream a better way to figure out if you want to take a look at it.
Look outside, use your eyes, look at the horizon, not curve.
I'm just saying there's a lot better ways to falsify the radius than that. It's not even really... It's technically not even falsifying the radius. Like, it's subjective. Like, I could go and stand next to you in the same airplane, look out the same window and say, I see the Earth is curved. And you say, I see the Earth is flat. We gotta land the plane and measure the Earth to figure out if it's flat or curved.
You can't... The video you just posted literally shows curvature.
It shows a mirage. It does not show curvature. It shows that you can see to the other side of the lake, and you're not supposed to that well. There's supposed to be 48.5 feet of convexity. I'm not observing that there. If that's what you're observing there, then, buddy, there's something wrong with your eyes.
I'm disappointed that you actually said that.
I mean, this is... So, taking out the whatever happens with light to cause the mirage, we should be able to see or not see.
We're not talking about mirages. We're talking about if there's convexity on the water or not. There is obviously not.
But wouldn't
no convexity
isn't there not supposed to be convexity on water?
Convexity, what makes...
Yeah, because the Earth is flat. There's supposed to be if the Earth was a ball. There is not because the Earth is flat. Convexity means the opposite of concave.
Right. But would an amount of water this small...
Oy vey, did you just call him Jew?
Well, those are my
His name is
pronouns.
Mr. Jew. I have a question, Jew.
Sure, I have an answer.
If you know how you can look into the sky and, use a telescope and see all the planes in different terrains and other stuff inside of our environment, right?
Trains in the sky, well known, yeah.
All the planets that people talk about, those magical things.
Hey, dude, don't you dare. They're real in my mind, Goyam. It was real in my mind, Goyam.
If you believe in all these objects, right? Okay, good for you. I do too. But here's the cool thing, right?
Okay.
How do you know that the Earth that you are on is flat like the other spherical planets in our environment, other than the Earth, as it cannot be a planet, as it will not be defined, as it's only a plane?
Where's the question in what you said? How do I know?
Yeah, that sounded incoherent, by the way.
I'm just asking him how he knows, that the planet is round and not flat. What makes you think that? You can't see the outside of our planet.
Yeah, we can. We have pictures.
Who says it's a planet?
CGI.
I mean,
the pictures. Are you saying the picture from X-37B is CGI? Sure. That our conversation now ends because neither of us can provide definitive proof because you can't.
Yeah, but we don't think Earth is a disc in space, bro.
Okay. And.
Well, that's what you're doing. You're taking the globe Earth out, replacing it with this flat object, just straight back into the heliocentric paradigm. Now, we're not the third flat disk from the sun. That's not what we're saying.
I never said it was.
We're saying to challenge the whole narrative.
Sure.
Of of those things being planetary bodies going around the sun being what they say it is, a big giant nuclear fusion reactor, and it's just like all the other stars, that those stars are also suns with their own little planets going around them. All that is being challenged.
Way better than I did.
Think of it like this. We're on the ground floor, and all we have is the looking of the up. That's all we got. You can look front, back, left, right, and up. That's all we have. But we're on the ground floor.
I mean, what about the guys that went up in the SR-71? It's pretty high up. U-2s as well. They're not on the ground floor.
Well, the other problem that you got is you got somebody that champions for the Globers out there, Neil deGrasse Tyson, saying that you can't even see.
I fucking hate that guy.
Well, too bad. You can't see curvature from the ISS. You can only see 3% of the surface, according to the latest rhetoric from NASA, you can only see 3% of the Earth. Therefore, you can't see the curvature. You're not far enough away.
Okay.
Saw any curvature at any altitude less than that, you had a fisheye lens going on. You did not see curvature. Well, whoever, the whoever.
I'm a pilot.
You're not going to see curvature from there.
Never said you did, bro. Never mind.
Well,
I'm sorry. What happened? What's happening between us is I'm responding to something specific that you say, and it kind of gets you on a tangent. And I feel like a lot of people have come to you with the same thing in this chat, so you're kind of going on something that. And I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I get it. Like you probably say these things to people all the time, so you kind of once you kind of get going, you're going down the usual roads. But I'm not. That's not what I was asking. We're talking about, but it's fine.
Oh, you've got stuff from high altitude planes. What are you claiming then?
Bro, I said you were like we're only on the ground level, and I said guys in SR-71s, that's pretty high up. That's not ground level. That's it.
I get it. Yeah, I get it now. Okay, I thought you were trying to make a point that they're seeing curvature. No,
right. Which is why I made the comment I just made. That you heard that, and then you went into the usual things that I'm sure people.
Dude, man, why are you backing down, dude? Tackle him.
We're on the ground floor, and all we have is the up. We can see the up. And it's only what we can visualize through our eyes and through telescopes, etc. Nobody's going up other than to low altitudes. Nobody's going to space. That's not happening. We don't have that. We got no curvature. And we're on the ground floor of whatever the Earth is. We're just here, and we have lights above us. That's all that we get to see is lights above us. And people have telescopes, and they take measurements to these stars and the planets, and they get all these angles, and they can measure angles and everything to these things. Nothing on Earth resembles anything that you see in the sky. I don't see any trees up there. I don't see waterfalls. I don't see any oceans. I don't see any of that kind of stuff up there. So there's nothing on Earth that resembles anything that you see in the sky. So for the ones that do come along and say, what about the other planets? What in the sky that you see resembles anything of what you see here on Earth? How about we start there?
Oh, that stopped quick.
I'm making really good arguments inside chat, by the way, because my throat's like really dry. I think I'll water soon.
Yeah, I understand. Like you're trying to work backwards a little bit, like that, and it does happen, and it's kind of natural because of what you've been presented from childhood and accepted as being true without evidence. It's a belief, right? So you believe that the Earth, one, is a sphere, that two, it's of a certain size and dimension, three, it's orbiting the sun and spinning on its axis, three, that our sun is a star, which is part of a conglomerate of other stars called a galaxy, right? And it's orbiting the center of that galaxy, and that the galaxy is traveling through an ever-expanding universe. Like that's your idea of reality,
I believe
right?
that
you
the
don't
Earth is
experience,
flat.
by the way. That you don't experience, by the way. Someone comes along and says flat Earth, right? And you just immediately think an object, a flat object within that story, right? We're saying scrap it all. Let's go back down to the foundations, to the fundamental basis, right? And let's start with what is the Earth? Is it this sphere that we're being told it is? Forget all the other shit for now. Let's just find out if it's that thing first, right? Oh, turns out it's not, because if you were on a ball, the surface would have curvature. Doesn't have curvature, so it's not that, right? Then we can start, like with other things. Or are we going around the sun? No evidence that this thing that we're on is even moving, right? We just observe the things in the sky moving. All right, what are those things in the sky? Don't know. How are we going to test that? Just come up with ideas, make up stories? No, we're not going to do that. What are those things in? Where is the Earth? Is it in this big, ever-expanding universe you've been told? No, that's not true. We have a gaseous pressurized system that we're breathing, right? And the only way to achieve gas pressure is physical containment. You're going to need something for the gas molecules to press against in order to achieve pressure. So we know that our air is just not sitting like nice and cozy and at some point in the sky next to an ever-expanding vacuum. The air, if that was true, the air we breathe would just continue to fill that void, right, and expand out, and we'd just all lose our air and die, right? So we know that's not true. We're not in that universe as it's been presented to us from childhood. Right? So it's a totally different cosmology. We're throwing all of that out. Not true.
Yep, thus ground floor. It's time to start exploring, folks.
Well, are you throwing out everything, T-Dub? What about spectroscopy and studying light, the light from the stars and the planets? You don't think any of that's valid?
No, I think it's leaping to conclusions. Right? So you might be able to get ideas or correlate results with certain things that we can do here on Earth in a lab, right? And then correlate and point, things at the sky and correlate the results with things that we can definitely determine on Earth. But there's things that are unknown. What's the medium between us? Right? Is there unknown mediums which could affect those results? Right? Are there other ways to produce those results similar? Are we misinterpreting those results? Right? Et cetera, et cetera. Like, there's a lot to consider when we're talking about spectroscopy or spectronomy.
Yeah, I mean, when they do spectroscopy, they have like error. There's a ton of data, and then they kind of put an algorithm through it and do it that way.
There's no way to go there to confirm it. You might find something really cool and say, hey, that planet's made out of emeralds. Well, you can't go there to prove it. You just have a nice green light on your display. At best, you're probably begging the question.
I mean, at some point you got to start thinking abstractly, though, right? I mean, you can't literally touch, see, feel, and know everything. So, I mean, at some point you have to abstract things to know them, or at least, to understand them.
No, to guess and then come up with a maybe. You're not going to draw any conclusive things out of that. You can't test what you're talking about. Just pure speculation.
We try to keep that to Sundays, call it Speculation Sunday, so we can come up with ideas. But for the rest of it, it's a matter of trying to deal with what is it that can be confirmed at this point in time.
Yeah, proof produces knowledge, and belief produces religion.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's kind of vague, right? Because, like, what's your standard of proof? Are you saying, like, knowledge can only be from a proof? Like, there's proofs in mathematics, but, I mean, there's plenty of things that we know that we can't prove. Like, some people don't believe planes hit the World Trade Center. I could show you evidence. I could show you videos, testimony. But I mean, how do I prove that?
On this channel, though, but I hear ya.
Yeah, I mean, some people think it rains diamonds on Uranus.
Yeah, we got that going on. How did they confirm that?
Some people think that there's hairy black holes up in the sky.
How did they confirm that, Mushkin?
You said hairy?
Yeah, hairy black holes.
Hairy black holes.
Look up, right, like NASA, hairy black holes. You'll find a whole bunch of articles. Just imagine if globe earthers, right, didn't claim these things, and flat earthers were telling you stuff like this. Imagine that. Imagine the ridicule. Imagine how ridiculous you would think that we are if we were saying such ridiculous things.
You would certainly think we were nuts if we told you, if you didn't know it, that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator and we made that up. You'd be like, no way, man. You'd figure out every way possible to disenfranchise that.
Yeah. Like the flat Earth is actually, it's moving millions and millions of miles per hour. Or it rains sideways glass rain up in the sky. Distant exoplanets that are countless light years away.
I mean, heck, we should come up with this stuff. Apparently, there's money in making up this stuff.
Interstellar was a good movie.
Yep. Better than NASA. But I think you're kind of on board with the some of the space stuff being nonsense, right, Mushkane?
Best part was when they said they faked the moon landings.
I have no idea what that guy just said, but yeah. Personally, I just believe in it because I can't see my planet, aka Earth. So I just think it's flat.
NASA's just like any other government agency. They're always putting out headlines that they're finding shit doing that, but they're really not. I don't know.
It's just annoying that people try to project images of our Earth that aren't real.
They put out like sensational headlines to kind of exaggerate what they actually found out to get like interest in it, and I guess probably raise money.
Absolutely. Like, there's this asteroid that's hurtling towards the Earth inside of the article. It's like, but it's also not hitting until 2032, and we are unsure if it will even hit. It's like, okay, then why not mention that inside of the title? Like, really?
Yeah, all it is some dude looking at a computer screen and going, "Oh shit, look at the numbers. That could be this. Oh yeah, maybe, could be. All right, let's tell him it might hit this time. All right, just
Yeah, aka the intervention of Wikipedia on why it's going to be shut down soon. Did you know about that? Wikipedia is about to get shut down. Of like a major lawsuit.
I'm sorry.
They're requesting donations now.
they're gonna ban it.
Mm-hmm.
Wiki ban.
Due to racial stereotypes inside of Wikipedia that promote slurs. Oh, boy. I try to make it so that when you look up a meaning for like certain words that are racial, that you can't actually look up the word itself. They're trying to ban it off of the platform, and they're trying to get like rid of like the entire history online.
Oh, fuck. I'll be honest with you, I've been lost with Wikipedia. Like.
Oh.
No.
Basically, the governments of the entire world are trying to covert the stuff that we know and change it into a perspective of equality. So they don't want people to know about Black history anymore, basically, and they think it's racist. That's why Wikipedia is getting banned, because they promoted lists of slurs that were very in-depth towards people to learn. So, yeah. I don't know. It's pretty interesting, though.
It is.
They are trying to like hackle off history, which is stupid.
I mean,
and they're trying to make it so that it's inaccessible for everybody around the world in the 250 countries. I don't know, something like that. 226.
250.
I don't know.
You know the Rockefellers, fucking the Rockefellers, don't they? They.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a way to get it back, aka the Wayback Machine. But even that, like, it's just gay.
Yeah, people just hack around it. You know, they got the Wayback Machine. People won't forget. Just hack it.
Yeah. If that ever happens, I'm gonna be a bad pen tester towards Google. I won't lie.
Well, that, you know, the AI question.
In the future, though, like I hope, like 5 to 10 years down the road, this actually happens, and I become a pen tester for Google, just to bring everything back and then hack them.
What's a pen test?
Because I don't like web.
Anti-technology.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to take away the technology side of accessing some information. They don't want it to be equipable towards people looking up information of past history so that they can use it against people.
Yeah, so they tell you it's here's the world at your fingertips. You can find out anything, but it's edited. It's like a Wikipedia, fucking Google.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Follow. It's just weird.
I don't get why people have to fucking change stuff just because someone feels like that their rights are violated. Let's change it for 8 billion people.
Well, why do we have to look online to find the truth? I mean, you could look outside your fucking window and find it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, history is everywhere.
History has probably been hijacked. The history they tell us is not the history that we fucking know, right? The history we've been taught is probably...
It's been interchanged, just like everything that we believe in. Everything's
something else happening in the past. Yep. So,
and I know this because...
No, Avi, this is why Flat Earth is such a big thing to me and to others, is because it opens a whole can of worms. It makes you understand that if where you're living is not what they're telling you it is, that makes everything else fucking, it's just, you're like, wait a minute. When I was a kid, I used to look up at the stars and say to myself, quietly, so nobody else could hear, what if they're not actually what they're saying they are? What if they're not that far away? What if they're actually something else? Like pinpricks in the sky? Like something else? And you always had that thought about you. So you're starting to
I've been thinking about that since I was like 10.
There you go. So you know what I'm saying, yeah. Breaking through the lies on your own.
Whole 10 years.
Fucking Google or Wiki. Yeah. So why
just with my own imagination. Because I looked... this is actually funny. So I had like one of those old toys that basically showed the planet as a globe, blah, blah, blah. And it would sing to you. And you go to certain planets and it like changed up the voice and tone of the accent. It was really fucking racist. But regardless, it was really interesting because I started to think, okay, so this is spinning. Is this supposed to replicate how the Earth is spinning? So I asked my teacher, does the Earth spin around? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, really? And she's like, yeah, we're constantly spinning in the middle of blah, blah, blah. I'm like, do you have any proof? And she's like, no.
You did that at 12 years. How old were you?
9 or 10.
You're what, really?
Yeah, and knowledgeable. That's what I call myself. I find knowledge that's imbalanced that I don't know the answer to. I ask somebody else, and if they can't back it up, I instantly disagree with what the concept is. If that person is knowledgeable,
right? So, if we have so let's say we have a globe in here, right, and they refute your idea completely and call it a hypothesis and an imagination. What would be the first thing you would use to refute their idea of a globe?
Probably hypothesis, because that gives you a better narrowing down towards their answer.
So, hang on. So you would say, well, the first thing is you're using a hypothesis. What would be the first thing you would...
So the question
is, what would you say to a glober in order to refute his idea or his imagination of a globe? What would be the first thing you would use?
Alright, well, first off, I would talk about the fact that nobody actually physically knows what our Earth actually looks like. Sure, there's some representations and some things that are theorized.
You're boring him to sleep. He's telling you there's a globe. What would be the first point of contention you would go to?
Oh, can you define curvature? What's the radius of Earth?
Yeah, I like that.
You believe in gases, but how do you see these gases? Where do you get gas at?
Gases, containers,
you believe in oxygen.
And what?
Where does oxygen come from? Is it a gas or is it just existent? Stuff like that. No one can answer that. You believe in compressed gas, yet how do you know if it's actually compressed gas instead of the compression?
Yeah.
What if it's just something to ignite it? And it's a liquid.
So you're you don't believe in a heliocentric model?
And what?
Heliocentric model.
Heliocentric model?
My God.
I don't think that I've actually ever heard of that.
The heliocentric.
Heliocentric model. Heliocentric.
I sound Swedish, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it. I was just wondering.
Okay. Centrism. Centrism?
Well,
Heliocentrism.
Helio.
Heliocentric model. There we go.
My God, are you serious? Heliocentric.
Yeah, I found it. We're good.
Yeah. No, good answer. Good
impediment.
answer. Globe and blah 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 and gas and that's pretty good. I like.
Yeah. I'm reading through it. I'm not sure. I'll have to take probably an hour to fully understand it. I can come back.
You got 20. You got 20 fucking minutes, and that's it.
20 minutes.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, 20 minutes, and get you. Yeah, sort yourself out. I'm just kidding. Take a fucking week. I don't care about.
I found the ice wall. I'm standing on. I'm looking over. Guess what I see? I see a bunch of fucking niggers on there.
Yep, and they're all retarded niggers. All retarded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, can I ask you a secondary question? Are you one of the people that you categorize standing on top of it?
You have to admit, looking at the world, there's some fucked up people in there. Right? Like, they don't even care what shape it is.
Alright, I already got an answer for you.
They actually go like this. What do you hear? What is the difference if it's curved or flat? I mean, the dumbest question I've heard in my life, but I've heard it. What does it matter if it's round or flat? Bro.
Nothing really. That's the funny thing. But
what does it matter?
helps people understand how we're being deceived. It gives us the ideology to make our own understanding towards what we live on if it can't be proven. Because NASA likes to lie a fuck ton, and they make it very difficult for people to understand what the actual reality is. Anyway, going back to what you were saying, heliocentrism.
Abby, I like you. See, if I had a daughter, I'd let her marry you, man. You're writing my book.
Type shit.
If I had a daughter, I'd let her marry you. You're okay, bro.
Type shit. Appreciate you. Yeah, so going back to that. Yes and no towards that. The reason is because I have seen things that look like the planets that are depicted via imagery, but most of them
imagery. Oh, you mean like Venus?
You got it. But I've seen some of these planets through a telescope. Sure, I can't really see the color of them, but they're round. So, I'd say yeah. But do I believe that they're all in the same place that they're depicted to be? No. No one can know the answer to that. We can't view them.
Well, the thing I said to you earlier is the reason that flat Earth makes a lot of sense to most people, or not so much so, but it opens a whole can of worms, is you have to start asking yourself, if we're being lied to about that, and the entire world believes it, how far deep into the rabbit hole are we? What else are we being lied to about? I mean,
man,
it has to be basically everything, right? I mean, they could just make up shit. And everybody
I wouldn't be
goes,
surprised that there's another 20 million coding languages that they're hiding from us that can make us have superpowers. I don't fucking know.
That's bullshit.
Government's vast. Here's my most favorite conversation, right?
Your most favorite conversation.
Yeah, when we I was getting there.
An actual conversation.
An evolutionary topic towards how we evolved and back in ancient Egypt with the pyramids of Giza. I don't know.
Yeah. Giza.
I believe it's
You say
Giza.
tomato, I say tomato.
Tomato. You're right. Yeah. So there's 3 pyramids. People say that it lines up with something called the Orion's Belt, and that they're at the speed of light coordinates, blah blah blah, in the exact same position, and they hold down the Earth in a mass so that the Earth doesn't be projected by gravity. That's what most people that are Egyptian claim to be true. But the thing is, okay, how do you know if these 3 things in the sky aren't just regular stars? Then their patterns just changed and they just switch up constantly because they're used to just, being in that orbit. Nobody knows. Another thing is, nobody knows if these pyramids were actually a source of energy that people quote unquote explain them to be with limestone. They used to say, oh yeah, the pyramids used to be wrapped inside of limestone and they used to be a power generator. Oh, the pyramids, they're also like a motherboard and a CPU, and they will have the exact same kind of like architecture that a computer does when it's built. This is all true. If you look at the images, that's how they're depicted to be. I mean, not all true would be correct, but the imagery of it is very interesting. Very cool to look at.
So I suppose what I'm saying is, if we've been lied to about the shape of the Earth, which we obviously are, what else is true that they're telling? What else is fake that they're telling us true? Like dinosaur bones and evolution and things. I mean, the world's your fucking oyster, bro.
It's hard to say. Like, nobody has a concrete supportive answer for most of this because A, physically we haven't seen it ourselves, or B, there's not enough evidence to show us. And I wish that there was stuff that we could see evidentially that proves against CGI, but there's nothing that we have for that resource.
Well, the point is we've been lied to.
Oh, yeah.
Massively.
I mean, I can make a lie right now. My fucking dick's 23 inches. Like, come on. I wish it was.
Can I believe you? If no, I don't want to see a picture.
Yo, what the fuck?
I don't bet for the other team. I bet for, I like the other thing. Can't see it on here live, but
decently long. I'm happy with it, but once again,
I don't. Yeah,
lie about that
cares,
stuff all the time. No, I know. But like, this is what I mean, right? Here's a perfect argument. People lying. People lie so much.
Yeah.
It's easy. Yes, it's so hoaxing. I can be like, I'm a fucking millionaire. Blah, blah, blah. I have a yacht. Okay, people are going to challenge that. They're like, hey, do you have proof? Can we see some photos? The first thing that person's going to do is they're either going to look online for an internet photo of something that they're mentioning, or they're just going to say, ha, I was joking. See what I mean? That's just like any human being in this planet when they make any sort of argument that they know nothing of.
What? Sorry, planet? We don't live on a planet. This is
I know
not
it's
a
Earth.
planet. Yeah.
I know it's Earth. It's a plane. I'm getting used to that still.
Okay. You're coming around.
I only reverted to a flat Earth for like 3 weeks ago.
You're a baby.
Yep.
Baby flat Earth.
I will be right back though, because I need to go do something.
Yeah, fuck up, bro. Sick of listening to you anyway. So. It's nice to hear people at 20 years of age going, that Catholic are lying this, bro. Probably correct. They do. My point is, if they do that, what else? So the entire thing is a lie. Well, how can that happen? You can't have like 200 people or 2,000 people lying to you. No, it's just everybody's caught up in the fucking bullshittery. The world.
Funny, he's like
all the flat earthers around the globe agree the Earth is flat. It's like globe.
Yeah, last time I heard that one, I fell off my dinosaur. That joke's so fucking old, like. I suppose, the point is, we're being lied to about everything, so this world is not what we think it is. I mean, that's obvious. So what is it? I mean, they want you to think it's eternal space, and you can just go out there and no, it's a dome. We're caught in here, terrarium type thing. I'm starting to think. About fucking 5 years ago, it's we need to get out. We need to get out of whatever the fuck this is. Like David Icke says, it's a trap. It's a trap. Like Star Trek, or Star Wars. We need to get out, bro.
Here's a good quote. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. William J. Casey, CIA director.
I remember that one. We'll know our indoctrination is successful when everything the American people see on TV they believe is truth, or something like that. Same thing. But, I suppose my point is going back to the foundation of it. If they're lying to us about everything, about the shape of the earth, which they obviously are, because it's not a fucking bad, what else could they lie about? Well, everything. So, people used to have revolutions in the past. They used to stand up and fucking fight the government and kill each other and die for their belief in, you shall not tax me this. So far, no further. They're taxing us on everything. You wake up in the world, you pay for something, tax. You drive a car, tax. Tax. Government is taxing the shit out of people. So, and people just, you wake up to this, and it becomes normalized. It's normal. And somebody else has control of the educational system. So, it's a heliocentric model, obviously. Well, question that. Well, maybe it's not. No, it is. It is because we say so. And if you try to go against that, you're a fucking moron. So it's just. I suppose. Okay, here we go. The point I'm trying to make is this world is not what it seems it is. It's something else. I think people used to say to me something about God. And I think that if you understood God, he's far more alien than we could ever imagine. We are probably caught in a far more alien because we think being in a body is normal. We think that's normal. We think it's but it's not.
So that's why in ancient time there was the fight between people because of their understanding of religion. So because they didn't have that paradigm of the globe. The only unique paradigm where you can have that group of atheists, where you can have this world starting to exist because of coincidence. No, because in the ancient times there was no globe, so everyone understood already that there is a creator. So everyone imagined that creator, whatever he wanted to imagine it like Zeus. The Hindu have their gods. The Japanese have their gods, Fujin, Raijin, and those things. So there was no group of atheists at all. There is no globe, no coincidence no nature will create itself by some magical clash between two molecules or something, singularities.
So we woke up in a world where everybody believes there's a globe. That's it.
Yeah, they created that idea. The main idea of the globe, it was because they wanted to have that word or that fake reality where you can imagine that there is no God.
So yeah, I know, yeah, correct. So now, how do you explain that? I mean, that's genius, but what is the purpose behind it? What is the purpose of trying to make an entire world believe that it's living on a spinning ball? What is the purpose behind that? And there's infinite space, and there's light years, which are obviously not, and black holes and shit. What is the purpose? Okay.
They created that fantasy world just to establish some kind of trust between them and the population. So they will just put in the mind of the population that they know, they discovered, they found, they invented.
Yeah,
so
we know everything.
Yeah, we will have that trust. So those people are the professional, and they know, and we don't. They are the intelligent, and we are the stupid. So you will just go to work, you plus your wife too, and pay you work to pay the taxes, and you give them your children. You give them your children to let them just indoctrinate them to create something again like you. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about the average population. To create another person like you who is just intelligent enough to drive a car, make a computer work, write a program, do those simple things, but stupid enough to not question the reality or question the authority.
That makes sense. I kind of knew that anyway. I knew that. No, I'm just kidding. But then again, right? Thank you, Nicholas.
You're welcome, brother.
That was good. That gave me food for thought. I think there's something bigger than us, right? I do believe that, and I think it's not what we think it is. I don't know if the world is here to, in order for us to fucking progress or figure ourselves out or become a better fucking soul or whatever the fuck we are, right? But this place is not. It's not a nice place. It's just not. It's horrible, actually. It really is not so good. Like, people check out all the time. Animals eat each other just to survive. We eat other animals. And, you know, it's just like... It's like the antipodal of fucking... If you were to think of... Right, so my name's God, and I'm going to think of how I'm going to make my children better. I'm going to make up a fucking nightmare world and put them in it. Just to make them fucking... You know, it doesn't make sense.
But... It's not the case.
Yeah?
It's not a nightmare at all.
It's
a reality.
Look around, bro.
No. Listen, it's a reality where you have the mixture of both good and bad. So
how would you know if something is good if you don't experience the bad?
You can experience the bad, but not that bad. Just will just have to sit around you personally.
Why do we have to experience the bad?
I'm sorry?
Why do we have to experience this bad?
Why?
Yeah, well, possibly, yeah. Question, yeah. Why?
It is an experience. It is completely an experience to, for example,
So,
you
for
are.
example,
I give you
a
an
psycho
example.
killer kills 1,600 people in one day. That's a great experience. I'm glad I was here to experience that. It doesn't make sense.
Just listen. It is a great experience, and everyone on this will agree about that, because no one will just say that. Oh no, it's not a great experience. I prefer to
will.
die. I prefer
I'll
to
do
die.
it right now.
So those people, they are minorities. Those people that you will find that they accept to die because they admit that it is a nightmare. Do you want to die? No, because for you it's not a nightmare. You don't want to die. You want to sit here till tomorrow. If I ask you tomorrow, you'll tell me no. I prefer to die after tomorrow.
So you would agree this is a strange experience?
It is a strange experience. I agree with that. But to say bad, or to say that it's completely bad, 100% bad, or saying that it's 100% good, no.
Nobody said this 100%, but it does look bad. Like.
Yeah, there is bad things. That's why. That's why it's a great thing. So, in any game, for example, let's just make it simple. In any game, they will put for you the customization, things that you can, your eyes will like, the colors, the environment, those things. But they will put some abstraction in your way in that game to make the game difficult for you, because it's fun like that. If it is just a linear thing, you can't get hungry. You don't need to breathe. You don't need anything. It will be just a linear thing that have no taste. You don't need to eat. You don't need to meet a woman or something like that. Don't need to express feelings. You don't need to be scared. You don't need to be happy. If it is like that, that's just the 0 point. No creation, no nothing, and no one, no me, no you. But to live the experience like this, it is the good and the bad. To make it fun, to see the challenge, to see the choice. Imagine you are the creator, and you want to see the people. You created some.
Why would I do that to my children? Hey, I've been blackpilled, though. I'm blackpilled, but apparently I'm a blackpill.
And every one of us have the choice. So people can do good, and other people want to do bad things. And there is things, objective realities that we all can agree about.
There is.
Wait, is there? I don't think so.
There is. Of course there is.
You think there are topics that every single person agrees on?
A subjective reality.
Yeah.
You think that every single person, including schizophrenic people, believe that?
No, we are not talking about the exceptions.
You said every single person. What do you mean?
We are not, no, we are not talking about...
You said fucking schizophrenics. That's fucking like a curveball, bro.
Don't think like that. We are not talking about the schizophrenic people, the dead people, the people who are dead centuries ago. They are persons also. So you want to think like that. You want to block your mind and think like, oh, you're talking about schizophrenic people or people.
No, wait. That's misrepresenting completely. I asked you specifically, do you mean every single person, as in like, I feel like that's a very hard claim. Then you double down and say yes. And then I ask you, I don't state, I ask you, then what about people that suffer from schizophrenia? And then you try to straw man that as that I say that is your entire example. I'd never claim that.
No, I didn't say that it was my entire.
You said I claimed that. You just said that.
Let's correct the sentence. Would it be good to say normal people? All normal people?
Yeah, but then what does that mean? Because I still don't agree. Like, so if you don't agree with that one statement, then you're not normal? Like, what does that mean? That's a dangerous road. So you say like now we all have to agree, or you excluded from the in group? It's like a very toxic mentality.
No. Yes, I agree with what you said. So people who does have a mental issue, I excluded them. So they can agree, they can not agree. For example, killing. Everyone will agree to that killing someone else is something bad.
Not
Because
necessarily.
if they agree that if you kill someone else that is good, you ask them for themselves, will you agree that if I kill you, it will be something good? They won't say yes. Because they won't accept that you kill them. So, yeah, when we talk about objective reality, it's objective, including you.
No, so that's also wrong. Like there are plenty of people, including. Wait, let me finish because I heard what you said. There are many people, including radicalized Muslims, that blow themselves up and killing other people too, in a belief that they will achieve something else, right? Not on Earth. And those people think it's a good thing to kill those people. It's actually a religious act. It's following their scripture, their ultimate belief, right? And we don't like that. I hope, right? I don't like that. I can speak for myself.
It's wrong.
Yeah, I think
It's
so,
wrong
right?
because that
But
person that goes.
okay, now you're just interrupting again. I mean,
I just want to talk about that point that you acknowledge, saying that the Muslims will go blow themselves. Yes, that person can agree to blow themselves, go on in a crowd that they think that those are disbelievers, so they deserve to die. So they will blow themselves and kill themselves and the others. But no, if you ask that person, I will kill you now, before you go and blow yourself, so you will have no objective in killing anyone and killing yourself. You won't accept.
dude, like, okay, I see what you're saying. You're trying to not accept my example because now you have a caveat that it will happen before something else. Even if I grant that, I can say that there are plenty of scenarios where people will willingly sacrifice themselves, right? Or want to be killed themselves in order for a greater virtue. So that could be like scarcity of resources. It could be in a war scenario, taking a bullet. So when you say kill, like, what do you mean? Like, you making like such a weird construed example to like wait to feed like your claim that there is such a thing as like objective morality and objective reality, and if you don't subscribe to that, then you're abnormal, and you think that you can disprove every single example that I give. I don't think you have. You might have convinced yourself.
I just want to kill for fun. I just want to kill you for fun, for example.
But now you're stating for fun.
Yeah, killing. And I'm saying,
Hey, man, cool story. Anyway, back to the topic of the room. Earth is flat. Deal with it. If you don't like it, too bad. What say you? That's what I thought. Silence is acquiescence. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Well, isn't that an argument from silence fallacy?
What?
Isn't that an argument from silence fallacy?
What?
Yeah, it is. They're the ones that are silent, therefore we win. Right? Isn't that how that works? We ask for proof of the globe, we get crickets, they're silent, so I guess that means we win.
what's new on the horizons.
Not much new on the horizon. A few clouds
So,
in the sky. Go ahead.
DeWitt Duffy thinks he's going to ask the flat earthers to tell him what camera he can send up, and then they have to accept if the curvature in the camera, right, is shown for any reason. Since the flat earthers picked the camera, then they have to accept the Earth is curved. I guess that's the only new thing that I know of. You want to do a high altitude camera launch or something, balloon or something. I don't know.
Hey, AI, wouldn't he then have to make sure that whatever it is that he's sending up goes higher than the International Space Station? Because we've been told that Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see the curvature of Earth from there, so he's got to go much higher than that. Can he confirm that he can go higher than that?
I don't know about that. I don't think it was Neil that said that. That was a different guy.
Oh, okay.
Neil said you can't see it from the height of the Red Bull jump. And then the other guy doubled down on that and said, well, yeah, you probably can't even see it from the ISS. And he did a lecture on it at his, can't remember which university it was, but he's a planetarium director as well, kind of like Neil is. His name is Paul Larson.
Okay, and didn't he say you only see 3% of the Earth's surface or something like that from the ISS?
Yeah, and that would be with a 360-degree field of view.
Yeah. So he's got to go higher than that, or he's got nothing. So I'll have to get confirmation from him, I guess.
It wouldn't happen to be a geometric horizon that they're talking about.
Who knows these days, dude? Some globers say if the Earth is flat, the horizon would be curved. So if Duffy sets up a camera and it shows a curved horizon, then that would just prove those globers correct. That if the Earth is flat, you have a curved horizon because the Earth is flat. So what's he hope to accomplish? It's not going to change anything. The same arguments will still be had.
And around we go.
That's the only thing that's going round and round is the Glover's argument, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? So a sphere is basically a bunch of circles, right? So if you have enough circular arguments, you can glue them together and make a sphere.
Kind of like a circular argument collage. They should go into art. Maybe they could go to the art museum and present their claim to them. They might buy it.
Man, I want some ice cream, but I'm too lazy to get out of the car and go buy it.
Never too lazy to get ice cream. Oh, shit.
I don't know. I've been on a roof all day. I'm quite tired. Someone told me that all angles require a horizontal. And I replied, dude, I get an angle off a roof with an angle tool. I don't need no horizontal, dude. I just take the tool, unfold it between the pitch of the roof and whatever outcropping, and bam, I got the angle between the two. I can then go cut it. I don't have to reference horizontal that one time. And of course, they spazzed. They said, oh, this is why nobody likes you. Oh, my goodness, you're a twerp. You're a nerd. I'm like, dude, it's not my fault. You don't know what you're talking about. You know what his answer was, Sonny? He said, go ahead.
Did they mean to say elevation angle?
Well, yeah, so like, you know, you hear, oh, elevation angle, then all of a sudden they just drop that and just say all angles. And I'm like, dude, You got to like not just be a spaz, bro. You know, it'd be like saying all lines. It'd be like saying all lines require a horizontal line. It's like what?
Yeah, that's not true.
I can just draw any line anywhere I want, dude.
Yeah, you could take a protractor and, hold it up to the sky at 15 degrees. Like, you could have a 15-degree angle off of anywhere you like.
Yeah, any two, you can get an angle between any two floating points, no matter their orientation.
Before I interrupted, you're about to tell Sonny what his retort was.
Oh, the final retort was, well, the tool that you're talking about needed a horizontal to be created. I was like, what?
Well, that's probably true if it was made of plastic. They had to, flow the plastic. But, you could have a mold, injection molding. But, more than likely, it's plastic. You had to start flat
Well,
plane.
look, a very common flat straight standard is something that's been created using gravity, for lack of a better term. That offends some flat earthers, but whatever, dude. You put a plate on top of a plate, and then you grind them together, and the weight of the one plate grinds to the other, and then you can use water, and you can get a flat standard. But you could argue that yes, that's a common flat standard, but there are other ways to get flat surfaces, and then you could use that as a benchmark to make the tool straight, because the angle tool is a straight edge, no doubt, with a little axis in the center, and then another arm that folds out. And then all you do is you just move those two arms. It doesn't have any numbers on it. I mean, some do, but this ones I got don't. You just open it up and you tighten the wing nut, and then you have an angle. Then you know what angle you just did measure. It's basically a direct model of the angle, a template.
Right, so you can then transfer that to some other part of the construction.
Yeah, you can go then cut it out of wood, or cut a piece of flashing. Some people do. They're so invested into this topic that they can't even think straight. Like, they have a catchphrase or a buzzword that they say, and when you press them on it at all, they completely lose their minds. Both Globers and flat earthers alike.
As always, you've given me much to think about. I hate you. But I love you.
You got to be able to think for yourself. Okay, you can't just be a Glober and decide, okay, now I'm a flat earther. So now who's the new gurus that I have to parrot? Before I got to parrot all the science communicators, now I just got to parrot, whatever flat earther I choose to parrot, and you still don't know what you're talking about. It's like, so you're no different than when you were a Glober. You're still just as dumb. But whatever. That's why it's a team effort. Sort of.
Yeah, that is true, AI. As far as what you're saying about angles, you can take a 2x4 and miter it to a 45-degree angle. It's got nothing to do with horizontal. That's true. However, in the measurement of things, I mean, perpendicular is everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't escape. There's nowhere you can go to escape perpendicular. So, I mean, so those can get confused in detail in talking about angles. I mean, it's a good point you bring up, though, I think.
I think the point AI is trying to bring up, that it's good for us not to get stuck in our paradigms. It's called paradigm paralysis, so that we refuse to look at different ways of actually looking at things. Perspective has a lot to do with it. That's different when we're talking about the Earth itself, and what we actually observe. So, yeah, and what Rotox just said, we have these angles of perpendicular. The most geometric form that we see, well, that's not a good way to say. The most common geometric form I think we see everywhere around us is corners that are perpendicular to each other. Like, we see corners everywhere we look, in all of our buildings, books, like everywhere you look, there's corners.
Unless it's a circle.
When I'm talking about perpendicular, I'm specifically referring to spatial relations, which would be natural balance. So true vertical, true horizontal, or level.
Yep.
He doesn't know the difference between up and down.
I guess it's safe to unmute Necros now. Oh my goodness, how do you do this? Oh.
What? How does that work?
I did it to myself, dude. I gave myself a staph infection. Yeah, guys, you gotta be careful that the more you repeat things and the more there's like certain catchphrases that you say a lot, eventually you merge into polluting other rational thought with those catchphrases, and then you end up saying retarded things like, you measured an angle, therefore horizontal, therefore the earth flat. It's like, no, that's not necessarily follow, You gotta be a little bit more precise than that. That's sloppy. Sloppy thinking. Because it's all well and good in your own head because it sounds good because you have so much rhetoric in your mind. It's like, oh, that's right in line with the rhetoric that I usually say. And then somebody intelligent's going to come along as an opponent and have you for dinner.
Yep. That's true.
Then you're going to be like, "Whoa, man, why didn't this work? All my flat Earth friends that I hang out with clapped when I said it."
Why didn't I think of that?
Hey, bro, I'm just telling you.
What, bro?
Talking about dinner, bro. You got me kind of hungry.
On the way,
What's up? What's up, bro?
I'm trying to be always precise with what I'm saying, and I process the information that I'm saying, and I repeat to everyone to process what they try to say, because I also analyze what people are saying. That's why I just make them think in their own claims.
Is the world a simulation?
Sorry?
Is the world a simulation? Or is this real reality? Is this reality or is this just a fantasy? What do you believe, Necros? Do you believe in God?
I never heard someone say that about it. This reality. Every time someone talk about where we live, they say this reality. I never heard them.
You've
say
never heard
this
that? Okay,
fantasy.
let me enlighten you. Okay, why would you question reality if you think this is reality, but it's actually not? Do you think this is a real reality? Do you think it's possible that this is not reality? Does that exist? Not even simulation theory. Maybe this is not reality. We think it is because we're programmed to think it is. We're brought up that way. Maybe this is not fucking reality.
Yeah, like you said. It's a theory.
Why should I take this fucking thing seriously? I mean,
like you said, it's just a theory. That theory, you can make it concrete the day where you will have that technology that you can demonstrate, that you can create a reality where you can use all your senses.
That sounds like programming. It's technology, programming. It just sounds like computerized speech.
No, it doesn't.
Sounds like a bunch of ones and zeros to me, bro.
No, it doesn't seem anything like that. Have you
It does
ever,
to me. It looks like it.
Have you ever heard about a simulation where you can use all your senses?
Well, that's the trick of the simulation. You have five senses.
Yes.
Go ahead. Yes, you can. Of course you can.
Just your
Go ahead. Of course you can.
not in reality.
Go ahead.
Just show me one. Even the dreams.
You sound pretty set in your ways, though. It's a possibility for something you might believe in might not be true. Necros. Is there?
Like I told you, for me, it is reality.
How are you sure this is reality? How are you sure of that? Is there a possibility it might not be?
Because I can test it.
You can. Oh my God! Okay.
I can test it.
It's a simulation of it's a fake. Is there a possibility it's a fake? Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Can test it.
You can
Swift
test it.
kick in the fucking nuts will show you what reality is real quick.
Is this the real life? Is this fantasy? Oh, caught in a last. Escape from reality. Open your eyes. Hey, boys. What's the crack? Swift kicked the fucking nuts, man. I don't believe that's real. Like, hey, Platter, how you doing, buddy? Dead on. Fucking dead on, bugger. Yeah, Jarhead. Sorry, Jar Pinhead. JR Pinhead. Pinhead.
Yes.
How am I going to kick you in the nuts when you don't have any anymore? You know I'm joking, right?
Huh?
Huh? That wasn't funny. That's not funny, Jared. Right, moving on.
Alright, I'm just being captivated by the curvature of the earth right now.
So we all agree we're living on a spinning ball, right? That's why we're here, don't we?
Oh, we're living on a spinning goose egg. Maybe an ostrich egg.
I don't care what the fuck it looks like. It's spinning, right? Okay, it could be a ball. It could be your father's fucking dick. I'm sorry, ball bag. We're spinning. Right?
Yeah, we're spinning pretty fucking fast.
Why do we not feel it?
On what?
Why do we not feel it? Feel it.
Why don't you feel the spinning?
Why don't you feel the spin? I mean, if you ever rode a roller coaster or a car or a bike or something, do you feel something? So when a big fucking rock is spinning, why do we not feel it? That's because we're not fucking moving, bro.
Oh, you don't think we're moving?
Of course we're not fucking. All right, okay. Prove to me motion, bro. Prove.
Prove to you motion.
Prove motion. Prove motion of the Earth. I don't care.
Let me ask you, how many miles around is the Earth?
How many miles?
Yeah.
I think it's 2.
2 miles.
It's
The
about
Earth
2 miles.
is 2 miles around.
Yeah, it's about 2 miles.
Ah, okay. All right. There lies the problem. $2 miles.
Wouldn't that be hilarious? Oh man.
Wait, it's not 2 miles? Is it 6,000 kilometers to the equator? Like 2 miles to the North Pole?
He's asking you the whole circumference, not just the radius. So it's
The radius?
24,901 miles.
Yeah, there you go.
So it's not 2 miles.
You know it's not PMAC. I don't know why you're even going to play around at that point. I know you're kidding, but come on.
I will cease and desist.
No, you can continue. It was fine. It was a really weird place to start kidding around. Because this guy probably doesn't know that you are.
I like that. I like he doesn't know. So I asked him for motion. He asked me how big is the Earth. That's a complete answer. Like, so prove motion. Yeah, well, let me ask you a question. How big is the Earth?
He asked how big it was supposed to be in miles, but that's not how. We're not making the claim that it is that big. That's how it's claimed to be.
Yeah, but my first question was prove motion. So in order to prove motion, you have to ask me how big something is. It's got fuck all to do with it. He deflected. Because he can't prove motion.
I can't prove motion?
You can't prove
of the Earth.
If you prove you can't. Can you?
He would ask you the question again.
Wait, let's start again. I'll ask you, prove motion, and you ask me how big the Earth is. Okay? Prove motion.
Star trails.
How big is the Earth?
Star trails.
What the fuck is? Okay. Star trails. Jesus Christ. Okay.
You don't know what a star trail means?
No, I have no idea. What the fuck is that thing when it's at home?
It's when you point a camera up at the sky.
And they all do the same thing forever and ever?
No, that's not how it works.
No, I mean like 24 hours.
Actually, they trace around in circular arcs. That point at a
so the
point
stars are in
known as-
motion. Stars are in motion. Good job.
Yeah.
That's great. That's fucking fantastic. You did that all by yourself.
This is like basic,
Bro, that's what I'm saying.
astronomical knowledge that they learned
so the stars
like
are
what
in motion.
1200 years ago or some shit like that when
Oh,
they
the
started
stars
measuring
are in motion. Yeah, you're right.
measuring the position of the Earth by the stars. Okay. All right.
So
I
that's
forgot thousands of years.
Hang
of
on. So that's your proof of motion.
Okay. Conveniently, just shit it
Things
right out the fucking door.
Things move above us, therefore
Keep that
we're
right
moving.
under the rug.
You ballbag. You are so okay. So things are moving above us, therefore we are obviously moving.
You're
just
moving
like,
above us,
logically.
therefore we are obviously spinning.
Bro, what are you talking about?
It said what you just said.
No, you said it. You said it like a retard. Are you a retard?
Yeah, that was stupid. He didn't understand because I don't know.
I've asked him a
Didn't think about
question.
what
He still
said.
hasn't answered. He's deflecting. He hasn't even. He hasn't. What is he talking about?
So he asked you to prove the motion of the Earth.
Yeah, I asked
The
him.
Earth is spinning,
Hello,
and
Nick.
you told him that the star trails. What
No.
the heck is that? You are telling him that look at the stars moving. That's not the Earth spinning. You are telling him look at the stars moving.
Okay, so what do the star trails mean to you? Those are an
The stars
observational
move.
fact. Anybody can go experiment with this. So, what does
that
mean?
means the stars are making the stars are making the trails. Yes, you're
Should we
right.
spell this out to him?
So the stars are moving and the Earth is stationary.
That's correct. You have a camera on the Earth, stationary, and what's moving? The stars are moving.
If I do a time lapse of the road and I see the trails of the cars, do I have to say that it's not the cars that are moving, it is the ground underneath the road underneath the cars? What the heck
Obviously,
is
it's the
that?
fucking road. Like,
I captured the trails of the car trails in that time lapse. So it means that it's the cars that are moving.
That's what he said.
Not the road. So the star trails, it means that the stars above your head are moving. And you're capturing the trails of those things that are moving. Do you have any proof for the motion? Again. Try again. Maybe. Who knows?
Oh, there's other proof for motion. That was just one.
Okay, that one, you failed on that one. Go ahead. Try it again.
Oh, the stars moving is evidence of.
Stars are moving. Yeah, the stars are moving.
Yeah.
It's evidence for the stars moving. It's evidence for the stars moving. Why do you want to say it 2 times? It's not needed. You said it. The stars moving are evidence for what? For the stars moving? Yeah, we understand that shit. Now we want the proof for the Earth moving, not the stars. Try again.
You mean try again?
Take another
Didn't
proof.
contest it.
You failed
Didn't contest
already.
it. How do you know the stars are moving?
Because we can capture the star trails.
So how do you know it's the stars that are moving?
My God, you just told us.
If you can't measure the Earth where you are locally, how in the fuck are you measuring the speed of something all the way out there? How do you know that's moving, bro?
Exactly.
Well, we know the Earth is not. The camera's sitting still on the ground. That's objectively correct. True.
Boom! Stumped his whole fucking argument. Let him get so far along with it. Then just whole thing. straight to the ground.
Yeah,
Shit on.
that's the thing you're trying to prove that's moving. You keep looking up at the sky.
Oh, I let him feel like he had it for a minute too.
So when you capture the car trails, how do you
Arrogance and
know that
intellect
it is?
don't go very well
Oh,
together, my friend.
tell me, when you capture the car trails, when you doing a time lapse, how do you know that it is the road underneath the car moving? That's what you are claiming. You are claiming the stars. You're capturing the trail of the stars. That means that the ground is moving. So when you capture the car trail with the time lapse, you say also that the road is moving. How do you know?
Well, there's other evidence, which is what I brought up, a few minutes
Are you
ago.
saying that when you capture a car trail, when you capture the light, the cars, when you're doing a time lapse, you can capture the trail of the light and on the car. So when you do that, do you assume that it is the road that is moving, not the car, like you do what you do with the stars? Do you assume that it is the road moving, not the car? Just tell me yes or no. Do you assume that?
So now you're at bringing up things that prove
Simple.
the globe Earth.
Just yes or no. Don't tell me a story. Do you assume when you see the trail of the lights on the cars when you are capturing a time lapse, do you assume that it is the road moving, not the car?
Not by itself.
Just tell me yes or no.
It's not a yes or no question. That is an open-ended
It's yes or
question.
no question. Do you assume?
You don't get to force the answer that I give you. What are you talking about? That's not a yes or no question.
It's a simple yes or no question. Do you
not by
assume?
itself.
So, do you assume that the road underneath the car is the one who moving? You can say yes. So it means that you assume that the road underneath the car is moving, not the car. No, I don't assume that the car is moving, meaning that, yeah, you stick with what you observe. The car is the one moving, not the road.
You stick with what you observe. So in your theory, what's moving? I'm confused.
Dude, what would it look like if the Earth was stationary and the stars are moving? What would it look like?
If the Earth was stationary and the stars were moving.
Yes. Get where I'm going with this?
No.
Okay, then. All right.
Earth was stationary, stars are moving. What would that look like?
This is like a litmus test for your honesty.
So the stars would have to be moving a lot more quickly than they actually are.
How do you know that?
That's what I'm saying. How do you measure the speed of the star?
How do you
I asked you
know?
that.
How do you know? It's your claim. How do you know that they would have to be moving faster?
It's not my claim. That's her claim.
No, that's your claim.
So now I'm the one claiming that the stars.
She didn't make any claim about the speed of the stars, bro.
She said, "How would it look?" And I said, "They would be moving."
She said,
faster.
"How would it look?" Does that statement have anything to do with the speed of the stars?
And she said, "Do you know what I'm getting at?"
Yeah. Does that have anything?
Yeah.
Did she say anything
do you know
about
what
the
I'm getting
speed?
at mean?
Did she say the speed
Do you
of
know
the
what
stars?
I'm getting at mean? That means she's making a claim.
No, you're the one with the claim. You said she asked you what would it look like.
Do you know what I'm getting at? You don't get to sit here and let's go back to her because she's the one I'm talking to. You want to sit here?
You're backpedaling now because you said.
Oh, you're
how does she know-
backpedaling.
No, how does she know how fast they were? You're the one that said they would have to be going faster. She didn't say anything about that.
Do you know what I'm getting at? That's what she said.
Oh, and that implies that she meant how fast they're
She's
going?
making a claim, yes.
No,
Implies
it
that she's
doesn't.
making
It has
a claim.
nothing to do with it. Go ahead, Flatsy, tell him. Did you ask him how fast the stars were going?
No.
Ta-da, she never said anything. You're the one that said that, not her.
And just
It's all about
try
your
to
observation. I'm taking you back to what you observe.
and try to understand the thing. You're live in YouTube, and no one said it
Okay, so
before
what do you
you.
mean by observe?
Yeah, that's why I asked you, what would it look like if the ground was stationary and the stars were moving?
Oh no, like what do you mean by observe? When you just observe
What
things, what does
you
that mean?
observe
With okay, yeah, what do you mean by observe in that context?
with your eyeballs.
So with only your eyes. Okay, so what if you have to wear glasses?
No, with X-ray fucking vision.
Good grief.
Brainiac.
Listen, it's not only about.
It's not.
Seriously, I'm
like
trying to go a layer
make this
deep into one word that you used.
I'm not
It's
making
what
this
you observe,
complicated.
and you can't even describe.
You're not listening.
Fucking numbskull.
I'm asking you, what does observe mean? What do you mean by observe?
Observe
You can't
the
tell
way
me
you
that. You get defensive.
Yeah, okay, shut up. Experience. What is your experience when you go outside and you see the stars moving? What does that mean to you? Does that mean that the earth is
No
moving?
experience, and you
Are
said
you
eyeballs
exactly
earlier.
experiencing listen, are you exactly experiencing what it looks like as in the earth is stationary and the stars are moving?
So because I'm not, am I experiencing what?
What?
So
would it look
Motionless.
like?
The
I'm
ground
trying
is
to
not
get to the
moving.
point because there's a lot of things that
Stars were
occur.
moving. Yeah, you
There's a
don't
lot of
listen.
things that occur without you experiencing them. For example,
Oh, good grief.
oxygen.
Pinhead.
How would you know?
Hello, Pinhead. Hello, I'm gonna listen. It's not just that you're observing the stars moving, but the lack of detection of movement of the ground. You have something called your vestibular system.
Hello,
which
fellow
will detect-
intellectuals. How are we doing today?
It will detect the rotation of the ground if you were rotating.
Jemsy, I'm curious. What's your position on the?
Hey, you're interrupting.
No, I have a serious question. What
No,
position
yes,
do
you are interrupting.
No,
I was
I'm not
speaking and you started
interrupting.
talking.
Actually, you're speaking to me. Nobody else was speaking, so I'm taking the position of
You
power to
are
talk to you.
interrupting. Can you shut up, please?
Okay. Well, no, you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jamesy.
Pinhead. Hello, Pinhead.
So notice how we isn't talking to you, and I took the position of power to talk to you instead. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna talk to you now. What position do you take on the flat Earth stance? Do you believe in it, or do you disagree with it?
Pinhead.
So notice how he isn't talking to you still. So are you gonna avoid the debate, or?
What debate? What was the question again?
Okay, what position does Jimsy take on the flat Earth stance?
I don't care about Jamesy. Do you have any question? Not about someone.
Well, I'm talking to Jemsy right now, so you're interrupting. I'm talking to Jemsy specifically right now because he was talking.
I was addressing the movement, and we have something called the vestibular system, the semicircular canal, which detects rotational movement. So if there was any rotation of the ground below your feet, you will detect it. You will sense. But the lack of the movement is you don't sense it. That's why it cannot be detected by your senses or by any equipment. So why will anybody claim that it is actually rotating?
Okay, so you don't believe the Earth is a spherical shape, even though it is.
Obviously, there's no beliefs in reality. Either you know something or you don't know. You believe it's rotating or moving or curving, but that's just based on a belief, based on
That's not based on
a baseless
I can show you evidence. So I just want to correct you right there. It's based on science and basic knowledge. Do you know what dense?
That's a category error. You made a mistake. You think the shape of the Earth is science?
Okay, yes, it can be proven by science. I said that.
Listen. The shape of something is a what is question. Science, the scientific method, deals with how is questions, the cause and effect relationships over phenomena.
Okay.
So you're saying that science is gonna tell you the shape of the Earth? You're just wrong.
Well, I'm wrong. Okay, so hold on real quick. I have a question for you. Since
Is this master? Master debater?
I have no idea what we're talking about. But anyways, right? Jemsy,
You always say that when someone asks you that, huh?
Jemsy, you have a question. Do you think density is a scale or a vector?
You have a question. You just sacrificed your third grade science
Quantum,
acumen on a
I'm gonna
second
mute you for
grade
now.
altar. Don't
You're not a
overtalk me.
moderator, so
Do
I'm gonna
not
mute you.
overtalk me.
Jimsy, okay, I'm talking to you specifically. It's me,
Hey,
one-on-one with you.
douchebag. You just sacrificed your third grade intro to general science acumen on second grade retard altar. So you talking about density is like Mr. Magoo giving the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. Sit there and shut the fuck up. You fucking bozo.
Thank you,
Get the fuck out of here. You fucking clown. Reprobate, degenerate retard. Get back to your cake decorating threads. They'll probably laugh you out of there. Sit down and shut the fuck up. My God.
Okay, so now I
Shut
have
the
a
fuck
question.
up.
I'm gonna mute you now, Quantum. You're not a moderator.
Okay, then you'll be fucking
You're not a moderator.
and
Not here. Not going to, Mr. Big Brain. If you're going to be muting people on the panel here, you're going to get removed from the room. We can't have audio chaos from people talking over one another. So you unban him right now, or you're gone. Okay, that's your warning.
That was very, very authoritative.
Just keep him on
I like
mute.
that.
Just keep him on mute for the time being. Let him cool down and try to gather his less than third grade general science acumen and go to the second grade retard altar and fucking snatch it up by its short hairs. You ain't asking any other questions after you just sacrificed everything you came in with. Dumbass. My God. This is not a charity server. You fuck up, you're done.
Okay, so I am muted, Quantum. Quantum, if you talk over me though,
Shut
I'll
your
ignore
fucking
you.
mouth. Don't you give me any directions, you glue
So,
sniffing
I'm not
idiot.
giving you any
You
direct.
glue sniffing fungus muncher. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up too, right the hand, left the foot in your mouth. Fucking clown. You're dumber than he is. Fucking chat skank. You need to deal with him out there too.
Hey, how you doing, Kiwi?
I've been better.
I noticed.
So after people sacrifice their third grade general science acumen on the second grade retard altar, then you put them on mute. You get it? That's it.
The wind slow down your way?
A little bit. Mr. Magoo has power over you, Mr. Big Brain. Fuck off. And when you get there, fuck off some more. Ass clown. Science can prove shapes. The fuck out of here. Wait, I got another question. Ask it to the third grade fucking cake decorating forums.
So anyway.
What?
I just said, so anyway, moving on.
Moving on.
Moving on. What can we talk about next?
Your sister?
She told me she loves you, by the way. She listens to you all the time.
Well, why wouldn't she? Shit.
Yeah, well, you know, that's kind of crazy because I don't have a sister. But anyway.
All right. You don't need to have one. It's the idea.
Yeah, exactly. It's the thought. It's the thought that counts. So, Q, you know, it's not fair you being here, man, because if you're here, none of these globe players are going to come in.
No, that's all right. I got chores in a little bit, then they can come back in.
Wait, can you just pretend to go AFK? We'll call you when we need you.
Am I gonna keep getting interrupted?
I mean, shut the fuck up. Who put him up? Put him back on mute.
For fuck's sake.
What the fuck?
Oh, an actual
Mods,
debate.
mute. Mute.
Matt,
Fuck.
what was he trying to say?
Who gives a
I
shit?
actually muted him like 4 times already, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay, he's a ball bag. Alright.
Haven't you been keeping up on current events, PMAC?
I know. Sorry. My bad. It's a crazy kind of world. It's a crazy world, isn't it? It's like a ball. It's not a ball. It's flat. It's not flat. It's crazy, man.
No, the world's not crazy. It's the people in it are dumb fucks.
I agree with that.
For the most part. That's been my experience.
They are a wee bit stupid. That's the truth. I was one, like, I was a ball tard until, like, I don't know, like 10 years ago.
Jimbo, what's up, man? Jimbo! T-Dub, what's going on? Oh, you're at work. Okay. What's up, T-Dub? That's Timbo's brother.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I was wondering why they sounded the same, like. Just reading the side chat here. Mr. Big Brain's fucking big braining. He's big braining the rest of us. Mr. Big Brain. Oh, yeah. Okay, he's not answering questions. I'm not answering questions because I don't have the answers, Mr. fucking small man.
Oh, well, look at his name. It's contradiction in itself.
I gotcha. I hear that. Do you know, Mr. Big Brain, calling people retards does not automatically make them retards. It makes you a retard. You fucking retard. Calling yourself Mr. Big Brain does not mean you have an actual big brain. You're actually a small brain with a slight retarded twist.
Yep, as soon as you think you know it all, you stop learning.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to say. I just couldn't find the words. Once you think you know it all, you fucking know fuck all. Right? That's correct. 100%. What? Sorry. Translate what? You want it in Chinese?
That's it. I dried it too. You shouldn't. Oh shit. Looks like a few stains. I can't see it. Lift it up in front of the light. Turn my light on.
Is there a math in the chat?
QA hot maker?
Is density a scale or a vector?
You know, that sounded exactly like I thought you would sound. Beep that.
Okay, is density a scale? Is density a scale or a vector?
A scale or a vector.
Is density a scale or a vector?
You are such a fucking moron.
Okay, so
Anyway.
you don't have to answer the question. It's okay. You know, you're intellectually slow.
Sure.
Right?
What do you want?
No, it's okay. You're a little bit slow. So
It's okay.
It's okay. I'm gonna ask you one more time. Is density a scale or a vector?
Density.
So you just repeated what I said instead of answering the
Is
question.
density a scale or a vector?
Yes.
Okay. Can I Google it?
No, you can tell me off your current knowledge, but
Well, I'm not a fucking scientist, but it sounds like a vector.
no,
Possibly
you're
a scale.
incorrect. So you're wrong already.
Okay, no, I got it. It's both.
No, it isn't both. It
isn't both. It's either one or the other, so it's vector.
So, are you looking off AI overview?
What AI overview?
On Google. Is that where you got your answer from? Or?
No, out of my brain.
Oh, no. It isn't both. It's just
Will
scale.
you fucking listen to me, big brain?
Okay, I'm listening to you. You said...
I said it's a vector. You said no, so it's a...
Yes, I said it was a scale. I already stated that to you.
It's a scale.
Yes, and I can show you why.
Right, and your point is? What's your point?
My point is, our current Earth, flat.
Currently, this Earth, yeah? This
Hold
one.
on. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to show you. real
Okay, I'll give you 2 seconds. I'll fill the gap. So this world currently is the world currently we're living on, like this one.
Okay.
Yeah. The big Earth, yeah. So it's not a vector; it's a scale. Okay.
Okay.
So you go ahead. You go ahead now. Did you find the answer?
Hold on. Give me a second. I'm going to show you the links.
Oh my God!
I'm going to show you the
You're asking me for fucking answer on top of my head. You can't find the fucking answer yourself.
So I'm right. I'm gonna ignore you for a second, right? I'm not gonna mute you. I'm gonna ignore you. Okay. So I'm gonna show you the answer and show you why you're wrong. All right.
Right.
Right. I'm gonna
you
show you
ask
why
me
you're
for an
wrong.
answer. I give you the wrong answer, and you can't give me the right answer.
I already gave you the right answer. It's a scale.
It's a scale,
I already
right?
told you that.
And I ask you why, and you have to go look for it.
He gave you the left answer, not the right answer.
So you have to go look for it. You have to go look for it.
What do you mean I have to go look for it? I'm
Like you
showing you
admitted.
evidence
You
behind
just said you had to go look for it in Google.
I'm showing you evidence
stupid.
behind my claim.
Big
I don't
brain,
know
big
what you're
brain.
talking about.
Oh my
So,
God! You're
so
so
when you make a claim, you don't show evidence.
I didn't make a claim. You asked me a question.
No. So hold on. So when you write an essay, say about why books are bad for kids, you're not going to show evidence for that statement. You sound
are
fucking
not
stupid. I don't think you know how to be.
Can I tell you something? You're not a big brain.
I'm going to ignore you for a second. I'm
Next
going to
space cadet, for real.
You're definitely not big brain.
Okay, flat. No, you're a little bit slow, right? Why would I
brain,
care
little
if a
dick.
little
Shut
brained
up.
ass fucker
I'm not
agrees with me? Right? I'm gonna show you the evidence. No, I'm gonna educate you, and I'm gonna leave and let you
Then
cope
do
with the
it.
fact that you're
Oh,
wrong.
thank God! Do you promise?
Jesus.
You promise?
Less words, man.
Give it to us, then fuck off, please.
All right, what's the argument? I'll bitch him.
So pretty much, he said density is a vector, like a retard, right? Density is a scale, and there's no possible way. If the Earth was flat, density cannot be a scale, which density is scientifically proven to be a scale. So he's totally fucking wrong about his little fucking theory. All of you are, if you agree with the flat Earth theory.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, and I'm gonna show you.
Where's
Hold
the
on.
scale?
Explain.
Where does the
First
scale
evidence,
exist?
hold on.
Is it underneath the Earth?
Yeah, there's no possible way that the Earth could be flat if density is a scale, like we have already proven in the past with science, right?
Oh, scientifically.
Oh, science. The thing that lies about elements. Lovely.
Oh, okay, good boy. Anyways, look in the chat. Look in the chat. Right. So look at that, and then cope with the fact that you're wrong, right, about your little
Where's
theory.
gravity?
Chat GTP, bro.
Yeah, read it. Go ahead and read it.
Bro didn't even know what to say about it. He just literally chat
Cope with the
GPT
fact
best
that you're
flat
wrong,
earth
right?
argument.
Wait.
No, literally cope with the fact that you're wrong about your theory, right?
What theory are you talking about? Just I
Your
want to
flat Earth
understand.
theory, right? It doesn't
No,
exist.
no.
The Earth is not
No.
flat. No. The Earth is not flat.
Oh my god.
According to the
Alright,
fact that density is a scale, not a vector. So you're fucking wrong, all of you that agree with that little theory, right?
Wait, brother. Just chill a bit. I'm chilling with you. So just explain it to me. What's the point about density being a scale or not? What I want to understand. I just want to understand. So what's the point? Do you want to know what's the cause of the vector? Because the good question would be, what is the cause of the vector, the downward vector and the upward vector? Things that are less dense go down, things that are more dense go up. So the density, yeah, it is a scale factor, but it's not the creator of the vector, and it's not gravity too. Because the things that are going down, if you claim that it is gravity that is attracting the things that are going down, is there some other gravity from the top that is attracting the things that are going up, like the less dense things? No. The vector is not created by the density. No one said that, because everyone, when they talk about density, they use another word and they take it with the density. You just remember the word density. You made your stupid research. You asked ChatGPT about the density, but you forgot the elements, which are the
You're
density.
calling him
and the
stupid, yet you didn't even know what
I
density
understand.
was.
No, I knew enough about. No, you can say that, right? But I knew enough about density.
You have to
to prove that
meaningfully
you're a
look up the
retard,
reason
right?
for what density
No,
actually
according
means
to
behind
density,
it.
which
Oh
is
my
a
God.
scale, not a vector.
Oh my,
our Earth
I'm
is
not
not
done.
Yeah, but
So you
density
can
is
go to
dealt
the
with
fact.
matter.
You
Matter has nothing
personally
to do with
check
mass,
any
unless
evidence.
it's the
Disprove
accumulation to
my
measure mass.
scientific evidence versus your theory, right? Your theory doesn't work against my scientific evidence.
I'm not done
You're dumb.
talking. What are you trying? Why are you trying
What do you mean?
to
What am
just
I
talk
trying to do? I'm
over
showing you
me?
basic scientific
Why are
evidence.
you trying to talk over me? I'm not
not
even.
trying to talk over you, right?
I didn't even talk about the vector. So things, when we talk about the density, we attribute to the rising and falling things, density and buoyancy. Using also Archimedes' principle, which, that creates the vector for the things that are going up and the things that are going down. Or a simple example, an object that is less dense than the medium and have the attribute of buoyancy because of I forgot the English word, but that element will rise up in the medium. If it is a helium balloon, it will rise in air. A balloon or a piece of foam, it will rise on the surface of water. If you put it on the bottom of water, it will not stick there because of gravity. No, because it will go up to the surface of water and float there.
Okay. Wait, hold on, pause. I have one question for you before you continue. So you're telling me gravity does not exist?
I'm not. I don't know what is gravity that you are talking about. I'm talking about the gravity. I'm not saying that gravity.
What do you mean the gravity? Can you define your gravity then before you continue?
It's called specific gravity, you stupid. I was talking about it.
Yo,
everything that I said now about the density and buoyancy, it's called.
Can you prove gravity exists? No, you need to prove gravity is real. Can you prove it to us? We don't have to blindly believe it.
I was just about to get there. I was just about to get to that point.
No, hold on. No. He made a claim first. I want to hear his. I want to hear his claim, right? And I want to hear his evidence behind his claim.
For the claim of density.
Wait.
Because you can't actually make the response. Yeah.
Fuck
He
this
wants
then.
to
I won't
hear.
even say what I was gonna say. I was gonna literally stop the conversation.
He wants
But
to
anyways,
hear
right?
my claim. I claim that the things rise up and other things fall down because of their density, or I will call it the right name, because of specific gravity. It's not the Newtonian gravity, it's not the Einsteinian gravity. No. It's specific gravity, which is density and buoyancy, and you can apply the Archimedes principle and other things.
Okay, how
So
does this
things will.
disprove? Hold on. How does this disprove that density is a scale, not a vector? How does that disprove? Whatever you're saying right now, I'm listening, right? But you've yet to disprove what I've said and my scientific evidence to stand behind my scientific claim, right? That density is a scale, not a vector. And according to this density theory, right? It's not even a theory, it's real. Density is real. And the fact that you're trying to say gravity is not a real thing, it's just stupid, right?
Did I
Gravity is
claim?
most
Did
definitely a
I
real
claim?
thing, right?
Did
You
you
can
hear
throw off
me
a
claim?
fucking apple in the air, right? And it
Did
goes
you
right
hear
back
me,
down,
brother?
right?
Brother, did you hear me claim that density is the
Let
cause
me
of the
clear this up really
vector?
quickly
You're
for
not
him.
taking a positive
Because
or a
my
negative
claim.
Let me
claim. You're just like
interject here
standing in
and
the
clear this
middle.
up really quickly for him. Okay, buddy, you just said something like the apple falls down the medium of air. All right, so in order to conduct a scientific experiment that demonstrates that the rock or the apple falls down in the medium of air due to gravity, in order to conduct a scientific experiment to demonstrate that cause and effect relationship, first you have to let go of the rock, watch it fall down, and then remove gravity from the situation, let go of the rock, watch it not fall down, and then put gravity back into that room, and then watch the rock fall down. Now, you can't do that, obviously. You obviously cannot do that, which means that scientifically speaking, you cannot prove that the rock fell down due to gravity.
Wait. So you're trying to tell me you can't go into space, right? And gravity is still there. Wait, excuse me. You can't prove that gravity
I'm just
is a real
letting you,
thing.
buddy. I'm just telling
I
you.
understand
You cannot prove. You have no way to prove that the rock fell down due to gravity. I could just as logically say it's magical, invisible unicorns. How are you going to prove me wrong? Oh, you don't believe it's magical, invisible unicorns that made the rock fall down? Then you must be silly.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna disprove you right there. I'm gonna show you some links that I would like you to
Where
read.
is gravity found and where is oxygen found?
Where's oxygen found? Well, are you breathing right now?
I'm breathing right now.
Are you breathing right now?
Yeah,
it's
but
all
how was it
around you.
made?
Oh my god.
How was it made? I think that's a question that's like a philosophical question. Like I'm not God, dude. What do you think? Do you think you're talking to God right now? What the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, elements don't exist. They're false.
Elements.
No, they're real. But you're asking how was the world created? How was the air originally created? Like how the fuck do you expect anyone to know? Nobody knows the answer to that. Don't
No,
be
the
stupid.
air was not created. The air was reproduced over time. And no
Oh
one has
sure,
the
yeah, you can
exact
believe whatever
answer
you
for
want.
that.
Believe your
Neither
fairy
do
tale.
you, because you can't
don't know.
define how gravity
You
is
don't
made.
know. The
Oh
reality
my
is you
god,
don't
this is
know.
actually
Or
comical, dude.
oxygen.
Oh my god. So you're telling me that elements are completely made up, right? That's what
Where's
you're trying to tell me.
gravity?
Well, where's
What are you
gravity?
assholes talking about? You guys are just ridiculous.
Oh my god, you people are literally insane. You don't even realize it. You're
Elemental
schizo.
values is
Yeah,
just
no, I think you're schizo, dude. Because there's no way you just said elements don't exist in our current
They
world.
don't. Most of
Where
them are
you fucking
man-made.
drink
There's
water.
only a few
Is
that
this
are
a
actually
Glober talking
designed
to
by
a
gravity
Glober?
that
Dude,
actually
why is
exist
this a
as
Glober
actual
talking to a
elements.
Glober?
Wait.
There's only
His-
like
his-
3 or 4 that are legitimate.
His beliefs are not ours, bro.
This isn't a channel for Glober
Guys,
retards
I'm
to
being
argue with
truthful.
Glober
There's literally
retards.
only 3 to 4 elements that are actually non-man made.
Wait, but you just
real.
said elements didn't exist a second ago entirely. So are you changing your claim now?
And those are
No, wait, hold on. No, you're not gonna skip
iron,
past that. You're not gonna skip past that.
fluoride.
So,
Exactly.
you're not gonna
And
skip
none of them are
past that.
anything that we're
You made a
talking
claim,
about,
then you
nor
changed
gravity.
your claim. Are you changing your claim for good right now, or what?
Gravity is false.
Retarded.
Can you repeat that one more time? Your mic sucks.
Gravity is false.
Gravity is false. Okay. Can you explain to me how it's false?
Prove it. Shut the fuck up and
Oh,
prove
no,
it.
you made
It's
a
your
claim.
argument.
No.
It's your
I'm not
argument.
gonna do your research for you.
No, you're gonna prove
You
it.
made a claim, so now it's time for you to man up and show your
What's
evidence
argument?
for your claim. So,
Gravity exists?
no,
Okay,
you made a
prove it.
claim, so now
How
it's
was it
time for
made?
you to show the evidence.
His claim is correct because there is no proof for gravity. His claim is correct. He's saying, listen.
Okay, so then disprove it. I'm sorry. Okay, disprove gravity.
Listen, just listen. Don't make me scream because people are sleeping now. It's 2:30 a.m. Please.
Go ahead and scream.
So, if someone is telling you unicorns doesn't exist, you can't ask him to prove that. You can't. It's stupid to ask that person to prove that unicorns doesn't exist. If you think that unicorns exist, you are the one who have the burden of proof to prove that unicorn really exists.
That's incorrect, actually. And you want me to explain to you how you're wrong?
Oh, do you?
Okay, I'm going to explain to you right now why you're wrong. And in most debates, right? Most intellectual debates, when you make a claim, you have the burden of proof. Do you know what the burden of proof is? Do you know what the burden of proof is? What is the burden of proof?
For someone who is making a positive claim about something, he have the burden of proof. Do you understand what is the difference between a positive claim and a negative claim? He is saying that shit doesn't exist.
No, you're incorrect. I want to correct you. It's
I am correct.
I'm going to explain to you why you're wrong. Hold on. So you made an incorrect statement. That is not what the burden of proof is. The burden of proof is pretty much both parties. When you make a claim, you show the evidence for your claim. AKA, me and you are both parties. So you're the one that made the claim first. So now it's time for you to man up and show the evidence. And when I make a claim, I show you my evidence. That's how a debate works.
He is showing you the evidence that there is no proof for the existence of gravity.
Okay, and now you just made a claim. Now it's time for you to show the evidence.
Look at the chat. He won't send anything in the side chat that he is proof. Because
you didn't send nothing either, bro.
Okay, wait. You didn't send anything, Negros. You made a claim, and you're dodging the burden of proof.
Correct.
No, you're literally dodging the burden of proof.
Send the source. Send the link.
Listen,
send the link.
I will make the claim in his place. Gravity doesn't
don't make
exist.
somebody else's claims, you retard.
Oh, listen. Do you want the proof that gravity doesn't exist? Look at the side chat. I won't send anything. I won't send anything. That's my
look
proof.
At the side chat. No proof.
No proof that gravity exists. Correct. 100%. So there is no gravity at all. Now it's your turn. Can you please prove gravity?
Can I prove gravity? Hold on. Let me look at the links and look up the source.
How do you prove that gravity doesn't exist?
Fucking Jarhead and Big Brains together. My God.
Yeah, pretty much Negros.
This is gonna be fun.
Oh wait! I'm confused. So like,
yeah, Junior Pinhead.
Well, it's possible to disprove gravity.
Two genius level
issue, right? They can't disprove gravity.
Well, okay. So how come when I drop an apple, it hits the ground and it doesn't float?
Literally, bro. Like literally. Yeah. But pretty much right.
I can't observe it. Like I can't. It can't be observed.
So pretty much right. Pretty much these flat earthers, right? They claim, right? They can't show any evidence for their claim, and they expect me to back up their claim. No evidence to disprove their claim that they made first. Right.
Stop whining. Listen. So the apple fall and doesn't listen. So the apple fall and doesn't float because the apple is denser than the medium of air where it is, and it is not buoyant. It doesn't have the element of buoyancy, so it will sink in the medium of air.
If that apple, water.
If that apple is inside,
why does it fall to the carpet? I drop it.
He picked it up, Einstein. Come on, Pinhead, keep up.
Carpet because it is.
What the apple drop that I picked up?
I felt weight. When I picked it up, I felt resistance.
You sound very weak.
Yep.
Like when I picked it up, it has a weight. weight. It has a measurable weight. You can put it on a scale, and the scale.
And when you release
you
it,
do.
when you release it from your hand, it's now suspended in a medium that is less dense than the apple itself, therefore going back to your carpet.
Listen, if you take a balloon inside the medium of what? Wait. If you take a balloon in the medium of water, or you release the balloon and you put a scale.
You don't get a.
Oh my God! If you take a balloon, a football balloon, and you put it inside the medium of water, and you put a scale, and you just flip the scale, you put, the surface of the scale will be facing down. And that balloon, you release it against the scale. The scale will measure weight. Is that gravity attracting the balloon up?
Okay, but how does this prove that the Earth is flat? Can you explain it to
Gravity
me?
probably.
Oh my God! So thank you for thank you for
it was that
thank you
fucking
for
Casper.
conceding. No, wait. I want to thank my friend.
I said apple.
He just want to concede. He just want to concede that he doesn't have any proof for gravity.
Wait,
now we can wait. Just stop.
You want to show you evidence?
No, he wants to concede. He want to concede that there is no claimed gravity like the Newtonian one or the Einsteinian one. The only real gravity is the specific gravity that I already explained earlier. Then we can jump to the other topic.
So, once again, why when I have an apple in my hand? Because sometimes, maybe we can use the analogy of bringing in the groceries, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that so fucking difficult to do, bro? Like when I got like 20 bags of groceries on each arm, I'm like, damn, bro. And I just want to get it all done at one shot. What are the groceries?
Well, they used to call that a lazy man's load.
The exact answer is it's only the opposite of what's happening when you take a huge balloon of air and you submerge it in the water and you try to keep it down. No, it will take you up to the surface. You will float with the balloon. It is force. If I attach your feet with a rope, you will feel the rope stretching your feet.
I work out,
it's exactly, listen. It's exactly the opposite of that bag of apples. So the apples are denser than the air. They are sinking in the medium of air because they don't have any buoyancy anymore. So it's just putting pressure in your hand. The balloon inside water is less
why
dense
does an apple hit the carpet when it rolls out of my hand? Like, you still haven't answered that question yet, bud.
Why doesn't the balloon that you put underwater? No. Just wait.
What's the question?
Just wait.
An apple is not the same type of thing as a balloon.
It's the exact same thing happening, but in the opposite. If you throw a balloon from you take a balloon and you submerge. Oh my God! Stop! Just stop!
J.R. Pinhead, you're really living up to your name, bro.
If you take a balloon, just stop. I'm trying to talk.
Rambling, and he's like building this whole.
Stop.
He creates a faulty premise and then just
try to stop. I'm not listening to you because I want to explain that to you. If you take a balloon, you submerge it underwater, you release it, it will go to the surface like the apple hitting the carpet. It will go to the surface and stay there. It won't bounce back from the surface and submerge again to your hand. No. Like the apple. So it's just the opposite. One, it's denser. It won't go to your hand because it's denser, so it will sink in the medium. The other is less dense, so it will float in the medium. No one of them will go back to your hand. No gravity needed. No gravity needed to attract the balloon up and not letting him go back to your hand. You, the person, underneath the surface of water. No.
You're saying
Yeah,
what you're saying.
what's funny is you guys are supposed to be
You're
arguing
saying
for
that the
space
apple
time,
falls
anyways.
because it's more dense than the air around it.
Okay,
That's what
you
you're
want to
saying?
talk about space? Hold on, Junior Pinhead. You want to talk about space? Then
No, what
riddle
I'm
me this,
saying is you
retard.
guys are chanting. Listen, you guys are chanting apples falling from a tree. This is
No,
the air.
because that's
This is the
literally
era of
reality.
space time. What's going
That's literally
on?
the reality.
Away.
You guys,
That's
Bill
why
and
Fact that
Ted.
they have to
gravity theory.
explain an apple falling out of a tree.
Yes, that's literally the gravity theory, right? That when you drop something, it falls down, right? That's
Well, not a
gravity
helium
itself, so you
balloon,
can't
like
disprove
Necros
that.
has told you guys 35 times in the last 2 minutes.
Yes, you can't disprove that phenomenon, though, right? And you agree with that.
Okay, so who the hell? I have a feeling it was you who started chanting gravity in the first place. Why?
Why did I start chanting gravity? Because gravity.
Is there an echo in here?
It's part of the spherical Earth theory. You saying that the Earth is flat is saying that
Okay,
gravity
so-
doesn't exist. That density isn't a
Well,
scale.
all you guys are talking about is relative density, specific
Relative.
gravity.
How is that
Yeah.
relative? Can you explain?
Relative gravity, relative density, specific gravity.
Okay. Relative
Apple's
density.
more
How is
dense
that
than the
relative?
air, goes to the ground. Balloon lighter goes up.
Okay. So how is it relative though? You've yet to
Well, that's
riddle
what they
me
call
that.
it, relative density, because it's a relation between the object and the medium.
In the medium.
Anyways, so like I said, you guys are wasting your time talking about Newton's apple tree.
Okay, so let's get past this.
So he just all that for him to just say that. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, it's okay. No,
Well,
it's okay.
this is supposed to be the era where you guys are chanting about space time.
That's
Yeah,
basically
up
what he's
until this
saying.
flat Earth
He's using a
conundrum,
very
you guys, all
round-robin
you
way to
hotshots were talking
describe
about
an apple.
space time.
You still can't tell me how an apple falls from a tree. You did all that talking and didn't have a.
Well, it grows from a
He
seed.
already told you. He already
I
told
was
you. I
waiting for a
swear.
really interesting point. I was actually very
I swear he
disappointed.
already told you. I swear, and I repeat it again because I understand that you are a brick, so you will just have someone to carve it on you.
I'm getting kind of bored of your guys.
Okay, hold on. Let's get past
We
this
talk about
gravity thing. Hold on, please, Junior Pinhead. Let's get past this gravity thing, right?
Necros, explain the moon.
Let me explain it to
Necros,
him
it's obvious
why
you
the
can't
apple
answer the
is
question,
falling
right?
down.
So it's okay.
But wait,
Someone
there is
clip that.
why
Explain
do
the
you want
moon.
to jump on him?
No,
Because
it's
he
okay
already
if you
asked
can't
his
answer the
question.
question.
Necros,
Let's
can you
move
tell me
past this.
how the moon works,
first.
bro?
I've
I
already
wanna know how
agreed
it
to
works.
move past this. I don't know why
yeah.
you want to keep talking about gravity.
You're training the questions. He asked for why the apple is falling down. The apple is
And he
falling
said
down
because if you put a balloon in water, it'll fucking shoot out. That's what this fucking
hear
idiot
the
just said,
answer.
bro.
Shut up to hear the answer. If you want an answer, you will have to use your ears, not your mouth. I understand that you are a creature with just a mouth, no brain, no ears. You can't process any shit. So try, please, buy something from Amazon, a brain and some ears.
I was aggravated from
So
driving a
now
taxi
for the
around all
apple,
fucking day.
for the apple falling down. The apple fall down because it is denser than the medium, so it's not buoyant. It fall down. If the apple was a helium balloon, it won't fall down. Because of what? Because the helium balloon is less dense than the medium around it. So it will float because it is buoyant. Do you understand English?
Man. I don't know,
Do you
man. It
understand
sounds like
English?
you just described gravity.
Hey, can you let him finish his point? Junior Pinhead, thank you.
What do you mean? He was done talking.
Did you understand any shit?
Yeah, you just described gravity to a T, bro. Good job.
Yeah, it is called the specific gravity, relative density. Yeah, I understand. I described to you gravity. Not the Newtonian one, mass attracting mass, or the Einsteinian one, which is the bending of space-time. It's called relative
gravity.
density.
Gravity
It's
definitely
called
does have an
specific
effect on space-time.
gravity. So I described it to you
because if you
very
take-
well, and you are welcome, brother.
Gravity. You can if you Take a piece of latex and you stretch it over like a drum or something. And you put a baseball in that little piece of latex. That's gravity, bro. You can see gravity with the latex, how it bends. And you can use those measurements to scale up to as big as a ball as you want, or as big as a container you want.
Yeah, in your dreams.
That
wow.
Measure gravity. That is how you measure gravity, and you can go do it right now.
In your dreams and in your dreams and in the thought.
It falls from the tree because air is basically what you said. That was the point. Because of air that comes out of a balloon.
Listen. No.
Yeah, you missed the whole point.
People on YouTube will laugh at you because it's recorded in YouTube. If you don't understand English, just go to YouTube. Go back for a couple minutes. You will hear me explain what is the specific density and why the apple is falling down. I didn't say just air.
Why don't you just say gravity?
Well, hold on. Yeah, let Big Brain back in because once they bring out the rubber sheet with a bowling ball on it, you know they're done.
It's true. He's stupid. Respectfully stupid. Matter of fact, he's talking about gravity. I'm gonna find him an experiment that he can learn, that he can do by himself that promotes against it.
Good girl.
Okay, I have a question. Let's move past this gravity thing, right? It's obvious that, they can't prove it, disprove it, excuse me, right? So let's move past this.
I already did.
Yeah, well, that would be a reversal of burden of proof, Einstein.
Okay. But,
nice try, goofball. You've heard of that, right?
But the thing is, though, right?
Mr. Big Brain, Mr. Big Brain, I can use the scientific method and prove to you things going up and going down by manipulating the independent variable, which is the cause of things that are going up and down, which is the gravity that I talked about earlier. So I can make things go up and down because of density. Can you please show us a demonstration where you manipulate the independent variable, which is the gravity that you are talking about? The Einsteinian or Newtonian, I don't fucking care. Can you bring up an experimentation where you manipulate the independent variable to validate gravity?
Okay, hold on. I'm going to show you something real quick. Here's what I'm going to do. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Camera? Okay, this is what I'm going to do for you. You see this right here?
This is where dude. Hey, turn your mic off. You're limiting the room. This is where he's fat. This is where he's fat out when the line asks you to do this.
You see how it went down?
Hey, this guy's dropping things.
You see how it went down?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, we also see you picking it up, genius.
Brother.
It's the gravitational pull.
A helium balloon doesn't go down. Do you understand that shit? So if you release a bottle, I will share with you a helium balloon, a hot air balloon. They are going up. Will I say, oh, look, it's upward gravity? That's nonsense.
Is there really a guy named Mr. Big Brain in here?
Necros. Well, because you muted him. It's the old guy. He just left. The old guy who mutes him left.
Are you okay?
No, it was not I who muted him.
Not I. Why would you mute this beautiful flat earther, dude? I mean, round earther.
Yeah. So notice
Same
how
reason I'm about to meet you.
Okay. My bad for turning my camera on, right? I forgot I couldn't turn my camera on, to disprove your theory.
That's
right?
fine. You've lost the plot. The other guy talked about the rubber blanket with a bowling ball, and you started dropping shit on Cam. We saw you picking it up too.
Yes, that's gravity right there. I dropped my Old Spice can going down, right?
Well, the other guy was talking about space time. So you guys need to get on the same page.
Yeah, I think we should dip.
Brain or whatever his name was.
Okay.
What's wrong with space?
Okay, I'm gonna get
Nothing.
past.
That's what's in between your ears.
Yeah,
You're good enough. You're smart enough, and doggone it, people like you.
Okay, I'll move past the gravity thing. So I have one question for you though. It's not about gravity. Okay, you do realize when you claim that the Earth is flat, that you're also claiming that no, hold on, that the Earth is a planet. So you saying the Earth is flat is saying the Earth isn't a planet. Can you justify that right now, please?
Well, justify that the Earth is a planet in the first place.
Okay, but the Earth is a planet.
You're
And you
just
made a claim.
highlighting how confused you are.
Yeah, you just fucking. I think you just fucked yourself there.
How did I fuck myself? Can you explain?
Well, you said. How do you explain something that isn't something when, in other words, another way to explain something?
Okay, well, you're fumbling over your words, so I'm gonna talk to those.
Okay.
Then I'll mute you. You're mumbling too, Mr. Big Brain.
Whoa.
I did mumble.
Let's be civil in here, please.
How do we prove the globe when we can't have a flat and we prove the globe and that's exactly what it sounded to me like nothing, like absolute nonsense.
Yeah, it's nonsense because he's asking questions from a point of view where he can't imagine the Earth being anything else but a ball floating or anything floating in space.
How can I prove to you?
Even if it's flat, he's still imagining it in outer space. That's how deep it is in his psyche. So what's the point of his question? I don't know. Maybe he'll grow up.
Hey, can I interject as another retarded person besides Mr. Big Brain? You said floating. So in the flat Earth model, does your flat Earth not float? And what does it? What
is he talking about?
Yeah,
I don't know. Someone said floating, and I got autistic on it. Sorry.
Right. You know what I'm saying? For me to tell you what the entirety of the Earth is or where it is, it would take a God's eye point of view.
Brother, I am willing and I love to be educated.
Well, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying is that a lot of people have the idea that when they hear flat, they say, okay, it's flat, but it's still floating in outer space. Well, if the 3959 mile radius ball doesn't exist, then the whole outer space fairy tale, it goes into the, next to the Hogwarts books.
Okay, so there's no pizza box planets running around out there.
Yeah, that's the visual conception they'll usually funnel you to. Oh, there's a disc with some sort of stalactite pyramid mountain underneath it.
So
we're just saying, if the ball that they've advertised doesn't exist, well, then what?
Yeah,
because it's suspended in a space that's all wrapped around this 3959 mile radius ball. So where's the sky? It's up. They have you convinced that the sky is up and down. Well, they had us all convinced of that.
Don't be stupid. No one said the sky is down.
Yeah. Well, what about the ancient turtle people?
He's got a point.
Yeah.
How does he have a point?
He's got a point. And the globe model is that there is no up or down in space. It's all relevant to where you're at and how you want to perceive it.
What? What did we claim?
They invite you into La La Land.
Yeah, dude, it's by the way, I'm a bad actor. I work for the NSA in the CGI department to create globe models. But
There's this woman who went to space, and if you look in the
Well,
side
no one's
tables,
perfect.
So pretty much, these flat retards, right? They can't disprove gravity.
Whoa.
They can't disprove a lot of things,
Whoa.
right? So they come up with a fact.
He's getting his fifis out. Let's let him get his fifis out.
Okay.
No. But anyways, right?
Go ahead, kid.
Prove something that have never been proved. Right, yeah, what's that?
Oh my god.
Disprove something that have never been proved. Just go ahead.
So you're
Disprove
telling me this
unicorn.
have never been proven?
It's like talking to a kid. Yeah, so prove that Santa doesn't exist. I can see the gift underneath the tree.
if y'all see some
You're
video,
trying to tell me.
You are just like
Listen
that.
to him laugh. That's fucking scary, man.
Yeah,
That's
dude,
like
I
a
love
kid.
his laugh.
Stop the nervous
You're trying
laugh.
to tell
Stop the
me.
nervous laugh. Just
So
stop
you're
the
trying to
nervous
tell
laugh.
me.
You are like that kid who believes in Santa, and he is telling me that to prove that Santa is not real. I believe in Santa. I can
Oh,
find the gift underneath the tree every Christmas.
yeah. The difference with hold on real quick.
Why do I have
Okay,
to
hold
prove
on.
that Santa is not real for that
Okay,
motherfucking
are you
kid?
done? Are you done spurging? Okay, so the difference between
Whoa.
Santa and gravity is I see gravity every day. You
They
don't see
are
Santa
both
ever. Yes,
fantasy.
no, you see gravity every day. When
They
you
are
fucking
both
drop,
fantasy.
you have a phone, right? When you
I
drop your
see,
phone, what
I see
happens?
the density. Yeah, it's denser
What
than the
happens
air.
when you let go of your phone and it isn't in your hand anymore?
It is denser
What
than
happens
the
when you let
air.
go of your phone and it
It
isn't in
is
your hand
denser than
anymore?
the air.
Oh
It
my
is
lord!
denser than the air.
Are you
It
gonna
will
answer that direct question I asked you?
Necros, I think you're just a
IQ
foreigner and you wouldn't
21.
know this.
It is denser than the air,
What
so it
happens
Whoa.
when
will
you
sink
let go
in
of
the
your
medium.
phone? What
I am
happens when you
answering.
let go of your phone, brother?
It's
It
just
falls
4
to the
words. Can you
ground.
hear them?
Common
I don't even know.
sense.
It's just 4 words. Can you hear them and still man me?
Are you gonna
It's
answer the
just,
question? Or are you gonna keep
I am
spurging?
trying. It
Okay,
is
go.
denser than the air, so it will sink in the medium.
Okay, what? Oh, that's gravity right there, brother. I don't know why.
Mr.
No,
Big Down
I'm
syndrome
just.
brain for real. For real.
Gravity. That is gravity. You got it
Why
wrong.
are you? Why are you just bricked like that? Why are you introducing the word? You try to just get a gotcha. You couldn't, so you just started repeating. It's gravity. You ask me why the phone. What the phone is doing when you release it from up? So it will sink in the medium of air because it is denser than the air. It's normal. It's not something stupefying. It's Archimedes' principle. What the heck is wrong about you?
Necros, don't you get tired of being wrong?
It's literally, bro. Like,
Yeah,
it's
that's
actually
like
funny.
listening to the
Earth
kid
is
saying,
flat, just like
What was he
Earth.
wrong
You're
about?
trying to compare gravity to Santa, dude. You're done. Your debate was done for when you said that.
Necros, I think you should go back to your country.
Whoa, that's funny.
I'm not in your asshole now.
Oh, Daffodil, that's not nice. I think that you should go back on some more monkey dick.
Oh, great job.
Oh,
Yeah, we
just
don't do
mute
that
them
here.
now. It's done. It's done from them. It's a cognitive dissonance. So they are triggered. They believe a challenge. So they will do like that. It's just mental issue.
All right. As a proud sphere cock, I want to be honest with y'all. I do not identify with them people.
I understand. Completely understandable. Here, definition for cognitive dissonance for the brain dead people.
Yeah, this is not an argument. This is like listening to kids fucking scream. It doesn't make sense. Just shouting at each other, calling each other names. They think that's funny or somehow entertaining. We're waiting for an adult logical argument, but we have to listen to kids talk shite because they are kids. They sound a lot like kids. In all of this, in all of this spurging they just did, they did not say one thing that proved their argument. And they did spurg. think the world is doomed. This is the next generation. No wonder the world's fucked. No wonder it believes we're in a fucking spinning ball. People are stupid, like.
My bad, chat. Sorry about that.
You okay, Abby?
Yeah, there's some
think,
stupidity going around. That's for sure.
Oh, 100%. Especially that big brain guy. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
He nothing at all, like.
He's doing his best.
He's trying.
I mean, my argument was like really easy to, and he still failed to get past it. So, kind of odd.
Well, he ignored Orion when Orion had him pinned down, and then it went into an hour of audio chaos.
Oh yeah, we should disclude him from fun now. Not gonna lie. Actually, the correct word is exclude. Wow, I'm really bad at English today. Holy.
English is hard, motherfucker. Can you speak it?
Yeah, I'm fluent. My first language. It'd just be a struggle sometimes. I'm only good at typing English because I don't like my voice. It doesn't really like
What's your first language?
English.
Oh, yeah, you're sure.
I have a French background. Like I'm not meant to just speak English. Just be French.
Canadian motherfucker.
That's why I have a lisp because I'm meant to be speaking French, not English.
I'm much more better in French than English. My first language is Arabic. I'm still struggling a little bit in English because I just started learning English just a couple of years ago, just recently.
Well, you're good at it. I can't even pronounce your alphabet properly. You're doing it just fine with English. So.
Don't you read from right to left?
Yeah, it's right to left in Arabic.
Right to left,
side,
yeah.
left side.
You had to learn to read from left to right. That must be crazy.
Oh, yeah. That's why I'm never learning Arabic, because that just goes against everything that I've learned in my entire life.
Yeah, that's the culture.
Wait, what did she send?
She's not the brightest penny in the box.
Understood. Like she's 20 from Canada. Oh my god.
Yeah, I can send you the band, I can send you the band land, and you can ask her all about it.
She was a little bit racist. She told me to go back to my country. I'm not even in
Yeah, she's gone for a reason. So yeah, Abby's the one that wants to keep reminiscing.
Alright, okay, I'll shut up. Damn. That was damn.
Damn.
I'm just looking at my own business. I'm in my own country. I didn't leave my country at all. So she was just triggered because she didn't have any proof.
Yeah, jealousy is a terrible thing, Necros.
Yeah. I'm not racist, but I'm definitely not racist.
I'm not racist, And the good thing, my son is better than me. So he's good with any. No, he's good with anyone. Any person he sees in the street, he's just a 5-year-old kid. Anyone in the street, black, brown, white, yellow, Chinese, anyone. He loves anyone and he gives anyone hugs. Every time I just get him out, it's just free hugs for everyone.
Yeah, I'd raise my grandkids the same. Exactly the same, bro. Doesn't matter to me, man. People like to stay with their own. That's why people move to other countries away from other people, so they can make little tribes and be themselves and develop a culture. So that's fine. We're all a little bit racist, but not to the degree where we would hurt somebody because of the color of their fucking skin. That's just stupid, you know. Don't take over my land. What? Fuck off, Roman bastards. People conquer, people make slaves. Oh, by the way, apparently the UK is thinking about giving retribution to Africans. That'd be great, wouldn't it? What reparations? Is it reparations? That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Like, sometimes I just can't believe. Like, I wake up, I look at the news, and I think, what fucking world am I living in? Reparations? You guys sold each other to each other, and then you sold them to white people. And then white people did slaves. Slavic comes from the Baltic, the Slavs. Everybody done it. It was a normal thing. And now you want us to pay for something that I didn't do? What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Well, they have people thinking they're on a flying ball, so they can get them to do whatever they want.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Do they honestly still think, fuck, that's mental? That's fucking... That is fucking stupid. Like, racist, but I'm a flat earther, so I must be fucking stupid, right? My God.
I mean, according to them, didn't we all come from Africa? Anyways.
Oh, yeah.
Off topic.
Yeah.
Who's new? Did someone... Pumpkin Madam's here? Mr. Big Brain's deafened now.
Thank God.
Swamp also deafened. Mainer's here. Hopefully you'll behave better. You've been sort of unhinged as of late. We'll keep an eye on you, Mainer. Good luck. Ace Boomer in the house.
Yeah, so like, do you guys think like,
you're gonna be able to keep it together this time because my thumb's hovering over the mute button, pal.
Oh, are you gonna mute me like without me saying anything?
Well, if you did what you did last time, yeah.
What did I do last time?
Oh boy, you have gnat-like memory. Go on, carry on.
No. Quote me word for word. What did I do last time?
No,
how about you just deal with the conversation at hand, and you continue on with the conversation and stop whining about what goes on here. Just deal with the conversation. On you go.
Yeah, I am dealing with the conversation, right? So the conversation right now, like PMAC, to remind you, is he asked me.
No, we're not going to do that. That's just a load of crap. We're not going to do that.
No, he literally asked me if I'm going to do what I did last time.
Room topic. You're going to go.
I sense a lot of testosterone.
What is?
Sorry, I'm a little retarded. Okay.
I like this Plumbob guy. He's okay.
Yeah, thanks, Plumbob.
Yeah, you made a lot of sense.
It's unreal. It's like they come here and then they just complain about what goes on in the room and they won't get to the point. It's like you're having a conversation, put out your point, let's discuss it, and we'll see where we go from there. And you're welcome.
Move fucking on, bro.
Yeah, that's what I said a couple days ago. It's like one of those fancy places that has brunch and the omelets they make for you while you determine what's in the omelet. It's standing in the omelet line, then getting to the front of the omelet line and throwing a fit about omelets.
It's exactly what goes on here.
It's weird.
Anyway, I tell you what, I'm going to take him off mute and we'll see what happens. Do you think that he will continue on with the conversation, or do you think he's going to dive back into the BS crap?
Let's throw caution to the wind and see what happens.
Yeah, I think he'll see it as a fresh start, and he'll just.
Here we go.
Can I say something without being muted, please?
You can say something that's on topic to the topic of the room. Okay.
Okay. So what is the topic of the room?
You don't even know where you are,
bro.
It's on the channel.
Hello.
Before you entered into the room, it's looking right in the face at you.
Bro, even I knew that.
Dinosaurs.
So is the topic of the room old horse adorn there?
Dinosaurs. We love dinosaurs.
So is the topic of room of you impeaching me what happened last time, and then you got mad, right? And muted me.
Oh God, he went back. He went back, didn't he?
All I'm saying is just stay on topic.
It needs to be shut down real quick. We're not going to do that. Sorry, you fail. Is there anybody else in here that wants to have a conversation about the room topic? Hey, Maynard, on topic, what do you got for us?
The Earth is actually shaped of a big giant penis that has 2 testicles and is like shaped like a dick and is circumcised. Provide evidence.
Yeah, you're gonna have to take the marbles out of your mouth the next time you make a claim. Couldn't understand any of that.
Who has marbles in your mouth?
Well, on that topic, I do have someone to publicly shame in here. Last
God,
year.
please let it be me.
Is it your husband?
No, dude, my husband does not go on Discord.
So you too want to talk about something off topic?
I do, because I see someone in here who I do not know, but last year he sent me
this sounds really boring and sounds like a soap opera. You have anything for on topic?
He literally sent me a dick pic on.
No, we're not doing this. I don't know what happened to you. You could have reported it at the time. You're bringing up something that happened a year ago. No, we're not going to go down that route, and we're not even going to discuss it.
Yeah, just like the girl who got me fired for something that happened 14 years ago, a few months ago. Shit's crazy. Woman.
You're going to continue talking about it. Great.
Yeah, I've always been a victim. I understand, bro. I've always been a victim.
Does anybody in here know what the room topic is? I'm starting to wonder.
I think it's whether it's circular at all angles and not.
What?
So
God
I don't
bless
speak
you.
too well.
Yeah, it sounds like you sneezed.
Well, it is the season to get a little bit of allergies, so I apologize.
Alright, so. What is it
Here we-
even
here we
talking
go.
about at this point?
Well, what do you want to talk about, Avery? What were we talking about before? Populations?
What were we talking about before I left?
Yeah. What was that? Yeah, you had to go and get your badger
It
out
was
of a
a
hole.
good conversation. Let me think.
Of course, it was with me. Like, yeah. Well, we'll catch up. We'll get there.
Ah, I got it. We were talking about the heliocentrism thing. Like the heliocentric model?
Were we?
Yeah. Do you know what that is? You were asked that. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, it's the idea of all the planets lining up. And
All
them
the
being
planets
spread
lining
out
up?
from the sun. Yep.
So the planets are lined up.
I mean, that's what oh my god. That's literally what it, okay. I don't even know.
I don't know what it is when we talk to globers and explain to them how the earth is flat. And then they just freak right out and have to put dick stuff into the text chat. I don't get that. And that's not going to be tolerated here. So somebody just got let go.
Maybe they're just kind of wrong in the head, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he was talking a little balls anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like they've got nothing left for an actual argument. They're cornered and then they just lose their crap.
They just suffer from big issues, cognitive dissonance issues. Just that.
You know, it's not our fault the earth is flat. It just is.
I don't think they care. I think they're past that. I just think they're just being dicks or trolls or whatever. Just having a laugh.
I think he's onto something.
I don't think they actually care anymore.
Yo, PMAC.
What, bro?
I read it wrong.
Okay.
It's a theory about the planets going around the sun in an orbit.
Oh, okay. We're back there. That's good.
Yeah, I recorrected it. I just forgot.
Good. Okay. Well, thanks for that.
I just wanted to come back to say that because, like, I didn't want to leave like a fucking oh my god.
Like what? Like a Pikachu? What the hell was that, bro?
Oh, I was imitating a queer.
Oh, okay. I thought you were imitating a Chinese cartoon.
I thought you were just being yourself.
Shut the fuck up.
No, make me.
I'm gonna literally fuck you.
Oh my god. Leave me alone. It's my safe space. Fucking boys.
No.
The world's it's bollocks, bro. That's crazy. Anyway,
So
yeah.
I have an honest question. Why should I care what shape the world is?
Here we go. The dumbest question ever in the history of the world.
Here's the answer for you. That's on you. If you don't care, you don't care.
Dude, I knew I was right at something.
Yo, guys, I have a question for you, if that's okay.
Hang on, one person at a time here. He asked a question.
Okay, after him, I want to ask the question.
Okay. What does the shape of the earth mean? That's on you. Okay? If you can maybe find a different place in your own self, in your own psyche, going, oh my God, I've been lied about this stuff, and I actually live somewhere where I didn't think I lived. I live somewhere else. Maybe you might have a different perspective on life, but that's on you. Some people probably won't give a damn. Others will. So that's up to you. You don't care? That's fine. You don't have to care.
I like that answer.
You can go on with your life. Okay, who was the next person?
It was Master Debater, and I don't know why he changes his name every time.
My name isn't Master Debater. I don't know who that is. So I'd like to correct you. I just joined the channel. I was debating with the other person. I don't know.
He's not that.
Fuck's sake.
Oh, old Hostardar. Yeah. Him. Okay, anyways, the question is, why do you claim that the Earth is flat? Which means that you're also claiming that the Earth isn't a planet, even though it is a planet, so...
There isn't curvature.
Okay, so you say that the Earth is a planet.
What? Hold on.
You say that the Earth is a planet. What is your proof that the Earth is a planet?
Hold on. I'll get back to that since someone just made a claim.
Off, what is a planet? You need to tell us what a planet is first. And then we'll find out if the Earth has any resemblance to a planet.
Someone just made the claim. I don't know who it was, but I'd like to address that. Who made the claim while we were talking? This is your chance to speak up again because I didn't get to hear what you said.
Oh, the Earth has no curvature.
Okay, how does it have no curvature?
Because curvature can't be seen, can't be estimated.
You said curvature
can't be measured.
Can't be seen, or it can be
There's
seen?
No proof of it.
There's no proof of it. Okay.
Absolutely.
There's no.
If there was proof, this whole entire VCU would be rounder for this.
Okay, so you would like proof that there's curvature, correct?
Computers would be spherical.
Okay.
You wouldn't be able to prove it.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you curvature, and after I show you curvature, are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stop coping with the fact that you're wrong?
All right. Prove it, or shut the fuck up and leave.
Okay.
Whoa.
Hey, chill guy, why do you keep coming back here, and why do we let him come back? He says the same
I thought exactly.
Yeah, every time.
Prove it.
He really doesn't do Megamind justice, dude.
Who are you addressing? There's nobody named Chill Guy in here, so I'm curious.
A couple of days ago, you were Chill Guy.
I don't know who that is.
All the time.
It's a fucking troll.
I don't know who that is.
It's a retard LARPer named Big Brain, you know?
It's a retard LARPer named Big Brain. You're funny.
I mean, honestly, you're not doing Megamind any justice.
Mr. Big Brain, the big problem is you don't have a globe. The globe that you think you believe in is a concept. It's not a tangible item. It's a concept that only exists in the celestial sphere above your head, where we mapped the known land and the known waterways into the stars and celestial bodies. There's 2 star maps, one in the north, one in the south, because we see different stars. When we move away from the north, we see different stars in the south on the flat plane that we live on. And the known land and waterways are mapped within those stars above your head, like you had a protractor around you, giving you a 180-degree view from behind you to in front of you. And that's where your globe exists, in the sky above your head, not under your feet.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you cope with that for a second. I'm gonna show you the evidence. Okay. So give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna put it in chat for you. You can cope with the fact that you're wrong, right? About curvature. You can view curvature. I will admit that it's very hard to see curvature.
Just this chat GPT.
Yeah, we're not doing chat GPT. We're not doing
taking a picture of one of your tears.
Who programmed it? Who programmed that Chat GPT? And what are his thoughts? No, I'm sorry. The globe is a concept that does not exist in reality. It's just measurements for mapping purposes, navigation, and that's it. There's nothing more to it.
What? What did I fucking say? No Chat GPT.
No ChatGPT. Okay, that's evidence. So I'm gonna use evidence. You're not gonna tell me what evidence I'm going. You're not gonna tell me what evidence.
Was opinionated to be an AI. That's off of opinion.
That's not how it works.
Opinion basis.
Really, you're not gonna tell me what evidence I can use.
Okay, fucking ban him. He's a troll.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Just fucking ban him.
Cope with the fact that you're wrong, right? You can ban me.
Oh, thank God. Listen to that. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, not brain bang, but yeah, whatever. Ah, wonderful.
Yo, my boy came in here with Chat GPT. Oh, that was pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, you had to interrupt you with that. No manners.
Kids these days, huh? Most of Europe is banned smacking kids. Fucking, I say, fucking smack a bastard. Smack him.
I think if you smacked him a couple times, his head wouldn't swell. He'll come in here with a big brain.
This is what happens when you. This is what happens when you allow a generation to moving on their discipline. They turn into a bunch of morons because they have no fear of consequences, no fear of somebody slapping them in the head and going, "Wake up, you fucking silly bastard!" You know, this is what happens.
There is a little bit of in one ear, out the other with Mr. Big Brain.
You know, if you cultivate a generation of pussies, that's exactly what you're going to get. I mean, can you imagine like this generation, the generation like before us going to war? I'm not going to war. I'm not fighting for nobody. I can't fight that. Where's my fucking tampon? I mean, they're sissies, man.
They don't even know what they're arguing for. They have no clue where their globe came from that they're trying to protect. They've got no understanding of how it was developed, how it's used, anything. They're just
They don't even care, man. They don't even care.
No, they don't care because it just is. They were told it. This is the way it is when they went to school, and they believe it to this day. That just goes to show you how the indoctrination has worked. So
it's working really well, really fucking well, bro.
And they don't even question anything. They've got no question for it. Are you sure it works like that? Are you sure? And then when we question it and start finding out ways that it doesn't work like that, and we bring it up to them, they have to protect it and say, no, you're wrong. But they themselves will not go and do any sort of research or look into anything any further.
Just take away their internet for a day and watch them spaz out.
Whoa.
36 hours, no internet. The entire world will fucking lose its mind. I have no internet. Go out and look at the fucking trees, touch some fucking grass, bro. Climb a tree,
I got you.
Build a fucking go-kart.
I got you.
Fly a kite.
No, I'm just kidding.
Shut your face, you. He's alright, that everybody. I actually wish, when I wake up sometimes in the mornings, I'm hoping the internet goes down for like 36 hours, just so I can watch the world go to fucking pieces. Like.
Sorry, you said fly some grass and touch a go-kart. What else?
Build a go-kart, fly a kite, touch some grass.
Build outside, fly some grass, touch a go-kart. Got it.
No, that's not what I said. I said, I fucked your mother.
And your mother... Okay.
What? That was a great comeback. Fuck you. Anyway, 36 hours, no internet. What do you think was going to happen to the world?
I think it would get better.
I don't know, dude. Do you really think that though?
Do I really what?
You think it'd be better?
I think people would go outside and, I mean, if it was planned.
I think you're right.
They said that there's a planned outage of the internet.
I think I'm right.
Everything's under control. Don't panic. Blah 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 blah. People go outside and people like start saying hi and people, won't want to die.
Huh?
Huh? Wait, yeah, what? Huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of incels.
What did he just say?
That want to die. They won't want to die as much.
Could you say that again, but in Chinese?
Well, okay.
I didn't understand that, bro.
I don't think anyone did. I do identify as an incel, so you're helping me here. I need
okay. Well, you sound like one, so hey, I understand.
Oh, damn, dude. That was a sick burn, though.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't sound like one.
He's like, take it back.
He's like intermediate between incel and normal.
Who the fuck are you?
Normcell, dude?
Who's the other guy talking? Who the fuck I can see Base Boomer. Who the fuck are you?
Me?
I'm the opposite of an incel.
Yeah, me. Yeah, me. Hey, you sound like an incel there.
Ooh, how dare, dude. I take that to heart, man.
Yeah, that one sounds like an incel. Yeah, that one does.
You'll be okay. Man. You'll be okay. I'll give you a hug if you want one. This is
I would like a hug, dude. Whatever you do, don't flatten out my world view.
What happened?
Dude, that was my dad joke for the day. No one liked it. Fine. All right, I'll retire then.
So the dumbest question I ever heard in my life is, what does it matter if the Earth is round or flat? I mean that is, how dumb is that?
I mean, what if somebody doesn't actually work
or
in
care.
a field or care?
Yeah,
I'm sure there's a lot of people that are maybe like doctors who don't really care. It doesn't really affect their work if the Earth is flat or round or square.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I see. I get that point. Yeah.
Yeah, like they're probably more interested in making money, going home, raising their kids.
Yeah.
Definitely the first thing. But that's funny that they would continue on practicing medicine under the guise that all they're practicing on is evolved space dust, outer space pond sludge that's been struck by lightning. You know what I'm saying? That would maybe they would have when you listed their duties, maybe making money wouldn't be number one.
Yeah.
Excuse me. The term that the executive committee chose was primordial soup. Okay, because soup is tasty and pond sludge is not. So I appreciate if you stick to our nomenclature. Thank you very much.
Thank you for correcting me. I was beating around the bush of the sludge primordial soup sludge pond. I didn't want to get struck by lightning myself.
I would say for those people who are asking what's the benefit from the flat or to know the flat or globe, at least the least thing is just knowledge. In my belief, those who know are better than those who don't know.
Knowledge is power.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of people might be happy carrying on thinking that they're just lightning-struck pond scum interacting with other lightning-struck pond scum.
So ignorance.
They say ignorance is a DC concert can't last forever, but I guess
that hit me pretty hard, dude. That hit me pretty hard.
Necros, they say ignorance is bliss. Wouldn't you rather be blissful than cynical?
No, I'm not saying that.
But he's no longer ignorant to it now. Sorry, Necros.
I'm saying that for some people, they consider ignorance being a bliss.
I know.
For me, personally, like I said earlier, in my belief,
why does the apple
are better than those who doesn't know?
My hand?
Oh, based. We're back to this.
Because you dropped it, idiot.
Yeah, what causes the apple to hit the ground? I'm not interacting with it. What
because
causes
it is
physical law of the
I
universe.
can't observe.
Here's
I
the
can't
deal. When
observe
you,
what's causing it either.
here's the deal. When you pick up an apple, you give it potential energy. And when you let it go, it goes back to equilibrium. That's exactly what happens. You did it.
So gravity.
No.
Wait,
No.
flat earthers not believe in gravity?
So gravity.
No.
The observation
That's what
we do.
gravity is?
Yeah, the observation that things falling in like more dense things in less dense medium is gravity.
Yeah, that's
Less
gravity.
dense things in a more dense medium going up is levity.
Okay. So what is the what
It's
is
definitely
more
not
dense-
space-time.
what is more in the Earth?
Whoa.
Now I have a question for you. You asked why did the thing fall? My question for you is why does a hot thing get cold? Why does a hot thing get cold?
What is more dense? What is more dense than the Earth?
No. Answer my question, please. Why does a hot thing get cold?
Oh, you're segueing the conversation. What is what is more dense than the Earth?
No, I'm showing your hypocrisy, bro. Because you're questioning one physical law, but not
I didn't
another.
make a point. I'm asking questions. I didn't make a point.
I know. You should be questioning all the physical laws. What's the cause of all physical laws?
You're trying to change the conversation.
Why do you pinpoint one of them?
What is more dense than Earth? Why are you avoiding that question?
Right now, you.
Why are you scared of that question? What is more dense than Earth?
What is more dense than
Why are you
Earth?
scared of that question? What is more dense than the Earth?
Is he really though scared of that?
What is more dense than the Earth? That's a
Let's hear you say
stupid
it.
question. You want to talk about a material?
Because you don't know the answer doesn't mean it's a stupid question.
The answer, here's an answer. A single particle of any metal
Is denser than the Earth.
Yeah. Do you know what density is?
Wouldn't that be the definite? Wouldn't metal be considered a form of Earth?
You said Earth in totality, right? Which averages in all different elements.
Wouldn't it?
Earth is the culmination of all of these elements, right? I'm saying one single metal is going to be, on average, more dense than Earth in totality.
Now, where does that metal get its density?
The element, bro. The element itself determines its density.
The element, bro. Where does metal get its density?
What's this got to do with it?
Do you know what density is, bro? Do you know what density is? Or are you just confused?
Percent. He's just dancing
I can
around.
tell you where metal gets its density.
Who cares?
Who cares?
You can't even define density.
Well, so here's the thing.
Google.
What shitty conversations around here sometimes.
Hey, Jedi,
This all started from why does an apple fall?
Density is limited by the volume,
It's
bro.
gotten crazy.
So he can't tell me
I find
where.
it funny
a piece
how
of metal
every
gets
single
its
one of this
density.
guy's lookups are just chat.
So you don't know what density means.
I just asked you, you retard.
So you don't know what.
My point is density. Listen, bro. Listen.
You can't tell me where.
Density is limited by volume.
Joke about me googling stuff and then you googling it. That's what you just did,
bro. I don't need to Google it.
It's
Bro.
like he googled real quick. He goes, "Where does metal get its density?" Because he didn't know.
Bro, just listen, man. Okay.
Density,
Where does metal get its density?
Yo, Pinhead, listen. Density is limited by volume. Okay, it's per unit volume. So that's why I said a single particle. Oh my. Okay, all right, you're right. Carry on.
Where does metal get its density? Stop avoiding the question. Where does it get its density, bro?
Maybe borrowed it from your head.
You're so insecure about your worldview. You think I'm leading you into a trap when I'm not. That's what's funny about this. You flat earthers are so insecure about your
projecting, bro. You're projecting. I'm not scared of anything.
Everything I say or ask you about is going to be some
scared
sort
of things, though.
Trap. You think I'm laying a trap for you?
Okay, go ahead then. Ask something apart from.
I've been asking for the past 3 to 5 minutes. Where does metal get its density?
Either
You said it's atoms, bro.
Either you stop, have another drink, and put yourself on mute, or stick to the topic.
That's what I fucking thought. Shut your little shish kebab having ass up.
Yeah, okay.
Comb your phone.
It's funny because he called you a shish kebab, but he's the pinhead that goes through the meat and stuff.
Well, he already ran away from the conversation.
Hardcore. Let's take a moment of hardcore meditation.
I've never been called a shish kebab before, though. That's funny.
The question on itself was completely stupid. Where is the metal getting its density? From the supermarket? What? What do you think?
The person who's asking these questions are already stupid.
He already got the answer from percentage.
Exactly.
He already
loves
told him the
ChatGPT.
answer, but he can't
He is
understand.
ChatGPT's biggest dick sucker.
Got to define the term. Yeah, that's what we did. You asked. So we went to the definition of what it is. Mass per unit volume. The amount of substance in a three-dimensional space. And how tightly compact they are together.
Yeah. It's not the metal itself. It's the distance between the matter that is composing the metal. Take the example with a piece of wood, two pieces of wood, two cubes, same size, same type of wood. One you keep it like it is, and the other one you put it under the press. You press it very hard, the hydraulic press, you press it very hard. You fold it on itself 2 or 3 times, and you press it again. You put them both on the surface of water. One will sink, so the one who were pressed, and the other one will just float. They are the same type of wood, but their density is not the same. The amount of matter by the volume is not the same. When you press the cube, it's not feeling the same volume than before. So more matter inside a smaller volume, denser.
Yo.
It's very scientific.
Yo, can you guys hear?
Yeah.
Who here wants to try to prove me wrong? The Earth is flat. Like, I think the Earth is round, not flat. What makes you think?
I don't care.
So you'd have to come up with a reason why you think the Earth is spherical, not round, because round and flat can be the same.
I mean, it's pretty logical that it's round.
No, it's not. Look, no. What? Based on what logic?
Gravity and everything.
No, gravity and everything. That's a story of you saying because things go down, they
So
must
you're
go.
telling me? So you're telling me the space is fake?
Oh no!
And everything is space is fake.
No,
we didn't even
Everything
get
in space
there.
is round. Besides fucking Earth, that's a disc.
One thing at a time, Tito.
What?
Relax, dude.
What I'm telling you is what I asked you based on one logic.
You know, I looked. I was actually in space. I have an uncle.
Man. Just the ramblings of a fucking lunatic. All right.
Or you think
That's what it sounds like.
The quality of the copium that you are using is so good.
Alright, so tell me, how is Earth flat?
No, wait. Just wait. I want
you to tell me how is Earth flat, please.
It's measured that way. Water is a horizontal reference datum. All horizontal.
How is it flat? How?
I'm telling you. Maybe you don't understand the words. Maybe English isn't your first language.
Or just say to me, just explain to me.
I'll go slower for you and ask clarifying questions to make sure you understand.
Right.
Do you know what I mean when I say horizontal?
Yeah, horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah, straight line from left to right. Rate of change of slope of 0. You understand that water is a horizontal reference datum. When contained and at rest, the surface of water lays horizontally. These horizontals are always being parallel to the plane of the horizon. The horizon where we observe the surface of the earth, water, appear to meet the sky. So all water is parallel and horizontal to itself. So the water, the surface of the earth, is horizontal, not curved.
Well, if the Earth was horizontal, then there wouldn't be no tides.
No. Sorry, to describe tides, high tide and low tide, from a mean average, that mean average is mean sea level. That level being a horizontal reference datum. You get altitude and elevation from it, depth from it, given in feet or meters, kilometers or miles.
Yeah, so the Earth is actually a cube.
Okay,
prove
it. We're talking to one person, man. So you can put yourself on mute. We can talk to the other guy that doesn't understand
wouldn't the sun
anything,
always
and
be
then you
there?
can come in later.
Bro, when I joined, nobody was fucking talking, so you can shut your trap.
Tell me, if the Earth was flat,
Who was that?
sun always be there?
So are you agreeing that the Earth is flat now?
No. If the Earth was flat, wouldn't the sun always be in the sky?
You understand that I've just demonstrated that the Earth is empirically flat. We can measure this horizontal orientation. You do it
How
all
is
the
the
time.
sun round?
How?
Why is it so special? Why is it flat?
Why are things different? Do you know what an orientation
How come everything in space is round, but Earth is fucking
God,
flat?
man. You're not going to get anywhere.
And how come, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't you always see the sun and the moon?
I have a question
Most
for
retarded.
you, Tito. What in the
retarded
sky? You
thing
keep
I've ever heard.
saying that things in the sky are round. What in the sky has any resemblance to what's on the surface of the Earth that we see? Why are you comparing the Earth to anything in the sky? What's the resemblance?
I mean, the resemblance is when you look at other planets, they're fucking round. Why is the Earth so special?
How do you know that we live on a?
Because.
How do you know we live on a planet?
Why is it special and different? Because it measures to be flat.
Common fucking sense.
I thought I explained this to you.
I think we live on a disc.
You know what a qualifier is? You understand what a measurement is? You understand what an orientation is? The Earth is measurably not like those things in the sky. Those things in the sky curve. The surface of the Earth doesn't. Measured that way. Ask me why.
So if you place someone 200 kilometers away from each other.
Wiley's not listening. While you're not listening, you said, no, stop. So you said common sense. So which one of your senses tells you it's round?
The sense, when something goes over the horizon, it fucking disappears. If you place a person 200 kilometers away, wait, I'm speaking. Wait.
Yo, where can I customize my roles, bro? He doesn't run the conversation around there. You've been talking through everybody.
Even flat earthers made like an experiment. They went away from each other like 100 kilometers, not 100 kilometers, but some distance, yeah. And they placed like a little round thing in top of the cardboard.
What distance?
And they shined a light through it, yeah.
What distance?
What distance? I don't know. It was like, it wasn't very far. It was like 2 kilometers. And it wasn't the same. So at least it proves the Earth is round.
Tito, thanks for the laughs.
Cool. Even 2 kilometers, you can see there's some difference. Oh,
really?
I don't know how you guys believe that, but it's actually.
How much difference over 2 kilometers?
And the fact you people can vote is actually beyond me.
Oh. well done, mate. Well done.
Yo, guys. Anyone know how I could change my roles? They're inaccurate, and I don't know where I can change them.
Aren't they self-designating?
What?
Don't look like tourist information.
Don't you pick your own role?
It says I'm a minor, bro. I'm not a fucking minor, bro. I didn't even know.
Go in and change it then.
Yeah, I don't know where.
I don't think you could change that one. You have to talk to an admin.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, somebody reported you for being young.
Because I was just and they were like, "Oh, you're a minor." I was like, "Bro,
Yeah, they take minors very seriously in this Discord."
Yeah, bro, that's fucking crazy.
Just stop being a minor, dude. Just grow up.
Bro, I'm not a fuck.
Yeah, just be major. What's wrong with you? Be major.
So do you believe the Earth is a spinning ball?
Yeah.
Have you got any evidence for that?
Yeah. Gravity.
What?
Things go down.
How would gravity
Things
work?
go things
How would
go
gravity
down
work
except for when they don't.
if it was a fucking flat? What's at the end if it's flat?
Any more questions you want to throw in there?
Go walk to the edge and tell me what's there. Was it just outer space and it just happens to stop at a specific point?
The edge is inaccessible.
Oh, it's inaccessible. How fortunate.
So you're so all over the place that we can't even have a conversation with you to actually prove that you're wrong because you just keep on jumping all over the place and not actually pinning down on anything.
I mean, there's multiple videos proving you wrong on YouTube.
Multiple videos.
Yeah,
Hey, we went from ChatGPT to YouTube, bro.
I mean, you just clearly don't like evidence.
Videos aren't. Videos, well, they can be evidence, but are they proof?
Did you ever see the when they shine the light through like these holes?
I'll tell you what happens. This happens all the time. I'll demonstrate and I'll tell you how the Earth is measured flat, and then you'll start asking me questions about the moon, the edge, and gravity. You won't listen to the obvious empirical evidence that you can practically do yourself every single day and measure the Earth. And when you measure the Earth, you'll understand that it measures flat, but you'll walk straight past that and ask how the moon works.
What did you say? No, the last part, like I heard something bikes, and I cut out a bit.
You'll ignore what we say.
Evidence, and you'll like whistle right past it, and then go to a new point.
Yeah.
So I walk past the evidence every day.
Yeah.
How come?
You go outside.
Do you know what level
I go outside. How does that prove the Earth is flat?
Do you know what level is?
Level, yeah.
Yeah, you'll understand. To be level with the world is to be parallel with the horizon. You understand what parallel means?
Being level means you're on a straight ground, on a flat ground.
Okay.
Sure does.
The Earth is far too big for you to like a ruler to actually be measured for like flatness.
Well, you don't measure curvature everywhere we go. We always measure flatness.
We always measure flatness. That means like straight. That means flat.
Yeah. Horizontal.
How does that prove that the whole entire planet is flat?
Because water.
You don't need that.
Water's a horizontal reference datum.
I mean, water is curved. The only reason it sticks to the ground is because of gravity.
No, it's not. What horizontal do?
A body of water has no particular shape. It's whatever it's in, whatever it sits on.
A body of water. Yeah. So a body of water, when contained and at rest, will be level upon the surface. Level being horizontal, perpendicular to vertical.
Level due to what? Gravity.
But down.
Yeah, gravity pulls towards the epicenter of the planet.
Whatever. It's still flat.
This is you just asserting your belief that down is to the center of a ball, but the water lays horizontally. It doesn't measure curved.
Even if we do give you gravity, you can still have gravity on a flat surface.
How?
Stop down, yeah.
You're telling me the Earth's ozone just stops at a particular point?
What?
Yeah, it does.
When did anybody say ozone in the last? I'll give you a few hours.
Oh, it's circular. So you think the planet Earth is flat?
It's not a planet.
It's measured
flat.
It
is a planet because it's round.
It's measured. Measured horizontal.
Then why do we see the sun as a circle?
Here we go. See, I told you. So why?
Is there just coincidentally a flat circle that's pointing at us and it disappears after 12 hours?
Okay, you understand that when things move away from you, eventually you're not going to be able to see them anymore because they're not in your location.
In my location?
Yeah, you understand when things leave your location.
So according to you, is the Earth a square, a rectangle, or a circle then, if it's flat?
Not making a claim to shape, dude. We can just describe and measure the surface.
So what shape is it?
Again, not making a claim to that. We can just describe the surface. Like in a minute, you're going to ask us where the edge is. I'll tell you, I don't know. Now, an edge would define a shape, I would presume. Now, if I don't
then
know
you're gonna
into the environment, and how can I tell you the shape? I can just measure the environment, and it measures flat. Sorry, Timbo.
And then you're going to say, no, that's all right. And then he's going to
So
say,
how
if you
deep
don't know
is
where
this?
the edge is, then it can't be flat.
How deep is this flat object that's just floating through space?
More than 8 miles.
Right.
No, nobody said it's floating.
And so how come we live on this side and not the other side? Is there other people on the other side?
Is there another side?
Yeah, what's on the underside? What's over there? If it's
We
floating.
don't.
Dude, it's turtles all the way down.
We don't have an underside. Do you think that we're saying that the Earth is like a penny or a pizza? Floating in space.
Well, then what?
All of the other planets are
I'm trying to
spheres.
imagine the shape you're trying to put it into.
We're not.
Don't imagine a shape. Just imagine a surface.
So it's just a surface. So the space isn't real.
No, the space above the surface is real.
To be fair, we have different conceptions on this thing. Like me religiously, I believe it does have a thickness and an
He
underside
doesn't
and stuff like
care
that. That's something.
percentage. He doesn't care now. He's not here to learn anything about what we think. He's thrown out. That's the most straw man I've heard in the last 2 minutes. All my life, I think.
Yeah, and that's a speculation Sunday discussion anyway. Percentage.
If the Earth is flat, the sun literally wouldn't set like ever.
Apparently, it doesn't.
Well, yeah, it doesn't. It just depends on your
South and the north.
Yeah.
And middle school science literally disapproves flat Earth so many times. And if the Earth was flat, it would literally be crushed by gravity and turned into a fucking sphere.
What
gravity? And you float too, yeah. If there was no gravity,
actually,
you float.
tell me, what makes you think the Earth is flat? Please tell
Gravity,
me.
because there's no measured curvature.
Got to do it again.
There's no measured curvature. So if you got on top of a mountain, listen. So if you got on top of a mountain,
you're the one that's
with a
not
big
listening.
telescope.
Yeah, Earth is measured, observed, and practically used as flat by everyone.
Did he just reset?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't.
It's cube type shit. You know, it's a cube like Minecraft.
It's a cube.
Hashtag based.
Dude, cube Minecraft? Let's go.
Well, at least Minecraft's horizontal.
Oh, darn it. Never play it again.
I thought you said it didn't matter, Based Boomer.
It doesn't. I'm just trolling.
Oh.
I honestly don't care if it's round, turquoise, or whatever. I just like listening to just what happens in this chat. It's better than the Christian chat. It's better than everything, dude.
What about that guy? Do you reckon that guy's got it all sorted out, or what?
No, it was funny. And to be honest, I think if I took this conversation seriously, I think I would be in the same boat. I don't know what's going on.
Well,
maybe you could take it seriously for 5 minutes and see what happens.
You obviously see the Glovers. You see the Glovers, how they spiral out, and they can't answer our questions.
Oh yeah, dude. They seem invested in something they don't seem very invested in.
That's a good way to put it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something that should be what they say. Of course, it's a ball, because we all know it's a ball.
Excuse me for just a sec there. Hey, Avi, can you mute when you're not talking? Because your keyboard is freaking loud.
Let's get those cherry switches.
You got a typewriter.
Sorry about that. Continue.
My bad, bro. I didn't know that my noise suppression was off.
Yeah, it's all right.
I didn't know typewriters still existed.
It's almost like an old teletype machine or something.
Yeah.
Or horse hooves. Clickety clackety clickety clackety.
Yeah.
Yeah. How stoned are you, man? Yeah, very stoned.
You talking to me?
No, I think it's Avi or very stoned.
No, it's fine.
Has anyone talked to Hog Eating Slop?
What happened to QE? I saw he was in here earlier. I had to go. Anything exciting?
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, that. Okay.
I don't know, mate. I wasn't in there. I can just imagine maybe that was said a few times. I don't know.
Yeah, that probably was exciting. No doubt.
I think the Earth is a donut shape.
Really? You got any measurement of this donut shape?
Nah, just a feeling.
Just a feeling, feelings, nothing more than feelings.
How do you feel donuts?
Are we talking about like Boston cream or like an apple fritter?
That's what I always ask. Like, is an apple fritter even a donut?
I mean, does it have
why is it being sold in the donut shop?
It needs to be a torus shape, like with a hole through it.
Well,
how do you know it's not a bear?
A donut hole's not a donut?
How do you know it's not a bear claw?
Bear claw?
That's a donut.
Dude, that's so delicious.
Oh, are we talking topographically?
Topographical bear claw.
Donut graphically.
It could be an eclair.
Could be.
You guys are making me hungry.
What about a cruller?
A what?
A cruller.
A crawler? It's still a donut.
A crawler.
I'm just, yeah. You don't see crullers around it.
Dude,
anymore.
Who was the guy that like decided to sell the holes? It's like, you know what? I'm not going to throw away these freaking holes, man. I'm going to freaking put them in the deep fryer, and it's as if they threw them all in the trash.
Well, they still sell donut holes at like 1920s prices.
Yo, if we're comparing donuts, like I got one that you guys don't have. I got a Long John.
Okie dokie.
Dude, there's a place called Voodoo Donuts that sells a bunch of like satanic donuts.
Oh, great! That's what we all need.
Me.
Where do you sit in a dark back room somewhere and like put spells on the dough or something?
Yeah, they sound expensive. I just want cheap donuts in a box or a bag or whatever.
Yeah, like, dude,
I will ship you guys some sour donuts, just sour glazed donuts, like the fire
When the
ones.
guy was like, time to make the donuts, that was when donuts were good.
Wait,
Yeah,
they
they
called again.
make
Like
them
the
in one
best
big
time.
place, ship them all
Back
out,
then
and they're
the
all freaking
store
stale.
looked like the store looked like a commercial.
Destroyed America.
They're like the glazed one with like
I love
the
it when
honey.
everyone
What are they called?
talks at once.
Yeah, everybody
really
talking at once.
clearly.
It's really great.
Great, isn't it?
You guys come alive when you talk about donuts. What are you guys, a bunch of pigs?
Okay,
Dude, so we're gonna open up a donut shop with my coffee.
Oh my god!
That's it. It'd be over with.
Holy crap!
Okay, back to the guy who said
the magic
Earth is a
word,
donut.
ban 'em.
Do you want to retract? Would you like to retract that or?
Yeah, sure. I actually think it's a Mobius strip. Check the side chat for a accurate picture.
Why hasn't anyone fallen off of it? You think it's like a Mario Kart level?
Where's
Because
the curvature of the
gravity.
Mobius strip?
Don't you see? It's like
It's
curving.
Rainbow Road.
No, but like
It's
from
Earth
there's no
like
curvature.
connecting
Where
to
is it?
itself with a half
Where
twist.
is it? Where does it
There's
exist?
no curvature though in the inner Earth that we can witness. How is it that?
Don't you see it's curving, bro? Look at it. Look at it.
I guess, but we don't see the curvature. And
Fucking
plus,
hate that.
I mean, you can't
not
see
even
a lot
real.
of things if you can't see at all.
Yeah, I can't.
It's okay, buddy.
I like this channel, but I feel like I'm gonna turn retarded slowly.
Turn retarded?
People like Ivan, but that's
I
okay.
think you already are.
Yep.
I'm not.
Just embrace it, brother.
I'm already retarded, so don't gotta fear about
Maybe you're
turning
spreading
retarded.
it to me and you're making me retarded. I figured
That
it.
was the plan.
Well, the globe's infectious, so if you want to be a baltard, you can catch it off other baltards and see how baltarded you get.
I actually identify as a kangaroo. A retard.
What kind of kangaroo?
Cute ones. Fucking love them. I've gone
Cute
to like
ones?
animal zoos where I've like actually
fucking
seen them.
cute.
I've actually hugged one before.
Probably a wallaby, not a kangaroo.
No, like a real kangaroo. It tried to bite me, but I hugged it.
Tried to bite you?
It was like 2 years. Also, I have a problem with my voice, right? Like day to night, it's balanced.
Yeah, you can't
but, like,
say you can't say THs, can you?
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I'm retarded. I just have like a very
No, it just
bad
means-
speech impediment.
Yeah, it just means you're lazy.
No, I wouldn't say
Yeah,
so.
You can change that.
I work out every day for like an hour and a half. I wouldn't consider myself the lazy type. I just can't pronounce some words properly.
Lazy talker.
Lazy talker? No. Because even if I try, listen, even if I try to and I try to make a difference, it's still pronounced the same. So
Can you say moth?
Moth?
Yeah, you almost got it. You have it. You just for some reason are adding an F. Just get rid of the F and you have it. Moth.
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 Yeah, you had it. You got it. Yeah.
Moth.
There it is.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, you just have to take the F out of it.
You think that's just show your
Three.
fucking speech impediment, bro?
Yeah, just get the F out.
3.
Like 2 minutes. It took them 1 minute.
Fuck. I can't.
You can't what?
I'll figure it out.
Say math without the F. Say math.
Moth.
There you go.
Yeah, you got
it. See how he said moth? Like he's trying to mimic the accent.
Yeah, for some reason, he's got an F out of it. Yeah, you'll work it out.
I didn't hear
Moth.
It's just brain damage from being suffocated when I was younger. Confirmed.
No, it's not.
But it's
If it was brain damage, you wouldn't be able to say it.
not. Inside of the womb, I was suffocated.
Don't make
I
excuses.
was dead.
Don't make excuses.
Listen to him.
No,
Were you premature? You're premature.
Okay. I regret being honest about my life over Discord.
Do you know a movie I really like? It's the Mothman Prophecies. Can you say Mothman Prophecies?
You can barely say it.
Prophecy.
That was perfect.
Moth. Moth.
There you go.
And prophecy.
Yeah, that's perfect.
That's perfect.
It just depends on the day.
You don't
now say Mothman Prophecies is a crappy movie.
It kind of was.
You flip flop, you Mac.
The Mothman.
What's actually a good movie to watch? Because I want to watch something. For real.
Reacher's pretty good.
Reachers, but
Reacher, definitely. Reacher, no F.
I'll watch it.
Check out I Spit on Your Grave.
Oh yeah, I heard that was good. But...
Reacher, the series, is freaking good.
Yeah, it's fucking really good.
I'll watch it right now.
I like number 1. Number 2, I turned off after about 3 episodes. Number 3 is really good. Like, no Fs.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's nice because there's not a lot of cussing. If your girlfriend doesn't like cussing, you want like cleaner.
Perfect.
It seems like so many shows to say JC all the time.
Yeah, I work with a guy. Every second word is F to F. I'm like, fuck me, would you ever shut up? Like, I fucking this, I fucking that.
Can you say I will be thankful for things on Thursday?
I will be thankful for things on Thursday.
You did it! You did it! You busted!
Well done.
You said Thursday. So you're talking shit.
Oh no, but it did sound a bit impeded there.
No, I'm eating. 1 second. Chill.
So when you're eating, you can say TH, but when you're not eating, your TH is turning into Fs. That's effing bullshit.
All right, wait. What is it?
What was that laugh?
I don't know, bro. But what was I supposed to say?
I just did the math. And the thickness of Earth is 106 million miles.
Well,
how much? What?
You just
what did you say?
The thickness of Earth is 106 million miles.
106. Fuck, that's kind of big. Yeah, Morbius Toby. Did you see that film? That was fucking pathetic. What do you call that guy? It looks like he's fucking eternally young.
I feel great on Thursdays.
What the hell are you talking about? That was perfectly fine.
Yeah, I do. It's like in balance. I need to be hydrated.
Yeah, it's like subjective. You have a speech impediment when you want to.
Maybe I don't actually have it. I've just controlled my voice to make myself think that I do.
It's in your head.
I don't think you have
it. Check your features here. VoltVIP.fe.
You're just looking for a disabled badge so you can park anywhere.
No, I'm just looking at names. Rifle of Shaki.
Yeah.
That was funny.
It was a wee bit.
Bill Scrovage. He's been here before.
See if somebody's name begins with TH, we get the Every to fucking say it.
Yeah, we'll let him read it. Did the donut guy leave?
The donut guy. Every, the donut guy. Let's go.
Speaking of donut guys, Mr. Big Brain's back.
Guys, I'm back. The actual intellectual in this call. The only one.
Oh, the actual donut in the conversation.
Yeah, try it. Yeah.
No, I'm the only intellectual that
why did you make my preferred pronoun your name?
Okay, anyways, right? The only intellectuals in here are the ones that agree with me. The other, intellectuals, the globers, as you want to call them, aka, the realists, reality, the reality list.
Right? You're really laying it on thick.
Yeah, we believe in reality.
Big Brain.
Okay.
Brain too big to articulate.
Please.
Is density a scale or a vector?
Wait, who cares? Wait, I want to talk about something you just said. Where is reality? Hang on. You said reality, right? So where is the globe in reality?
Yeah, he said realist, and then he said we believe.
Yeah, we.
Yeah, I know.
You want me to tell you where the globe is? It's up your mother's vagina, right? Or, Since you're asking, very unintelligent questions,
Yeah,
you know.
That's very nice.
I thought
Very
you
nice.
were weren't you the intellectual in the room?
Yes, I'm the intellectual.
Yeah, that was the epitome of not enough globe.
I mean, that's intelligent, right? Because you don't answer unintelligent questions, right? As an intellectual, right? You know where the globe is. It's in our, space, right?
In your mom's vagina.
In your mom's
Yeah, no,
vagina.
you'll deny, space. I get it, right? You'll deny space.
So
whatever, right? You'll say space doesn't exist. Right?
And you'll say, "Oh, well, it's a globe because it has to be."
It's a globe because it has. Well, no, actually, incorrect because there's no other way it could be
Exactly, that's
anything
what I
other
just
than a
said,
globe.
you idiot.
Well, no, because scientifically, the Earth cannot be a flat surface, and I can explain why. I have one
Okay,
question
go ahead.
before I continue.
I'll take it that way.
Okay, Timbo. Okay.
Go explain
Aside
that.
from the mom jokes or whatever, I have a serious question.
What you just you just made a claim. You just said you were going to explain to us how
Yeah, and I said before that I'm going to ask you a question, so I'm going to ask you the question.
No, sorry, you can't.
Before that, well, tell us how scientifically it has to be.
Yeah.
Can we start talking about electrostatics since this guy
ahead,
wants to talk
Timbo.
about gravity so much?
Okay, Timbo, I have one question for you.
Nope.
So you're going to concede?
Nope. So, and what you just said was scientifically, you can prove it's a globe, and you're going to show us. Now, continue on with that, or don't continue at all.
Okay, look in the chat for a second. But the question involves, the argument. So
No, the question does not involve the argument because proof is not asking me a question.
Okay, but it's one question though, please.
Nope. You got it. You've got one more chance. Go ahead. Or forever hold your peace.
So you concede. Okay, got it.
Yeah, everyone can see that you're an idiot.
You're conceding. Okay, anyways though, right? The question is density.
I guess the bigger your brain gets, the smoother it gets too, hey?
Okay, is density a scale or a vector? Can you riddle me that?
You're a one-trick pony.
Still waiting. Still
Is
waiting
density
for your
is density a scale?
scientific globe proof that you were going to show us. We're not going to move on.
Well, I'm not
move on until you show it.
I said before that I have one question for you. So
okay, we're not going to move on until you show it.
Okay, but I said before that I'm going to ask you a question. So
okay.
Okay, well, one question is so.
Are you gonna show it or not? This is your last chance.
Yeah. After you answer this question, real quick.
Okay. See you later.
He's an idiot.
Yeah. I really would have loved to have heard that hypothesis of his, that big brain hypothesis.
Yeah, he didn't want his preamble addressed. He was just, let's move on. Forget I said that. Yeah, he's goofy.
Yeah, really goofy.
I wanted to talk about electrostatic thrust.
I can't not.
Brain, concede that you don't have scientific proof that Earth is a globe, and then you can move on and ask your.
Okay, so I have a question. You can say that, right? But anyways,
fucking hell, man.
Retarded.
No, you can sit there and cope and say that, right? But I have a question. Okay.
Concede that you were wrong to say there's no scientific evidence.
Hold on. If Timbo can answer this question, I will forever hold my peace. Okay, Timbo.
Yeah, go peace.
Timbo. Is density a scale or a vector?
Density in and of itself.
No. Let Timbo answer the question. Timbo, is density a scale or a vector? We're going on 10 seconds. 15 seconds.
Bro, he's muted. He's probably not even hearing.
Okay, so
I told you, density in and of itself is scalar.
Okay,
The
so
density
Timbo,
of one thing is
hold on, Timbo.
relative density is vector.
Oh, no, I'm asking Timbo the question.
No, because I'm not going to talk to you because you're an idiot. And
Okay, so you're conceding to the fact that you don't know if densities are vector or scale.
You're conceding to the fact that you can't show us any scientific proof for the globe.
You can't even tell me if a density is a scale or a vector.
You said, I'm not interested in your conversation until you show us scientific evidence of the globe. You made a claim, so put your claim forward, and then we can move on to something else.
Okay, so you're just gonna stay on that instead of answering whether or not
Yes,
a density is a
because
scale or a vector.
that's how this conversation works.
Yeah, why are you even asking about density when you were chanting gravity earlier?
Okay, old horse ride. Okay, since you can obviously answer the question, is density Okay, is density a scale or a vector? Jedi, what do you say?
It's already been answered. You weren't listening.
Okay, can you say it again then? Since I obviously wasn't.
It's already answered to you.
Yeah, I already answered you. I told you density in and of itself is scalar, but relative density from like a medium and an object is a vector. Do you agree? So do you agree, bro?
Going on 10 seconds. 15 now. Oh, he's muted.
Oh, is he?
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Okay, so whatever you were chanting
what I
on.
said?
Yeah, I did hear what you said, but in this situation we're talking about.
No, I didn't ask if you heard. I said, do you agree?
No, well, I do agree, right? You are correct, but in this situation, we're talking about density, just plain out density, right? We're not mentioning relative density. You know, we're mentioning density, and in this situation, density can make Here, give me a second. My bad. I can't get my words because I keep getting muted. I keep forgetting what I'm gonna say because the mods keep muting me before I can get a
You're not
thought
living
out.
up to your name, bro. You're really not living up to.
No. It doesn't help when you're getting muted like 20 times in like 1 minute. Because the mods can't debate. But
you just get to the point.
Talking about relative density. Why are you even talking about density? It makes
So
no
do you
sense.
want me?
You're the
I can
gravity
use
trainer.
gravity and density in both my
Gravity.
arguments.
There it is.
Okay. Anyways, look in the chat.
Gravity and density.
Yes,
What are you talking about?
both of those disprove, your flat Earth theory, right?
What gravity and what density of what substance?
You're telling me how is it of substance to the argument, or what's your
Yes,
question?
we're talking about density of matter. So we have different types of matter, and the density is dependent on different things. You're showing gravity is one of those variables, for some reason, obscurely. The density of what?
Gravity disproves your theory, right?
Density of what? You asked us about density. You asked us to define density.
Okay, but you just asked me about gravity, so now I'm answering your gravity question. So what do you want me to answer first? Your density question or
is
your...
dependent on the amount of substance in a space.
Okay, do you want me to answer your gravity question or your density question?
Saying density is caused by gravity.
Well, I didn't say that. I'm just mentioning both.
Why are you throwing gravity in there then?
Well, because I want to. Because both of them.
Because you want to.
I want to. Both of them are separate arguments.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Both of them are separate arguments that can easily dismantle your flat Earth theory.
Why are you throwing gravity into density? Why are we talking about gravity all of a sudden? Gravity disproves our argument. We're
Those
talking
are
about
two different
density.
arguments, brother.
We're talking about density.
Okay, so you want me to stay on density? Okay. So why are you mentioning gravity?
Density of what?
Density of our Earth.
Of what?
The hell is he even talking to me?
He's just.
He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
What a retard.
He's just trolling.
Can't control his
No, I
mic.
think
He's deaf muted. I guess that means he doesn't want to be here, so he might as well kick him out.
Yeah, he chanted gravity about an hour ago. We said relative density. He said no. Now he's making a backdoor into a relative density argument.
Yeah, and he's laughing like a little girl.
No, I'm laughing at the question because why would you ask me that question?
You sound like a little girl.
There was no need for that question, right?
How the hell
You can say that, right? But you're not intelligent, right? You have a smooth brain, a very small and smooth brain, right? You can't even tell me whether or not density.
That's hard.
It's Mr. Big Brain.
Yeah, he showed us what a big brain he's got.
He does laugh like a little girl. Like I heard that. He sounds like a wee girl. I don't know if he is. Like it's up to him. Like, but he does sound like a wee girl, like a small little girl. Hey, like yeah, awful. But not adult doll. Like it's actually annoying.
I got no time anymore for people that don't say anything. He said nothing.
Yeah.
They have masses of force. What the fuck, man? They have to be trolling. Like they're just talking shit for the sake of talking shit. They're entertaining them. More fool us, like. The kindergarten people laughing at little girls, probably dressed like little girls, and they're just here to fucking annoy us or something. They don't make any sense. They don't present any argument, and they have zero proof. So fuck them. That was kind of harsh, but they do sound like little girls. This is what happens when you grow a generation where there's no discipline. This is what happens. This is what you get. A bunch of little giggling girls have fucking no idea what they're talking about.
Probably no father in the household either.
Absolutely not. So that was kind of, from the heart. Did you hear that? It was right from the fucking, good luck, bah. I'm sorry your daddy didn't love you. Yeah, a bunch of clowns, man. A bunch of clowns, bro. No substance, no argument. I've been listening now for the last hour, and not one of them said anything that would make me think, oh, maybe I'm wrong. Not one of them said anything fucking substantial. Not one. They're too busy giggling and talking shit. So this is what we're left with. They're not interested in the truth. They don't care. They don't care if the word's worth it. They haven't a fucking clue. All they want is the fucking internet. I don't know what else. Like, but whatever. Like, I'll stop now.
Oh man, you're good.
Yeah, and they don't even know what it is that they're trying to defend. They have no clue about the dimensions, the numbers, or anything that makes up their beliefism that they've got going on. They're literally clueless.
Yeah, they're a different kind of human being. This is exactly what you want if you're taking human beings into the AI age where everything is controlled by robots. This is and digital money. This is exactly what you want. Automatons that can't think for themselves, don't even know they're fucking slaves. There's no rebellious nature in at all. Nothing. You know what I mean?
That's lame, right? It's so boring.
It's very boring.
You know, it's like
that's what I'm saying.
They think that if you take a globe, we'll call it the planet, we'll give them their space monkey crap, and you spin it, and you spin that globe, that it will suck stuff to its center. But if you take a tennis ball and soak it in water and put it on the end of a drill and spin it, all the water flies off. How can you have it both ways? How can you have one spinning and sucking in and another one blowing everything off the surface? Unbelievable. And they can't see there's an issue with that.
No, they can't. No, it's very simple. Anything in science you can prove by replication, by experiment. You can repeat it, and you get the same result. They can't. You ask them why, how, and they can't. So show me a spinning ball with how it sticks to. No, and they don't care. It's like they just don't care. Well, you know what? So fuck them, man. I mean,
exactly. They're sheep. They're sheep to they're goys, basically.
Yeah, automatons, just automatons. Oh, give me my phone. If they don't have their phone, or like I said before, the internet for 36 hours, they go fucking mental. Like you've seen people lose their
36
shit.
hours, bro. It's like 2 hours.
I said 36. Let's make it 48. 48 max. You've seen people go crazy over COVID, and lots of people turn into alcoholics, and people just went crazy. Can you imagine a world if it no internet for like 2 days? It'd be like zombies walking around. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? You know, it's like, bro, touch the grass, man. The old days are gone. That's gone. It's automatons now.
Mm.
Sometimes you just have to say what's in your head, and I'm just saying it. It's just a zombie nation. And I would never push what I believe on anybody else. I don't care what you think. It's not my fucking place to tell you what you should think. I think the Earth's not a ball because I can prove it. But so therefore, good luck. You just watch the war. It's like it's burning itself up, and it always has to war. There's no other thing, like Putin, Zelensky, blah blah blah. Humans are always gonna fucking kill each other, always fight. Because why?
That's high T activity.
Look at history. If history is real, let's say like it's real for the last 200 years. What have humans done? Kill each other, fight, argue, bang. World War I, II, Napoleon, all that crap. Fight for land, all that shit. They're going to do it again. But they are going to do it again. If you think World War III isn't going to happen, trust me, it's going to happen. And I'll shut up now. There you go. Humans are stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and a whole bunch of them believe in a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, traveling in a whole bunch of different vectors up to almost the speed of light, and yet all the stars in the sky repeat themselves again and again and again, although they're all expanding in every direction, but we don't see it. We see none of that.
It should look different every night. Every night.
Do you notice that you can see like stars from every angle, like all above you? Like shouldn't all the stars be parallel from you, like all to the side?
No, the stars have a very, very unique feature. I have no idea what causes it. All I know is that let's say that you're going to do some celestial navigation, and you're on your boat, and you measure an angle to a celestial body, and you get 30 degrees. That's your measurement. Okay. Now you're on your boat, and somebody just brought you a hot air balloon, and they put you on it with your sextant, and you're going to go straight up. This is a pretty cool hot air balloon because it goes up to about 30,000 feet. And now you're going to take a reading. You're right above the boat, and you're going to take that celestial reading to the celestial body. And you know what you're going to get? 30 degrees. That's pretty amazing. It's kind of maybe a miracle because the stars do not take into account perspective. That's why you can navigate in a plane using a bubble sextant, and you can also navigate on the surface of water with a regular sextant or bubble sextant. It doesn't matter. The point is the angle doesn't change with elevation. And I find that fascinating. I think that's pretty unique, and I think that's that should be like the eighth wonder of the world as far as I'm concerned. I think it's interesting. And it just kind of begs the question, what are the stars? What is the sun? What is the moon? We see these lights in the sky, but they got some pretty weird properties, which is really intriguing.
You know, it doesn't prove anything, but I know from a very early age, I was sitting looking at the star, I was like, what if that's not what they're telling us it is? What if it's just like pinpricks in the sky, and it's, you know, you're like, from a very, very early age, they're telling you one thing, here, this is how the church works, and this, you should worship the Catholic Pope, but whatever, and this is how they're, and you're like, something isn't right here, just something inside your being tells you it's bullshit.
You guys ever notice how the moon gets a lot bigger and then smaller?
Oh, fuck, bro. All the time. It was massive.
Yeah, right? Like, it doesn't make sense if it was so, like, orbiting around this so far. Like, it wouldn't really change that much in size, because, like, the orbiting should be about the same the whole time.
About obviously, yeah, that's crazy, bro. I thought about that the other day. I was looking at the moon. I look at the moon. I work nights, right? And I'm like, it's the same size. And then you come in one night, and it's like,
it's like huge.
In your face. Yeah, how'd that happen? What? That's the things that make you think something's not right. What they're telling us. It should be the same size all the time, but it's got
what a funny lie, though. It really just lines everyone say it's a ball.
And that's the other thing. Why the lie?
You know, they kind of ruin like the aesthetic of the Earth of like humans when they do that. They're like, oh, we're actually monkeys on a rock ball, floating like so insignificant on space.
Yeah. Well, you know, I was out today, the sky was clear blue, and I thought to myself, that's beautiful. It's an open universe, and the sky's blue, but still, I kind of somehow felt it was contained. I mean, how can you not? You know, it's like people like to think it's, the universe, and not a cloud in the sky for once in fucking Ireland, right? And then you're like, well, yeah, but I still feel like there's something pushing down on me, like I can't quite describe it, but we're probably caught here. It's like a kind of a something, or terrarium or something, but it's not. It's not what they're telling us it is.
Oh, and then you got the sun and the moon appear to be the same size in the sky. You see them go by, and that's all fine and dandy. Maybe they are. Maybe they are. But there's a story. There's a story, because one of them is hundreds of times bigger and hundreds of times further away. That's why they look the same. And then people go, oh, yeah, that's why. There's no proof. You've just got a damn light in the sky. All we can do is measure angles to it. We have no clue how far away any of that shit is.
Yeah, you can't measure that shit. And so, I'm walking one day, and I'm like, before I became flat earther, and I'm like, okay, son, I can feel the heat of it. It's apparently a big, what do you call it, nuclear fucking, how does that work? Like, it's a big nuclear, so, it's just, I don't know, I'm not even making sense. It just doesn't make sense to me, like, it never has, never will, like. And then somebody one day tells you, we see too far. Fuck. And,
Yeah. We see as far as we see. That's what we see. Well, we don't see too far. We just see what we see.
Yeah. So on the moon, Earthrise, and I seen the picture. It's before flat Earth, and I'm like, okay, it's the moon. That's the Earth. Well, hang on a minute. Isn't the Earth like 3 times bigger than the fucking moon? Right, so why is Earthrise? Why is the Earth like a wee tiny fucking dot? That doesn't make sense. The mass doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up. So something all your life is telling you there's something wrong with your living. They're talking shit to you. And something in the back of your mind and your body is niggling at you. And then one day you realize, fuck, they're talking shit.
You know what doesn't make sense to me, PMAC?
Me?
Yeah. What doesn't make sense to me is you're obviously up north, and you just said that you just said that you had a day with blue skies. That fucking doesn't make sense to me.
Fucking amazing, bro. I can't understand it. It was like a miracle. A fucking miracle.
Man, I'm still putting up with goddamn winter. Winter won't disappear from here. But I will say that this is the first day in about 2 weeks that I actually had a day above freezing. So it wasn't too bad of a day today. We actually got up to... I'm in northern British Columbia. We actually got up to 2 degrees centigrade today, and I was super stoked about that.
Is that worse than Canada?
Yeah. It was like 20 degrees today.
Oh man, that would be awesome. Yeah, we got up to a whopping 2 degrees. That was the high for the day.
Fuck.
You get used to it. You do get used to it, don't you?
Yeah, you'll be good.
It's only March. We have snow on the ground here until April, mid-April, and then the snow will disappear.
Nova Scotia or British Columbia.
British Columbia, northern British Columbia.
Where is that?
We're the opposite. We can't get rid of summer at the moment.
I'm on the other end of that one. Yeah, well, if you give me some summer, I'll give you some winter. How's that?
Hey, the weather's going crazy too. Like, I mean, it's going like bushfires in places where there's snow, and snow where there are places there shouldn't be snow, and North Carolina has snow and all that. You're like, what the fuck? Oh, global warming. No, bro. No. That's them fucking around with something. I don't know. You can't change things like that. Like snow in North Carolina and fucking.
I mean, you have 10-year events and 100-year events. It happens from time to time.
Exactly. Oh, that's what. Yeah. Yeah. I work in the snow sometimes, and the sun came out the other day, and I said, "Oh my god!" I had the T-shirt on, just stood in it, almost worshipping it. Welcome back. Fuck me, it was a long winter, sir.
Your accent, PMAC, I'd say halfway between Derry and Belfast. Am I right?
Yeah, you're spot on, bro. Oh, your mom and dad come from here.
Yeah, Derry.
Derry, yeah. Well, I grew up in South Africa, so I'm a bit strange. But yeah, I came back. I got a girl pregnant in about 2 weeks. Not my fault, hers.
What, after you got back?
Yeah, it was just off the boat. Nah, plane.
What'd you do?
I did something I shouldn't do. She's the best thing. No, she's the best thing ever happened. Now we're like, she's like me, but girl. You know what I mean? She's
What
like
the hell,
really.
bro?
I mean,
That
she's
sounds
like. No, you're not. You know, she's like me, but girlish. She's just
Still
like,
together?
oh no. I skipped that fucking thing. Almost married twice, and they're still flat. I'm not the Marian.
Australia?
I'm not the Marian type.
Well, no one. What do you expect? Are you getting married and like by paper you can get cucked over?
Okay. No idea what you just said.
Oh, if you get married now, like they can just take all your money if they divorce you.
Oh yeah, and house and all that there. Nah, fuck that, bro. Why would you be so dumb? I mean, that's stupid. For about a pussy. I hope I don't get banned for saying pussy.
Yeah.
Pussy! Anyway, who's Australia?
Well, that's why you have a nikah.
I have my own gaff.
You don't get married by the paper.
I like my life. It's okay.
Are you drunk right now?
No, I don't
No?
drink. No,
Okay.
I don't like drinking. It's a fucking terrible thing.
It sounds like that.
How many she said about
You sound like those drunk sailors.
Can I ask a question to the room?
No.
You just did. That's all you get.
What's your guys' opinion on big booty Latinas?
The big booty Latinas?
Yes, sir.
I like. Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de Mayo.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You gotta keep it real, brother. I think what everyone here needs is a big booty Latina to take care of.
You need to stop, buddy.
I think you need to fear Allah, bro.
This is not appropriate behavior.
Okay.
This is not what we do in the flat earth, you see.
You see?
So you're saying you don't need a big booty Latina?
Nah. I really don't, man.
Have you really got one?
A big booty Latina, though?
Bro, why do you sound odd up?
He's not. He's like an immigrant.
Well, thank folk for that.
Ah.
So, anyway, do you want to hear a joke?
Yeah.
You sure?
100%.
Yeah, you can tell a joke and then we can get back to the room topic, okay?
Good job. Let's go. Let's go. All right. What's more deadlier than a seagull?
What?
A seagull with a gun.
What kind of joke is that?
It's a bad joke. Hey, 2 nuns walk in the bar, right? 2. Sorry, listen to me. 3. 3 nuns walk in the bar, right? Only one of them got a black eye.
Okay.
3 nuns walk into a bar. One of them has a black eye.
Only one of them got a black eye.
Hey, man. What is that supposed to mean?
It means that they walked into a bar and only one of them hit the fucking corner of the bar. Did I get it now? It's a really bad joke. I know bad jokes.
The other two missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you get it now?
I got it.
Three
It
non
means like a physical bar, like a bar like you might hang on, you know?
No, like an actual bar, like an actual.
Oh, that's what he means. That's
Okay,
Only one of
I've
them-
got a dirty joke. I'm going to tell a dirty joke.
Should you
Two
read-
white horses fall in a mud
no
puddle.
dirty jokes. No dirty jokes.
No, you
Yeah,
can't.
dirty
not
joke.
allowed.
Two white horses fall in a mud puddle. That's the joke. That's it.
That's horrible.
Well, they're going to get dirty, aren't they?
The worst delivery ever. That's it. That's the joke, guys. All right?
That's even worse than my bad joke.
That us,
Okay, can we get back to the room topic now?
No.
Yeah, yeah. Tired of these jokes.
Possibly.
Anybody got any Earth curve to deal with?
Wait, are you still joking?
What is it?
No, I was wondering if anybody's got any Earth curve.
We said we get back to flat Earth, man. We're done with the joke. Stop it.
The globe Earth is a joke. That's a joke.
That's true. No, I was just wondering if there's any Globers in
just
here. That was
stop,
my
man.
way of asking it.
Stop, man.
Stop now. Don't be telling any more bad jokes. Yeah, wanker, yeah.
So yeah, the distance from the top of the lowest heaven to the bottom of our Earth is 318.6 million miles. Rounds.
Okay.
Who measured that? That sounds cool.
How did you do that?
Senators, don't tell me you're using the hadith to measure the earth right now.
I am, yeah.
No, you can't do that, man.
I do have a tape measure.
Why not? It's approximately.
How much is traveling? Like, how do you know how much 500 years of traveling is?
Because another narration says like a rider on horseback.
Okay, how much is that? How fast is the horse? Is it counting
Rider on
speed,
horseback.
without stopping?
No, non-stop.
Counting,
When they use
how
it,
do you
it's
know
just-
it's without
it's-
stopping?
we're talking about non-stop. Because that's just like it was a common thing. Like if I say I live 10 minutes away from here, I'm not talking about like if I stop and get gas.
No, nigga, no. If somebody says that to get to Syria, it takes about a month. They're counting that with sleep.
At the speed of light.
No, that's different. That's different, man.
No, see, you don't know.
On horseback?
Chat, are we live?
No, man, we're not live.
Oh shit, chat, we're not live. Damn. Are we talking about how many fucking paces it takes to get somewhere? What are we talking about?
Who's riding a horse?
Yeah,
Why
how
does that
many
gotta come
freaking
to call like that?
It takes 1,500 years to go from the top of the lowest heaven to the bottom of our highest earth.
What heaven?
Oh shit, we're going deep.
Is the horse
going
made
deep,
of
Cat?
lead? What's the horse made of?
All right, bro.
Meat.
Wait, what do we do? What's the who are we cooking right now? Are there Globers in here? Who's textured? Or are we cooking Jokeaholic or Disciple?
Cooking this Rob guy right now.
Bro, we're
He's
not
stupid
cooking
as
me,
fuck.
man. I am the chef.
All right, grills are hot. The grills are hot.
I want to see your grill.
I want to see a grill. You want to see
Yeah.
my what? Yeah.
Shut up, gay
Your
boy.
grill. Yeah, yeah. All right, guys, let's focus here. Oh, who's up? Percentage. Who are we cooking, dude?
Man, they're cowards.
They're cowards. Oh, damn. You guys gonna let them talk about you like that?
Yeah.
Damn.
Fuck him.
Disciple, you gonna take that?
Bro, me and him are on the same team. Come on.
Yeah, what the heck?
You're on the same team. Pause. Wait, you're a flat earther?
Yeah, bro.
Oh, How long you been a flat earther? A couple weeks, couple months, couple years?
No, like a year.
A year. Okay. All right. You argued against Glovers before?
No, I don't. I mean, I've argued against friends. I don't really argue.
All right. What would you say if someone's like, "But dude, haven't you been in a plane before and you can see the
That was
curvature?"
like hilarious, actually.
So what would you say back to that?
Yeah, obviously, like the thing is just curved.
The windows curve? Is that what you said?
Yeah, the windows are curved.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you can.
Oh, you're not even that high. You're not even high enough. That's the funny part. Like they don't even measure the distance.
Your voice has to be higher to be over.
You're not even high. That's not even high enough to actually see the curvature.
Yeah, that's
true. It's not high enough to be a curvature, and your voice isn't high enough to be a Glober, CB.
Yeah, you're gonna be like Snoop Dogg high or something. I don't know.
What is with that though? Why are they like the people that come in here? They're all cringe.
It's weird, man.
Because they
don't have enough pee, bro. They don't have enough testosterone.
Oh, bro, they believe in it and they don't know the proofs for it.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Is
the
they don't
natural
know
position is the Earth is flat. Like that's what I see. Doesn't matter.
Facts. Yeah, these guys don't. They literally make it up in their head on the spot. Like some guys will have to Google what they're supposed to believe when we ask them questions like, "What's the radius?" They're like, "Hold on, let me Google my belief real quick." That's it's crazy, dude. It's crazy.
That's the thing, though. You know, if you're like a flat earther, you actually don't have to explain nothing, though, because like, you're not actually, unless you want to get into it, but you just say like, okay, I just see the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Yep.
And so
It is what it is. It is what it is.
Flat and motion.
Yeah, and then you look up the sky. Nice. The Earth seems better. It's flat though. It seems nicer.
But what does it matter if the Earth's flat around?
It does actually matter.
No,
I think it matters. I think it matters.
Not to me.
Not to you.
Yeah, not to me, man.
That's cap, bro.
That is cap. Sorry.
Damn, what the fuck, dude? Damn. What the fuck?
I tried being a Glober. I fucking sucked.
I don't think that people understand that gravity is
So
literally
PMAC,
just
the one that you said was like basically like you, but a girl. Is she a Glober?
Wait, we got a 304 here?
Did I say something like that? I did. I never said something like that.
He never said that, man.
No, I never did. Stop lying. Stop capping, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
He said stop capping. That's funny.
I don't know what it means. I know it means you're lying. Like.
That's crazy,
Yeah,
bro.
man.
You're hooking up with the ops. Globetards. That's wild.
The ops. Yeah,
I like Globetards. I like them. They're okay, like.
You like
Yo,
them?
this guy that I was debating in chat got absolutely bitched.
Bitch.
Call him out. What's his name? Let's name names.
His name's Rob.
Oh, you want problems. You want problems.
You want problems? Yeah.
He's calling gravity a scientific equation.
Yikes.
Unfortunately.
You can't tell him to join the call, bro.
And he also isn't understanding that gravity is a mathematically made theory that actually is only theorized. It's never been proven. And he's saying that it's actually scientific based, even though that
Are you saying that if he had any brain cells, you done robbed him?
Hold on. The mathematic... Now you made me lose my train of thought.
Hang on. You get it back, bro. What the hell? So anyway, bro. Mathematically, science is not maths.
I know, but I'm saying like gravity is defined to be mathematical because the equation for gravity was made to be estimated.
Science is not maths. It's not maths.
I know
maths
it's not.
Okay. What was he trying to say?
That's what he's saying. Not me.
Yeah, I know.
It's a mathematical theory. It has nothing to do with science until people wanted it to be involved.
Yeah, theory is not real life, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Gravity does not exist.
Who said this, by the way?
Rob. He's an idiot.
I guess
Oh,
we should
yeah,
get
Rob.
Rob on the call.
Get Rob in here. Rob thought he was your best buddy. Now you're fucking
So,
shit about
Avi, if we get Rob in VC, are you ready for the 1v1? Are you ready to duel him? Fight to the death?
Ooh. Are you about that or not?
You're just talking big because he's not here.
Nah, bro. I will. I'm down.
You sure?
No, you won't.
Absolutely. I want to.
Yeah, balls.
I don't think you're about it.
I am, bro. Get him in.
I don't know. You don't seem too confident right now.
I'm very
Ooh, damn,
confident.
he's talking shit. These boys talking shit for real.
No, man. Don't make it like that.
You're gonna take that, bro?
I don't talk to retards that believe in Islam, so it's like.
Oh shit!
That's good.
Damn, you wildin', boy.
I don't talk to retards. Well, that concludes the entire room. Good night. Okay, bad joke.
Wait, what just happened?
It was actually really fun.
Rob said, I expect to be muted and booted quick. Okay.
Sounds kind of weird.
Because he's retarded. Wait for this. Just wait.
Facts. Damn, Rob, you gonna let them talk about you like that, dude? That's crazy.
Bro, Rob's not even in the call.
Oh,
No, but this is streaming live to YouTube, so you might be listening. Anyway.
I'm sure he's listening.
I wouldn't let them get away with that, Rob. Fuck them. Ball bags. Fuck them.
Fuck them. You watch like.
Fuck them.
Oh, my head hurts, man.
Yo, tell doesn't join in 5 minutes, man.
Tell Rob I'm
here
to debate him.
5 minutes?
5 minutes is like a long time too.
It's just fucking eternity.
Bro, Rob is just not about it.
He's not. He doesn't want the smoke, dude.
You hear what he says? He says, if you want me in VC, I gotta tell you guys to just chill and let him participate.
Let him
participate.
Well, who's the other mods here? It's like literally just me, Ethergris. There's not that many mods here right now.
Percentage, I thought you were a mod here.
Is he?
No, I'm a mod in the other Flat Earth server. I should be a mod here. I got seniority on like 90% of these.
I said that when I first came over. I'm like, give me my fucking mod right now. And they were like, no.
I was like gold in the other one, but then I got kicked by one admin who just didn't like.
All right, guys. Rob, I believe, should be popping in. Also, Zomboid is here.
He got
and
muted
Rob,
like right away.
let me take him
Rob
off
was
mute.
already muted.
I think he was already like previously muted, perhaps. But Rob, you've been unmuted. Welcome. Just want to say hi and say what's up.
He doesn't say hi. He says hello.
Oh
yeah. What's up, everybody? All right.
What's up,
yeah, man? You chilling, bro?
Oh, this guy. I didn't know this guy.
What's up, man?
Yo,
all right,
Rob.
P-Mac, we're gonna get into some serious shit. Right? So
yeah, be ready for this, Rob.
Avi, bring your A game, man. This Jamaican don't play.
You made this argument. But
wait, this is the
I'm
Jamaican
gonna be
guy?
really nice to you. I'm gonna be nice to you though, because I want you to stay, and I want to have like a regular debate. Okay. All right, Rob.
All right. Let's see.
You talk for 5 minutes. I'll talk to 5 minutes. All right. Wait, I'll talk for. All right, 5 on 5. All right. The topic is, why is gravity not scientifical? For me and for you, you're gonna say why it is scientifically based. All right, and you're gonna start.
You're on the clock.
Well, I think it's best that you start because
as you know, it's consensus.
I already did start, and I already beat you in chat, so I want you to try now.
Well, okay, so when something is a scientific theory, that means it's testable, it's repeatable, it's predictable, right? So if you, for example, if you take up a rock, right, you release it, it will go to the ground. That means it's predicted to go to the ground. All right. It goes to the ground at a certain rate, right? 9.81 meters per second on Earth, right? It's a third of that on the moon. Okay. And also, if things have similar mass and you drop them from a certain altitude, a certain height, they all accelerate at the same rate and get to the ground. You understand me? So that means it's a scientific theory. Now, we have eliminated electromagnetism because electromagnetism is stronger, and electromagnetism only behaves on things with charges, right? The formulas look exactly the same. F equals G times M1 M2 over R, right? If you look at the electromagnetism formula, it looks similar, but it only has charges, right? Positive and negative charges. If you reverse the polarity of an object, it still goes to the ground. Whether it's negative or it's positive, it still goes to the ground, right? And that's a predicted behavior. That's why gravity is a scientific theory. Now, there are two explanations that we know of gravity. Two explanations. One, that is a Newtonian mechanics as a force, right? And that Newtonian mechanics explains 99% of all behaviors that we see on Earth. They build rockets based on it, roller coasters, buildings. Now, here comes general relativity. General relativity gives you another explanation, an expansion of Newtonian mechanics. Expansion. All right. So the general relativity is telling you about the displacement of space-time. It doesn't matter. We experience it as a force. No matter what Einstein says, we're still experiencing it as a force in one direction. It does not repel, as opposed to electromagnetism. Electromagnetism attracts and repels. Gravity does not do that.
You're 5 minutes up, Rob.
No, it's not. He has 2 minutes left. Keep going.
I was kidding.
Hold on, PMAC. Just.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Go ahead, Rob.
Do you yield your time? Are you done?
Oh no. Well, I just have one last thing to say. Right, is that if you look at electromagnetism is also a theory, a scientific theory. If you combine electricity with magnetism, you get electromagnetism. Right, it's also a scientific theory because of that. It's repeatable, it's testable, predictable. If you combine electricity with magnetism, you get electromagnetism. If electricity is flowing through a wire, it causes electromagnetism, right? But can you see electromagnetism? You cannot. Can you see gravity? You cannot. That is why they fall inside of the scientific theory. Thank you.
Avi, you got 5 minutes. Starting.
No. Okay. I found this one pretty interesting. I've never actually heard something like that before. The reason why you're wrong is because Newton's law, like a lot of this stuff is mathematically structured before the factoring of it actually being scientifically based. So let's think about it this way, right? If you have 200 apples, right, and you drop them all separately on the ground, and they fall, and they hit the ground. Alright, gravity, sure. But you can also call that free fall, because free fall actually deals with exactly that, because it's gravitational acceleration, initial velocity, height, time of fall, and velocity v calculated to all of them together. Okay. That's just free fall. Anyway, mathematically, in a mathematical understanding, gravity was, yes, made to be scientific. However, the truth is that it's only a mathematical equation that was composed as a theory. So this entire basis is just a theory point that basically talks about how the commutes of gravity corresponds in Earth today. It was never 100% proven, and nor was it proven in general. There's not any sort of definite understanding of gravity and if gravity is actually real, because you can't say that gravity is real or if it is defined to be 100% accurate if it's just a theory. There's nothing within it that says, hey, gravity is 100% proven. Everybody knows that gravity exists. Yeah, and as you said, you can't see gravity. Okay, I get that. But here's the thing, right? If you can't see it, you cannot equate to measure it. There's no measuring inside of something that you cannot see. There's mathematical estimates that were made as a theory to be understood, but there was never anything behind it that to actually, back it up to say 100% this is what it is and this is what it conveys. That was never done. So it's kind of obvious that in this case that it's mathematical because it's actually only done through equations, right? Even when it comes to scientific arguments, it's still based off of science because science measures something over another figure. Today, science is a lot different compared to other sciences in the past, but they're all kind of the same. That's all I gotta say.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to cancel this show on season 1. That was kind of boring.
Okay. Well, do you know who Coulomb is, brother?
Let's talk to you, Abba. He's asking you about Coulomb.
Okay, well, Coulomb's law, he's the one that came, talked about the electromagnetism and, discovered and created a formula of the electromagnetism. If you look at that formula, which is basically, the force of the electromagnetic force is equal to K, which is the Coulomb, right, times charge 1, charge 2 over the distance between them, right? If you look at the gravitational formula, it looks similar to that. You replace the K with the G and replace the charges with the mass. So what I'm trying to say to you is that the force is inversely proportional to the masses and the distance between them, right? Now, it's all masses that behave this way. All, including, wait for it, air molecules. Even they have a very, very weak gravitational pull. Okay? And that can be calculated after you eliminate the kinetic part of the gas molecules. So here's the deal. How do you demonstrate gravity? Well, you can demonstrate gravity by, 1, letting things go to the ground, but that is very basic. If you bring in the Cavendish experiment, which I have done the Cavendish experiment. Now, albeit a very long time ago, right, where you can see mass coming together at a gravitational constant, 6.6 times 10 to the minus 11. That happens throughout the entire universe, as far as we know. So gravity can be demonstrated, it can be tested, it can be repeated, it can be predicted. That is why it is a scientific theory, brother. It's not just math. Thank you. I'm sorry to bore you guys. I apologize. I mean, I'm kind of a semi nerd, So I talk science all day. So, and that's how it goes.
I don't think you actually believe what you're spouting there.
No, in science, there's no belief, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think you believe what you're saying.
There's no belief. It's actually work that we do. It's evidence, evidentiary, objectivity. There's no believing. We don't think the Earth is flat, right? We know it's not flat.
What do you mean, me, Kimasabi? Are you a flat earther?
We don't think the Earth is a sphere. We know it's a sphere.
Just an idiot. He will ramble like this all the time.
Guys, brother, I have not done any ad hominems or anything. Brother, just, man. Well, I hope I was able to help the gentleman. Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it, guys.
Are we still live?
I think.
Yeah, go.
I didn't do good. I'm sorry.
Wait, what happened to the? I thought you were cooking somebody.
I mean, I tried. I failed.
Did you leave?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he has no
Because I
basis.
called him a D1 dick sucker.
Oh shit!
To Einstein.
That's crazy. He was glazing Einstein. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
You remember this guy, Brada, the Rasta guy? It's him. He just changed his
Bombaclat.
Bombaclat. Pussy all.
Cheese hombre.
Here, but I don't know. He changed.
I like that word.
Rasklat.
Bombaclat. Think of the map. Bombaclat.
Scrit.
Bombaclat in the wind.
Scrit.
So he actually says a lot of things without actually saying anything.
He was saying he was yapping, bro. Was he yapping?
Yeah, he was talking about like time being physical, and like how his mom's obese, and like how he's just like a hood rat. It was really interesting.
He does hood rat stuff with his friends. That's crazy. AV, bro, where you been, dude? Who are you? What the heck?
Good lord.
Where has this guy been?
I just dropped in today. Nice to meet you,
Who are you? Have you been? How long have you been a flat earther, bro?
Yeah, CB, calm down.
3 weeks.
3 weeks. Holy! What the heck? Wait, who put you on?
Yeah, I got put on pretty good by a lot of people, and I started reading a lot of books. Like for the last week and a half, I've been looking into theses and arguments about the space boundaries and time and illusions, and now I learned.
Is that the plural of thesis?
Yep.
Theses. Damn, that's crazy. 3 weeks. That's wild. Well, shout out to you, bro. Hell yeah.
Thanks, so.
How did you find yourself here?
Best.
Hey, you don't have to be the best. You don't have to be the best. I want to cut that off right now.
I've been on this server for a while. I just this is my browser. I use this account on my browser when I'm like on my laptop, and I have one for like when I'm on my PC because I don't, we'd be too lazy for the 2FA.
Shut it down right now. Are you? Yeah, the 2FA. Fuck that shit. But are you Gen Z?
I'm 2005.
It's giving. That's cool though. I fuck with the Gen Zs, bro. I fuck with the Gen Zs heavy. I'm like the last year millennial, supposedly they say. But yeah, man, fuck it. There's not a lot of young bucks in here, so I'm like part of the young. Can I say? I can't say it. The YN crew, if you know what that means.
Yeah, I do. Type shit.
Yeah, but with them young, type shit, exactly, dude. But I love it because we're like rubbing off on these older folks. Like we got them saying cap and shit like that now. I fucking love it, bro. It's so funny. We got like all the old guys saying shit like that. 304 and stuff.
Cap, I just say nice your lies. Nice it. Nice it. Nice your lies.
Nice it? Wait. Nine?
Yeah.
Damn, I need to learn that one. Wait, what is it again?
Nice means like to stop. It's the action of being like nice it. Like stop it.
Nice it, bro. Do you need to nice that shit? Like that? Is that good?
Like if someone's like talking shit and they're like, yo, fuck you, pussy, you're a bitch. I'm gonna fucking stab you. And you're like, yo, nice to beef, yo. You know, stop.
Nice the beef. All right. I like it. All right, we're gonna get some new lingo rolling. Old heads, get ready.
My dad said grill yesterday. I told him never say it again.
He said grill, like someone got grilled.
Yeah.
Nah, tell him to say
like
that.
bling, like bling grill.
So someone mentioned a girl and
yeah.
calling a grill, and I said, yo, can I see your grill? And then that was it.
Nice. Yo, tell your dad to do it more. That's awesome. I love that shit. No, tell him to say it again, bro. And teach him cap and teach him knives, bro. Teach him all that shit. 304, all of it.
Yeah, nah.
I love it, dude.
Even teach him the reason of 456. He needs to.
Yeah, we gotta teach him Riz and all that. Hey, listen, I'm the head of the cultural department in here, and that's why you don't need to be perfect. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be. This is gonna sound really fucking corny. You just need to be the best version of you. Everyone has a different role to play, like a football team, right? There's one quarterback, a couple wide receivers, a running back, blockers. You know, everyone has a different role to play. So we can't be all quarterbacks. We can't all be wide receivers and stuff like that. So find out your role and then go do that. And so, you know, I've got a certain role here as the head of the cultural department. So I'm glad to have you, bro.
Nice
I like your swag, dude. Keep it up, man.
Yes, sir. Unlike Gats, give me the Ohio Riz. Mew Mog.
Facts. You gotta be Sigma, bro. We have Base Boomer as
Sigma,
well.
You're Alpha.
Yeah.
Okay,
Back, boys.
Boomer. Okay, Boomer.
Okay, Boomer. Okay,
Whoa.
Boomer.
Respect your elders.
Got fucking Boomer here. God damn it.
What's up, Base Boomer? What's going on, bro?
Hello.
Go ahead. Ambassador?
Nah, yeah. I was just gonna say to CB, can I be an ambassador so I can, you know, greet the aliens and shit?
Ambassador for that. yeah, there you go. See? Everyone's got a role to play, bro.
Wait, brother.
I'd be the ambassador of words and gang slang and slangs.
Yeah, that's that's a branch of our cultural departments. Absolutely. We are currently hiring them for the cultural department.
Perfect. I mean, I wouldn't mind to be a mod here in the future, though. Like, I genuinely like this server.
Good stuff, man. 3 weeks, you got to put a little time in, but I'm sure participation rewards roles usually. Time and participation goes a long way.
Okay.
Even
I
if
mean,
I'm
I really do like this channel because people are actually like-minded like me, and I like that. Except for when people are stupid.
So what if I'm always a dirty globalist, dude?
Then you'll be a dirty globalist. Nothing wrong with that.
I know, Dyer too, and that's okay.
We need somebody to cook, so nothing wrong with that. Base Boomer, is this your first time?
No, I've been here a couple times.
Okay. Is the globe something you
that was actually my first. That was actually my first debate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. So,
you
Base
guys
Boomer,
think that I did okay for my first time? Just curious.
Bro, I put it in the chat. I said you're doing great, bro. You're doing fine. You're cooking, dude.
Oh, thank you.
So, Base Boomer, is this the globe? Is that something you understand a lot, a little? You're still learning? The globe.
It's something I just don't care about. To be honest with you,
that wasn't one of the answers, to be fair. Multiple choice questions.
I needed to be super fair with you. I don't care what shape the Earth is.
I'll ask you one more time. When it comes to the globe, is that something you understand a lot, a little, or you're still learning about it? It's A, B, or C.
I'll take C.
You're still learning. Okay, cool. What are some things, some facts you currently know about the globe?
It's round.
What else? Anything else?
Looks like a basketball.
All right. Anything else?
That's the extent of my knowledge.
Okay. So when it comes to flat Earth, is that something you understand a lot, a little?
A lot.
Still learning. You understand the flat Earth a lot. Okay. Go ahead. What do you know?
Oh,
Tell us some facts about Flat Earth.
Black Swan.
You know the Black Swan. Okay. What's the argument? Go ahead.
Shit.
Cooked. So you've seen the Black Swan before.
I've seen it in my mind.
I mean, someone presented it to you at one point?
Yeah, I was like the other night, everybody was going wild about black swans, dude.
Facts, bro. Okay. So you don't know the argument, you just heard about it.
Yeah, I don't know. It was about some like something in the ocean, like some sort of oil rig or something. Everyone was spamming the pictures, dude. It was great.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, hey, listen. If you do can you pull up a quick Google search for us real fast?
Okay.
Do a quick search. I think you should just type in, how far can I see?
All right.
Let's see what it says.
Can the human eye see or just I see?
Yeah, just type in like, how far can I see? And let's see what it says.
The distance depends on several factors: visual accuracy, object size, brightness, atmospheric conditions, elevation.
Okay.
3 miles under
There it is.
ideal conditions. Perfect vision. 3 miles, 50 miles from the top of a tall building. Okay. Millions of miles into space. Fuck yes.
Right. Let's hone in on the 3 mile thing. That's kind of where I want to start with this. So there's an old video from like 12 years ago. There's a YouTube channel called Brain Stuff: How Stuff Works. And the title of the video is How the Horizon Works. And it's a very simple video where the guy says, if you're in the water, like if you're in the ocean, your head is above the water 8 inches, you would be able to see 1 mile to the horizon. And if you are about 6 foot tall, then you'll see about 3 miles to the horizon. So they're saying the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. And based off of how high off the ground you are, will determine how far you can see. So, like, when it said 3 miles, that's referring to like the average, kind of like an average person's height, 5-6 feet. You'll be able to see about 3 miles to the horizon. So, the Black Swan is just putting that claim to the test, that you should be able to see about 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. And this, of course, it scales up and down. Like you said, on that tall building, you see farther. As you get lower, you see shorter. So the Black Swan, go ahead.
And you can see millions of miles into space.
We'll get to that later. But so let's scale it down, because the Black Swan is, the gentleman is 1 foot above the earth. The camera is 1 foot off the ground, which would mean that the distance to the horizon would be 1.22 miles. So again, the guy in the video said if your head's in the water 8 inches up, distance to the horizon would be 1 mile. So if you're 1 foot up instead of 8 inches, the distance would be just a little bit further at 1.22 miles. Okay. Do you have any contention? You contend this at all?
I contend nothing.
Okay, great. Let's move forward. So the rigs themselves, actually, they're only there in that image so that we can tell how far it is we're actually looking. If you go to the ocean, right, and you're just looking at the water, you don't really have a way to gauge how far you can see, right? You don't have any distance markers. So those oil rigs, they're just marking distance. They're in the ground. They're set into the earth at a certain distance away from the shore. The first oil rig is about 6.21 miles. and the second oil rig is at 9.41 miles. So the only reason those rigs are there, again, is just so that we can determine how far we're looking over the ocean. Now, the issue is with the image, we're actually seeing the horizon behind the oil rigs, right? So at 1 foot off the ground, we're seeing the horizon at like 10 plus miles when it's claimed to be at 1.22 miles. Do you see an issue with that at all yet?
I contend nothing, and I see no issues.
Okay. Well, you don't see any issues. Well, I think there's an issue.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm kind of. I can't post stuff right now. I'm driving, but yeah, they're saying the horizon is at 1.2 miles. And so if the horizon's at actually like 10 plus miles, then there's definitely a problem. For sure.
Yeah, I know, but Black's one of my phones. Otherwise, I'd post it for you, mate.
It's okay. I can post it when I get. I'm almost home.
Video.
Post a video. Is anyone in here in my server by any chance?
Me.
It's okay if not. I know not everyone in here is part of my server. But I have a channel on my server called Black Swan, which has some things that I would probably post, but not a big deal. We can post that later. But yeah, man, like the Black Swan basically takes away the idea that the horizon is the curve of the earth, basically. It's not the curve of the earth. As a globe earther, you have to argue that the horizon is like the physical earth curve edge. Like that's like the thing that boats go over, the sun goes behind type of thing, right? It blocks boats, right. It blocks the sun. That's the hump of earth. That's the earth curve. That's what they're saying about the horizon. It's geometric, is their claim. We're saying as flat earthers that the horizon is optical. It's an optical phenomena, and the horizon moves, it changes, it's like different distances, different days. On the same day, it moves around. So if it's like a physical hill or a hump, how is it moving? Why is it moving around? So that's kind of like the argument. The horizon is either the physical curve, the physical hump, edge, whatever you want to call it, or the horizon is optical. By definition, horizon means apparent junction between sky and earth, an apparent position. So it's an optical thing. So that kind of helps our argument. But anyone that wants to argue that the horizon is the earth curve, I think they're going to have a tough time with that, especially when you present the Black Swan, because your hump of earth curve, which is claimed to be at 1.2 miles, is way further away than it's supposed to be. Even that 3 miles thing, right? It says if you're 6 foot, you're supposed to see 3 miles. Well, this guy's at 1 foot and he's seeing like 10 miles. So even then, it's still farther than it should be. So, I mean, that is in my opinion, that's a really good argument. It's one of the first arguments I had in my toolbox when I joined this whole flat Earth stuff. I understood the Black Swan. I'm like, okay, oh well, all right, checks out. So it's a good argument. We can go into it in more detail, but that is basically the gist of it. Is that this hump of Earth curve does not exist whatsoever, and like a glober will. Like the only thing they can even say is like, oh well, it's like a mirage, or there's like optical things happening that change the horizons, whatever. Like, yeah, we know that's our point. It's an optical thing that moves around and stuff. So, anybody else want to throw in on that? Chat?
No.
What else you guys got?
Talking about the Flat Earth server?
For when I said my server, no, I have like a personal server with some stuff in it.
Oh,
you're okay, bro.
Yeah, I'll send you an invite. Here, let me post this as well. I just got home. Let me post this real quick in the chat. So there's a bunch of websites that are Earth curve calculators. So you could punch in how high off the ground you are, and it'll tell you how far the horizon should be. So there's like a really simple one that has this orthographic view of the Earth. So if you guys are looking at the chat, there's two arrows. There's a blue arrow, a red arrow, and then the green line. That green line would represent the surface of the Earth or the water, the ocean. And the blue arrow is where the 1 foot observer is. The dotted line will be your view or like your line of sight. Of course, you see the horizon there in the center. That would be the Earth curve. D1, you see that arrow like D1? That would be 1.22 miles. D0 is that 9.41 miles. That red arrow would represent the second oil rig. So I drew a little question mark and a circle on the green line behind the red arrow. This is actually the problem. This highlights the issue that we're seeing the horizon, we're actually seeing the surface of the water behind that oil rig. Based off of what they're saying about the globe and its size, you shouldn't even see that at all, because the horizon should be there in the middle, blocking all of that, and then your line of sight, you shouldn't be seeing underneath the dotted line there. So this is part of the problem. We got Danny Z. I don't even know, DNA, whatever. Are they in the call right now?
No, they're just chat skanking.
Yeah, what's that mean though?
Chat skanking?
Well, they're not in the VC, and they're just spamming all kinds of stuff into the text chat, but they're not in the voice channel.
I'm the one trying to make him to join, but
Threatening to silence me over using the chat you guys installed.
I asked him to join the voice channel or go away, because we don't need him spamming the chat that belongs to the voice channel. It's not his to use the way that he's using it.
All right, final warning. Yeah, chat skanking is just the worst, bro.
Wait, what's chat skanking? What's that?
Chat, you want to tell them, or I can tell them? There you go, Plum Bum. Fuck yeah. Well, basically, when someone is not either they're not willing to join the call, or they maybe they disconnect from the call and then they join the chat and they just start fucking stinking it up. You guys are the worst. You guys are all denying science. Blah 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 blah. All right, chat skank.
But I deny science every day.
How?
They tell me transsexualness is science.
Okay, that's not science, dude.
Well, that's what they really said. I'm not the expert, dude. And, their pronouns are backed by
this is
science.
something that I can talk about. Did you guys know that estrogen, if it's injected inside the other host's body, if they are male, it can actually kill them?
Holy shit.
Okay, we're not going to discuss that here. That's getting into medical stuff. That's a TOS thing, so we're not going to do that. I'll take you off mute here, but we're going to stay away from that topic. Please stick to the topic of the channel, okay?
Yeah, you just gotta be careful, bro. You gotta be careful. Well, we are live on YouTube as well. I'm not trying to get anything shut down. So.
Oh shit! You guys do YouTube?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Yeah. You can click on the. I believe there's a YouTube bot in the call. If you just click on the About Me, the description, there should be a link. If you wanna check it out, go listen back to any combos you had, or make clips, whatever you want. We are live, dude. We are live.
Sorry, chat.
Yeah, sorry, chat.
No W's in the chat, guys. All right, so we still have Based Boomer.
Yeah, dude, I'm still convinced that it's round and globing it up, dude.
What are some like the strongest, points when it comes to the globe Earth?
Kind of retarded. Yeah, I'm sorry. You don't waste your energy on me, bro.
You seem pretty chill. I'm just wondering, like, if you're still on the globe, what are some things that keep you thinking it's a globe?
Well, honestly, I just come in here just to kind of pass time. I don't really care what it is, honestly. That's truly what I believe in.
That's fine. You keep saying that. I was still trying to just get into some specifics. So, like, you don't have to care, but if you believe in the globe, like, what are some reasons? Like, maybe
I
you
don't
got some
have
good
any
reasons.
reasons. I don't know.
So
I
you
just
all right. But that's weird.
No, I
You don't
don't
think
know.
that's weird?
Well, I mean, I don't know. People told me it's a globe.
Well, they told us it's a globe too.
I'm not gonna be like, well, I get outside and I look at the world and it's round. Because I really don't even look at the world if it's round or flat. I just kind of drive to work, do my IT stuff, and then go home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really. I don't know. That's the honest thing. I don't like go outside and think about the shape of the world. I don't know if that's weird or anything, but
no, I mean it's not like I go out there every day. I'm like, I wonder. I get where you're coming from there.
But I do look at lakes, dude, and they're pretty flat.
I mean, that is part of our argument that supposedly the Earth's surface is mostly made up of water, like 70%, something crazy. So if it's mostly water and the water is flat, then I don't know what do I need to like connect the rest of the dots?
No,
people don't. For some reason, the word "flat" just triggers people. So
especially if it's a woman, dude. Do not say that to a woman.
Facts. Let's go. Big facts. But yeah, dude, it's really our position is really simple. Like I think it's the more simple and sane, reasonable position. Like we can put two ideas side by side, like what a glober thinks and what a flat earther thinks in terms of like what the sun does, for example. A flat earther is just going to say probably two things and stop. They'll say, and when it comes to the sun, it's above you, always, moving, done. That seems pretty like sound. Then when you look at the globe, they have to say the sun goes underneath the ground and shit. Like,
what do you mean underneath the ground?
All right. So let's say I'm going to wave a magic wand. Everyone here is a globe earther.
Oh, damn, I win.
So it's nighttime for you. I want you to take your finger and just point wherever you think the sun is. Where are you pointing at night?
Well, I see what you mean. Yeah, I'm pointing down.
Yeah, down. So it would be like underneath, not necessarily in the earth. I'm not saying it's like burrowed into the ground or anything crazy like that.
Oh, okay.
But that's what I'm saying is like, as a globe earther, you have to say the sun is underneath you, underneath the ground, which I think is like, that's retarded. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's just dumb. But that's what I'm saying. Like, the people want to make flat Earth out to be some sort of crack pipe crazy conspiracy. But when you put it side by side versus like what we're saying versus what they're saying, it sounds like we're saying shit that just seems pretty reasonable, and they're saying crazy things, like the sun's under the ground. So there's that. That's like one of many things.
Yeah,
really
like the sun's heat is reaching us from 94 million miles away. Come on.
And then all those numbers too. All those numbers like 94 million, billion, trillion. It's like, get the fuck out of here, bro. No one measured any of that shit.
You can't comprehend it. You can't
What do you
vision
guys think about What do you guys think about arc lights, dude? That measurement.
What? Arc lights? Like, what is? See, what even is that? Like,
I might have got that wrong. It's arc something.
I mean, they probably would say some shit like that. That's the thing. Arc lights and fucking black holes and all types of stuff.
He's talking about arc seconds.
Arc seconds.
Oh, I think that's it, dude. Something about like the sun reaches. I don't know.
If they're talking arc seconds, they're talking angles. So they're taking measurements and they're measuring angles. You've got degrees, minutes, and seconds. So you can have so many seconds of a degrees, and that's what they're referring to. But in order to measure these angles, you need to have a flat baseline to begin with. So there's no globe involved.